Sports presents NFL 78, an inside look at professional football and a preview of today's games. Brought to you by Oldsmobile. Discover that great Olds feeling in a test drive today. And by Tuborg Gold. When you go for beer, go for the gold. Tuborg Gold.
Contenders, the Pittsburgh Steelers, host perhaps the most exciting offense in the National Football League today, the Seattle Seahawks of Jack Patera. I'm Sam Nover, and my colleague on today's broadcast is the former Denver Bronco wide receiver Mike Hafner, who, by the way, has become the resident expert on the Seahawks. You've done what, about a half a dozen of their games lately?
About a half dozen. I've followed their progress as an expansion team in the National Football League. They're exciting, Sam.
Yes, they are indeed.
Oh, yeah.
They beat San Diego up and down the field. They beat them to death last Sunday, but they couldn't win the ball game, losing 24-20. Steelers, meanwhile, a very impressive win in Buffalo, and you did that game, Mike.
I did. Then Franco Harris controlled in the first half, and then Terry Bradshaw got that arm cranked up and hit Lynn Swann and John Stallworth a couple times, and that was the game.
There are some great matchups in this ball game, and we're going to be back in just a moment to examine those particular aspects of this game. I talked a moment ago about Seattle perhaps being the most exciting offense in the National Football League today. Mike, if they need a reason, it's probably a gentleman who wears number 10 who throws the ball and throws it off into number 80.
Maybe the young Fran Tarkington of the National Football League, number 10, Jim Zorn, last week against San Diego, threw for over 300 yards. His favorite wide receiver, number 80, Steve Largent, caught 6 for over 100 yards. Those two guys are going to be a factor today, and the Steelers are going to have to stop them.
One way that they're going to have to stop, obviously, is pass defense, and the Steelers have a rookie starting. Their first one since Jack Lambert cracked the starting lineup back in 1974. That rookie is going to be tested.
Number 29, Ron Johnson, the rookie out of Eastern Michigan. We just talked about the fact that Largent and Zorn are going to hook up. Who do you think they'll go after, Sam? Certainly the rookie cornerback.
You know, the Steelers do play some pretty good pass defense, despite the fact that a rookie plays a corner. They may have perhaps the best middle linebacker the entire game today, at least against the pass. I know you love him.
I think he's the best. If I'm going to line up in a 4-3 defense, I want number 58, Jack Lambert, at middle linebacker. Last week, he covered up for all of the Steelers' defensive problems, Sam. He stopped the run in the middle, he stopped the wide sweep, and he was back there playing pass defense.
You know, a football game is not a football game without key injuries, and both teams have their share. Seattle's going to miss a very big back, Mike.
That's right. Sherman Smith is out 4 to 6 weeks with a separated shoulder, and that will hurt Zorn and his running game.
And the Steelers, defensively, needing to stop Zorn. They don't have 2 defensive starters today.
That's right. Lauren Taves at linebacker is out with a bad left ankle. And also Steve Furness, who last week was hurt in the pregame warm-up in the game that I did, Buffalo and Pittsburgh. And that's going to hurt them because with a scrambling quarterback, you need all those defensive linemen. They get tired in the fourth quarter.
You know, Mike, too, they're going to start a defensive end, John Banaszak, at tackle. He may be the lightest defensive tackle in pro football. We saw him before the game. If he playing at 225, that's a lot today.
He better be fast because with as light as he is, we're in a little bit of trouble in that defensive line.
Special teams will suffer for the Steelers today. Also, Jim Smith, their great punt return specialist, will not be available. And so that is our pregame look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and Seattle Seahawks.
What do you think about today's ball game?
Well, number one, Bill, I really think that the New Orleans Saints in 1978 could be one of the most improved teams in the league. We were in the third year of a program coming up in 78. We thought it was a pivotal year. We were able to accumulate some very outstanding young people, and as a result, I think it's going to be a fine young team.
Nick, what do you feel?
Well, David Whitehurst, the quarterback, only threw 9 passes last week for 31 yards. What's that tell you? They're going to rely on the ground game, 181 yards last week. Terdell Middleton, 91 yards himself. So it's going to be the ground out, Bart Starr type of an attack, and that's the way it has to be for Green Bay if they're going to win.
And that's the story as of this moment. We'll be back in just a moment with a kickoff.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Light Beer, everything you always wanted in a beer and less. Ford and your Ford dealer, who are introducing the all-new LTD and Mustang October 6th. And by the 1,700 J.C. Penney stores, coast to coast, and the catalog.
You're going down to Bart Starr. There's Bart Starr and Dick Nolan out in the middle of the field. They're shaking hands. This is Bart Starr, 4th year with the Green Bay Packers. This has to be the year for Bart. 15 rookies ladle his team, and he has to do it. The big guy for him is 78 Ezra Johnson, who had 5 sacks last week. Dick Nolan, this is his first year with the Saints. They're expecting an awful lot. Chuck Muncie and Galbraith are the running backs, known as Thunder and Lightning. These two guys can really do it all. They can run, and then they can also receive. The coin toss, it's won by the Green Bay Packers, and I wonder what they're going to do. Of course, they're going to receive the football, but this is going to be a test for the New Orleans Saints because their defense is not as heralded as the Packer defense. If the Packers are going to win, they're going to have to stop the wide-open game of the New Orleans Saints. Archie Manning, for the first time since he's come into the league, is healthy. In his 7-year career with the Saints, he's missed 25 games. Bill?
All right, Nick. As you pointed out, New Orleans will kick it off to the Green Bay Packers. And I got to tell you something. This is an unusual day, as I mildly referred to it before, because it's a rare occasion when you have a man who coached one team the previous year commenting on that team today. Hank, what are your feelings right now?
Well, Bill, I'm looking forward to the game with a great deal of enthusiasm and anticipation. I think it's going to be a very well-played game, as I mentioned earlier, and I alluded to the fact that both teams won their opening game last week. One played extremely well defensively, that being the Green Bay Packers. The New Orleans Saints did a terrifically outstanding job on offense, and so it'll be an interesting contest today between one team that does a good job defensively, is in fact number 1 in the division defensively, and the New Orleans Saints going into this game are 14th defensively.
Kicking off for New Orleans will be Richie Zarrow, one of the few Harvard players in the National Football League. Confrere of mine, John Dockery, is one. He left foots it in the air, and it rolls flatly to one side. Picked up there and rushed to the 20, the 25, the 30, spun away is Estes Hood, and finally knocked down. We'll mark it at what? Let's see where they spot it. To the 27-yard line. Now, as you can see, the Packers offensively with Stokes, Goforth, McCarron, Jackson, and Cook on offense. Lofton, Thompson, and McGeorge are the wide receivers. McGeorge the tight end, and their backfield, as Nick pointed out before, this is where their bread and butter is. They've got Middleton with David Whitehurst and the fullback Barty Smith. In a regular set, the ball goes to Smith, who bursts off his own tackle and carries for a couple of yards before he's put back. Hank, what kind of a probing move was that?
Well, it was the first defensive alignment of the New Orleans Saints was a flex defense, and they attacked the area where the defensive end was off the line of scrimmage a little bit. Joe Fetterspiel came over from the inside position and really made a fine tackle. You can see him here coming into the picture.
Eloy Grooms, Alex Price, Richard Neal, and Joe Campbell on the line. The linebackers are Merlot, Fetterspiel, and Hughes. Fetterspiel's outstanding. Chapman, Spencer, Brown, and Myers in the backfield. Myers had 3 intercepts last week. They go to a slot left. Whitehurst back to throw, looking, throws deep. He's got a man, and he overthrows him. Hank, he had him in his grasp.
Boy, that was a play-action pass, and they faked to Barty Smith inside and tried to hit Lofton. He was wide open in front of the defensive halfback, Chapman, or I should say probably it was in front of Spencer, but he threw it way over the top of his head and fell incomplete.
Hey, Bill, I think I would respect that speed, too. Lofton, 4'4", sprinter out of Stanford. If he came down at me, I'd back off a little also.
He had him in the open, Nick.
That's what happens. Whitehurst is not known as a great passer.
Regular pro spread. Whitehurst deliberately has now rolls to throw. He's going to take it himself, and he's going to get himself a first down as he looks for the marker. Hank, that's a smart kid. He can run.
Yeah, he made a very wise move that time. What happened, the Saints were in double coverage. All right, Whitehurst goes back in the pocket with the anticipation of throwing outside, it looks like, but he wound up being in a double zone, and so he couldn't throw to anybody, and so he wisely went up into the middle area, ran to his right.
He's looking for that first down marker.
Yes, he does, and you see Joe Fetterspiel and also Clarence Chapman making the play.
That's Middleton running for a couple. He's the key to their offense, isn't he? Running-wise. Nick?
Well, you know,
run, yeah.
He's the guy at 91 yards last week. But no, getting back to Whitehurst just a little bit on that scramble. Bill, it would seem to me it takes a lot of guts. Here's a guy who's wearing a harness on his left shoulder. There's a chain that restricts the movement of his left shoulder, so he is injured, yet he decided to scramble and he got the big first down.
Before anybody gets excited about this, I want to take that up later so that there isn't a risk involved of any kind of injury with all the feelings there are about injuries in football. They're in a split, and Whitehurst looks to throw and swings it out here to Barty Smith, who's got the first down. And you guys didn't think they had an offense, and look at what they're doing.
Well, one thing they're doing, which is very smart, this is a flare pass, a flood pattern to the fullback, Barty Smith. But the New Orleans Saints are in a flex defense, so they have 2 men off the line of scrimmage, a tackle and an end. And as a result, it's very difficult to get much of a pass rush on that kind of a defense. They guessed right, threw a pass to the right flat, and you see he made a sizable gain and a first down. Barty Smith, number 33.
9 yards on the pass, and now Hank, Hank spent 2 hours with me going over this particular type of an offensive set with a slot coming in motion and really setting up a normal set. The ball to the deep man Middleton, but it did nothing. Why the stop, Nick?
Well, you know, they're not going to get rich quick. This team, the Packers, will not get rich quick. They're going to go to that ball control. You know, Bart Starr, whether you want to say it or not, is living in the past of the Green Bay Packer teams. He's living with Hornig, he's living with Taylor, and he's living with himself, Max McGee, Boyd Dollar. And I think this is what he's trying to envision, his team doing the same type of thing. Run the ball, eat up the clock, and just control the whole game.
I might add, Bill, on that last play, the Saints were not in the flex defense. They shifted to an out alignment, and Richard Neal made the tackle. Another play-action pass.
Whitehurst has got Lofton.
They won't get him.
He's going to go. It's a touchdown. Would you believe 6-0? Hank, what happened?
Another play-action pass. Lofton ran a crossing pattern. He threw a right in front. You see, there's a slip. Tommy Myers slipped and fell on the play. Maurice Spencer is chasing desperately, but to no avail. James Lofton goes in for the touchdown, and the Green Bay Packers lead 6-0. A great drive by the Green Bay Packers.
Chester Marco will try to make it 7 out of the hold at Beverly. The ball placed, kicked, and it is 7-0, Green Bay. I got to tell you, Nick, I'm amazed.
Well, that's really a surprise.
It surely is. Boy, the Packers came out and did it right off the bat. Got a lot of ball games still to go.
The officials for today's game, the referee is Jim Tunney, the umpire Pat Harder, the headlinesman Burl Toller, the line judge Dale Hamer, the back judge is Pat Knight, the side judge, that's the 7th official, Dick McKenzie, and the field judge is Don Hakes. You saw Roy Girella put the ball on the kicking tee, and we are about set to go. A jam-packed Three Rivers. The Steelers home opener, delighted to have you with us. There's the kickoff, end over end. Fielded by Crawford at his own 5 to the 10. At the 20-yard line, spun around and brought down. Number 39, Rick Mosier, the Steeler rookie out of Rhode Island, is the man who made the stop on him.
Steve Largent's his main man, number 80 to throw to. You saw the wide receivers.
Hunter 24, the split back. Testerman 42. First down at the 20-yard line, the Seahawks. Zorn to throw it on first down. The home run to Largent. And he just overthrew him, and he had him open by 10 yards.
Sam, isn't it amazing that we talked about Steve Largent, the 6 passes he caught last week, and all of a sudden, the first play of the game, he's got him wide open, and Jim Zorn's not happy he missed him.
Second down. Rabel in at wide receiver. The give to Hunter, nothing doing there. John Banaszak, number 76, is the man who brought him down behind the line of scrimmage. The Seahawks, by the way, will probably use messenger receivers today, shuffling Rabel and McCullum. There's the defensive front four of the Steelers. Looks pretty familiar, doesn't it? At least 3 of them, Greenwood, Green, and White. Banaszak the 4th.
Banaszak snuck in there, too. He wasn't supposed to start, but he is now.
Steelers bring in a 5th defensive back. Tony Dungy replaces Robin Cole. So it's 3rd down 10 yards to go. First series for the Seahawks. Zorn in an obvious pass situation. Three receivers in there, Rabel being the third. Zorn stepping up into the pocket. Over the middle, he's got Largent wide open at the 42-yard line, and that's good enough for a Seattle first down. Stopped there by Ron Johnson, the rookie.
One of the important things for the wide receivers this year is to remember that those cornerbacks cannot chuck them past that 5-yard mark. That's the new chuck rule. And Largent is going to get wide open because of that check rule. He comes across the middle, nobody around him, and he makes it for a big gain and a first down.
Robin Cole back in the lineup, so the prevent defense did not work for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Zorn trying to pick him apart early from his own 43, a first down and 10. And to give to Testerman, cutting back against the grain across the 45 to about the 47 or 48-yard line. Testerman, a big back, and I think, Mike, the feeling was with Smith out, Testerman had to play today.
He has to set up the pass, and that's the important thing. They're not worried about breaking him for a 60-yard run, Sam. They want him to set that defense so they can't play pass first, and that's Testerman's job today, 42.
Third-year pro out of Clemson at 6'2", 230 pounds. John Sawyer in at tight end, replacing the starter Ron Howard. Now into the I formation. Al Hunter dots the I. Testerman is the up back. Second down, about 5 Seattle. Hunter close to the first down, and he may have it as he crosses into Steeler territory to about the 47-yard line. That should be good enough.
I think maybe Al Hunter's a little bit nervous today. Today is his first start ever. The Notre Dame star. I think maybe the butterflies are flipping just a bit there.
He's got to feel good tonight. It's early in their third year. Sims in at running back. Hunter gets the ball and dives to about the 40, inside the 40, maybe the 39-yard line. So the Seahawks are able to move the football through the air and on the ground against the Steelers early on. Here in the first quarter, we're still scoreless.
Down, Sam. That is shaking up the Pittsburgh Steelers too much. And yet, Seattle still driving. They're in this drive, and they're going well.
As it is, you can hear a pin drop in this place. These fans are a little bit numb at what they've seen early. Hunter shifting to the top of the eye. Zorn gives to Hunter straight up the middle. A flag is down, maybe offside Pittsburgh. Lambert there to make the stop along with 75, Joe Green at the bottom.
Sam, we talked in the locker room with a couple of the Pittsburgh Steelers prior to the game, and they said this is the first time we have taken Seattle seriously. Last year, they had to score 17 points in the fourth quarter to come back to beat Seattle. This year going in, they know the Seattle Seahawks are a fine offensive football club.
Well, that was the feeling we had before the ball game, talking to some of the players. There's no question about it. A legal procedure against Seattle, so the Steelers were indeed not offside. The Steelers realizing that the Seahawks are for real, and you can laugh about it. Chuck Noll says it every week. You know, you talk about my easy schedule. There is no such thing.
Not in the National Football League. Anybody on any given Sunday, you want to use the old cliche.
McCullum goes wide to the left. Largent at the bottom of your screen to the right. He wears number 80. And you could almost watch him all day because he's going to get the football plenty. Zorn back to pass. Threw it in behind his intended receiver, the tight end, Ron Howard. L.C. Greenwood had the rush and the pressure on Jim Zorn, and the Steelers are going to have to get pressure on Zorn if they want to be successful.
And also the tight end has become a big factor in the National Football League. You can't hit him more than one time inside that 5-yard stripe.
At the Steeler 45-yard line, he's got 4 receivers. McCullum, Largent, Rabel, and Ronnie Howard, the tight end. Only one setback at Sims. Zorn forced out of the pocket. They got him. And he just jumped it off, and there's a flag down. Almost caught by his center, John Yarno. And the Steelers, with excellent pressure, had the blitz up the middle from Lambert and from the outside by Robin Cole, number 56. Yeah, Joe Green obviously happy about that call. That may be an intentional grounding call.
Zorn back to throw. Everyone covered.
10 yards and loss of down. 4th down.
There we heard it. Intentional grounding, 10-yard penalty. And you see why. John Yarno all of a sudden became a pass receiver.
He may be able to snap well, but he hasn't got a great pair of hands, I can tell you that. Herman Weaver back to punt on 4th down, standing at his own 30-yard line. A single safety, Randy Rudershan.
Old Thunderfoot. He can boom him.
Great product out of Tennessee. Kicked it short. Rudershan will have a return. At his 23, 30, spins to the 35. Marker is down in the neighborhood of the 40-yard line. Good return by Rudershan. He's stopped by Charles McShane, the linebacker. And so the Steelers have it in fairly good field position.
Did I put pressure on Thunderfoot that time?
You did indeed.
Kind of squibbed one.
Clipping number 67 during the run back. First down.
Well, Lofton, number 80, gets a pass right over the middle, 42 yards for a touchdown. Myers, the free safety, slips down. Last week, Myers was the hero in the win over the Minnesota Vikings with 3 interceptions. This week, he falls down on a key play, and it puts the Packers ahead 7-0.
One of the most exciting football players of the National Football League is about to be unveiled to you. A rookie from Florida named Wes Chandler. Chester Marcole will kick and probably try to keep the ball away from him. And instead he kicks it directly to him. Let's see this phenom. 15-20, 25 and down at the 26.
Well, I think the strategy was to get the ball up in the air, keep it high as they could so they could get some coverage. And but it's surprising that he deliberately kicked the ball right down the middle
right at the kid.
Wes Chandler, but evidently that was the plan because he got a lot of height on it, and they covered well.
Okay. Like they say, J.T. Taylor and Watson are the tackles, Zanders and Dobler the guards, and Hill the center, Tinker Owens and Harris on the outside, Childs the tight end, Manning with a great Muncie and Goldbreath behind him, and he sets his ball club against a 4-man defense. Long count, in motion comes Harris. Fakes. And Manning swings the pass out to his tight end, Childs, and he is bumped out of bounds. No, it was Tinker Owens, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was a play-action fake inside to make the defense have the impression that the ball was going inside, and he threw a quick screen to the right to Tinker Owens, but they responded very well on the play. Weaver, number 52. Here it is again.
We'll just run the defense down a moment, Hank. You can continue on that. Butler and Johnson at the ends. As you saw, the tackles are Roller and Barzalauskas. Weaver, the outside. Don't run away from me, fellas. Buchanan, McCoy, the outside men, the cornerbacks. Luke and Gray, the safeties. And Manning wants to put it in the air. And he throws under. Gets Muncie. And Muncie makes himself a first down. That was the play you showed me last night, Hank, just going underneath the zone.
Yes. You see Archie Manning go back into the pocket. They're in an odd spacing, which means there's a man on the nose of the center. And Archie goes back into the pocket and dumps the ball off to the halfback, Chuck Muncie, who makes a fine catch and a first down.
It was a 10-yard gain for the first down, and these two teams, everybody knew New Orleans had the offense. Nobody figured much Packer offense, and it's been strictly an offensive battle. A long count. Was it a delay of game? The umpire talks to the referee. Our officials today, by the way, Chuck Heverling is the referee, and we'll run the others down for you later. It's an offside call.
That time the Green Bay Packers lined up in a triple stack defense, which means that the defense is overshifted to the tight end side. They were offside and, of course, assessed a 5-yard penalty. Now it's 1st and 5 for the
number 74 defense.
Would you say that Dave Roller took a kiss of JD on that?
Absolutely.
I didn't know they were that good friends.
No comment, Dick. All right, Manning now with a 1st and 5. Gives it to the short man, Goldbreath. He runs for a couple. Nick, you know what Hank said to me last night? Hank, may I? If I'm off base, you tell me.
Sure.
He said, I wish I'd had this kid at Kansas City with me. What a football player.
Well, I talked about both backs. I think they're two of the finest running backs in the National Football League as a tandem right now in their 3rd year of professional football. But I really think, in all due respect to the great people we had at Kansas City, that these young people would have blown up the scoreboard for us because they're that talented.
Thunder and lightning, Bill. That's what they're known as. And boy, you can see Galbraith when he hits.
We've got a 2nd and 2 now, and New Orleans trailing 7-0 is trying to reply to the Green Bay blitz of them in the opening moments. Good block. Galbraith. Oh, is he tough? Is he tough? Nick?
You know, that's not an accident, Bill. I mean, Galbraith carrying the football and doing these things is really not an accident. Because last year he ran for 644 yards, and just this is an indication of what he's going to do for the 1978 season.
Barzilowski's the guy that took him down.
And I might mention that John Watson and Conrad Dobler did an excellent job of blocking at the point of attack, along with Chuck Muncie, number 42.
Conrad who?
You'd like to have had him last year, wouldn't you, Hank? On the 38, a 1st down and 10. That was a 16-yard gallop for Galbraith. They're in the eye. The pitch this time to Muncie. Does he have room? He's got it on the outside, and he takes it out of bounds on a nice pickup. Did he want to go off tackle, Nick, and they force him out wide?
Well, yeah, he's the type of runner who's going to take the hole whenever it comes up. Now, this is the I formation. He sets back deep in the thing, and now all he has to do is watch his blocker. He's just going to key on the block and just break to the outside because he has the speed. But there's no predetermined hole on that particular play. It's straight up type blocking.
And what happened, the linebacker, John Anderson, came down. Watch Dobler coming off the line of scrimmage. He gets knocked back.
Well, Carl Barzilewskis is a little bigger than Conrad is.
You know, Nick, that mean laugh of yours, you defensive linemen are all the same. A 2nd down on a short one. Did Galbraith get it? He sure did. Hank, what makes this kid a great football player?
He's got excellent instincts. You know, he has a great feel for running, and the other thing is he runs with his eyes. A lot of backs, when they get in trouble, will put their head down and kind of close their eyes and not see where they're going in traffic. He's always got his head up and his eyes open, and as a result, he goes through a pile and comes out the other end many times because he's able to see.
It's a 1st and 10, a rather quiet Milwaukee crowd rooting for Green Bay. They're overshifted to the strong side against Manning, who wants to pass now and swings it out to Muncie, who's got blocking. But who ran him down from behind? I think it was your buddy
Dave Roller, number 74. You know, last year I think the Packers were really trying to peddle Roller off the team. But he's the type of guy who's real quick off that ball, is able to maintain some resistance at the line, but he is quick enough to get back and make a tackle like that on the outside.
And the great thing about him is he dances every dance, Nick. He's coming all the time.
That's right.
And
6'2",
he's a tough guy to contend with.
Woo. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Green Bay Packers of the National Football League is prohibited. Look for Muncie. Hook. He cut back and fell into the arms of Steve Luke. What was the safety doing on that play, Hank?
Well, he came up and read it well. He read the block of the tight end. When he saw the tight end block, he came up quickly, forcing the run, and made a great play. Steve Luke, number 46, the strong safety.
Oh, those Redskins are hot. No, Philadelphia ahead 7-0. Hey.
Philadelphia 7-zip. We'll keep you up to date on all the scores. And we're in for a great football game today. I got to tell you, this one surprises me. It's a 3rd down. They're in a slot.
Look for the tight end on this play, Bill.
Okay, Manning fades. The tight end is slowed up. He's got room. He throws over the middle, and he's got nobody to hit. They want an interference call. By they, I mean Packer defenseman Gary Weaver. What do you see on this, Henry?
Well, number one, they tried to use a spread formation, which was a triple wing and a double wing, with the idea of hitting the tight end, Henry Childs. They're trying to get him on a one-on-one situation, but there was a little contact on the play, and as a result, it fell incomplete.
I thought he was slowed down a lot by the linebacker.
He was. It was a good observation. They detained him enough where he couldn't get a free release downfield, and that always makes a big difference, and that's what the linebacker is supposed to do.
How good is Zarrow?
Zarrow's an excellent kicker.
Let's see what they call it. They call it good, and the score now is Green Bay 7, New Orleans 3. A 37-yard field goal. Bill Mazur with Nick Bonaconti and Hank Stram. And we're going to be right back at Milwaukee County Stadium in just a moment.
Terry Bradshaw, quarterback. He's got Rocky Blyer, 20, and Franco Harris, 32, as his setbacks. The up back is Blyer to about the 25-yard line. The telecast is presented by the authority of the National Football League, and it is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Steelers and the National Football League is prohibited. Not a bad core of receivers. Stallworth 82, Cunningham the tight end 89, and Swan 88. Harris on a misdirection play to first down to about the 32-yard line. Autry Beeman, strong safety, 27, coming up to make the stop.
You know, we talked about with the Steelers prior to the game what they were going to do on offense, and I'll tell you that they were afraid of Seattle because they said we're going to try and control the ball on offense to keep it away from Jim Zorn.
Cove and Brown the tackles. Larry Brown, of course, the converted tight end. Mullins and Davis are the guards. Webster the center. You like Mullins, and you like his ability to pass block.
Oh, he can do it as well as anybody in the National Football League.
And the give, big hole for Blyer, busting his way up to the 38-yard line. The Steelers on their first 3 plays have found some gaping holes in that Seattle defense. Again, it was Autry Beeman to make the stop.
There have been problems in Seattle with the defensive front four, and look at the hole that Rocky Blyer's got.
Green Bay has gone on top of New Orleans. David Whitehurst to James Lofton. 42-yard touchdown pass, 7-0 the Pack. Second down, 3 here at Three River Stadium. The Steelers trying to get something mounted in a scoreless game against Seattle. Blyer cuts it back to about the 40, maybe the 41-yard line. Again, Autry Beeman to make the stop. And so Blyer carrying 3 out of 4 times here in the Steelers' first possession. Got it close to the first down marker. Front four, Sandifer, Boyd, Niehaus. The name familiar? Yes, it should be. Came out of Notre Dame, was everybody's All-American, and was the second man taken in the draft 3 years ago. And Alden Roche is the journeyman veteran. Is that what they call him?
He started in Denver with me. Stopped in Green Bay for a while. Now he's here.
Double tight end situation. The dive by Harrison. I believe he's got enough for the first down. Steelers brought in Ted Peterson and Randy Grossman for the extra blocking. And Harris got him the first down as he got his way to about the 43-yard line. So the Steelers have a first down on a moving clock with 8:23 to go in a scoreless first quarter.
When you need a first down, you give it to 32. That's just the name of the game. He bobbled it a little bit there, but he got the first down. Pittsburgh hadn't thrown the ball once yet, Sam, just as we expected. Ball control offense.
Swan goes wide to the right and Stallworth to the left. First down, Pittsburgh. Harris, nothing doing there. Stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Sandifer met him. The 4-year veteran out of UCLA who missed all of last year. Give him a gain of maybe 1 on the play, Mike. Second down and 9. Second down. Both receivers are split to the near side. Harris trying to get outside. Knocked down shy of midfield. Dave Brown, former University of Michigan All-American, came up to make the stop. And a penalty marker is down as Harris tried to get it outside and couldn't get there.
Dave Brown got to feel good every time he stops a Steeler, a former Steeler first-round draft choice.
We played against him last year, Mike, and I think he came back here with the intention of trying to show them something. This year, he's far more mature about it. I think he's just coming back to win a football game and not trying to show the Steelers anything.
He's proved himself in the National Football League. You don't play out on that corner spot very long and stick if you haven't got the talent.
Number 52, offense. Still second down.
At the 34-yard line. Second down, 19. Over the middle, he's got his tight end Cunningham, but great coverage. Look at the Seahawks all around him. Primary coverage from Autry Beeman, the strong safety, and good support from Cornell Webster.
Again, the Chuck rule comes into effect, and you're going to see it perfectly. Cunningham gets 1 bump. Now he's clean. The linebacker has cleared him out. Look at how wide open he is underneath that coverage. Only the swarming tackling by the front back 7 for Seattle stopped that play from a bigger game.
Third down and long. 13 yards to go for a Steeler first down at their own 40-yard line. Feeling the pressure. Bradshaw got it out to Cunningham. Out of bounds.
Only 1 foot down, Sam. You got to have 2 in the National Football League. It's
like a ballet dancer, didn't he? Try to get them both down, but Big Benny couldn't do it, so the Steelers will have to kick it away. Here it is again.
In college football, you can have 1 foot in for a reception. Watch 89, Benny Cunningham. The right foot is... That one barely made it. The other one obviously not in.
Craig Colquitt back at his own 27-yard line to kick it away.
Seems funny not to see Bobby Walden back there punting.
The old man finally hung it up. Harris, the rookie, at his 23. 30. A block to the 40. 45 midfield. Spins away and finally dragged out of bounds by Alvin Maxson. But John Harris, a brilliant rookie out of Arizona State, ran it all the way back into Steeler territory. However, a flag is down back at the 40-yard line. 37 yards on the return, and let's see what this is all about. I guess it's going to be Pittsburgh because they're walking toward the spot where the ball was marked. It'll be a Seahawk first down.
The highly educated foot, Harvard educated, of Richie Zarrow approaches the ball and boots down the middle. Odom waiting for it, and he has got it, and he can run. One of the best in the league. They got him, though. The minute I say that, the guy always gets
Doesn't
trapped.
it always happen that way?
Never fails, but you know something on that play. I think they initially thought they'd run the ball back up the middle, but on all returns, there's an option. If the ball is kicked to the left, it'll automatically revert to a left return, a middle return, or if it's kicked to the right, it automatically reverts to a right return.
Is that right, Coach? Hey, now we're getting instructed, Bill.
Yeah,
I'll tell you one thing. I may go into coaching after I leave the booth.
Well, we're a little clinic.
The only thing that bothered me, I spent 2 hours with him last night, got a bill this morning for $400. The pitch goes to the deep man Middleton. He's got room on the outside. Is that a Green Bay sweep or isn't it?
No, it really isn't. It's a sweep from the I formation. It's a toss to the deep back, Middleton. He runs to the left. The defense is overshifted to the right side, opposite of where they're running, and as a result, they're a man short. You see Fetterspiel coming over from the inside. Doesn't quite get there in time, and they pick up 8 yards in the play.
Hey, give a little credit to Mel Jackson, the offensive guard. No one ever gives those offensive linemen any credit. Good block on that play.
Do I see a 3? I do. No, they're in that flex. All right, the handoff to Barty Smith. I think he got the first down. Bonacani, make your point. Legal. What about the offensive linemen?
Well, those are the guys. They might as well be ranked with a lot of the people, the unknowns in any profession. Unless you're a Conrad Dobler who's made his reputation by wrestling instead of playing, then I don't know. You know, Conrad Dobler said, Bill, that the new rule changes by extending your arm for the offensive lineman only legalize something that he's been doing since his rookie year.
All right, then a regular pro set, a divide. This is Ali Sherman's type of a set. The ball to Middleton again, who's a horse.
You know, the New Orleans Saints started in their flex defense. It didn't take them long to get them out of that defense. They're using a triple stack now on first down, and they're attacking the weak side of that triple to the left because they're overshifted. I don't want to be too technical, but they're overshifting to the strong side, and as a result, Green Bay is hitting the soft spot in the defense.
The strong side being the side of the tight end. Incidentally, Middleton has now run 4 times for 16 yards. Whitehurst, having used this set before, uses it again. Swings the ball out to Barty Smith. They read him beautifully, and down he goes. Bonacani, that time it wasn't the linebackers. The defensive lineman came out and took him.
Well, you know, those defensive linemen are fast, but they're being paid enough to be that fast, Bill. After all, this is supposed to be a screen pass out here. Well, look at Barzalaskis, number 75 and 27. Come up and make the tackle. But, you know, they're on the garbage part of the field, Bill. This is the worst part of the field that you could possibly play on. It's not grass and it's not sand. It's in between.
That's rather ambiguous. They're in a slot left. What does Whitehurst do? Throw left or run right? He's going to throw. He's got a man deep. He's got him. And it's Ondra Thompson for a first down.
In a slot formation left, which means that both receivers, Thompson and Lofton, are on the left side of the formation. Thompson and Lofton are on the left side of the formation. All backs are out. Good protection. He throws the ball on an inside pattern again on Clarence Chapman, number 24. Throws in front of Clarence, makes the first down.
You know, the rule changes have much to do with those receptions, Bill, as the defensive secondary, because you can't hit the receiver after at least 5 yards off the line.
They're protecting him a little. You're right. This time he goes to the regular offense and rushes on, but he eludes them, throws high, a beautiful catch made by Middleton, and he's got himself, I think, a first down. That kid can really move.
Yeah, a fabulous play. Watch again, play action pass. And Alex Price, number 75, gets good penetration, but he runs away from him. And here you see Jim Merlo on the inside making the play.
You know, Bill, they say stars are born every week. Well, last week Middleton gained 91 yards rushing the football. Now he's coming to his own as a pass receiver.
I'm amazed, Nick. I did not think this team had this kind of offense, and they do, and Whitehurst, slinged arm and all, is the man. As he goes to Middleton, who looks like a single-wing halfback running, Henry.
Yes, he's making things happen. He's going into the pile and reading his blocks very well. That time there wasn't much to read, and as a result, he just stuck his head in there and made yardage.
Whitehurst has now completed 5 of 6 passing attempts for 78 yards, the longest of which was for 42. Nick, do me a favor, and on this particular play, give me an idea of what they're doing defensive-wise against the run of Barty Smith.
Well, that time they blitzed. They sent 54, Pat Hewson, on the blitz because they have to do something to contain the running game of Green Bay. See, Green Bay's line is absolutely blowing off that ball and making contact. Watch them stymie the defensive line of the Saints. The Saints are not getting across. So in order to compensate for that, they blitzed, sending Hughes. Didn't work that successfully.
3rd and very short, and they got the 2 tight ends and a wing T left. Now in motion comes Lofton right. They shift to it, a fumble in the backfield. Who got the ball?
I think Middleton recovered his own ball.
Hank, why are you quavering so? You're not coaching. Now Henry's ready to run out there and say, don't fumble the ball.
Well, you know, it's amazing. It's hard to understand why they'd run that kind of a play. It's a slow hitting play, and especially with Barty Smith, as big as he is, he's a sledgehammer runner, why they just wouldn't give it to him straight ahead, but they didn't.
You know what I would run right now, Hank? I'd run play action pass a la Bart Starr when he played here for the touchdown, because they're going to be stacked up on that line of scrimmage looking for the run.
They're going to call a timeout and talk it over, Nick, I think.
They are going to call a timeout. We're going to get a chance, because when they come back, that's a good observation. It's funny. At the beginning, you said, Nick, Starr lives in dreams of the past. I guess we all live in dreams of the past, but his past are 11 championships, and when you won that many, you feel you're going to do it again. Will they?
So the Seahawks in great field position have it at the Steeler 37-yard line. That was a personal foul against Pittsburgh. The flag that we talked about on the Harris punt return. The sweep by Hunter trying to get outside, and he's knocked out of bounds at the far side. Donnie Shell, the strong safety, number 31, is the man who made the stop, the 5-year veteran out of South Carolina State. And you think the Seahawks are a pushover, do you, huh? Well, you stick with us, and you're going to learn something today. This ball club can put points on the board, and they can move a football up and down the field. Dorn. Couldn't escape the rush there. Brought down at the 40-yard line by Banaszak. And Banaszak has played extremely well from an unfamiliar position, Mike.
Very interesting that Banaszak is the guy who just stops Zorn's first attempt to scramble. We talked about how thin he was and lightweight. Maybe Chuck Noll had in the back of his mind, if I get a good, slim, quick guy in there, we can contain Zorn early.
Rick Zarro has kicked a 37-yard field goal. New Orleans is on the board, trailing Green Bay 7-3. 3rd down, 13. 4 receivers, 1 setback for Zorn. The screen in the flat to Sims. Nothing doing. Brought down at about the 35-yard line. Lambert and Green had it diagnosed perfectly, and they combined to put him down.
Sims didn't start today because Jack Patera wanted the big, bruising fullback type in there with Sherman Smith out. But he can play football, Sims, 35, and he was in there specifically to run that screen.
The underdog Philly Eagles have gone on top of Washington 7-0. A 34-yard run by Wilbert Montgomery. And so the Eagles appear to be for real after losing that heartbreaker to the Rams last week, Mike.
I think they were the most impressive club in the preseason, Sam.
Efren Herrera will attempt out of a Zorn hold at the 42-yard line. If good, it'll be a 52-yard field goal. It's a fake, and Herrera punts it, trying to get it out of bounds. Look at this. Dead inside the 5 at about the 2. Herrera did it last week against San Diego, put it out of bounds at the 5, and this week they killed it at about the 2-yard line. So with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go here in the scoreless first quarter, the Steelers and Seahawks will be back in a moment.
Well, the Redskins tied the Eagles 7-7, 4-yard run by Joe Theismann. The Eagles touchdown, a 34-yard run by Wilbur Montgomery.
They're setting a slot right, tight end left. The option play is not going to do it. New Orleans has held them, and they're going to take the ball over. Hank?
It was a counter option play, and Jim Merlo really did a great job of reacting to the play and made the tackle and prevented them from making the first down.
Nick, I said to Hank last night, you see a lot more of the 2 wide receivers, and I want you to talk about that right after we come back. The score of this football game, Green Bay 7, New Orleans 3. We'll be back.
Seahawks have the football back again in excellent field position, but the Steelers are probably very happy to give them that field position. It could have been worse, Mike.
Very much so. Colquitt, the young rookie, was taken over for Bobby Walden. The 20 years he punted for the Steelers. Boomed one out of their 50 yards, and that's what you like to see out of a rookie.
Well, if not 20, it seemed like 20, didn't it? Zorn with Hunter 24 and Testerman 42. Now Hunter moves back. Top of the eye. Largent in motion toward the line of scrimmage, and the give is to Hunter. Back to the line of scrimmage and nothing more. Steelers have traditionally played the run as well as any team in the National Football League, but much to their dismay, last year really got burnt by the passing game, Mike.
They had trouble last week against Buffalo. There's Franco Harris on the sidelines. He has a bruised thigh, but they say he will be back.
Joe Theismann has run 4 yards for the Redskins' first score of the day. Washington 7, Philadelphia 7. Still in the first quarter. Second down, 8. Zorn to Hunter. Smack good by Banaszak. Fumble. Steelers have it. Hunter, the rookie, getting his first start out of Notre Dame. Actually played last year, but this is his first start, and he has fumbled the football here, and the Steelers have come up with it.
That's what happens, Sam. They say, Al Hunter, you got it today. He didn't have it that time, and the Steelers are in excellent position to make a drive now.
Jack Lambert is the man who came up with that football, I believe, and the Steelers now have their best field position of the day. Here it is.
Outside, ball flips out, and yes, sir, we talked about Jack Lambert at the top. He'll do everything for you, Sam.
So from the midfield stripe, Pittsburgh puts it in play, trying to get their offense moving. Harris back in the ball game, picking up about 3 yards to the 47, stopped there by Sandifer 27 times in all of the preseason. So he was tired, to say the least. Second down, 7. Scoreless ball game from Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. Bradshaw rolling out. Flyer. 36-yard line. That will be a Pittsburgh first down, run out by John Harris, but not before he made sure that both feet were in.
Rocky Bleier takes advantage of the no-chuck rule. That linebacker used to meet him right at the line and hit him 4 or 5 times to keep him out of the pattern. This time, Rocky comes out, makes the out move on him, and is wide, wide open.
1:45 to go, first quarter. It is scoreless, believe it or not. The Steelers and Seahawks, and if you have to say which team has had the better of the play, it has been overwhelmingly in Seattle's favor. Both receivers, Stallworth 82, Swan 80, split to the right. Bradshaw. Swan. Oh, right off his fingertips. Lynn Swan with coverage by Autry Beeman, and Beeman fell down.
That should have been 6, Sam.
Should it ever.
I played wide receiver too long not to know that that one shouldn't have been up on the board. Oh, Lynn's a little unhappy. I think his concentration was broken when Beeman fell at his legs, bounced into him, and he thought about that instead of the ball, and that's all the time you need to drop it.
And ironically, Mike, it's Swan who prides himself in having the best concentration of anybody in this game. He says he can go on the field and forget his own name when he's thinking about the football.
That's what you have to do, because you're going to get nailed whether you catch it or not, so you might as well catch the ball.
Second down, 10. At the Seattle 36-yard line. Both receivers split to the top of your screen. Here's a quick pitch to Blyer. And an excellent defensive play by number 38, Cornell Webster, the second-year man out of Tulsa, who came up to shut off the run and did it extremely well.
Cornell Webster was the 5th back in when they had their nickel defense, Sam, last season. Now he's got the starting cornerback job, and he did that all last year and will continue to do it. He plays the run very well.
So the Steelers faced with a big third down play here, 3rd down 11 at the 37-yard line, trying to keep their drive alive and at least get themselves in field goal range. With a play action from Bradshaw. Got a man wide open. Cunningham, 20-yard line. First down, Steelers inside the 20. Autry Beeman, who is all over the football field, is the man who made the stop.
Kenny Cunningham, one of my favorites, and with the tight end being able to get open, and you see Benny there, oh, that hurt. You have to pay the price if you want to catch the ball in the NFL. Look at him, how wide open he is, Sam, and the reason is because of that new Chuck rule. They can't hold him up. He gets there quickly into that defensive secondary. He was wide open. Terry found him easily, and that really helps the Steelers at a 3rd and 11 situation.
So the Steelers, with a big 3rd down conversion, have it 1st down now at the Seattle 20-yard line. Good protection for Bradshaw. He's got Swan intercepted and then dropped. Picked up by Geddes, and I don't believe Webster it is, and I don't believe they're going to allow the interception. He had it, lost it. Actually, Swan had it and lost it. Then Webster got it and lost it, and the play is just an incompleted pass.
You want to see 2 receivers drop the ball on the same play? You're going to see it. Lynn Swan surprised me. The throw was back to his left shoulder. That's tough for a right-hander. You'll see that he has to go back to get it. It slips out of his hands. Cornell Webster has a shot. He's going to run for a touchdown, and he forgot something, though. Pigskin slipped out of his hands. What a break for the Steelers.
So it goes as nothing more than an incompleted pass.
You must have control of the ball, and Webster didn't have control.
2nd down and 10. Franco picks up about 5 up the middle. Quick opener moving off his own right tackle, Larry Brown, between Brown and Mullins. Autry Beeman is the man who made the stop, so the Steelers again facing that all-important 3rd down conversion, have 3rd down and 5.
Sam, the one thing you don't want to do in the National Football League is to put yourself into a situation where they must throw the ball.
Well, we've come to the end of the 1st quarter here at Three Rivers Stadium, a quarter in which the Seahawks have moved it up and down the field, but as you see, no score. We'll be back with the 2nd quarter of today's football game.
You know, when they talk about moments of truth, that might have been a moment of truth. New Orleans holding them. Nick, I said to you before, as a middle linebacker, you'd have to call plays against it. Are you seeing a lot more of that slot than you ever saw before?
No, not really. Oakland used it an awful lot when they were in their heyday.
They're going to run left. Nope.
They're not.
Yeah,
They're going to reverse it.
Yes, they are. Run left. There was a perfect defense for a play to the left side because it was overshifted again, Bill, and that's why I thought they would wind up running to the left, which they did.
It's Henry Childs, who incidentally is maybe the most underrated tight end in the business.
It's a play-action pass, fake, but they give it back to the weak side because the defense is overshifted, and they're short one man on this side, but the defensive linebacker does a great play.
John Anderson.
Yeah. John Anderson.
I hope you guys will forgive me. He's a Michigan man from Waukesha, Wisconsin. 2nd and 13. They're in a divide now with both wide receivers set to opposite sides. Long count by Manning, who wants to throw. He wants to go deep. He's got Childs there, and he overthrows him. Was that the double outside?
No, that was a middle linebacker blitz. No, he was just trying to lick the safety on a one-on-one situation. The middle linebacker came that time. They were in single coverage, and Johnny Gray, number 24, really did a great job of covering the tight end.
He read him pretty good because he's a free safety, right?
No, he's a strong safety.
Strong safety?
Yeah.
All right.
But Henry Childs is the guy that you have to look for.
But in that particular play, the way they covered it, he was covering the tight end.
Dallas has got the Giants 7-zip.
That was a 5-yard pass, Bill, from Staubach to Dupree. So if they're not hitting Tony Hill or Drew Pearson, they're hitting Dupree. How do you stop them? Then they've got Dorsett, a great offensive line, a great defense. I don't know.
You need a rifle. You need a rifle in a press box.
The Giants are going to be in for a long afternoon, I'm afraid.
I I didn't see this offense last night with you, Coach, when we looked at the films. Remember this afternoon, incidentally, the U.S. Open coming up. Incidentally, hey, Jimmy Connors against Bjorn Borg, Chrissy Everett against Pam Shriver. Are you serious? I know you'll be there. Tell me about the offense. I don't see that.
It's a double wing formation, and they got the halfback in motion, going to the right.
Muncy.
Rolling to the right, rolling right.
The short man he hit was Galbraith.
Yeah, they used what they did. They tried to get Muncy to take the cornerback deep, and they hit the fullback in the flat underneath them, but it wasn't enough for the first down. And of course, now it's a kicking situation for the New Orleans Saints.
Before we go to the kicking situation, this first quarter is over. And the score, Green Bay 7, New Orleans 3.
Here we go, 3rd down and 5. Biggest play of the first half thus far, if there is such a thing this early in the game. Grossman at the 5, inside the 5 to about the 3-yard line. And the Steelers have sustained the drive again. It'll be 1st down and goal, and that's the man with the great hands. Not big enough, they say, to play tight end or beat anybody out. All he does is catch the football every time it's thrown in his direction.
You know, the Pittsburgh Steelers never threw to their tight end. They just seem to be a blocker in their game. Brown has now moved to tackle for them. But with this new Chuck rule, you have to throw to the tight end. They just got to be open, and they have been all day.
2 out of 4 3rd down conversions for Pittsburgh. 2nd quarter, early seconds. There you see Bradshaw's stats. 1st and goal. Touchdown to Swan. Bradshaw to Swan, and he threw it the only place nobody in the world could have caught it but Swan.
That was a perfect throw. You want that quarterback to throw that ball low in the end zone if he can at all possible. And I'll tell you, when you got 88 there to catch the ball for you, you can throw it anywhere. Interesting note on that play, Sam. Brown was wide open, number 79. It was a tackle eligible. And Seattle read it, but they didn't know how to cover Swan.
So Jarrella will attempt to make it 7-0 out of a Craig Colquitt hold. And the Steelers get on the board first. Kick is up and perfect, as you see. And so with Seattle dominating early on, the Steelers have been the first to put points on the board. A 7-0 ball game. Bradshaw hitting his favorite receiver, Lynn Swan, from 4 yards out.
That's all right, whatever.
New Orleans, with long yardage on a 4th down, forced into a punt situation, and Tom Blanchard, who's been around for some time, will kick. The single safety back for Green Bay as Howard Sampson. Usually they've used Johnny Gray and Estes Hood. Surprises me. Green Bay with a rush indicated. Let's see. They come strong. He did get it away, knocked down, but there is no call back there. The ball is fumbled, picked up by New Orleans. He cannot advance it.
Richard Marty.
Fella. You're going the wrong way. Marty picked it up.
Richard Marty
is the man who recovered, and we'll see it in a moment. What happens is, remember, on a touching, it cannot be advanced. It can be advanced on a fumble. They got a piece of him, but the official obviously did not think that it was roughing the kicker. Marty recovered. Okay, a change in the scene. New Orleans with a big break, trailing 7-3, and an opportunity to go ahead.
The touchdown pass to Swan. And watch where he throws it. No one can get it except Lynn, and that's the important thing. Terry made a perfect throw. Lynn, the great catch.
Well, I got a feeling he felt he owed him one, after missing the earlier one.
I think so.
With Mike Hafner, Sam Nover at Three River Stadium, the Steelers lead at 7-0. Rufus Crawford, 34. Duke Ferguson, 89. In the deep receiving spots, here's Jarella's kick, a line drive. Crawford at his 10. 20. At the 25, upended, falls to about the 28. Rick Mosier is the guy who made the stop. He can play ahead of Bradshaw if he can throw it like Namath. So from their own 28-yard line, the Seahawks to put it in play, trailing here 7-0. Hunter and Testerman are the backs. Nice hole. I take it back. It was Crawford, the ball carrier. Rufus Crawford, number 34, the rookie out of Virginia State.
I think Jack Patera discovered that maybe Al Hunter was just a bit nervous. He has fumbled once and missed a couple of holes, and now they're going to give the young guy, Rufus Crawford, a shot.
Second down, 4, gain of 6 by Crawford. You look at Patera having to hear what happened.
But coach.
Yeah, it's part of the game. Don Testerman, offensive running back, talking with Patera as Largent comes in motion. Green hit the ball carrier Sims and slowed him down. Now Ronnie Howard and Dwight White do a little shoving there, nothing serious. Steele's got the Eagles moving. He's got them thinking they can win, and as you have pointed out, Mike, on numerous occasions, that's half of the ball game. That's it. You can believe in yourself. You got half of it, Lick, and you got to have the talent. Third down and 2. Green's got him in the backfield, and Crawford is down at the 29. And Mean Joe, who did not have a particularly good game against Buffalo, is asserting himself here before the people who love him most. 50,350 strong in Pittsburgh.
What a great play by Joe Green. I did that game last week, Buffalo-Pittsburgh. Joe was nowhere to be found. What a lift that's got to be for the defense. They know the pressure's on the defensive line, and to have the main man do his number, that's great.
Thunderfoot Herman Weaver standing back at his own 15-yard line, kicking to Randy Rudershan, the single safety. Rudershan is a very interesting story. Played wide receiver at Pitt. We'll give you more about him later on. Right at him. He can run this one back. 35, 40, 43-yard line. Penalty marker is down. So is Rudershan. Another 13-yard return. Keith Butler is the man who made the stop. As I started to say, Rudershan played wide receiver at the University of Pittsburgh, was the kamikaze kid, great on special teams. Came to Pittsburgh. They tried him at the defensive back, then converted him back to receiver. Now he's returning punts, and he's just doing everything for him.
Watch the clip right here. There it is. And the referee is right on top of it. Mosier, number 39, the clip.
So they walk off the 15.
Dick Nolan, the Tom Landry of the 70s, hoping that he too recaptures it. Henry, you have a point on first down.
I thought perhaps we might look for a play-action pass on first down. Good field position, see what they do. Nope.
He's going to Muncie behind blocking, and he swings for a couple of yards. Hey, Nick, you were surprised about the fact that he had Howard Sampson, Bart Starr, had him returning punts, when all along he's had Gray and Estes Hood.
Well, that's incredible. The guy who recovered the ball, Hank didn't say anything about him, is Rich Maudie. Rich was a free agent last year with the Saints, and who kept him? Oh, Henry Stram. He kept him on the ball club when some people wanted to cut him.
Henry, immediately after the game, we will award you with an honorary degree.
Mr. Forsythe.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, strong side left. The back set to the weak side. And the handoff again to Muncie, running behind the blocking of Goldbreath for a couple.
That was an automatic. They changed at the line of scrimmage. It was an overshifted defense to the split inside. They changed to the strong side. Watch it. Here's you see Muncie 42 going to his left. They're a man short over there, an undershifted defense, and he blows through the left side with good blocking by Emmanuel Zanders and John Hill, and along with Tony Galbraith.
You see the stride of Muncie, Bill, on that? You see the way he just glides into that hole?
Like the juice.
I mean, no effort. No, totally effortless.
They're in a wing T left, 2 tight end offense. Hank will talk about it in a moment. Muncie is trying for the first down. I don't think he got it, Hank.
It's awful close, but I don't think he made it. I don't think his forward progress. Let's see where they mark it.
Watch Ezra Johnson on defense, the defensive right end.
There you see Emmanuel Zanders, number 79, Tony Galbraith going outside. But you see good pursuit from the inside, and he didn't make it. Didn't look like he made it.
You know, this is a contrast in coaching strategy. This is exactly the same place that the Packers had a 4th and 1.5. Now New Orleans has the same thing. Let's see what they call.
In the same spot.
Same spot.
In the same formation.
In the same formation. What did they do?
They got it.
They got it. Muncie.
They got it.
You like him, Hank?
Well, Muncie is so big and strong. He makes things happen. You watch now. He runs to the outside of Ike Harris makes a good block to the outside. Tony Galbraith makes a good block also. But Chuck Muncie just ran through there, went into the pile, and came out the other end.
Nick, you know what he majored in at California?
Probably child psychology.
Criminology.
Well, I was close. It's an ology.
First down and 10 for New Orleans on the 24 of Green Bay, and Whitehurst is swinging it out
Quick
again
screen.
this time to Goldbreath. Look out, he's got blocking. Oh, he can run. He's a beautiful looking piece of machinery.
Yes, he is, and it's a great block. Great. That's what you call a quick screen. To the second back coming across. Archie throws the ball nicely. Nice block out in front by John Hill. Also by Chuck Muncie. Tinker Owens downfield getting a piece of the block. Excellent running by Tony Galbraith.
Bill, this is the Saints that we expected. Explosive.
They're inside the 10, trailing 7-3. Manning a quick look. He's got the man for a touchdown, and it was Ike Harris.
Ike Harris, they were in a bump and run, and that's an automatic. We use it as an automatic. Anytime the man is on the line of scrimmage, and especially a guy like Ike Harris, the automatics is one-on-one. You see, he's got his back to the ball. Watch it, he's got his back to the ball. No way you can see it. Archie threw the ball perfectly. A great catch by Ike Harris, touchdown.
You notice they went against McCoy, not
That's
Buchanan.
right. You know something? It's a mystery how St. Louis could ever give up Ike Harris and Conrad Dobler and still think they could have a football team.
Harris was their #1 receiver 2 years in a row, and now he's at New Orleans. This is Zarrow. And that's the point after. And it's 10-7 in favor of New Orleans. Hey, we've got some ball games, and we're going to be back in just a little while at County Stadium in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Stay there. I inadvertently called Mr. Manning Mr. Whitehurst. Forgive me. It's 10-7 and Zarrow will kick off. New Orleans leading 10-7. He boots it right at Steve Odom, their best receiver. Would you believe that?
Yeah, very poor tackling on the play and a great return by Steve Odom. It was a left return. Zarrow gets it up in the air good and high. Steve Odom, watch him. And he does a good job. He goes up the middle and then breaks to the left.
You know, at 5'8", 180, he has no right to do this.
Yeah, Larry Hardy had a shot at him early but didn't get it, and it's a nice return for the Green Bay Packers.
All right, they're in a slot right now. Whitehurst takes Thompson in motion left, so it's a regular set, and goes back to that side with Middleton, who makes himself just a little yardage.
Ooh, do I like him, Bill. Woo.
You know, he can run, Nick.
Oh, that guy can break tackles, has balance, as good as anybody that we've seen this year.
Yeah, see, and watch him. He sees a little seam. The great thing about look at him pop through there. He runs right by Lewis Grooms. Joe Fettersfield gets a piece of him, and Derlin Moore is in the game now for the very first time after the knee operation that he had in early practice. But a great run by Middleton.
That young man, Middleton, is a 4.4 40 man and ran a 7.3 60 high hurdles at Memphis State. He can gallop. Landers is in there now for Barty Smith, and it is he who carries on the play and gets close to a first down. What kind of defense, Hank?
They were in a flex defense that time, and he went straight ahead. I think he was trying to go at the seam at the middle linebacker area, but they responded. Alex Price did a good job of coming off the block, and they're short, about third and about a yard for a first down.
Hey, Bill, do you know the nickname for Landers?
No.
They call him the Brick.
I won't ask you why. They're on a wing T left, 2 tight end offense. In motion goes Lofton. That is Middleton. He's got the first down. Fetterspiel, the middle linebacker, Monicati. You middle linebackers somehow always stick your nose in the thing.
That's right. No, Joe Fetterspiel is not what you consider a great linebacker, but he's what you call a real good linebacker. You know, he'll probably never make the great plays, but he'll never let you down. The guy will always be there. 157 tackles last year for Fetterspiel. So he's going to have his nose around there.
10-7, New Orleans leads. First half running down. Whitehurst with his team in a slot right, but he changes that with Thompson going in motion left. He throws quickly to the right, and Lofton has got a lot of room. A lot of room. Goodbye.
Clarence Chapman slipped and fell. Clarence Chapman, number 24, slipped and fell on the play. The rest is history. Lofton goes in for the touchdown. Watch it. Lofton's got such great speed that the defensive backs are a little hesitant. Watch him come up here, and he falls on the inside fake and goes all the way for the touchdown.
That young man, Lofton, Stanford University graduate, had over a dozen 26-foot-plus long jumps. He was one of the top 5 long jumpers in America, world-class long jumper. And there's a guy with a deceptive stride, Nick.
Oh, I love to watch him. Absolutely. No, he looks a little bit like Paul Warfield when Warfield used to get in the open. Absolutely.
Marco trying to make it a 14-10 football game, and does. Gentlemen, help me out for a second. I'm looking at the clock. 8:54 going. Green Bay leading it, 14-10.
It's going to be in Denver for San Diego, Michael, aren't you?
Yes.
Bradshaw giving to Franco. 25, 30, out of bounds almost to the 40-yard line. John Harris ran him out. And we have received word up here that Bradshaw may have sustained a hand injury. He is still in there, as we indicated, but it may cause him a little bit of passing consternation.
You know, that was a fine, fine run by Franco Harris, number 32. Did you see the great move he made to get outside? You just are in awe of a big man like that with that kind of outside speed.
Cincinnati leads the Browns 10-0. A Chris Barr field goal of 38 yards in New Orleans has gone on top of Green Bay 10-7. So they're starting to score all around the National Football League. Here it's 7-0 Pittsburgh. Flyer. First down in Seattle territory at the 43, stopped by John Harris. The rookie out of Arizona State, but Bradshaw's got him moving again.
Something Bradshaw could not do in his first 3 or 4 years with the Steelers. He couldn't take the finesse pass. He couldn't take something off of it. What a great throw. Rocky's wide open, lays it out there nice and soft so that you don't throw it over his head.
That's a superb observation, Mike, because that has been the bane of Bradshaw's existence in the National Football League. People say he threw it all the time like a bullet, and he just couldn't do that touch pass. But you were absolutely right. That was beautifully thrown.
He loves his own arm. He likes to see him throw it.
He likes it so much, he's going to do it again. Flyer couldn't handle this one out in the flat, and just as well, because great coverage there from Cornell Webster and Sammy Green. The left or what?
I wouldn't want to see Dallas if I was a team someplace.
5 defensive backs. The Steelers run against it and run well. First down from Flyer. They brought in Terry Justin on 2nd down and 10 as the 5th defensive back. Bradshaw read it beautifully and gave to Flyer.
Also was part of the Tony Dorsett trade.
He was
one of the draft choices they used from Dallas, and he's a great player, going to be an outstanding middle linebacker.
But has not been a factor today. Flags are down. Franco reversing. Must have run 30 yards to gain maybe 1. Ken Geddes, the right side linebacker, is the man who made the stop. Preliminary call offsides against Sandifer and the Seattle Seahawks.
We saw 2 of the have-nots supposedly, but both won their openers last week. They want to both be undefeated after this one.
Franco's got 33 yards unofficially in 6 carries. Blyer 24. And this time it was Harris for very short yardage. And just as I mentioned the fact that we hadn't mentioned Beeson's name, he makes a stop along with Ken Geddes.
He heard us. Let's do it.
Here you see his rushing stats for the day. 2nd down and 3. The big backfield, which means Sidney Thornton, the thundering bull, replaces Blyer. And he gets the football and bulls his way to a first down inside the 20. Beeson again on the stop. but not before the second-year man from Southwest Louisiana or Northwest Louisiana, I beg your pardon, Sidney, gets the first down.
Sidney's the kind of running back that linebackers hate. All of his weight is about 3 feet off the ground, and when those big legs come through there churning, you pay on the tackle, I guarantee you.
I think I could have run through that hole. Webster and Mullins had an avenue for Sidney. You could drive a Mack truck through it.
This is the kind of drive Pittsburgh wanted. On the ground, don't have to use the pass that much.
8:45 to go, second quarter, 7-0 Pittsburgh. Bradshaw over the middle, all alone, touchdown to Sidney Thornton. Bradshaw had all day.
An excellent throw by Terry Bradshaw to Thornton out of the backfield, and watch number 36 of the Seahawks, Ken Geddes. He falls down, and that's why Thornton is wide open. You can see him now just crossing over, trying to get back into the play, but he had fallen down. Thornton wide open. Terry again took something off the pass because he was open, hit him perfect.
Back fly for the extra point. Bradshaw throwing to Sidney Thornton, the first career reception for the Thundering Bull for a touchdown. Jarrell attacks on the extra point. So the Steelers, who were reasonably dominated in the first quarter, are making shambles of the Seahawks here in the second quarter. 76 yards, the scoring drive in 7 plays. And now you officially see the extra point was good. And the Steelers enjoying a 14-0 lead.
Coach, who forgot to tell Terry Jones to come in?
Well, number one, the defensive line coach or the defensive whoever it might be, he's responsible for making sure that people are on the field. But if a player is injured, that injured player should tell his substitute, and he automatically should go in the game. They had bad communication that time.
New Orleans in an eye. Manning is the man behind center. Goldberth and Muncie with Muncie. A magnificent outside runner with a burst. Oh, he fumbled it. Now the ball belongs still to New Orleans because Green Bay, although they touched the ball out of bounds, there was no change of possession. Willie Buchanan is the man. Henry, what do you see?
Well, here again, it's an overshifted defense to the weak side. They're running outside. Weaver is hooked. One thing that you can't have happen on this play is a linebacker, number 52, cannot get hooked from the outside in. That's what happened, and that's why they got around the outside so cleanly.
What grace, though. You see that fluid motion, that change of pace as he made that turn?
Super. Oh. He really looks like a single wing halfback to me. If he could throw the ball, he ought to play single wing. Here's Manning, though, to make his money. He's looking. He's got a man. I think it's his tight end, Henry Child.
No, it's Tony Galbraith.
It's Tony Galbraith.
He faked. There was a play-action pass, and it was a play-action pass. He fakes to Tony Galbraith with the anticipation of throwing outside to Tinker Owens, but he's covered in good shape. Archie has great presence. He sees Tony Galbraith open in the inside area. You see him make the catch, and he's finally tackled, but it's a nice gain for the New Orleans Saints.
Hey, Bill, you know what Owens and Manning have in common? This is only the second game that they played in. In 76, Owens was out, and then 77, Manning was out, or vice versa.
And by the way, Owens is the younger brother of Steve Owens. This time, there was no fake of the play action. He gave it off to the big guy, Muncie. I got to tell you one thing. I just noticed the score at Cincinnati 10-0 over Cleveland in the second quarter without their great quarterback, Kenny Anderson.
Well, they really have such great personnel and such a great supporting cast that it's very difficult to see why they're not going to be an outstanding team. I don't care who quarterbacks that team because they really have outstanding people, and I think they'll earn the right to be one of the fine teams in the league.
Dallas scored again, 14-0. Now that was a 3-yard run by Robert Newhouse.
Little over 7 minutes remain in the first half as Manning on a long count from a divide.
Mike Strawn that time, number 33.
Came in for Muncie.
Muncie, yes. And Mike is a very, very good back, watching number 33. That was a trap, Dobler trapping from the inside out. And Mike Strawn doing a good job of running through traffic. Mike's a very good back. He's had a lot of trouble with knee injuries and ankle injuries the last 2 years. But I tell you, he can pick him up and lay him down. He's a straight-up, stand-up runner that does an outstanding job.
Tackle was made by number 52, well, among others, Gary Weaver. They still have a little yardage to go. All right. I'm sitting at a ball game in a position that I love. I got two experts here with me. What are they going to do?
Well, this is a waste down. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Archie do something. No, it's 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you sending in, Coach? Come on.
He'll run the ball. He's got.
So conservative, he'll run it.
I'm sure Archie will.
You wouldn't, Nick?
I wouldn't run it.
No, I wouldn't either, but I think he will.
It's less than a yard. It's like a foot.
Yeah.
Well, what would you do? You mean you put it in the air?
I'd play action pass.
Yeah.
You've got the good receivers.
He's in a wing T left.
See what
with
he
a back
does.
set in an eye. You're right. Let's see. He goes to the short man, bread and butter.
I thought he would
down.
run it.
How
but I would like.
prosaic,
Yeah.
Nick.
And I agree with Nick. I think that would have been an excellent opportunity to run a play-action pass. But basically, you got one down in that part of the field to make the first down. You want to maintain possession, and it was really a good call. The other thing about Archie Manning, I think he's doing a very good job of mixing his plays up, moving the ball around from a running standpoint and also from a passing standpoint. So far in the game, he's completed 7 of 9 for 62 yards and 1 touchdown.
Little over 6 minutes to go. A divide behind Manning.
See, now is a good time for a play action. And
he did. Has he got the man alone? Oh, what a super play by a defensive back there. Was it Buchanan or was it McCoy? It was McCoy.
McCoy, a play action pass on first down. Faking inside, and really not a very good fake. But he gets plenty of time to throw the ball downfield to Tinker Owen. Now, Tinker is not going to flat run by anybody, but on a play action pass, he's got an opportunity, and he had a chance at that one.
Who'd you compare him to last night?
I compared him an awful lot to Howard Twilley, who was so great for the Dolphins in their heydays. But I think Twilley may have just been a tad quicker than him. Would you say, Hank?
Yes, he is. I think his feet quickness were a little greater, and but Tinker is a very steady player and catches balls inside, outside, and going away very well. Another screen. Look at Ruler.
Oh, pirouette.
How about Galbraith? Nick, he is a beauty.
The thing about Galbraith is he's got such happy feet. Watch. It's a quick screen to the left. He doesn't have blazing speed, but boy, he's very, very quick, and he's got happy feet. Watch those feet. See, he'll go, and he doesn't slow down. He changes directions as well as any big back I have ever seen, and better than a lot of little ones.
You think that you could compare him to Nureyev in any way on that particular pirouette?
Nureyev weighs about 140. This guy weighs about 240. I love that line, happy feet. Manning calling, long count. What does he want?
He changed the play to the line at the line of scrimmage. The defensive back, Buchanan, was way off of the receiver that time.
Ike Harris, yeah.
To Tinker Owens, actually, 83. And the defense was overshifted to the opposite direction as a result. He had a lot of room to throw the ball. Archie very wisely and very astutely saw what happened and made adjustment and threw the ball perfectly.
All right, the clock shows 5:06. You know the one thing that's been very, very much for New Orleans today, Hank? You notice they've kept those defensive ends off the quarterback?
Yeah, watch a play-action pass possibility here again. This is a good spot for it. He's going to throw it, though. Another quick screen. He did the same thing the last time on that situation, and Butler, number 77, was out in the screen area, but got caught up in the traffic. They finally got him for a short gain. Nothing like the big gain they made the last time. They ran the same play in the same situation.
But you remember what you showed me last night? Doubling up on the outside guys with a bump, so they're double to the outside. Forgive the technicality of this, but Hank was talking about it last night, and he ran a screen. He didn't go to the tight end.
No, that's right, but it was a different coverage.
Different?
Yeah.
Did we miss that score? What was it?
It was Pittsburgh 14 to Seattle Seahawks 0. Pittsburgh's rolling this year.
Slot right, tight end to the left.
He should run to the right if he runs. He's going to throw again. Oh, look at Galbraith, wide open. Woo! Boy, Galbraith was really wide open that time.
Give a little credit to John Anderson, number 60 from Green Bay, man. They were blitzing.
He was in a three-point stance. He was really coming through there that time. Watch Anderson.
There he is.
And Archie, even though Galbraith was wide open, didn't have a chance to set and throw the ball. He was wise to get rid of it like he did because it would have been a big loss.
With 4:18 remaining in the first half, Nick, 14-10 in favor of Green Bay. This is a clutch play for New Orleans.
Oh, absolutely. Now, what I would look for is something coming right up over the middle. I would look for a delayed pattern of Chandler up over the middle.
He's got Chandler in place of Owens down to the right, and he's going to throw, and he's got time, and he's got Owens, and he threw it past him. Thad, what about that, Hank?
Well, it looked like there was a mistake on the communication between the quarterback, Archie Manning, and Wes Chandler. Archie threw it outside. You see the linebacker was underneath. Archie couldn't throw it inside, and he threw it outside, but Chandler didn't respond, and it's typical of a young receiver not being able to respond to that situation. Possibly Tinker Owens or Ike Harris would have responded and saw that he should go outside, but Chandler didn't, and I'm surprised they would use him in a big situation on 3rd and long.
Is this too long for Zarro? Is this within his range, Henry?
It's within his range. He's got a very strong kick.
Let's see.
Now,
he didn't make it.
You know, the thing about Richard is with a soccer-style kicker, Bill, very important.
Finish it, Hank.
Important where the foot is, it should be even with the football. The non-kicking foot, that time he was way ahead and he got it up in the air.
Ruben Montgomery, Cleveland Franklin are the running backs now for Ron Jaworski. Carmichael loosened up a little to the left side. Running backs into an eye. Montgomery to the 22-yard line. He picked up 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Dave Butts made the stop for the Redskins. This is the 88th time that these two teams have met. When they first started playing, the Redskins were the Boston Redskins.
The Boston Redskins.
Before George Preston Marshall brought them to Washington, the late George Preston Marshall.
McDowell looks like he's hurt just a tad, and Lorch is in there now for McDowell, 71.
Jaworski, taken by Ken Payne on a little turnout. It's across the 25-yard line. Joe Lavender on that corner.
That's a little 3-step drop pattern going to the outside to your short receiver. It's a good kind of pattern to pick up some yardage for that first down. Needed to go up there close. Now they get 3rd and 2.
Nice camera angle right there, huh?
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Boys work hard in the truck.
John Shara is in there now. John Shara is the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Look out for the option, veer option.
Need 2 yards for the first down. It's the option play.
Oh!
He couldn't turn. Carl Lorch was there to cut him off at the pass.
Hey, Lizzie, I can speak from experience about this. When I was a rookie, I played quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, and when the defense would see me come in, they'd say option right, option left. They knew it was going to be an option, and I'm sure the Washington Redskins said, well, when Johnny Shara comes in as a quarterback, if it's during the game, they're going to run the veer option.
I think that answers a lot of questions of why pro teams don't run the option more often.
If it left up to the quarterbacks, they'd never run it. Back in deep punt formation now, it's Rick Ingalls. Tony Green is center deep to receive it. They're going to rush 10 here. Well, not really. Peel him back, and Tony Green retreats. He takes it at 27, bobbled it for a moment, and he's down short of the 27. 45-yard punt.
Don't count the Seahawks out. They could put 20 on the board in less than 5 minutes.
Jim Zorn will do what he does best, you can rest assured, as the clock becomes a factor here in the first half. Down 14-0. Sets up the screen, a tight end screen to Ronnie Howard, I believe. It was, to no avail. Howard's a 5-year pro out of Seattle, 6'4", 240, just couldn't get his fingers around the football. And look at Steve August start clapping it up. August is playing before about 45 friends and family here at Three Rivers today. He's a young man who hails from Jeanette, Pennsylvania, about 30 miles outside of Pittsburgh. And to say the least, he was thrilled about coming home.
Last time he played in this stadium was the state high school championship game,
That's right.
I think.
WPIAL. Robin Cole is out. Tony Dungy is in. 5 backs for the Steelers. 2nd down 10. The Seahawks find themselves down 14-0. Over the middle to Hunter. 25. First down to the 32-yard line. An excellent piece of running by Hunter after he caught the football. Ham 59 and Donnie Shell 31 converged to make the stop. But the winningest second-year team, expansion team in National Football League history. They won 5, beat the Browns. I did that game. Fell in love with this ball club. They are most exciting, and when Zorn gets it gunned up, they can score from any place on the field anytime.
That's why I said don't count them out.
Look at this. Howard is wide open. 40, 35, 30, out of bounds at the 25, just shy of the out of bounds. Ronnie Howard, the tight end, and just as I was speaking about Zorn, he really is electric, isn't he?
We talked earlier about the fact that the tight end can get off the line without being touched. Here's the prime example. Look at how wide open he is. Jack Lambert had to chase him all the way because he couldn't chuck him to hold him up, Sam. And that's the biggest gain that Seattle's had today.
42 yards and a Seattle first down at the Steeler 25. A moving clock. We're under 7 minutes to play first half. Pittsburgh 14, Seattle nothing. Mike Hafner and Sam Nover, delighted to have you with us along our NBC network today from the I formation. Zorn pump faked. I think he wanted Largent originally. He was the primary receiver.
They wanted to juice up the offense.
They did it. They sure did. Double chuck. You can only hit the receiver once within a 5-yard zone from the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Then he's free. Look at Hunter. 15-yard line and a Seattle first down. Brought down by Lambert, but Hunter running the daylights out of the football. And the Seahawks are knocking on touchdown door. First down at the 13.
When you're nervous, you want your offensive lineman to give you a hole to run in. I could run through that one, Sam. You and I both could run through there. That makes it a lot easier for Hunter. He can do his thing and be loose when there's a hole like that.
Bob Newton, number 78, clearing the way for him. Newton is a big, tough guard. Well, the Giants are on the board. 14-7 Dallas.
Dallas finally gave up a score, huh?
Joe Pisarcik to Al Dixon. 3-yard touchdown pass. Steelers got their problems right here now. Zorn, they got him. Fumbles the football. Green's got it. Loses it. And finally, Banaszak falls on it at the 35-yard line, but a marker is down. A penalty flag is down at the 13-yard line. And the Steeler defense, waiting patiently on the field, will have to come back because it's holding against Pittsburgh.
Defensive holding. They were looking for the pass, trying to hold up the receiver. Somebody grabbed on. They got caught, and oh, what a break for Seattle.
L.C. Greenwood is the victim, defensive holding, so the Seahawks, instead of losing possession at the Steeler 35, now will have it first down at the 7-yard line, 1st and 5.
Tough break for the Steelers. What they wanted to do was put pressure on Zorn. They finally got the pressure. He fumbles, and they have to bring it back.
Steelers now beef up the front four. They take Banaszak out, put Tom Beasley, 65, in. Beasley obviously bigger and stronger to play the run here. Rufus Crawford, 34, Testerman, 42, the running backs. Look at that. What a fabulous hole for Crawford as he dives and crawls to about the 2-yard line. And that will be, oh, they're going to spot it at about the 1. Let's pause briefly for station identification. 2 yards away from getting on the board. David Sims, 35, Crawford, 34. Nothing doing. Crawford, great second effort as he slid off one tackle, and he got to about the 1-yard line.
I got questioned all week, Sam, about the steel curtain.
You'll see it yourself. Inches from the goal line, 3rd down. Touchdown, David Sims, number 35. Second-year pro out of Georgia Tech, and the Seahawks are on the board.
It was 14-0, Sam, and I think everybody figured, well, the Seahawks are out of it. And then they come right back with an 80-yard march, keyed by that pass to the tight end, Ronnie Howard. And Sims into the end zone. Excellent blocking by Testerman, 42, to clear it out.
Bob Newton, 78, the 8-year pro out of Nebraska, all of a sudden has come into his own. He was kind of a journeyman offensive lineman, but he has really beefed it up here the last year. Efren Herrera attempting to tack on the extra point. And he did.
1st and 10 for the for the Saints, back on about the 16-yard line. Back set in an I formation. They're split.
They should run to the right.
Ran it up the middle.
Well, there was a right side of the center because of the overshifted defense to the left side of the formation. They were in an I formation that time, and that's the spot to hit because you try to isolate the man over the center and let him run either way.
Would you believe that cast on Dobler's hand, Bill? They ought to outlaw his left arm. I would hate to be a defensive lineman because you know you're going to get that clubbed in your face sooner or later.
The only reason I'm not saying anything is I don't want him asking me after the game. You're big enough to take care of him, Bono, not I. They look as if they're going to a zone or a blitz. No. Time for Manning, and he screens it out left. And Goldbreath, who can run, has himself a first down. Up at about the 30. We got to watch the clock, men. 2:01. We're going to get a stoppage of play right now. I'm going to leave you with one thought. I think we're going to go away for a moment. If you think you're a Packer fan or a football fan, tell me this. Who played the other end when Don Hudson played for Green Bay? You remember?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not that old.
Amos Alonzo's Stag.
Wrong. We'll tell you. Come back.
The Eagles get the ball, and it's spotted at their own 26-yard line. 5 minutes, 14 seconds left to play in the half. The Redskins are leading 14-10.
Well, looks like that kid Canfield can play special teams, too. He might have found him a home.
It's a sellout crowd here at RFK Stadium, and this is the home opener for the Washington Redskins. Grant's coming out to a wide right. Danny Buggs to a wide left.
Look at this formation. What is this? Oh, here comes the man.
Fugate across in motion. Tight end in motion. Grant has it at the 40-45. Grant to the 49-yard line before Deke Sanders brought him down. 22-yard pickup on the play.
Well, Theismann all the time in the world to look around for his receiver here, and I think if Grant would have seen Danny Buggs to the outside here, he could have cut pretty good pass protection. Now watch over the middle. Gabe, right here. When Grant's got the football, he doesn't see Buggs. If he would have tried to get to the outside, there's Buggs. Could have helped him out a little bit.
He might have gone the distance if he could have got outside, Paul. That's two things that bothers the defense, men in motion and time to throw.
1st and 10 for the Redskins at their own 49. McDaniel and Buggs are the receivers in the ballgame right now. Hill gets the tight end right. Theismann. McDaniel, and he's got it. McDaniel at the 40-yard line of Philadelphia before Charlie Williams brought him down.
Well, they're going to work on that rookie. Charlie Williams is in for John Outlaw.
Watch Williams. He steps in front of the intended receiver, but he doesn't touch the football. McDaniel is on the receiving end of this right there. Williams should have at least deflected it. Instead, McDaniel, with good concentration, caught the pass.
And he caught it for 11 yards in the first down. It's 1st and 10 for the Redskins at the Philadelphia 40. Riggins. Inside the 33-yard line. Picked up about 7 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 3. Bill Berge made the stop.
You know, Lindsey, the Redskins now have the type of game that you like to have going as a quarterback. Throw a little bit, run a little bit, and it all works.
It's all working for the Redskins right now. They're leading 14-10, and they're driving. Ball is inside the 33-yard line. 2nd down and 3 yards to go.
Riggins now 29 yards on 6 carries.
Fugate deployed over tight end left. Riggins and Thomas are the setbacks. Riggins looking for a place to cut. Strung out to the 31. John Bunning made the tackle, picked up about 2 yards.
This is Danny Buggs. Let's see if we can pick up who is responsible. All he has to do is try to get the cornerback, and he does a good job, knocks him off his feet. But back there, it's good pursuit by the Eagle defense. Berge always ever present somewhere along where the football is.
Somebody forgot to tell him he's supposed to rest sometime.
Reggie Haynes is in there now to double tight end alignment. There's 3rd and 1. It's Grant across. Riggins needs a yard. Well, he may have picked up the yard. Bill Berge hit him. He hit the ground. They're looking at the sticks, and now they'll take a long look at whether or not he got the first down.
I think Charlie Johnson, your nose guard in that Philadelphia 3-4, is a little bit perturbed about where they marked the football there. He threw his hands up as if he was really disgusted.
That's a minority opinion in this case.
Does that tell you something about 65 Charlie Johnson? Here he is playing the nose, knocking off the run in the middle, and then they run outside, and he's over there to make the tackle.
They'll measure for the possible first down here.
Now Pardee might go for it.
First and 10. Any part of the ball. If any part of the ball is there, and the very end of the ball is there.
I'd like to see that again. I looked at that real quick. I thought it would be fourth down.
You had a bad angle.
I had a bad angle, right.
I tell you what, Paul, number 47, Williams for the Eagles doesn't look too bad. He's made 2 pretty good misses.
That's close.
Washington Redskins have picked up 11 first downs so far. Philadelphia second. It's first and 10 at the 30-yard line. 2 minutes, and there is the 2-minute warning. The 2-minute warning has sounded here at RFK Stadium in Washington, D.C. And the Washington Redskins are leading the Eagles by a score of 14-10. 2 minutes left to play in the first half.
6'40", and weigh 250 pounds. You got to get him the football.
Got to get him the ball. First down. Steelers only have 1 timeout. Seahawks have all 3 of theirs. Bradshaw almost intercepted. First pass intended for Stallworth today. The ball arrived at the same time that John Harris arrived. He came in. Harris is a 7th-round draft choice. Jury is the 3rd. 5 defensive backs employed by Seattle. The Steelers counter with a run, and Harris crawls maybe for the first down. I believe he's got it.
Got it by a yard.
He did indeed, to the 47-yard line. And the Steelers now with the clock moving at 58 seconds in their hurry-up offense again. Bradshaw back to pass. Sideliner to Swan, almost picked off. Cornell Webster got a hand on it. Second down 10, 46 seconds left in the half. Pittsburgh leading 14-7. Nothing doing for Franco. Peter Cronin, number 57, the middle linebacker, along with David Brown, the ex-Steeler, came up to shut off the run. Third down, and the clock continues to move. Bradshaw's got 1 timeout left. He'd like to save it. Oh, way over the intended receiver. Lynn Swan, but they're going to get pass interference. What a break for Pittsburgh. That was overthrown by 5 yards, and somehow Cornell Webster bumped Swan, and the flag went down.
Oh, I don't know about that one. There was no chance for Lynn Swan to catch the ball, and in order to call the penalty in that situation, it's a good thing he wasn't in the Kingdome calling that one. They might have been down in the field. Offensive pass interference, or defensive pass interference.
The Steelers were obviously in a 4th down situation, prepared to punt it away. They couldn't attempt a field goal. Now they got a chance for at least 3. The home run ball to Swan. Oh, and he couldn't hang on. Webster went up with him. Swan got his hands on it, but couldn't hang on.
A little bit of a flat pass, Sam. I think the problem here, Terry should have dropped it over the shoulder of Lynn Swan. You see, he drills it. Webster had just enough time to get his hand up to knock it away. Had him beat, though.
14 seconds left, so Bradshaw will have a play. Then, of course, utilize the 1 timeout he's got left, I would imagine, if it doesn't make it, and then let Jarella get on and try to put 3 on the board. Swan coming back to the huddle. 14 seconds to go in the half.
I'd go back to my tight end here. You've shown passes to your wide receiver. Let's open it up a little bit, draw those safeties toward the wide receiver, and hit Cunningham or back over the middle.
See what happens. He's got all day. And he's got Stallworth. Oh, and a great defensive play. And again, I think Bradshaw was guilty of not getting the pass up. Like just as you pointed out, John Harris got back to break it up, but on both occasions, the first one to Swan, that one to Stallworth, the receiver had his man beat.
You'll see the action right here. Very important that Terry get the ball there sooner. He did not. Gave a chance for Cornell Webster to react Now he knocks it down.
We want to welcome those of you who have been watching Cleveland, Cincinnati. With Mike Hafner, this is Sam Nover at Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. 7 seconds left in the half. Roy Girella will attempt a 53-yard field goal out of a Craig Colquitt hold. The Steelers lead it 14-7 against the surprising Seahawks. No good. Wide to the left. Girella had enough leg, I believe, Michael, but it was a little to the left.
Again, we pointed out earlier, he's had a groin problem for 2 years. This is the first year he's got the power back, and you could see it there.
The coach was giving me a bad time last night as we viewed films of both New Orleans and Green Bay for well over 2 hours. And I finally decided to get back at him with a trivia thing. So you don't know who the other end was with Hudson, Henry, huh?
No, I really don't. I remember that Cecil Isbell, my old coach at Purdue, was a great quarterback about that same time.
What if I laid the name of Milt Gantenbein on you?
That's terrific.
That really is something.
Oh, come on, Nick. Give me something better than that. You told me to
Did he
stump
play
him.
for the Buffalo Bills later?
Later, he played for the Buffalo Bills under the name of Jack Kemp. That was the name he used. All right, we got a 1st and 10 at about the 30. New Orleans trailing 14-10. Coach, what do they do in a 2-minute drill? Tell us.
Well, they have plenty of time before they get involved in it. They're worried about timeouts. But they're going to try to get the ball downfield as much as they can, and they got to save one timeout. So if they get close enough, they can kick a field goal.
He got your man, Tinker Owens.
Yes, he did. He just ran a very simple out pattern. He went right down at the defensive back and drove him back. Archie put the ball right on the numbers. Plenty of room, a big cushion there by the defensive back, and it's good for a 1st down.
Throw it again, this time to Goldbreath, who looks for the sideline, gets it out to stop the clock. You can see the official over there motioning for stoppage of the clock with 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining. Nick, we were talking before about Dobler's arm. How come he's allowed to wear something like that?
Well, I think he still has some sort of an injury to his left arm.
What did he do, bite himself?
I don't know. I think he got hurt in the woods of Wyoming sometime. But anyways, he still is nursing an injury, so therefore the officials allow him to wear it, much to the chagrin of the defensive lineman.
1 minute 28, 1st half. Regular set, what they call a pro set. Manning with time. Not too much of a rush. He has time. He goes to the... Oh, Goldbreath with those great hands dropped the ball.
You know, it's unusual with the great hands that Tony has. He'll drop a lot of balls that are very easy to catch because he wants to run with it before he really gets possession, and I think that's what happened that time.
You notice the stat over here, Henry? 13 out of 19 for Manning, not too bad. Nick?
Yes.
No, that's not too bad. I mean, last week he had the same type of stats, 15 of 22 with no interception, so he's right on track for today also.
This kid was picked the quarterback of the quarter century in the Southeastern Conference, Archie Manning. He had a day against Alabama, not to be believed, and he is seemingly coming into his own right now. They're going to run it. Muncie fumbled it. Green Bay fumbles it. Who got it?
Dobler got the ball. Conrad Dobler got the ball.
It still belongs to New Orleans. Is that one of the plays you put in the book last year?
They put that in this year.
It's called a cast sweep. He swept it in with his casted hand.
Here we go, running right. Chuck Muncie. You see Dobler out in front, and he gets a good block. The ball is jarred loose by Willie Buchanan. Anderson's got a chance to get it, misses. So does Barzalauskas. He misses, and Dobler finally winds up with the football.
Looks like a greased pig, never mind a pigskin. It was very slippery.
Nick, who took the timeout? New Orleans must have, obviously, huh? What
New
do they
Orleans
got left
did.
now? What do they got left? They got 2 times out left.
You know, everybody wonders, like in 2 minutes, how come all of a sudden, of course not in this case because Manning's had a great day passing the football, but in many games, teams who can do nothing offensively all day long come into 2 minutes left in the first half, and all of a sudden they look like they have the greatest passing attack in the history of the NFL. That's because the defenses are playing off a lot more, and they're giving them the run, and they're giving them the short passes. And this is what's happening now, though, with Manning. He has a lot of room to throw the football.
Nick, in the history of tennis, there have been some magnificent rivalries. Donald Budge and Baron Gottfried von Kram, a man named Austin and a man named Perry. I doubt there's ever been a better one than Jimmy Connors and Bjorn Borg, and they will be right here on CBS right after the game. Also, Chrissy and Pam in the finals at Flushing Meadows. What do? They double up on the outside. Manning's going to get it from behind. He's still got the ball off, and it was almost intercepted. Holy cow. John Anderson of Michigan couldn't hold on to the ball. Hank, give us the technical.
Well, they had a blitz. Anderson is coming. And he's forced to throw the ball, you see.
Look at Anderson on the ground.
Yeah, he should have made that
Bill,
catch.
that was that man, 78, Ezra Johnson, who last week had 5 sacks against Detroit. He was the one who really applied the crunch to Manning. And Manning got up very, very slowly after that hit.
Get the picture on Johnson. 6'4", 250, runs the 40 in 4.5. What was he waiting for? Oh, can he run? Do they come at him now? They got a blitz.
Another blitz, but they picked it up. They picked it off good. Steve Luke made the tackle, number 46. Archie did a good job of getting rid of the football. Watch Weaver come. He's picked up nicely. Archie throws the ball right on the numbers. Tackled there by 46, Steve Luke.
He threw it to his tight end, and they got a rush now because there are 44 seconds remaining. Manning's got to put it up. He looks, and he hits his man. It's a first down. And smartly going out of bounds, number 33 for New Orleans is Mike Strawn.
Mike Strawn from Miami, Bill. I knew him when he played high school down there. He's called the Bloodhound. You know why he's called the Bloodhound?
Go, Nick.
Because he works for the police department in the off season.
Watch, they flood the weak side area here, and he pops wide open behind the linebacker.
Gain of 15.
A missed tackle, and he finally hangs on enough, but Strawn is able to get out of bounds.
Here's your buddy Dobler, Nick.
Oh, Conrad, big investment man, owns hotels, owns distributorship. Now he's going to own the turf.
Somebody just stuck an elbow right in his mouth.
Barzalauskas gave him a little facial.
Manning, lots of time. Beautiful tackle, and incomplete pass. I was almost about to say complete. You know, you threw me off, Nick. Muncie is a criminology major, and they put in a bloodhound after him.
A bloodhound, Strawn, comes in to look after Muncie. That's correct.
I tell you, in a moment like this, I know how serious it is for you, but it's still just a football game, isn't it, Henry?
You don't see that happen very much. Ike Harris dropped that football. It was right at the numbers, and he was jarred loose from the football.
30 seconds remaining in the first half of what has been a very exciting first half of play. They've got Strawn back there with Goldbreath. They split both wide receivers. Manning on a trap up the middle. Strawn picks up some yardage. Is he going for a field goal? What was his point?
No, that was a good play because he's been throwing so much. They're coming off the ball very strongly to rush the passer. Archie evidently felt that a trap would slow down the rush and might be a big play. It was actually a very good call.
Okay, 23 seconds. Again, the Saints go for a timeout. They trail in this football game 14-10. You remember Henry and Nick Bonaconti said before the game, well, why don't you tell us? What did you expect before the game?
I absolutely expected ball control type of football by Green Bay. That they would run, it would be something like Woody Hayes' 3 yards in a cloud of dust. They surprised me, maybe because of Lofton, number 80. I mean, the guy's done everything except sell programs today for the Green Bay Packers in the first half. The other way, I felt that New Orleans would be wide open, which they are, because they have all kinds of weapons coming off the bench to replace the starters.
Coach, what do you think?
Well, the one thing that Green Bay has to do, I'm sure they felt going into the game, they know that New Orleans has the capacity to score points, and I probably feel that they felt that they had to score some points to win themselves, and I think this is what happened.
Okay. Time back in. We've got a 3rd down and 4 yards to go, 23 seconds. Another moment of truth for Manning. Interception by Anderson. He's going to run it out. He could have gotten it out to the 20, takes it to the 10. What a big play by the Michigander.
He was trying to hit Henry Childs on the inside.
There it is for you, Coach.
You know, and the other thing, Richard Maudie was open to the outside, but Archie threw the ball inside with the anticipation of hitting Henry Childs. He hit him for a touchdown last week. He automatically went to Henry, but he was covered, and the rest, of course, you see with an interception by
John
fine linebacker John Anderson.
What is the outside linebacker doing in the middle? Is that where his drop is?
Well, that's right. What he had to do, they probably had a man-for-man to the inside on Henry Childs, trying to give the strong safety some help. So he just came right with him. Galbraith was wide open in the flat. He missed him also.
13 seconds remaining. The clock stopped on the change of possession, so Whitehurst will have to put it in play, and he goes to Middleton, who gets a bit of yardage. Did I get the wrong guy? Yeah. No, I thought it was Middleton. It's Walter Landers. Walter Landers. And my friends, that is it. The first half is now history. And in a very exciting half of play, the Green Bay Packers on 2 catches by James Lofton lead the New Orleans Saints 14-10.
Well, quickly recapping, the Steelers tried to blow them out in the second quarter after Seattle had dominated early on in the first. Bradshaw to Swan, 7-0 Pittsburgh. Bradshaw to Thornton, 14-0. And then Jim Zorn brought the Seahawks back, capped off an 80-yard drive on a Dave Sims run from 1 yard out, and the conversion made it 14-7. That is precisely where we are as the gun sounds, ending the first half of play.
Redskins have a 4-point lead. They have it 1st and 10 at the 30.
Well, we've got 2 minutes, and Redskin defense has, I guess, come alive here in the second quarter. The Eagles do not have a first down, Gabe.
Oh, boy, they're going to have to change that. I know when they go in that locker room, Vermeil is going to be preaching to them. But he's going to have to go back to the left side, Paul.
That's where they've had most of their success. They've had good success going to their own left side.
Joe Theismann is the quarterback. John Riggins, Mike Thomas are the setbacks. Danny Bugs goes out to a wide left. Mike Grant to a wide right. Out to Danny Bugs. Well, he's going to try it way over here. Can he turn the corner? Well, for all of that, he got a yard. It's 2nd and 9 at the 29.
Well, next week when they go over the films, they're going to tell Danny Bugs, let's don't do that. That play is designed to look for the lineman to come out, screen to the wide flanker out there and try to go upfield, not reverse your field and come all the way over here and lose yardage.
As Jake Gaither used to say at Florida A&M, I want ball players that run north and south, and don't give me those that run east and west.
That's right.
2nd and 9 at the 29. Theismann. Incomplete. Trying to get it again to Bugs.
Well, they had a hole there. Berge came up rushing the passer. They had a little bit of an area to get the ball there. I think he sort of threw off balance then.
He did. His man was open on a hook pattern. That was Danny Bugs. 8 out of 13 for Joe. 135 yards. Houston is taking a 3-0 lead over Kansas City. I think that's in the first quarter. Yes, it is. Tony Frisch, a 23-yard field goal. Houston 3, Kansas City nothing.
LeMaster out. Johnson in, looking for that nickel defense. Number 49, Johnson in for 55, LeMaster.
3rd down play with 1:10 to play, and John McDaniel and Danny Bugs are the wide receivers.
I'd keep my eye on Fugit if I were the Philadelphia Eagles.
Timeout for Theismann. Took a look and called timeout.
Yeah, he wants to come over and talk it over to Jack Pardee.
Yeah, did you see that? Paul 49 just came in, started to fake a safety blitz, and I think he was a little unsure of himself.
At least he got his attention.
Yeah.
Well, they say he audibled at the line of scrimmage last week against New England 5 or 6 times. There he's talking. That's Joe Walton there, the offensive coordinator. Former tight end of the New York Giants, All-American out of Pittsburgh. Jack Pardee just looking on. He's telling Joe, come on up with something and put some points on the board.
In that typical 3rd and 10 situation,
look at
you do it. We'll watch you do it. But if it's 1st and 10, well, there's Dick Vermeil, a little concerned in his quarterback, Ron Jaworski, number 7, trying to figure out what's gone wrong here in the second quarter. Well, Dallas 21, the New York Giants 7.
Well, 2 touchdown passes from Roger Staubach today. At least 2 touchdown passes. That's 21-7. over New York, second quarter. I'll tell you, they're going to put a lot of points on the board. They have got an arsenal to work with, don't they?
Never. I don't think I've seen so many good people on one football team, perhaps other than the Rams.
Redskins will have 2 timeouts remaining now with 1:10 showing on the clock, and they have the ball 3rd and 10 at the 30-yard line. Redskins have won 40 of the 50 football games they have played at this stadium. They used to play at Griffith Stadium before the construction of RFK. So they've decided what the 3rd down play is, and here it comes. McDaniel and Bugs.
You need 10.
Fugit moving over to the left side. Riggins and Thomas at the setbacks for Theismann. Riggins, and he's got the 1st down at the 19-yard line. Eric Johnson brought him down.
They caught the Eagles expecting to pass Lindsay with the 3-man. They had a nickel defense in, 5 defensive backs, and a good play call here.
Great call, Paul.
Look at that hole. Whew. John Riggins, valuable 1st down.
Redskins have called a timeout to stop the clock. It is showing 1:01 as you see inset, and the Redskins have 1 more timeout remaining.
And I guess the Redskins will line up Mosley if they're not able to get the ball in the end zone. And he's beaten the Eagles. Well, he beat the Eagles twice last year with about 4 field goals in 2 games.
And he's missed 1 field goal already this afternoon, and he's within range. He gets it up so high. He's got such a strong leg. I was a little surprised that he missed that field goal.
Keep in mind that CBS has a great deal of sports coverage for you now. At the completion of this telecast, you'll see the U.S. Open tennis finals.
Yeah, it's the richest lady in sport right there, Chrissy Everett. She just keeps on winning. Pam Shriver, boy, she's played fantastically to get to the finals. And then it's Jimmy Connors against Bjorn Borg, I guess.
Thought you did that very well.
Bjorn Borg.
Yes, Bjorn Borg.
The Gray Fox will be there. Pat Summerall giving you all the action. Boy, that is going to be some kind of match. Connors wants to win it so bad. Whew.
I've caught your act on the basketball court, Paul Horning. How are you on the tennis court?
I tell you, I am very, very poor. Let's put it that way.
That's the same way
I have no weaknesses. So. Everybody says your backhand's weak. All my game's weak in tennis.
How about the Horning option pass here?
Boy.
1st and 10 at the 19-yard line. Theismann. And it's Fugit shaken loose. The call is incomplete. Incomplete's the call. 2nd and 10 at the 19.
Well, they had the coverage they wanted. They had John Bunning, a linebacker, trying to cover the tight end Fugit here. Here come the pass rushers, Clark and 67 Burnham. You think they'll come with a draw again?
I don't know. They got 1 timeout remaining.
Haven't used it yet.
Here's a halftime score. The Packers 14, New Orleans 10.
Feel better?
Oh, well, it's a long way from home. Anything can happen.
I've heard that somewhere before. 55 seconds remaining to be played in the 1st half. Redskins are leading 14-10. Theismann.
Fugit again.
Fugit. Touchdown. Touchdown to Fugit.
What a play. What a play, Paul.
The exact same play that Fugit caught earlier for 49 yards and a touchdown. At a slot on the right side. Fugit was the only receiver out on the left side except the back. Now Fugit is lined up tight on the left side. You see him released to the inside. They got a back coming over to take care of the outside cornerback, and he slips down under the seam, and he beats the free safety. Just came over and missed the ball. Fugit for his 2nd touchdown reception of the day.
They caught the Eagles gambling on a blitz there too, and that's what you call the maturing of a quarterback, you might say.
Theismann puts it down. Mosley boots it up, and it's good. So as they come back up the field, it is Washington 21, the Philadelphia Eagles 10.
Here it is again. Burnham being blocked to the outside, and there's LeMaster, and can't tell who the other guy, but they hit the seam there on the blitz. Sanders couldn't get over.
You know, the best day that Joe Theismann ever had, I think Lindsay and I worked it out in San Francisco. He threw for over 340 yards. He threw 3 touchdown passes that afternoon to his tight end. There he is, number 84, Gene Fugit. Probably the best day Fugit ever had also, wasn't it, Lindsay?
I think it was. The young man from Amherst.
Boy, that's the kind of score that can demoralize a football team with only 50 seconds before halftime.
Theismann 9 out of 15, 155 yards, 2 touchdowns throwing. He ran one in from 4 yards out. Fugit, 3 catches, 2 for TDs.
All right, welcome back to New York, and the rule changes appear to have made a difference, and Bart Starr and the Green Bay Packers are an improved football team, aren't they? Let me take you right around the league and start with last night. Detroit beating Tampa Bay, 15-7 was the final score last night. Dallas gave up a touchdown to the Giants on a 94-yard march, and then the Cowboys struck back 21-7, about a minute to go in the first half. The Washington Redskins have just scored for the 3rd time. They lead the Eagles 21-10, less than a minute to go in the first half in that game. The contest you're watching at the half, Packers ahead of New Orleans 14-10 at the half. Cincinnati and Cleveland, the Bengals shutting out the Browns, that game in the second quarter. Seattle and Pittsburgh, 2 touchdown passes by Terry Bradshaw in that game in the second quarter, and Houston has kicked a field goal against Kansas City. They now lead the Chiefs by a score of 3-0. Dante Pastorini is playing quarterback today. Let's check in on the Dallas Giant game. A lot of action early. The Cowboys came in favored by 11 points, and they did nothing to disappoint early in that football game. Roger Staubach going now on his pass, looking for Tony Hill, the talented wide receiver who's moved into the starting lineup. And then it was 4 yards to Billy Joe Dupree for the touchdown. It was 7-0 after the extra point. Watch Drew Pearson. What a catch this is. Pearson, high in the air, pulls it down at the 14-yard line. Robert Newhouse charges across from the 3. 14-0, the world champions. Joe Pisarcik at quarterback. Goldstein injured last week. He hits Jimmy Robinson. Robinson breaks free, 26 yards, down to the Dallas 23-yard line. And from there, the Giants struck. Ernie Pugh will go 26 yards to the Dallas 6-yard line before the Cowboys finally bring him down. And the touchdown pass was Pisarcik to his tight end, Al Dixon. It was 14-7. But the Cowboys then showed their class, and world champions they are. Staubach driving down, going to Newhouse. So right now it is 21-7. And Irv, how about the Eagles and the Redskins?
Friend, I'm watching that game right now. The Eagles on the 30-yard line with about 35 seconds to go in the half, and they trail the Washington Redskins by a score of 21-10. And Joe Theismann's been hot. But this is Ron Jaworski on the quarterback here for the Eagles, going to Harold Carmichael, who catches a short pass. That's his 82nd consecutive pass completion in the National Football League. Consecutive game. Wilbert Montgomery from Abilene Christian, perhaps the fastest player on the Eagles squad, goes over for a touchdown. The Eagles take an early 7-0 lead. Joe Theismann's had a pretty hot hand all day today, hitting John Riggins here on a 3rd and 3 play. Riggins goes down to the 30-yard line, setting up a scoring opportunity for the Redskins. Theismann rolling out to his right, can't find anybody, goes in himself, he scores. It's all tied now, 7-7. Gene Fugit's had a big day, Brent. The tight end's been very effective all year this year. Fugit, number 84 from his tight end spot, goes in, touchdown. Washington takes a 14-10 lead, and he's not finished yet. Just before the half, Fugit again, quick post, touchdown, and Washington leads 21-10 with about 20 seconds left to go in the half.
So we are just a week and a half into this new season, but it's obvious we're going to have a lot more touchdown passes this year. And the NFL Today will continue on CBS right after these messages from your local stations.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Lindsay, I think you said that the Redskins have 1 timeout remaining,
don't
they?
They have 1.
You're going to see the football. Let's put it up in the air.
Well, the Eagles punter had a tough time of it last week. He had 1 blocked and 1 partially blocked. It looks like he's having a little tough time of it this week, too. The Eagles are in that nickel back situation, Paul.
Frank Grant, Danny Bugs far to the left side. Riggins to the 50 and to the 47-yard line.
We got Randy Logan and Drew Mahalik on the tackle there.
I don't understand the theory here of the Washington Redskins. 20 seconds on the clock. They got 1 timeout remaining, and they're just going to take the lead right into the locker room. I tell you, they could have gambled a little bit there and might have had a field goal attempt.
I think so, too, evidently. Oh, who is this down? Randy Logan. 41 Logan's hurt.
Randy Logan on the turf. His time has run out here at RFK Stadium in Washington, D.C. And the teams have left the field with Washington leading by a score of 21-10. Washington 21, Philadelphia Eagles 10 at the end of the first half.
Bill Mazer again from Milwaukee's County Stadium with Nick Bonaconte and Hank Stram, and those numericals on the screen don't really tell a whole story. It's been a very, very exciting first half. Green Bay leading at 14-10. Nicholas, what'd you think?
Well, I think it's a complete turnaround for the Packer offense. I mean, just look at David Whitehurst. Last week he threw 9 passes for 31 yards. Already he has 125 yards, completing 6 out of 8. And the big guy, of course, is Lofton. God almighty, the speedster out of Stanford. He has 89 yards on 2 receptions. He has 2 touchdowns. The longest was 47 yards. You get him the ball, Bill, and all he has to do is get one shade of a block and he's in the end zone. He's that type of a player. So it's been really a surprising Green Bay offense.
The thing that has really mostly surprised me, I didn't realize they had that varied an offense. They didn't show that varied an offense last week against the Lions. They ran at them. Today they're really putting the ball in the air.
I think you're looking at a healthier Whitehurst. That's the reason. And they're relying on their backs. You know, Middleton is really a better than average back, and he's surprising everybody running the football. On the other hand, Manning is doing terrific too. 15 of 24 for 130 yards. He does have 1 interception. Muncie has 44 yards on the day, and so does Galbraith, has 27. So it's a good, really, Manning is having a superior day, but it's Green Bay ahead.
You know, a couple of years ago, they played this kind of game. Hank Stram told me it drove him crazy. Hank is out there right now with a lovely gal, Cherry Starr, Bart's wife, and Henry, it's all yours.
You talk about the beauty and the beast. This is what the situation is right now. I'm standing here with very pretty Cherry Starr, the wife of Bart Starr. And I'm amazed, Cherry, that you sat behind us for a while during the course of the game and how calm and collected you were during the course of this contest.
I was making a little noise there, Hank. I was so excited.
Well, you know, it's unusual that a wife of a football coach would be up in a press box like you are. Phyllis was always too nervous to get up there. She made so much noise that people had to stay away, but you handled it terrifically well. And what do you feel about the game so far? I bet you think it'd be better to end it right now, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, but we're going to win it. I'm so excited about our players. They have so much potential. We don't have a lot of depth, but we sure have some wonderful kids out there playing football for us, and I'm so thrilled about the season, the way things are going for us.
Well, I talked to Bart the other day, and he was very excited about the fact that the squad was playing with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement. They were making things happen. And very frankly, I'm very surprised that they played so well, especially offensively, in this first half. They did a terrifically outstanding job, and I know that Bart calls the plays from the sideline, and that's reminiscent of what he did when he was a player.
Well,
but he's mixing them up good, doing a good
too,
job.
Though, you know, the players have to execute them regardless of what's called.
Oh, there's no question about that.
I'm proud of what they're doing.
Well, you know, the excitement of playing here in Milwaukee, we played here several years ago in 1976 to be exact, and we lost the game 32-27 in a wild scoring game that is very much like the game that we're seeing here so far in the first half.
Yes, I remember that well. I remember being in New Orleans the last couple of years.
Well, we'd like to forget the one last year, but we can't. You went ahead of us last year early, and we finally tried to play catch up, and you wound up winning the game 24-20.
Yes, you gave us a hard time.
Well, what do you think, as a coach's wife, what do you think is going to happen in the second half, Jerry?
Oh, I think we're going to come back stronger the second half. I think we've made a few little mental errors that we're going to correct during this half, and I think we're coming back real strong.
Okay,
and
Jerry.
I want to say hi to Bart Jr. at the University of Alabama. He's watching on cable TV today, so I'm so glad he's getting to see the game.
Well, thank you very much, Jerry. Nice of you to take time, and we go back up in the press box to Bill Mazer.
Thank you, Hank.
Thank you.
Henry, thank you very much. You know, Nicholas, that has always been an interesting point for me, is what a wife goes through while her husband is out there, because he can work it off. We got a ball game. Don't you go away.
I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning and Roman Gabriel at halftime. Gentlemen, how about a few observations on the first half play? Roman?
Well, it looked like in the second quarter, Lindsey, that the Eagles offense went south. Last week they only controlled the ball 26 minutes. This week they were prepared to come in and control the ball more than that, and they're putting a lot of pressure on the defense.
Well, Washington, Joe Theismann had a great first half. He threw for 2 touchdowns to his tight end, Gene Fugit, and he's run 1 for 4 yards out. So it's Theismann having a great day for Washington, and they're just playing good football. They're not making any mistakes. It's the same old Washington Redskin team. They lull you to sleep, and then they beat you.
Well, Roman Gabriel, now the Philadelphia Eagles go into the locker room. What do you do now?
Well, knowing the background of Vermeil's system and the way these players have worked, Lindsey, I think they're going to come back because they worked too hard to get where they are, and they have a better football team than they showed in the second quarter.
And about the Washington Redskins.
Well, the Washington Redskins do not want to change a thing, folks. They want to do exactly what they've been doing in the first half. They're complementing a good passing game with some runs from John Riggins and Mike Thomas. They're putting pressure on, and defensively in the second quarter, the Washington Redskins' aged defense was superb. The Eagles did not get a first down the whole second quarter, and I would have to say in the first half, it's just been completely the Washington Redskins.
I think it has, and you know, it's Jack Pardee's first year as the head coach of the Washington Redskins, but it takes a little while to change the character of a football club. You mentioned the aged defense of the Washington Redskins. George Allen was the head coach here for years, but it's still pretty much the Washington Redskin team that was put together under that aegis.
It really is, and I think the character of the team has always been, Gabe, and I think maybe you could comment on this. They try not to beat themselves. The Washington Redskins have over the years played a type of game where they let you beat them. You know, you beat yourself, you fumble, you throw the interception, you make the mistake, and we capitalize on it.
That's right, Paul. They're so well prepared when they go into a ball game that they don't beat themselves, as you mentioned. And that experience, along with the preparation that they have, it makes them awful difficult to whip them, especially going into the second half if they're on top of it.
One of the problems that Dick Vermeil has had, of course, in taking over as head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles is overcoming the things that have preceded him with the Philadelphia Eagles, because the Eagles went through years and years and years of frustration. They'd have a new regime and they're going to make the move, then nothing would happen. So that's the thing he's had to try to overcome.
And Lindsey, I think he's done one heck of a job with the people that he has on the Eagles football team. He's incorporated his system. He wants character people, and he also wants them to never give up, and I believe that's what we're going to see in the second half, a team that hasn't given up.
So we have another half of football to go here at Washington, D.C. is RFK Stadium. Right now, we are getting ready to take you to CBS Control in New York.
Touchdown passes are way up this year. We had 32 touchdown passes last week and 11 as of today, making it 43 for the season. Do you think that might be because of the rules changes that we're having?
You know, Jane, the league has been concerned a long time about trying to open up pro football. Brent just talked about all the touchdown passes we saw in the first half, and they are up, and they'll continue to be up. I talked to Harold Carmichael, and he told me why. Harold right now has a record, has 82 consecutive passes received.
The NFL Rules Committee has passed 2 major rules changes this season, both designed to stimulate offense through the passing game. The first grants offensive linemen a new pass protection technique that Dolphin head coach Don Shula demonstrates.
During a legal pass block, hands, open or closed, must be inside the blocker's elbows and can be thrust forward to contact an opponent as long as that contact is within the opponent's frame. Pass blocking rules apply anytime that the quarterback and or the blockers stay within the pocket area. The pocket is defined as that area from the center to 2 yards outside of the offensive tackle's position on either side of the line of scrimmage.
The second change concerns the new 5-yard zone. Receivers and defenders' rights within this zone, beyond which a receiver may not be bumped at all.
I'm standing here talking to a gentleman who has to be the tallest wide receiver in professional football, Harold Carmichael. Harold, you look awfully big today.
Well, on Sundays, I'm pretty big, but maybe it's because you're standing in that hole.
Let me get up here where I can see a little closer. I'm standing in my defensive position as a cornerback, covering Harold Carmichael as a wide receiver. Under the new rules, I can rotate up inside the 5-yard area and bump him. Once I make contact with the wide receiver, I can stay with him and ride him through the 5-yard area. But once he crosses that 5-yard zone from the line of scrimmage, I must release him. I make contact, I can ride him, but once I get to the 5-yard area, I must release him. In a few seconds, you'll see something you won't believe. I'm going to cover Harold Carmichael one-on-one under the new rules. In the old days, when Tom Brookshire and I played for the Philadelphia Eagles, we used to be able to axe wide receivers. We can't do that today. But remember, I don't have a pass rush. I don't have any linebackers. I don't have a free safety to help me. It's Harold Carmichael against a very shaky Irv Cross.
Oh, no. Harold, come back. Help, where's my safety? Come back, Harold.
Well, I guess you can't win them all, right?
Harold come back indeed, Irv Cross. A report from the Meadowlands. Tommy Henderson, the Dallas linebacker, sprained an ankle. They will take x-rays. They do not think it's serious. And for those of you who were not watching, defensive end Harvey Martin was kicked out by referee Freddie Wyatt for fighting with 10 seconds to go. And the NFL Today will continue with highlights on CBS after these messages from your local stations.
Sit, go. Sit, go. Okay.
I'm Drew Pearson of the Dallas Cowboys. It was here on this field at South River High School that I decided football was going to play a pretty important part in my life. You begin making some pretty important decisions about your life when you're a teenager. You choose your college, plan your future, you're probably going to make the decision on using or not using alcohol. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but before you make a choice, you ought to have the facts on alcohol. There's a booklet especially written for teenagers that'll give you these facts. It's called Winning Decisions. So when you do make a decision, it'll be a responsible one. To get it, write to the Education Commission of the States, Box 687, Denver, Colorado. That's Education Commission of the States, Box 687, Denver, Colorado. When you make responsible decisions, you're a winner in the biggest game of all, life.
Efren Herrera set to kick. Alvin Maxson is the deep man for the Steelers, but it comes to Rudershan, and it goes out of bounds. And so a 5-yard penalty will be stepped off against Seattle, and now Herrera will have to kick it from the 30-yard line. He tried to get it to one of the short men instead of kicking it right down the middle. 14-7, Pittsburgh leads it. Nice to have you with us. Here's the second half kickoff for a second time. Maxson has it back at his own 5. 10. Great coverage by Cornell Webster. How's that for special teams play? Knocked him down at about the 17-yard line. And so the Steelers will start from that point, leading by 7. Bradshaw's on the field, so apparently that hand injury is nothing serious. Thornton, number 38, along with Rocky Blyer, number 20, is his setbacks. And that's Blyer, nothing doing there. Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, number 58, is the man who met him head on and put him down right at the line of scrimmage. So it'll be 2nd down and 10, Pittsburgh.
And again, the reason that Thornton is in there, we just caught a glimpse before we went to that play of Franco Harris getting his thigh and hip taped. He's got a little bit of a bruise. They say he'll continue to play, but Thornton's in there now.
They gave him a gain of 1 on the play, make it 2nd down and 9. Swan is split wide to the right, Stallworth to the left. Stallworth has not caught a pass today. Thornton caught in the backfield. Sandifer, number 66, is the man who made the stop. Dennis Boyd was there to help him. And so a loss of a couple of yards. Make it 3rd down at about 12 or 13 to go for the 1st down. 2nd inning, the Yankees are running the Red Sox right out of Fenway Park. Would you believe that?
15-3, 7-0 last night, 13-2, and they're jumping out all over them. That green wall must be aching from the Yankee hitters.
And if they win today, they'll be in a virtual tie for first place, setting up that great series that you'll see at least one of them Saturday afternoon back in New York next weekend. The Red Sox and Yankees. Bradshaw scrambling for his life. Intercepted, but out of bounds. Autry Beeman.
Silly throw by Terry Bradshaw. Should have never thrown it, although he did catch it out of bounds. There was a possibility he could have got it picked up. Terry does a little Jim Zorn here. A little bit of coverage. He's scrambling. I think maybe he should have turned upfield and maybe tried for the 1st down, but he threw it right into the defensive back's hands, Autry Beeman.
Back live. Steelers have to kick it away on 4th and 12. John Harris and single safety back at the midfield stripe. Colquitt got off a dandy in the first quarter, 50 yards from his own end zone. This one is not quite that good. At the 49. Harris hit, trying to get away, and down. Hanging on for dear life is Steve Corson, number 77, and a particularly impressive tackle for a big man, 260, getting downfield. 36-yard kick. Will be back to Pittsburgh in just a moment.
Counselor, we're going to have a look at the stats, and you give us an analysis of them.
Well, just look at them. They're even. And that's really the story in the game. It's 14-10, and the stats are 186 yards. Look at it. Very even there. Now, one thing that's not up there is third down efficiency. That's, how you convert the third down situations. Both teams are at 50%. The Saints are 5 for 10, and the Packers are 3 for 6. So they are really converting the third downs. When teams are not scoring, the third down conversions are not there. So overall, just look at them, you see that it's a very, very close ball game all the way.
Unfortunately, in most movies that portray football games, the coach at halftime spends more of his time in exhortation than he does in apparent strategy, and that confuses me. Hank, you got a team at halftime. You're going to stand there and give them, do it for so-and-so. What are you going to tell them? What would you have told the team?
Well, number one, that's a very overrated phase of coaching. You don't have very much time in a locker room, and so you better use your time very carefully and very wisely. You wind up talking to individual groups with the individual coaches, and then you get together as a total team for about 2 minutes before you go out in the second half. You want to make sure that you recapture what you went into the ball game thinking that you can do. Make sure that you stress the importance of playing every play with the utmost of your capacity, making sure that you don't make mistakes, that kind of thing, but you don't rant and rave unless the situation calls for it, and that doesn't happen very often.
How often do you change a game plan, Hank?
You have to change a game plan whenever you feel it's necessary for you to do so. You like to feel that the things you studied all week long to prepare for a game are going to be workable and successful, but sometimes they're not, and as a result, you have to make adjustments as the game goes along.
Hank,
Nick, go ahead.
In my mind, though, if you're a coach and you have to get away from your game plan, isn't this exactly what the other team wants you to do? Because you're going to things that you haven't practiced all week.
Well, this is true, but I say if you, for example, you're going to change the approach if you're way behind, is the point I was trying to make. You might have to do that if you're way behind. Basically, obviously you'd like to stay with what you plan to do, but there are times where you have to have enough flexibility to make the change if you have to.
You have Lofton, the wide receiver, right, from Green Bay. Now, he's the guy who's really killing the Saints, all right? Well, now we're going to see him. He's going to make some catches here. Now, you go into the ball game, you have the rule change that prevents you from hitting him 5 yards after he gets 5 yards down the field. So now how do you defend against this guy? I mean, he's got the great speed, he has the great hands, and he can get all the way in a hurry.
Well, number one, you have to spend more time double covering him, doing something with coverage in the second half. There was a great illustration of a misdirection play, and they threw back away from the grain. Clarence Chapman slipped and fell on the play, but definitely the Saints are going to have to spend more time on more coverage with him in the second half to stop him, because they can't do it with one-on-one.
I was just thinking, we saw Dick Nolan in Bart Starr a moment ago. It must be tough for Starr. A living legend, a memory of all the greatness of the Packer teams, the halcyon days of yore, this capacity crowd watching and saying, Bart, do for them what you did for Fuzzy Thurston and Jerry Kramer, and Bart saying, oh Lord, help us please. All right, Chester Markall puts the foot into the ball. A fumble back on the 10. Poor Clarence Chapman. How about it, Hank?
Well, Clarence, is a very...
Oh, the Yankees 3-0 over Boston, and they continue. Whew.
I want to tell you something, men. Living as I do in that section of the country, I want to tell you that that's interesting. But I got to ask you about Chapman. Tell me about him.
Well, Chapman is a very serious, conscientious guy, and sometimes if he makes a mistake in a game, he is prone to brood about it a little bit and worry about it more than he should. And if he's not careful, that's what could happen on that kind of a play.
New Orleans is going uphill right now. They trail 14-10. They're setting a wing right. And Mr. Manning gives it off to the bread and butter man, Goldbreath. Well, were they waiting for him? Hank, they ran to the weak side, didn't they?
Yes, and I was going to allude to that because the defense again was shifted strong to their right, and Archie changed the play at the line of scrimmage and ran to the left, and John Anderson made a great play, number 60.
Bill, do you think that first-round draft choice was worth it already? He already has the key interception of the game. He brings down a guy like Galbraith with one hand, and that's a tough chore.
Nick, that kid was highly regarded at Michigan. Incidentally, he's a marvelous kicker, too. They're set in a far, backs to the weak side. Muncy over the middle. What's the strategy now? What are they probing for?
They're just trying to move the ball and make first downs. That's the way you win. You make first downs, and that's the way you move the ball down the field. This is what they're trying to do. They give it to Muncy on a straight-ahead shot.
Nick, you're calling the plays on defense. What were you looking for?
Well, right now I'll be looking for either a run or a play-action pass. The key right here, with my key, would be the fullback, because I was either look for him to carry the football or there a play-action pass to him to try to free up the weak back.
That fullback is number 34, Galbraith. 42 is Muncy, and Manning's got a third and medium yardage as Anderson does a little fooling around. Harris fakes coming to the line. Manning is going to throw. Bad pass. Hankey threw poorly.
Yes, he did. He felt some pressure that time. Dave Roller, number 74.
Go ahead, Hank, as we watch.
Watch Archie goes back into the pocket. Dave Roller, number 74, gets some penetration. And here you see Barzalauskas coming. You see Butler coming, but you see inside Roller came before Archie was ready to throw the ball, and he threw a poorly thrown ball incomplete. They're in a kicking situation.
Just for everybody's information, Roller beat number 66, Conrad Dobler, who's considered the best offensive lineman on the Saints.
Steve Odom is the single safety now. No more of using one of the other backs, Howard Sampson. They go to Odom, one of the best. Oh, a near block of the punt. And here's Mr. Odom, who can fly, going to the far side and looking for blocks. New Orleans shuts him off a little, and they get him.
Eric Felton, number 20, had a shot at him, but didn't take it.
38-yard punt by Tom Blanchard. Watch number 82 right now of the Packers. Watch him come right now.
You know, he took a good course. You have to try to block the kick about 3 yards in front of the punter, and that's what he did that time, but he missed.
That's Paul Kaufman, who almost blocked the punt.
Kansas State man. The deep back, that's Middleton. Who can he dipsy doodle?
Good blocking by Tim Stokes and Darrell Goforth. They run away from the overshifted defense again. There's Tim Stokes making a block. Goforth making a block. Middleton's doing an excellent job of running inside, and he fights for the extra yardage. Joe Campbell, number 73, and Pat Hughes finally make the tackle, but he makes the first down.
Nick, tell me this. The young man is playing with his arm in a sling. I'm talking about Whitehurst. Is there any danger involved?
Well, thank God it's not his passing arm.
But is there any danger involved?
Not really, because it's the sling has a chain on it, which restricts the movement of his shoulder. The shoulder raises above a certain degree, then it'll be painful to him. But he can't raise it above there, so it's harmless.
He has what is called in sports intestinal fortitude. They fake that option play again, Hank.
You know, interesting fact, Cecil Isbell, who was a great passer for the Green Bay Packers many, many years ago, also wore the same kind of a chain, the same kind of a brace when he played for the Packers. And we had a fine quarterback at Purdue University by the name of Bobby DeMoss, and he used exactly the same kind of a brace when he played for us at Purdue in '48.
So there's no danger?
No danger whatsoever.
Okay.
Who is that great defensive end for the Jets, Jerry Philbin? He wore that same type of a brace.
I'll tell you a little story about Mr. Stram and Mr. Philbin. Okay, Whitehurst sets that ball club second and long. He's going to go deep. He's got Lofton. He overthrew him. You were mentioning Philbin. Jerry played with that in a playoff game against Kansas City, the year Kansas City goes on to win the Super Bowl, right? Right. You know who they run the first 3 plays at, Kansas City? Tell him, Henry. The man with a brace on his arm.
At the brace.
We wanted to make sure it was working all right.
They didn't care who had the brace on.
Not at all. If it were possible to euphemistically phrase what Philbin said to Dawson, I would tell you about that particular situation. All right, we got a 3rd and 8. They're in that slot right with a tight end set to the left side. No flex, a straight 4 by New Orleans. Mr. Whitehurst wants to throw it. He throws underneath. Barty Smith has got the first down. Oh. Henry's picking him apart.
Yes, he is. And you know, the thing that makes the play successful is the lack of pass rush. There's no pass rush to speak of. Whitehurst has plenty of time. Look at the time he's got in the pocket. He hits Barty Smith, number 33, in the flat. Federspiel is over in pursuit. Tries to strip the ball loose and finally makes the tackle, number 58.
Nice call, Hank. This is Whitehurst as he fades back.
Boy, does Bart Starr love Whitehurst. Woo. He hangs him in the pocket, and he's just very cool under pressure. There was no pressure then.
Here he comes. Oh, that's Mr. Middleton. Nick, you're a little young, but I'll tell you, there was a back for the New York Giants by the name of Tuffy Lehmans who had just that kind of action, Hank.
Watch Middleton again run to the outside with a right. Mel Jackson, 71, pulling on the play. But, you know, he's got the great capacity. If he smells any kind of a seam, he takes advantage of it. He doesn't hesitate, goes right through there. Lois Grooms finally makes the tackle, number 78.
What do you mean by a seam?
Any kind of room between two defensive players where you can run between them.
Thank you. This time he goes to Barty. Close to a first down. I'm amazed, Hank. Last night as we watched the pictures of Green Bay, they certainly did not have the mechanical dexterity they're showing today.
You know, it's unusual and it's very funny in a lot of respects, because sometimes you'll see a team on film and be very, very unimpressed with them, and then you see them play and you're greatly impressed. That's what happened last night as we looked at this Green Bay team offensively. Either one of us was very impressed with the way they played, and yet they're most impressive this afternoon.
Nicholas?
Well, you know, Green Bay is doing something against New Orleans that Minnesota did last week. You know, Minnesota got beat by New Orleans 31-24, but in the process, Fran Tarkenton put up 428 yards and completed 28 out of 40 yards. So, I mean, it's not a great defensive team.
Folks, this is nose to nose. The crowd told you. Henry?
The offensive line at Darrell Goforth, Tim Stokes, Larry McCarron, the center, they're really coming off the ball very well and knocking that defensive line of the New Orleans Saints off the line of scrimmage, and they picked up the first down.
Is that outside the 10?
No, that's inside the 10. That's on about the 8.5, I think.
Okay, what were you going to say?
Well, Barty Smith is never going to elude anybody, but he'll run over some people.
The man was illegally in motion. That pass will not count. Audra Thompson slipped and fell forward. They're going to catch a 5-yard penalty.
Well, does that kill a drive, Bill? You know, you get everything going your way. You got all the momentum. You've got the backs running, breaking tackles. You have Whitehurst making great calls, play action passes, and then you have a 5-yard penalty. That has to kill you.
There was a gopher hole out there. It looked like he really ran into a gopher hole. Man was in motion, gopher hole, bingo, he falls forward.
Well, what actually happened is he was going parallel to the line of scrimmage, and he misplayed the count. Watch, he's anticipating the count, which he shouldn't have done. That's what happened. He was anticipating going up this field before he was ready, and that's why he made the bad play.
No gopher hole?
Might have been a gopher hole, too, but...
No, there wasn't.
Is that youth and inexperience, too?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, that's the problem when you're playing young people. Remember, the Packers have 15 rookies on that ball club.
They're kids.
They're kids, the kiddie corps.
Thompson this time set to the right, Lofton the big man set to the left, and Whitehurst is going to throw the football. Swings it. Oh, did Barty get met?
Pat Hughes made a great play. Pat Hughes, number 54, anticipated the screen. Watch it, he throws it to the second back. And actually, Middleton would have been wide open. You see him open on the inside. But Pat Hughes comes up, reads it well, makes a good open field tackle.
Hey, Bill, wouldn't you know it? Another New York Giant reject, Pat Hughes.
There are a few of them out here.
We traded for him last year and gave up a 10th round draft choice, and he's been a regular for us since he joined the club.
You know, this, obviously, in football games, as in any sport, you talk about moments of truth. There have been so many here, I'm going to stop using that phrase. The slot is to the right. Both wide receivers. Whitehurst is going to throw it to Lofton. Oh! Touchdown!
What a play! Unbelievable catch. Just unbelievable.
Whatever they paid that money for him to sign him was worth it just today.
That was one of the most incredible catches I've seen in a long, long time.
Woo! What a player!
Here it is, a pocket pass. They're in a slot formation. The protection is good. He throws the ball. Watch, he has to go up on top, over the top of his head, and makes the catch. Unbelievable.
This will make it 21-10, and Mr. Lofton owns the afternoon. Marco is good as gold.
There's a flag down on the play, however. It looks like New Orleans was offside. They'll decline the penalty, and of course, it'll be a point for the Green Bay Packers.
Last week against Detroit, Lofton had one in his hands easy. He misses it. Today, in a situation like this, what a superb catch. Unbelievable.
That's me, Ron Jaworski, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I'm Liz Jaworski. We want to show you a place that's special to us.
Valley Forge. It's quiet out here now, peaceful. But long ago, some brave men helped our country win its freedom here. They suffered terribly, but they endured, and they won.
Today, in Philadelphia, there's another place where people suffer and win, at the St. Agnes Burn Center.
St. Agnes is a special advanced treatment center for burn victims. The pain here can be great, both in the mind and body, but there's great strength and patience here, too. St. Agnes is funded by our United Way. We're proud to be pioneering its work. The United Way works in the Philadelphia area.
It works in your town, too. Thanks to you, it works for all of us.
The United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Halftime here. Let's check out scores elsewhere around the National Football League now. That's a halftime score. Dallas 21, Giants 7.
Couple touchdown passes by Roger Staubach. Joe Pisarcik threw one for the New York Giants. I guess that's expected. 14-point lead at half.
Let's ask a couple of fellas just before we get to this one. Roman Gabriel, Paul Horning. Are the Dallas Cowboys as good as they looked Monday night against Baltimore?
I think they are. I think they've got more skilled people than anybody I've ever seen equipped to play professional football.
Green Bay 14, New Orleans 10 in the third quarter.
On their way to hopefully their second straight win. I don't know how long it's been since the Packers won 2 in a row.
All right. It is Cincinnati 10, Cleveland nothing in the third quarter. And it is Pittsburgh 14, Seattle 7 at the end of the first half.
Lynn Swann scored one in that. Bradshaw 2 touchdown passes and a tight ball game. Houston, Kansas City, a field goal separates those two teams.
As a baseball score, and it is St. Louis 1, Philadelphia nothing in the second inning. That's in the National League East. And here is the American League East. The Yankees finally are ahead of the Boston Red Sox.
Finally. Oh, he scored
and
35
here in
runs.
Washington, at the end of the first half, it is Washington 21 and Philadelphia 10.
That'll be a sweep for the Yankees, and they'll be what, tied? Tied with Boston for the lead if they win today.
Here comes the second half kickoff now. Mark Mosley getting set to put it, and he's got Campfield and Henry deep. There they are.
This could be a key series for the Eagles. Come out smoking.
Aimed by Henry, and he's at the 13, 15, 20, 25, and upended. Bounced up to the 30-yard line. So that's where the Eagles will start. Dallas Hickman downfield on the tackle.
The Eagles have to show some offense early, I think, Paul, to swing that momentum that the Redskins gained late in the second half.
You know, Lombardi used to always tell us that this was as important a series as any series in the game. If you get the second half kickoff, this is what sets the tone for your offense the whole ball game right here.
So let's see what the Eagles do. Jaworski trying to get it to Carmichael.
That might have been a good move. Curtis looked as though he was in position to pick one off, so Jaworski might have intentionally thrown that one into ground.
I think he tried to hold up on the throw, and it just slipped out of his hand.
Second down, 10 yards to go at the 30.
That Curtis still has a great quickness.
Now it's Houston 6, Kansas City nothing in the second quarter. Jaworski's now 5 for 11. He started out 4 for 4. Now he's 5 for 11. Hogan and Montgomery setbacks. Hogan tipped up as he got only a yard. It was Big Dave Butts who got a hand on him there. 3rd and 9.
Big down for the Eagles. Here goes 45, Gerald Williams in for Curtis, coming in with that 5-back situation again. That's tough to throw against, too. The Redskins do such a fine job with that defense.
Where do you like to go, Gabe, in this situation?
Well, you try to single up. In their particular coverage, you either get a single up with Houston covering or sometimes with the outside guys on your Z-man or flanker.
Oh, that's nice. Have to go against Houston.
I know.
3rd and 9. Blitz 2. Carmichael is who he's trying to get it to.
Bad pass that time, Lindsey. Carmichael was open right at the 40-yard line. He should have hit him there.
Yeah, he overthrew the ball. Evidently, he must have had vision of the linebackers coming. Paul, as you pointed out, they had a blitz. Perfect coverage for what they were trying to do.
So Rick Ingalls has come in to punt the ball, as the Eagles will have to give it up here. Tony Green is dropped back to field it for the Redskins. 5th punt of the day for Ingalls.
The Eagles are either going to have to stay out of those nickel situations or make yardage against that coverage.
Tony Green is retreating. High spiraling kick. Beauty. At the 20, he drops it. Picks it up. 25, 30. Look at Tony Green go.
That's all over, Bowen.
There he goes. Tony Green. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Into the end zone for the touchdown. 80-yard return.
49-yard punt. There's Tony Green, the rookie out of the University of Florida. And Lindsey, the special teams of the Washington Redskins have just extended the lead here to 27-10. And Gabe, how many times have we seen a punt return man? Here it is. He drops the football. Now the Eagles let up a little bit when they see that. He overrun the coverage, and then it's all over. A good move by Tony Green right there. He got a good block on Rick Ingalls, somebody coming back from the outside. And then Green with 4.5 speed. Nobody's going to touch it.
Nobody. He actually didn't need any blocks there. He did most of that on his own.
80-yard touchdown return. And Jack Pardee is happy for the youngster from the University of Florida.
The Eagles special teams are coming back to haunt them again this week.
Conversion attempt coming. Mark Mosley. Diasman puts it down. Mosley boots it up, and it's good. So as they come back up the field, it is the Washington Redskins 28 and the Philadelphia Eagles 10.
New Orleans fans, don't blame Clarence Chapman for this, because he had best coverage that you could possibly have on Lofton. But this is one of these catches that you just dream about, going behind to make the snag. Lofton has earned his bucks today, Bill.
3 catches, 3 touchdowns, shades of Don Hudson. Here's Chester Markall kicking from a 21-10 lead and puts it in play. And here's Mr. Chandler. Mr. Do-It-All. They slow him down and get him. Kid hasn't been able to do it yet today.
You know, I saw him early in preseason, and he looked like he ran with a lot more indecision. It doesn't appear that he's running with the same fierce style that he did early in the games that I saw on television. Of course, that might be a little deceptive too, but I get the feeling that he's not running with that reckless abandon that he did early in the season.
Talk about Don Hudson. The record for Packers for Don Hudson was 4 TDs in one game.
Well,
so Lofton has a shot. You know, you only have 8:19 of the third quarter and the whole fourth quarter to go.
23-19. Mr. Manning now has a task for himself.
They'll probably run to the left because they're overshifted to the right. See what happens.
Okay.
Here they come again.
No, he's going to throw off a play pass action. He's going back to the right. Oh, Hank, they're in trouble. Mr. Barzalowskis smelled that from Connecticut.
They fake the play action here. Watch this. They fake the play action, fake the end around to Henry Childs, and then throw back to the far side of the field on a screen. You see?
Mike Butler, 77, Hank, just smelled that thing out completely.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
They're getting a great rush, Bill, from that front four. They're coming off the ball beautifully.
Now they are, like they did against the Lions last week. You're absolutely right, Nico. Manning's got to put it in the air. He's got time. He's got his man, and that Childs is tough. He's the guy they picked last year as their top offensive player over Muncy, and they picked him over Galbraith. Henry?
This time they have good protection. Archie goes back in the pocket. The backs go out. And here you see him throw the ball right on the numbers to Henry Childs. Steve Luke makes the tackle, but a great executed play by Henry Childs and also Archie Manning.
Well, the Ancient and Honorables jumped out ahead of Philadelphia 28-10. Jack Pardee has really been bringing them along. The win over New England last week. Looks like they're going on against the Eagles this week.
He's got Strawn in there now.
Yes, he has.
Thanks, Nick. Wing T to the right. He's going to throw. He's got a man all alone. He overthrew him. Oh, holy.
Boy, did he have Ike Harris that time wide open. He just threw the ball right over the top and hit.
He threw it over the top, as you said. Johnny Gray did the defensive job.
But Johnny, they took a sniff inside on the play action fake. Archie had plenty of time, but he just threw the ball over the top too long. Boy, he was wide open.
Oh, man, look
But
at
Hank,
Mr. Harris.
Wouldn't you say that he had to throw the ball up and over the top? Because if he put it in a kind of on a line drive, that could have been knocked down or intercepted.
No, he had to throw it right over his head.
Exactly, right.
It had to be a perfectly thrown ball, and that's a tough throw.
Steve Odom is back in a single safety. They coming against the kick of Chandler? They sure are. Kaufman almost got a piece of it again, but he hung it in the air. Good hang time. Odom wants it, though. Number 20 for the Saints is the man who made the play for him, Eric Felton, a 43-yard kick, and he made a super play on that. And the Packers, who have been reminiscent of the old days, have the ball, leading it by a score of 21-10.
Well, the Seahawks, speaking of gotta have, they gotta have something out of this. Look at this field position at their own 49-yard line. Testerman, 42, is the up back. The pitch to Hunter. 50, 46-yard line, brought down by Dwight White, number 78, a gain of about 5 on the play.
Good call by Jim Zorn. 2nd and 5 is what you want to be in the National Football League. Some scores.
Redskins blowing it wide open, 28-10 over the Eagles in the third quarter. To see that ball club next week against Oakland.
Say hello to Bart Starr for me. He's
will.
my favorite. Like to see him win it.
2nd down and 5. Largent in motion. Testerman against the grain for about 3 yards. He'll be a little shy of the first down. 75 is Joe Green. Banaszak also assisting on the play, so it's 3rd down, an important possession play here for Jim Zorn, former Notre Dame star.
Watch out, though. Zorn can sneak a pass in on short, 3rd and short.
Double tight end situation. And the dive to Sims. He's got the first down and plenty more. Inside the 40 to about the 38 before he got pushed back. And that offensive line, we haven't given him enough credit. Invariably, you don't, you know, Mike. But Bebout and August at the tackles and Lynch and Newton at the guards. Yarno the center. That's a young offensive line. They got 3 second-year men. Dallas, 21-14. The Giants are not dead yet. Bobby Hammond, 11-yard run, getting the Giants to within 7 of Dallas.
Giants are for real this year, Sam.
So it's 1st down and 10 from the Steeler 37-yard line. The I formation, Zorn moving the ball club again. Zorn doesn't like something he sees and calls a timeout. So Jimmy Zorn, wisely calling a timeout rather than taking the delay of game, goes to the sidelines to talk to Jack Patera. The Steelers must be showing them something different here. We'll return to Three Rivers Stadium in just a moment. Pittsburgh still leading the Seattle Seahawks. It's 14-7.
Affirmed, Aladar and Seattle slew 3 of Thoroughbred Racing's competitors. Are expected to meet in the Cup live. The telecast from Belmont Park in New York. The Cup, the first of the full Triple Crown races. The 3 greats, Affirmed, Aladar, and Seattle slew. And also the record makers, Alexeyev, 3 world record holding weightlifters, challenged by several men from the United States. Here we go. That's Middleton.
Look
He
out.
may be gone. No. Oh, what a super play on defense. Hank, who finally got him?
37.
Tommy Myers.
Tommy Myers, number 37, finally made the tackle.
What a great cutback here, Hank.
Isn't that against the traffic? Jim Merlo misses the tackle. Schwartz, number 48, gets upended, and Tommy Myers finally makes the tackle from the backside.
You know, Bill, it looks like a real steal for Middleton. A third-round draft choice in 1977, and they're expending these draft choices in the first round. They can't come anywhere close to him.
Barty Smith now. I want to tell you something. You told me at the beginning of the ball game, don't overlook the offensive line. That Green Bay offensive line right now is unbelievable. They're eating the Saints alive on defense.
Under the tutelage of Bill Curry, one of the great centers from Baltimore. He played here at Green Bay, then went to Baltimore, and I played against Bill for many a year and was one of the best centers in the National Football League. A real serious coach.
Second down and 3 yards to go. To tell you the truth, I've never met one that wasn't serious. Oh, he's mixing it now. Smith's got the first down. New Orleans thinks they've got a fumble, do they? The umpire should be in charge of this one. First down, Green Bay. Henry, you and I heard last night when we went out all about the fact, hey, look at that, Dallas 21-14. We heard all about how the star was under pressure. He's answering a lot of critics today.
Yes, he is. And, of course, Bart, I really think, has done an excellent job here at Green Bay. It just takes time to get a program going and underway and successful.
They go back to the tight end side with Middleton after showing that slot right. It's what you told me last night. You run it to the left and throw it to the right.
Well, the power of the formation is a slot formation, which means that you have both receivers on the right side or the left side of the ball. It's strong passing-wise to that side, but strong running-wise back to the tight end side, which they ran last time.
You know, one thing you can't do is you can't come up 2nd and 6 and 2nd and 5 if you're going to play defense, because this gives the offensive quarterback many opportunities and many alternatives.
Nate Simpson's in there now. But it's Barty Smith. Tell me about Smith, Nick. What kind of a ball player?
Well, they talk about Barty Smith. He was the first-round draft choice out of Richmond. Barty Smith is a type of quarterback, fullback that's going to give you everything he has. Now, he's not elusive. He's not a game breaker, but he doesn't make any mistakes. And that's what the key to the thing is. You got to have someone who's going to play every play without making mistakes. He's the guy for the Packers.
He's really a sledgehammer back.
Marv Phillips at Kansas City getting an introduction of Bum Phillips, 6'3" Houston. The I formation couldn't do it, but there's a flag on a play, and it could be defensive holding. Simpson carried the football. He's giving Middleton a bit of a rest. It's so warm out here today. Nick, how warm is it out there today?
Sounds like a Johnny Carson bit. Bill, we used to love this weather in Miami. When we used to get teams down there in the Orange Bowl, when it was a sweltering 100 degrees, we used to look over to the bench of the opponents and watch them with ice bags on their head, feet immersed in ice water. I mean, guys just hanging on, sucking up the oxygen. Here, it's not quite as bad as it is in the Orange Bowl, but it's brutal.
Number 54, offense, holding, 3rd down.
Chuck Eberling gave it to you. The offense was holding. Is it true you'd prefer in a situation like this to get your team ready in a sauna, Hank?
Well, I tell you, when you live and work in New Orleans, why, you're almost in a sauna because it's very hot and humid for practices there.
3rd down and 13 yards to go for the Pack. This kid loves to run. I'm going to use the word. I'm sorry. He's got guts. He really does.
Congratulations,
Nick.
Bill.
You mean I made a magnificent...
You've made it. You've joined the locker room crowd.
I've been working on it for 2 nights with you guys.
Here's an interesting thing now. You watch the punter. You see if he'll kick it. He should try to kick it out of bounds to his left rather than to his right. If it goes out of bounds to the left, chances are if he makes a bad kick, then it's going to go right down the middle and it's not a wasted kick. If he tries to kick it to his right and he squibs it, it could be a very bad kick. He should kick it out of bounds to the left. See what happens.
Okay, Chandler is the man that's deep. You're right, he's going left. What did Chandler show? Oh, what a gorgeous kick as Chandler showed fair catch. I don't know what for. What a kick by Beverly. Oh, Green Bay is doing it all. They have resurrected the pass. 21-10.
From the I formation, first down for Jimmy Zorn and the Seahawks. Play action. Wide open, Largent at the 20 to the 15-yard line. Steve Largent beat Robin Cole. Donnie Shell, the strong safety, came over to help, but Largent was wide open on the crossing pattern. Times is not a lot. He threw it 32 times. Last Sunday, in fact, went back to pass 40 times.
Game's not over yet, Sam. He'll get 30 in.
First down at the 15. That's David Sims for a couple of yards. Stopped by Banaszak on the top. Green on the side. Who's at the bottom? Might be Lambert. 58 it is, and he's still down. Largent has 3 receptions today for 72 yards. Is that 58 or 68? It's 68, and that's Greenwood, not Lambert.
Can't afford to lose any of those offensive front four, Sam. Zorn's going to make them run around all day, and if they have to wait and get tired, they're in trouble.
Mike, I think he got his bell wrong, Mr. Greenwood.
The smelling salt's out, and that's the prime requisite. Wake him up.
Second down and 8. Beasley has replaced the injured L.C. Greenwood. Up the middle for the first down? No, a little bit shy. David Sims, the ball carrier, coming up perhaps 2 yards shy. So let's set that front four for Pittsburgh now. Banaszak replaces Greenwood at end, and then Beasley moves in on the inside along with Joe Green. Dwight White is the other defensive end.
What a smart call by Jim Zorn. They had to shuffle the defensive line because of an injury, and you run right at him then, and Sims picks up the big yardage.
So it's third down and short yardage now for Zorn and the Seahawks. Yes, they are within range of tying this football game. They were 14-point underdogs. Less than 9 minutes to play, third quarter. Double tight end. Hunter trying to get outside. He's got a blocker. Out of bounds, but I believe he got the first down. Let's see where he stepped out and where they mark it. Donnie Shell ran him out. I have never in all my years heard this crowd in Pittsburgh so quiet, Mike.
They are quiet. And look at Donnie Shell had a chance to string it out, and he does his job well, but he didn't keep Hunter from making the first down. Did he?
Well, they've spotted the ball at about the 5.5, so apparently he did. Shell made himself some play over there. Now the crowd comes alive. Fourth down and 6 inches, maybe a foot.
And we talked about, will Jack let him go for it? In this situation, they've got to.
Big back, Sims 35, Testerman 42. Sims, first down Seattle. He got inside the 5.
Excellent run by Sims. Turned that shoulder so he could get through the crack in the defensive lineman, and he just slipped in. Now watch him turn his shoulder. This is the key, Sam. Watch the shoulders turn sideways. See, and he got that little crack in the line and made the first down. Great running.
He slashed for it. Shell comes out. Tony Dungy goes into the defensive backfield. And the Steelers now really with their backs against the wall. 5 yards away, the Seattle Seahawks are from tying this football game. At least a conversion would tie it.
Seahawks are for real, and I'll tell you, the Steelers have got their hands full.
Second back, it's Hunter to about the 3, nothing more. White ganging up along with Mike Wagner, number 23, to stop him. With Mike Hafner, this is Sam Nover at Three Rivers Stadium. We got a great football game. They may be seesawing it everywhere else in the National Football League today. We got the Steeler fans holding their breath. They are dying.
And they will.
Second down and goal at the 3. Play action. Hunter couldn't get it. Robin Cole had him covered very nicely. Cole, the second year man out of New Mexico at 6'2", 222. And as good against the run as any young linebacker you'll see. He's got some upper body strength. I've seen him put pulling guards on their backs who outweigh him by 40 pounds.
Jim Zorn was smart, and again, the scouting report was there. Lauren Taves is hurt. He's the main man out there. Cole had to step in last week in Buffalo, played very well, but they're going after him today.
This Zorn is something else.
I love him.
Sims and Testerman, that makes 2 of us. Third down and goal. Sims No, sir. Look at the Steelers got it up. Ronnie Johnson, the rookie, on top. Wagner, 23, was there. So was Mean Joe, 75. And Sims is still a couple of yards shy. In fact, they spotted on the 3.
And Herrera's going to come in, maybe make his first field goal ever, for the Seahawks, obviously. He gets a short chip shot this time. He can't be short.
If he were to shank this one.
Oh, don't even say it.
I wouldn't want to be within 2,000 miles of Seattle. From the 10-yard line, it'll be a 20-yard kick by Herrera out of Zorn's hold. You're looking right down his throat. Perfect. Efren Herrera has earned his first paycheck as a Seattle Seahawk, and he's moved the Seahawks to within 4 points of the heavily favored Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the story, 14-10 Pittsburgh. Mike and I will be back in a moment.
This is a good time in this section of the field to try to come out with a big play, either a play-action pass or get the ball upfield. See what Archie does in this situation.
You know something strange, Hank? They've got both Goldbreath and Muncy out of the ballgame. He's got Strawn in there. No, with Goldbreath. He's got Strawn. Manning with his back against the stripe. No big play, Hank.
No, a lot of traffic there. It's just a straight-ahead play. Mike Strawn going right, zone blocking on the right side, which means that everybody just takes the man in front of him. Tony Galbraith blocks through, leads through the hole, but there's no place to go, and now it's second and about 9.
With a minute 58, Nick, in the third quarter, 21-10 in favor of Green Bay. And Nick will catch it right after this. Got his backs in a divide and a wing T right. Is Manning going to throw? Long count.
There it is.
He's sneaking left, a bootleg. Manning running for the first down. We'll see whether he got it. The great Ted Husing used to call that a naked reverse.
Usually what happens, he'll call the play in the huddle, but not tell anybody what he's going to do to make sure it's a good fake, and he just kept the ball himself and ran it out there. We'll see if he makes the first down or not. It's very close.
I think he did get it.
But he made the first down. A gutty play, a great play by Archie Manning.
You know, Hank, he really is not a bad quarterback at all, as you told me last night, but I will always remember the pass he overthrew Harris on.
Well, that can happen, especially that kind of a pass over the top of a receiver. It's got to go right over the top of his head. It's got to be perfectly thrown. You got to make those kind of throws, but in that particular case, he didn't.
Don't count the Saints out yet, Bill.
Now there's a whole fourth quarter to go. Are you kidding? No way.
The way they move the football, anything can still happen.
Owens left, Harris right, Baxton and I.
They should run left because of the defense. Play action fake left.
Dave Roller, just all he does is put the pressure on. He and 77 Mike Butler. Mike Butler's been playing super all day.
Henry Jordan never did it any better. And he may be their all-time, well, Cal Hubbard. Oh, what a play. They're inspired today. What did Starr tell him? Long play on a second down, long count. From the end zone. He's got his man, it's Harris.
That's all right, though, Bill. Give him those. It's second down and 20 to go. I mean, don't come up short and then have him beat you deep for a 95-yarder. Now you still have a 3rd and 7 to go. So, you know, that's, you know, although they get 13 yards on this, but what the heck? It's worth it.
He hit him, Ike Harris, right on the numbers, and tackled there by Willie Buchanan, number 28.
Buchanan, whom we haven't talked about all that much, has got to be one of the best, no?
Yes, he is. He's a good one-for-one cover guy, good man-for-man coverage guy. And so is Mike McCoy. They do an excellent job on the outside.
Okay, that's the end of the third quarter. We'll return to Milwaukee County Stadium after this word from your local station.
Jaworski swings it out, left flat. Hogan has it just across midfield to the 49-yard line.
They're going to have to come back to the strong side some. They're doubling up on Carmichael, so somebody on that strong side has to have one-on-one coverage.
Well, that would be the other receiver. Tight end has got to be open in a situation like that, Gabe. That's Keith Krefley, and He hasn't been open too much. Doesn't look like he's getting off the line of scrimmage too quickly.
That's right. That guy, what's his name? The real good one? Houston?
Houston, he's right there, right?
2nd down and 6 yards to go. Hogan again. Troy Bacon was there to cut him off at the pass.
You know, you have to admire the Redskins, though. What they're going to do now is sit back, double Carmichael, play man on man, and tell you if you're going to beat us this way. And the Eagles are going to have to do something about it.
Looky here, a field goal by Joe Danello from 43 yards has cut Dallas's margin to 4.
The Eagles are 1 out of 8 in 3rd down situations here. They need one now.
They're going to get you out of retirement if this keeps up.
I took my phone off the hook.
Jaworski gets it over to Montgomery, and he is at the 40-yard line and down at the 39. It is a 1st and 10 for the Eagles. Harry Brooks brought him down.
Good safe call.
Good hard running that time by Montgomery. Little screen.
Little opposite side screen, having Montgomery come away from the backside. Of course, Hamburger was blitzing. Had no one there but Williams, the nickelback, trying to make the tackle.
It's Woody Peoples out in front, the right guard for the Eagles, number 69.
Carmichael split out to the left side. Ken Payne to the right side. Jaworski. To Payne. Incomplete.
Well, he kind of tripped. He was wide open on the square out.
To make that kind of catch in a situation like that.
Dick Vermeil. Jaworski is 8 for 18, 96 yards.
He needs somebody to come up with the big play, Lindsey. The Eagles look a little listless out there to me. They haven't come up with the big play since actually that beautiful run by Montgomery for the touchdown for the first score.
2nd down, 10 yards to go at the Redskins' 39-yard line. Jaworski. Montgomery. To the 35. Picked up 4 yards. Brad Dusek made the tackle.
Jaworski did an outstanding job there. He was looking downfield for Carmichael, had a big rush by 69, and put the ball out to Montgomery just as he got smacked to the turf.
Gerald Williams comes in now as they go into the nickel defense. Mike Curtis comes off for the Redskins. 6 minutes, 57 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Washington 28, Philadelphia 10.
The Redskins are playing everybody. Perry Brooks is in there, defensive tackle.
Jaworski. Complete to Montgomery. Is at the 25 to the 23-yard line.
Keeps the drive alive, Lindsey. Needed about 6. Montgomery again for the 1st down. This time he picks up 12 on the little delay over the middle.
Right call, Paul. They had the situation they were looking for. Jake Scott was doubling on the tight end, left the halfback on the linebacker. Tough to cover, but you know, any linebacker covering a back.
I love that. You see so many. I think professional football, one thing that has changed in the last 15 years offensively is a quarterback. They have moved your running backs into the passing game.
1st and 10 for the Philadelphia Eagles at the Redskin 23. Jaworski. Carmichael. He has it. Inside the 10 with Lamar Parrish hanging on.
Hanging on for dear life. The big guy, 6'8", trying to drag him into the end zone, picked up 13 yards. And there was nothing Parrish could do here. 6'8". This is just a good pattern and a good throw, Gabe.
One of the few times they've been able to single up Carmichael. And what a target he is.
Look how he had the rope in time as he tackled it.
You wonder why they just don't lay the ball up. What was the guy for San Francisco? He was just throw the ball up.
R.C. Owens. Alley-oop.
They might should do that with Carmichael. He's so doggone tall.
1st and goal at the 10-yard line. Jaworski, touchdown.
There
Montgomery.
it is.
Real smart move by Jaworski that time, Gabe. Everybody was covering to the outside, and Montgomery just slipped right through. Nobody covered him. Play action right here. Montgomery's going to be wide open.
Working on the
Easy
linebackers
touchdown.
there, huh, Paul?
Right.
They moved Jake Scott, had him out of position. Nobody there to cover him but a linebacker.
I tell you, this game's not over with, folks. I'm going to tell you that.
Nick Mickemeyer will attempt the conversion now. Sharrow will put it down. It is no good.
Did he miss it?
He missed it. He missed it. It is no good. Missed the conversion. So it is 28-16. The drive was 53 yards in 8 plays and it consumed 4 minutes 44 seconds.
He's got the Charlie horse. Donnie Shell had to come out with some cramps. Herrera to kick it away in a 14-10 Pittsburgh lead. 6.5 minutes to go, third quarter. Alvin Maxson back at the goal line. To the 10. 20, fumbles the ball. Scramble is on.
I think the Steelers have got it.
They do. Maybe Corson, number 77, who recovered the fumble, but Maxson had that one come flying out of his arms. And it was Steve Corson, the rookie out of South Carolina. Actually, he's a first-year man. He was waived injured all of last year.
The Pittsburgh Steeler fans, all of them took a deep breath when that one popped out of Maxson's hands. That could have really turned the game around.
So from their 25-yard line, Terry Bradshaw, the Steelers will put it in play. He's got Harris back in the game.
He's got to get some offense going, Sam. It's a must. The momentum's on Seattle's side.
Harris, nothing doing. Underneath, it's Steve Niehaus, 71. On top, about 4 of them, including Sandifer, 66. Dennis Boyd, 68. There's a young man you like a lot, Mike.
Dennis Boyd can play football, and he, in his second year, was named captain by Jack Patera, who's coached some great defensive lines. You know that Dennis Boyd's a great player.
Bill Gregory, number 77, replaces Alden Roche. Gregory was a late preseason acquisition from Dallas. Bradshaw to throw it. To Cunningham, no, tipped away very neatly by number 38, Cornell Webster. And he and Autry Beeman have been all over the football field today. And again, I think it was not thrown well by Bradshaw.
Poor throw. Again, Benny Cunningham broke early, and Terry didn't get the ball to him until much, much later. Gave the opportunity for Webster, who, by the way, is having an outstanding game. If you got to face up with number 88, Lynn Swan, every down, and you're doing as well as he is, he's having quite an afternoon.
So Bradshaw now confronted with the kind of situation that Zorn had. 3rd down and 10. Zorn had it numerous times in Pittsburgh territory. Bradshaw's got to operate from his own 25. Split backs, Blyer and Harris. He lofts this one to Swan. First down at the 42. From the 2-yard line. Bradshaw trying to give his team a comfortable margin. Harris, or rather Blyer, stood up at the line of scrimmage. Keith Butler, number 53, is the man. Sam Nover with Mike Hafner here at Three Rivers Stadium. Thank you, Brian, very much. We are in the 3rd quarter. You see Pittsburgh leading Seattle 14-10. Bradshaw to Swan, 7-0. Bradshaw to Thornton, 14-0. Then Jimmy Zorn brought the Seahawks back. Dave Sims capped off an 80-yard drive, the conversion 14-7. Herrera in the 3rd quarter, 14-10. The Steelers are trying to go in again. The gun sounds, ending the 3rd quarter, so they'll have to score it at the other end of the field if they're going to score it. Pittsburgh 14, Seattle 10. Bradshaw will have some time now to talk with Chuck Noll, find out exactly what has to be done on 3rd and 3.
It was 21-7 at halftime, Dallas, but 11-yard run by Bobby Hammond and a 43-yard field goal by Joe Danello makes it 21-17.
Interesting to see what they do here. They've been running the ball consistently well. Let's look for a pass on first down or a play action. See what happens.
All right, Henry, we're watching. Whitehurst runs his man. Oh, it's Barty Smith. What happened, Henry?
Misdirection play. It was the first time the whole game that they ran a misdirection play. They were in a strong right formation, which means they normally would run to the right. Watch. Barney Smith comes back to the left side. Mel Jackson pulls through the hole. Go forth. And Tim Stokes do a great job of blocking at the point of attack. Tommy Myers, number 37, finally gives him a clothesline tackle.
You know, we're in the fourth quarter now, Bill, and this is where conditioning has an awful lot to do with it. This is where you see what team has been in the best condition.
13-yard run. Slot is to the left. And now he wants Middleton to go back to the other side. Look at this young man. Would you believe it?
He's unbelievable. He really is. And they've got a young safety man playing number 48 for New Orleans. Instead of Ray Brown, Don Schwartz is playing that position. It's a slot left formation. And the young safety man comes up. You see, but he's blocked there beautifully by Mel Jackson, number 71. A missed tackle from the inside. Lois Grooms chasing 78. Pat Hughes finally comes over and makes the tackle.
I like him. I really like him. He is really a super back. This is what the Packers have needed.
Nick, it's like a textbook. It's like a textbook, Hank. It's like what you were telling me last night. They're going to call a timeout right now. But the thing about it is, you said they came back to the weak side. They show them that little bit, and now they come back to the other side. Bingo.
A lot depends on where that defensive safety man plays. You say he's playing very deep, this young 48 Schwartz, and as a result, they're going around there in good shape.
Nick Mickemeyer will kick off now for the Philadelphia Eagles, and Tony Green is the deep man to receive the kickoff for the Washington Redskins here in Washington, D.C. Mickemeyer puts it up. Green at the 1-yard line. He's out to the 5, to the 10, to the 15. And face mask at the 19. Shara, I think.
That's going to hurt Philadelphia. They had Washington pinned back inside the 20 on that kickoff, and if it's a face mask, it's going to advance the football. And Gabe, this is one part of the game of professional football, or even college, that's so similar. When a team is behind, they come back and they score a touchdown. It seems that the defense, when they come on the field, momentum changes, and it just puts a little bit of life into that defense. You'll probably see Philadelphia play a little bit hard-nosed football right now.
First down. I agree with you, Paul. It's every time, never fails. Here's a face mask by 21 Shara.
And it's a good call by the referee. He had a hold of it.
Redskins have had the ball for only 3 plays this quarter. They have it again.
They can't go into the shell, Lindsey. Washington's offense has got to really try to move it here.
Riggins carrying.
There's your swarming defense.
They got 2 to the 26. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
The Eagles have Eric Johnson in for Randy Logan now, and Shara's in for Deke Sanders. So they have 3 young players playing that secondary. Maybe Theismann will go on top.
Kansas City is going on top. They now lead Houston 10-6. Kansas City, one of their early surprise teams, Lindsey.
They have been running a wing T.
A wing T. Ran it 69 times last week.
Mike Thomas to the 30-yard line. Picked up 4. It'll be 3rd and 4.
That's what I was just talking about. Why do teams do that? Now they've got a 12-point lead, and Washington's trying to run 1, run 2. Now they're going to force them into a passing situation. Just what Philadelphia wanted. Exactly what the Eagle defense wanted.
That's right. It just seems a tradition. Everybody seems to fall right in line. I don't know why they do it.
It's conservative thinking offensively, and you know the defense is going to be up. They really want to get that football back.
And it becomes so clear when you're in the broadcasting booth.
It really does. It's so much easier than getting your head torn off down there.
3rd down play. Riggins. Well, he was trying to re-spot it because it looks now as a 1st down where it is spotted.
Oh,
Well, I guess that answers our question, Paul. If you can run twice and then complete the pass, you don't worry about it.
A little delay over the middle with Johnny Riggins here. And it's a big first down for Washington. Even though a 12-point lead, he gets hit right there by Frank LeMaster. And I watch number 49, Eric Johnson, put the ball back.
He knew where the sticks were. But it's 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Ruggs and McDaniel are the wide receivers for Theismann.
There we go.
McDaniel, square out.
There it is, Lindsey, a little first down action.
Just moved it upfield.
You know, Paul, I think to beat the 34 defense, you've got to work on those linebackers. You got to keep them at home on the run and then work on them on the pass.
And you're going to see a lot more short square outs on first down against the 3-4 defense.
2nd down, 6 yards to go at the 39. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Washington 28, Philadelphia 16. Reggie Haynes out on the right side. Riggins. He's Matty Sistrunk hanging on. He can't shake loose.
Dallas put 7 more on the board. 2nd touchdown of the day for Robert Newhouse, a 1-yard run. Dallas 27, the Giants 17. Seattle, Pittsburgh, a close one. 3rd quarter, 2 touchdown passes by Terry Bradshaw. And Seattle is only 4 points behind in that one.
Lost a 3 on the last play, makes it 3rd and 9 now at the 36-yard line. 1:34 left in the 3rd quarter. McDaniel far to the left side. Theismann. Intended for McDaniel, and making the move was Bill Berge.
There he is again. There's our man Berge.
Tell you, he wanted that interception right there.
You know what's amazing about this guy? Here he's played for all these years as a middle linebacker and never been hurt. Guy has never been hurt.
There's McDaniel coming down on the turn in. Now he's open for just that split second. He's diving for the football, and Berge out of the picture on the deflection.
Timing was a little off there. Ball thrown a little quicker, probably would have had a reception.
We've got a Philadelphia injury, and it is Lem Burnham.
Well, they'll miss him. He's their pass rush specialist.
U.S. Open tennis will be coming up on CBS at the conclusion of this telecast.
And don't miss that. For the championship, Chris Evert against Pam Shriver. And she's a little girl from Lutherville, Maryland, not too far from here. What a great tournament she's had. And then it's Jimmy Connors against Bjorn Borg, one of the great, well, they just go at each other year after year. Connors, I don't think, likes Borg a bit.
Connors doesn't like anybody. U.S. Open tennis coming up on CBS at the conclusion of this game telecast. Burnham still getting attention here. What about the condition of the playing field here at RFK Stadium? There's been some years before when this field wasn't in this kind of shape.
We'll ask Gabe about that. He's played on it.
We used to come down here at the end of the season when it was a mud hole. It was like playing in a sand lot, but this is like going out on a golf course and playing 18 holes the way that grass looks.
That's Bermuda grass. You can hit a wedge and make the ball dance off of that.
Spoken by an old Kentuckian who's an expert on Bermuda grass.
Nothing's as nice as that bluegrass.
Mike Bragg is deep. Wally Henry to receive it.
Good high punt.
Fair catch. Don Harris was right there. That's the fellow who lived with him a moment ago. 44-yard punt, 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line.
I tell you, here's a sleeper. David Whitehurst has thrown his 4th touchdown pass of the day, 3 to Lofton, and now 1 to his tight end, Rich McGeorge. This is a fine young quarterback. He's about all they have up there, but if he doesn't get hurt, I tell you, he's got a lot of ability. He can run. 4 touchdown passes for him today.
1st and 10 now at the 20-yard line. Hogan and Montgomery for Jaworski. 1 minute, 16 seconds left in the 3rd quarter.
Reverse.
That's Hogan. Hogan got to the 20, which is the line of scrimmage. Ken Houston made the tackle.
A little bit too smart a defense for those reverses against these very, very I've called them aged before, but they're awful smart. They're experienced.
That's a good word. That's a good word.
Experienced, I think, is a better word, yes.
I think that's the kind of play they wanted to run against McDowell, because that's about the only play that you can seem to get by, because he'll step down when he sees the action going away, and you can get around him, but they don't have McDowell in there.
Carl Larch is there, a 3-year veteran from USC.
2nd and 10. Jaworski pumps it over there to Hogan. But he drew a crowd. Chris Hanberger. Chris Hanberger was there.
Now, if he could have beaten Chris Hanberger, he would have had a first down, but you don't beat him too often. 14-year veteran out of North Carolina.
Well, see, the Eagles on the last drive work on the linebackers. Now the Redskins go into a combo coverage that puts Hanberger man-to-man on the halfback. Look what happens. He's right there to make the play.
And there is the gun before they get this one off, ending the period.
Perfect.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter with the score. Washington 28, Philadelphia 16. We now pause for a word from your local station.
First play of the 4th quarter, 3rd down and goal at the 3. Thornton in motion, lead block for Harris. Trying to cut it up. No, he didn't make it. How's that for defense? John Harris, 44, lost his helmet at about the 1-yard line. Butler was over there, number 53. Wow. I'll tell you what, the Seahawks knew if they let him in the end zone on this 3rd down play, Sam, it might be all over. And look at how wild those guys are, fighting off the blocks. And to stop Franco Harris on the 1-yard line, you're doing a job. Are they going to go for it? Well, apparently not, because that's the booing you hear now. Bradshaw has to call for a timeout in all the confusion. Oh, that one's a wasted timeout. So Bradshaw back to the sidelines. He has spent an eternity there in the last 5 minutes of this football game. He is not happy with the slow process of the decision-making, I can assure you. It'll be 4th and goal at the 1 when we come back.
If you want to know if the pack is back, just look at the folks. Oh, the last man to run 100 yards for the Packers, October 3rd, 1976, Willard Harrell. He used to be known as Harold, but he wants to be known as Harrell.
Counselor, I stay with you. Henry, tell me.
Ray Brown is back in the game at safety. There he is in pursuit, and he throws him out of bounds. Number 27, they took Schwartz out, 48, and Brown made the tackle, number 27.
On Simpson, they're giving Middleton a little bit of a rest. Turdell Middleton. Hey, I saw a kid in Cleveland last week named Keith Wright. Beautiful looking football player. He and Middleton played on the same team. They couldn't have been too bad. Did Middleton come back in? You better believe it. The next yard he gets is the first time in how many years that your friend Harrell?
October 3rd, 76, so he'll need a yard here to go over that.
All right. The young man's number is 34. Barty Smith is 33. The slot is to the right. New Orleans in despair.
They're in trouble, too.
Whitehurst got a touchdown. The big guy.
McGeorge, Rich McGeorge, 9 years out of Elon. Woo!
Boy, what a play, and Pat Hughes was back there trying to read the action of the quarterback, but he just didn't get it done well enough, and of course he throws a perfect strike.
Henry, you can see it right now along with the folks. Tell me.
Play action pass, slot side. He gets pressure. He gets pressure from the right side, but he throws the ball. Pat Hughes is the only one back there, and he just can't make the play.
McGeorge is not the fastest man in the world, but he caught the ball.
He sure isn't. The Saints are in shock.
You have seen it. We have ourselves a 28-10 game. We are now about to find out where Elon College is, and our authority on that, Mr. Bonaconti, will research it for you and tell you right that we come back.
It's 4th down and goal at the 1-yard line. The Steelers lead by 4. The Seahawks try to gut it up here, keep the Steelers out of the end zone.
Don't have to say this is a big play.
Harris to the goal line. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. The Seahawks are not happy. The Steelers are obviously ecstatic about it. It took them 4 to punch it in, but that's why you got 4 down sometimes, Mike.
That's right. That's why you got number 32 in the backfield. He just barely made it over the line.
75 yards in 16 plays. Peter Cronin is livid, number 57. He would like to bite somebody's head off, I can assure you. But the fact is, Harris got at least over the plane of the end zone, the goal line, and that's all he's got to do to get the 6. And so Roy Girella will now attempt to make it 21-10 Pittsburgh. Cole quit holding. Kick is up. It is letter perfect. And let it never be said that the Seahawks gave up, folks, because they made Pittsburgh fight for every inch of tartan surface here at Three Rivers.
Who are the Redskins?
Well, here at DC Stadium, the Redskinettes have new uniforms.
I like them.
Thought you might. As we start the 4th quarter, it is 28-16 Redskins.
Nothing wrong with sexing football together, is it?
It's what's inside the uniform that makes it.
That's what it is. Boy, what a move the Dallas Cowgirls have done for professional football. Everybody's following.
3rd and 19 at the 11-yard line for the Philadelphia Eagles. Jaworski. Incomplete. Forward pass incomplete. Trying to get it to Cleveland Franklin.
He slipped down. He fell down on the screen. It looked like they had something working, Gabe, but he fell.
It looked like a good opportunity for him. You might say that's a good, safe play in that situation.
I think Jaworski did a wise thing in really throwing it down low. He wasn't trying to complete that after Franklin slipped and fell.
We have an interesting 3-quarter stat. At the end of 3 quarters, in total yardage, unofficially, Philadelphia 205, Washington 204.
Scoreboard doesn't read that, does it?
The Redskins are leading 28-16. Rick Ingalls is back to punt. Tony Green is deep. At the 45, Tony Green to the 40, 35, 30, and Tony Green inside the 30. Penalty markers thrown.
Tony Green, I tell you, he looks experienced back there returning those punts. He has no fear at all.
No, he might be playing somewhere else in that backfield the way he's running these punts back.
Clip.
Eric Johnson. Eric Johnson's hurt. He made the tackle on that play. Did you ever play special teams?
Yes, I did. I was in the wedge the first year, and you don't think that's an experience. Blocking for kickoff returns. That's what they did to rookies then. Put them in the wedge. And a quarterback in the... And I know you never was in the... Never were in the wedge.
Never in the wedge, but they had me as a backup tight end my second year with the Rams.
See if we can pick up the clip. This is Tony Green. Here's the clip right there.
Jack Delaplane on the clip.
Whitehurst at the controls. Mr. Manders, they could run me up the middle now. That offensive line, Hank, is killing them.
Well, I don't know if we could go to that extreme.
Oh, come on,
But
Hank.
I tell you, the secret of the whole thing, really, is the fact that the offensive line of the Green Bay Packers is coming off the ball terrifically well, knocking off the Saints from the line of scrimmage, and that's why they're making the yard. He picked up 8 yards, and it's fun to be a quarterback when it's 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2.
Bonaconte, couldn't I have run on that?
Absolutely, Bill. You see how enthusiastic, though, the Packers are breaking the huddle? That's what it's all about.
Here's that Middleton.
Oh!
100 yards.
I love him. Hey, Bill, you know who's on that People Show? That sweetheart, Phyllis George, is hosting the People Show. She is absolutely a dynamite girl.
Wasn't she sensational last night on the beauty pageant?
She's absolutely
She
great.
stole the show. She really did. She's fantastic.
Phyllis, I love you, too.
I wonder if she'll interview you, Bill.
They just won't give me a chance here. Remember, right after this, the U.S. Open, Pam Shriver, against Chrissy, and then Jimmy Connors against Bjornborg, a 1st and 10. Hank?
They talked a great deal about using the flex defense, and they've used every defense in the history of football this afternoon trying to stop this Green Bay team, and they haven't succeeded yet. That was Walter Landers, but they're just blowing them off the football, and that's what it's all about. But they're changing alignments consistently and having a hard time stopping this great Green Bay Packer team.
Bill, isn't it wonderful for Bart Starr to be able to forget the draft, go to a small school like Clark, get a free agent named Landers, put him into the ball game, and have him perform like this?
That's why I said to both you guys, I think I could run behind that line, but you won't do that for me. All right. They're in a divide. This is the Sherman kind of divide, with a back set up behind the guards. They got Middleton that time.
That's the first time they ran that kind of a play since they did it early in the game on short yardage. It's a slower hitting play, and they didn't get the blocking on the left side like they did before, and as a result, they didn't make any yardage on the play.
Look, you two guys have been in the game a long time.
I have.
How do you explain this? No, seriously. This is the team that beat Minnesota last week. What happened?
Well, anything can happen. You know, the fact that Minnesota, they beat Minnesota doesn't mean that Minnesota is that great a team this year either. They're not playing nearly as well defensively, and really they won the game because they were able to run the ball and move the ball well against the Minnesota Vikings, but that's why they won the football. They didn't stop him.
How do you like Middleton, Henry?
Oh, he's sensational. He's really sensational. There's a little fisticuffs going on right now. They're stretching the pores a little bit.
Gentlemen, there's no need for that because, truthfully, none of you will get a shot at the heavyweight championship of the world. I don't care what you weigh.
That's Nick, Greg Cook, number 68, who's in the middle of that. No relation to Greg Cook, who once quarterbacked the Cincinnati Bengals. He spells his name a little differently, and he weighs just a tad more than Greg Cook did. Let's see if there's going to be any ejection from the game.
Joe Campbell was in on that fisticuffs, I think, and he's been in several of them last year. He was fined several times last year, and you would think that he learned his lesson, but evidently he hasn't.
Joe Campbell is now leaving the game. I don't know if he's been ejected or whether the Saints just took him out of the ball game. We'll have to wait and see because there's a flag down on the field.
There are two of them. We'll shortly see the authorities on the field dispense justice. That is he on the sideline. Now, if he's been thrown out of the game, he must leave the bench. He cannot stay on the field. Let's see what happens because our referee, Chuck Heverling, will tell us very shortly. It's against New Orleans.
Costly, a very costly penalty at this stage of the football game. Here you see Joe Campbell.
Oh. Unnecessary roughness, number 73, defense. First down.
Do you think he's upset a little, Bill?
Bonaconte, I've seen you in similar situations. You were just a little more facile. Oh, yeah, he's upset.
With the excitement and all the things that have happened and the way they run the football, interesting to see whether on this play they'll run a play action, something to get a big play from this position on the field. Yep.
Now they just went up the middle. Hank, they're doing what Bonaconte wanted them to do, run the clock out.
That's right. They're going to do that. There's no doubt about it in my mind. If you're going to see anything from Green Bay, it's going to be a play-action pass, a pass to a halfback, or it's going to be a screen or a drop. I don't think the Packers, with a lead 28-10, are going to put the ball up in the air and take a chance of giving it up.
Remember now, immediately at the conclusion of this game, we go to Flushing Meadows in New York, where Chrissy Everett will play the youngest finalist in the history of the U.S. Open. Chrissy was 16 years, 9 months old when she played there. This youngster is 9 months younger. She's incredible. Pam Shriver against Chrissy, and then Connors against Boyd. Meantime, surgically, Whitehurst operates. Looks for the touchdown to Lofton and overthrows him.
Well, I'm wrong.
You know, one thing that's interesting about this game so far, either team has run a draw play from scrimmage in the entire game. And they've thrown the ball considerably. They've thrown some play-action passes, but they still haven't thrown or used a draw play. And it'll be interesting to see somewhere in here whether they don't use one, because I think it could be a very effective call.
Bill, just for the fans' information, Campbell was ejected from the ball game. Vociferous as he was on the sideline, it doesn't do the Saints any good when he's there.
Now, and he's got to leave the field. You know, I could use the old phrase, boys will be boys, but he chose a rather inappropriate moment. Whitehurst with a slot right. The rush is on him. He still gets it away. He's got a man open. Oh! Mr. Simpson.
Oh, and he had Merlo. He had a step on Merlo. The ball was right on the money. It was a semi-rollout right, and he threw back against the grain to get a single on the halfback with Jim Merlo. He had him licked, but he just dropped the football.
Look at Whitehurst with Bart Starr. He's saying, well, you had Dowler, and you had Carroll Dale, please. But that was a heck of a play.
He had Horning, and he had Taylor, and he had Hampton, and he had Anderson.
He had a few horses.
He had Thurston, Kramer.
Skronsky, Gregg. Here's Markov. What will he do? No good, wide left. That's the first thing Green Bay has not accomplished today.
I'm going to give you a trivia question.
Go ahead.
Who in the NFL wears more championship rings than anybody else? We'll find out momentarily when we come back to Milwaukee with the score 28-10 Packers.
Improvement. But whose? That is a question. 1st and 10 at the Philadelphia 48-yard line for the Redskins. Theismann. And Danny Buggs has it. Out at the 37. Herman Edwards on that corner. 11-yard pickup.
Theismann's right on the money.
Good square out pattern by Danny Buggs that time. You know what? Great thing about the Washington team today, they have had no turnovers, Gabe. Look at that beautiful move by Buggs and Theismann right there. He had single coverage from Herman Edwards, and he beat him to the outside.
First down now for the Redskins, who lead in the game 28-16. We're in the fourth quarter. Danny Buggs goes to the left side. John McDaniel to the right side. Reggie Haynes is in there at the tight end. There's the field goal. Now, look at the flea flicker.
That's 6.
Downfield to Danny Buggs, and he's got it. Touchdown. A flea flicker. Riggins and back to Theismann, and down in the end zone for 37 yards and a touchdown.
Well, Jack Pardee said we're going to have a few new plays in every week, and this is the play they put in for this week. The old flea flicker. Handed off to Riggins. Riggins throws it back. Here it is again. Boy, Gabe, this is a beautifully executed play. There's Riggins, nobody there. He can almost block. And Berge couldn't get to Theismann in time, and Buggs, in the meantime, has beaten everybody down the sidelines for the score. What was that, 37 yards?
37.
When it rains, it pours, Paul.
There he is. He just ran by the cornerback. That little hesitation by Edwards, that was enough.
Mark Mosley's point. Mark Mosley's conversion good.
Herman Edwards and John Shar converged on the run.
So Joe Theismann, his third touchdown pass of the afternoon. He has also scored from 4 yards out on a run, so it's Theismann Day here at RFK.
There you see the score. Jarella, Boomer, almost out of the end zone. Crawford will have to down it. A touchback, and Zorn will put it in play at the 20-yard line. And the question is, being asked by a few in the press box, was Harris in or wasn't he?
We'll get another look at it and find out, especially from Terry Bradshaw. He'll tell us, is he in? Well, I'm going to wait. Yes, now he's in. Thank you, Terry. I think Terry's a little biased, though.
Yeah, I would think so. L.C. Greenwood is back on the field, so apparently that ankle or leg injury is not serious enough to prevent him from playing, number 68. You see him flanked on the left by Jack Ham. Zorn, excuse me, Mike.
They need Hollywood Baggs in there for that pass rush. They got to have him.
And because you know Zorn's going to be throwing it. From behind, Greenwood's got him. And out of bounds at about the 17-yard line. Well, Greenwood dogged him all the way around from behind and came up on the blind side and hit Zorn out of bounds.
When you've got a guy who scrambles, you want your people in there who are quick on the defensive line. They couldn't afford to lose him. I just said that. And there comes the speed of LC, and he's got him for a loss.
You talk about possession. The Steelers went into this game wanting to possess the football. Well, the 16-play drive took 7 minutes and 22 seconds, Mike.
That's a National Football League drive when you want to keep control. That's perfect. Great time.
Kind that Chuck Noll is in love with, I can assure you. Second down, 14. Make it 13. Zorn with Hunter and Testerman in the backfield. Greenwood again, and he's down at the 8. Well, if he was injured, it wasn't very badly, I can assure you. Vanaszak was there to help him, but Greenwood had the impetus and put Zorn down.
I said they couldn't afford to lose L.C. Greenwood on that front line. They got to have it. That's the 4th sack of Zorn and the Seattle Seahawks.
And Dwight White, 78, is down.
I guess everybody has to get a little nick or bruise on the Steelers before they get cranked up.
He is reeling a bit in agony. 78, the veteran out of East Texas State, number 8. Dwight White, who has had a fabulous career with the Steelers. I will best remember him, Mike, I think, for coming out of a sickbed with 102 temperature and playing in New Orleans in Super Bowl IX like nobody's business. When he was sicker than a dog, had been in the hospital, he had, I think, pleurisy.
That's what it was?
Just a fabulous effort. Well, Pittsburgh fans will want to know about that one. 10-3 Cincinnati. They're in the 4th quarter over the Browns, and Cleveland was favored. And White is on his feet, by the way. Don Cockcroft, the field goal from 32 yards. The Giants are not dead yet. Down by 10 in the 4th quarter to the Dallas Cowboys. And Washington, a runaway over the Eagles today, 35-16. Theismann has got it together.
Bobby Beathard is the new general manager there. And here we got another score. How about that? Kansas City's Wing T's coming back 10-6 over Houston.
There's your upset of the day if it holds. Kansas City leading Houston. 4 linebackers. 3rd down, 17 for Zorn. Testerman for about 5, and Lambert stands him up, and they put him down. And maybe not a bad play call by Mr. Zorn. He's got 13 minutes to play here in the 4th quarter.
He can still get 2 touchdowns on the board. He didn't want to throw an interception there and give the game to the Steelers. Hand might have been all for him.
Nat Terry and Randy Rudershan in double safety. Thunderfoot Herman Weaver on the goal line. He'll need a dandy here, and it is. Not much hang time, but he kicked it long. Fumbled by Terry. Rudershan still loose. Steelers have it back at their 37. And a few hearts skipped a few beats here at Three Rivers while that ball was bouncing around. Dirt Winston made the recovery.
Tell you, if it wasn't for Winston, Seattle would have had the football.
47-yard kick by Herman Weaver. Flag is down. They may walk it back again.
Five-yard penalty against Pittsburgh.
Defensive holding against the Steelers. Automatic first down. What a costly penalty that was, at least as far as Pittsburgh is concerned. And Zorn now with new life back at the 19-yard line, a first down.
And you don't give that young guy a new life. He'll burn you. Let's watch now. They're going to fill the air with footballs, down by 11 points.
He threw as pretty a pass last Sunday against San Diego on the run toward the line of scrimmage, shoulders square to the line of scrimmage to Sherman Smith, that you'll ever want to see in your life.
He throws never running.
Never broke stride. Complete to Largent at about the 32 or 33-yard line and dragged down by Donnie Shell. But that will be, I believe, another Seattle first down. And the Steelers appear to be giving them everything else under. There's a flag down. Mike, am I correct in assuming at this point they're kind of backpedaling in a deep zone and giving him the things underneath? There's a face mask. That's an obvious call against Pittsburgh again.
Boy, Steelers getting every bad break in this drive. But you're right. They're going to play pass first and then run. And that's what Pittsburgh is playing. And we talked about Jim Zorn throwing on the run. He does it as well as anyone. Look at those shoulders. Squared up, hit his receiver right between the 8 and the 0. I'd like to have that kid thrown to me. I'd still be in the league.
Well, wait till I tell Steve Tensey about that.
Oh, goodness. And Pete Lesk and 28 other quarterbacks that went through there.
So it's a first down, and the ball is now spotted at the 39-yard line. Tack on the penalty to the completion from Zorn to Largent. 124, Sims 35 of the running backs. Zorn straight back. Got the home run ball to McCullum, and he overthrew him. Mel Blount had the coverage downfield. It was 89, Duke Ferguson, I beg your pardon, not Sam McCullum. And he went for 6 on that one, as he so often does, but he overthrew him. Play fourth quarter, 21-10 Pittsburgh. It's been a lot closer than that, I can assure you, if you have just joined us for any reason. Rabel slotted 4 receivers. Zorn had to run for his life and got it back to the line of scrimmage. Excellent pressure by the Steeler front 4. Banaszak, Greenwood, Dwight White, Joe Green all around Zorn, causing some havoc.
I think, Sam, that might have been, again, that designed quarterback draw. The Steeler front 4 got in there awfully quick. They caught him by the ankle, Jim Zorn, and it didn't work.
And so that superb protection that Zorn had earlier in the game is starting to break down a little bit. Newton, Lynch, Bebout, August, and company, along with the center John Yarno, going to have to gut it up. It's 21-10, and Zorn needs some time. More importantly, he needs some points.
Got to have that first down now.
Faking the blitz. Now they come late with it. Pass intended for whom I don't know, but it was not near anybody. Maybe Ronnie Howard, the tight end, 87. He wasn't within 10 yards of the ball. And Zorn now goes off on the far side, having to get the pieces back together. He has not had a particularly good day, although he's never been known for his completion percentage, but he's put it up 17 times for 148 yards on the 7 completions. The 28-yard line to a double safety of Terry, 41, and Rudershan, 40. Beautifully high spiral kick. Terry at the 15, trying to reverse his field. And he's down at about the 22-yard line. Doug Long, number 23, along with Peter Cronin, 57, there to make the stop. 11:29 to go in regulation time. You see the score. We'll be back in a moment.
Redskins are leading 35-16 here in the 4th quarter. Lindsey Nelson with Paul Hornung and Roman Gabriel.
Tell Gabriel to sit down. He's tall enough. 6'9".
Roman Gabriel was an outstanding college quarterback at North Carolina State, played quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams, the Philadelphia Eagles. Paul Hornung was a quarterback at Notre Dame, played halfback at Green Bay. Now the ball is in the air. Mosley booted it. Taken by Henry back at the 13. He's at the 20. Gets it up to the 36-yard line. Jack Delaplane brought him down.
The Eagles have good field position. They have to move the ball in this series.
Well, I don't think there's any question. I think Joe Theismann will agree after this ball game. Maybe it's better if the coaches do call the plays, huh?
I think he'll agree.
They really mobbed Joe Walton, who handles the offense for the Washington Redskins, after he called that play. Every offensive ball player went over and patted Joe on the back.
That's Walden.
There's Joe.
Well, last week we saw Minnesota and New Orleans, and each team used a flea flicker last week in that game.
I like it.
That is completed to Kenny Payne. Kenny Payne off and running, and right over Joe Lavender, who hangs on. 50 yards on the play.
A wide open football here at RFK, Gabe. I love it. Kenny Payne, take it away, Gabe.
All right, Jaworski back in the pocket, has time, spots Payne coming across on a square in. He beats Parrish.
Beautiful pass.
And makes a great turn here. I think his knee was down. I think he might have been down right there. Great second effort, though.
Cuts back here. I think he made a wrong move cutting back on the inside.
He might have picked up a few more.
That's right.
It's just inside the 15-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Eagles, with the Redskins leading 35-16. 13 minutes, 35 seconds left to play in the game.
Well, they need 7 right away.
Jaworski. Montgomery. Chris Hanberger rides him out.
But there again, Lindsey, they were trying to hit Harold Carmichael on the slant, and he was covered.
A good read by Jaworski.
He went outside to that young man, 31. Montgomery, I think Montgomery's looked just super today.
You know, Paul, I think perhaps the Eagles need to mix up their offense a little bit more. It's difficult for them to come into a ball game and they get behind. Now they got to throw. They might be a little more successful if they mix it up from the outset.
Well, don't you almost have to go upstairs now? You've got to really try to put some points on the board in a hurry. Montgomery, 71 yards on 11 rushes. That's almost 7 yards a clip. He's picked up 41 yards and 5 catches.
2nd and 4 at the 8-yard line. This is Montgomery again. Montgomery, touchdown.
Boy, he saw a little daylight, Lindsey. Gabe, that's hard running right there. He saw a little crack in that Redskins defense and blew through there for the touchdown.
Watch this block by Keith Krefley over here, the tight end. Also Jerry Sizemore. And, of course, Montgomery sort of made his way in.
Boy, he sure did. He saw a little daylight. He was not to be denied right here. Here it is again. Let's take another look. Ground level. There's tight
Krefley.
end. Krefley, good block, and Sizemore, a fine block from the offensive tackle.
Shara will hold now for Mickemeyer. And it's good. So it is 35-23. They drove 64 yards in 3 plays. It took 1 minute, 21 seconds. We have 13 minutes, 13 seconds left to play in the game.
Folks, with the almost indefatigable memory that I have, plus the assurances of Billy Barnes, who told me, the answer is Mar Fleming. Okay, New Orleans has got it now. They're serious. They're in trouble. You can see why. Had the man completely open, Henry.
Yeah, I don't know what happened on that play. You know, he was wide open and should have been hit. It's a flood pattern to the left. Archie has plenty of time to throw. Throws inside, way behind the receiver, Mike Strawn, incomplete.
Let me add that Mar Fleming played on the great teams here at Green Bay. Then in a trade came down to Miami and played on the great Super Bowl teams of the Dolphins.
Who else was on that team, Nick? A divide, long count. Manning, rush on, swings it out to Galbraith. He's got room. Look at this big guy.
Boy, he's something, isn't he?
Oh, he really is. You know, you feel, I must tell you, the old gag was, you know, feeling like watching your mother-in-law go over Niagara Falls in a new car, but you kind of feel sorry. Galbraith's an outstanding football player. So is Muncie. By the way, Muncie's not been anywhere today, Hank.
Hey, you haven't seen Muncie too much.
Here's a pass out here, a screen to Tony Galbraith. Good block there by 66 Conrad Dobler. Roller made the tackle, and Johnny Gray, 74-25.
6:43 remaining. He's got to put the ball in the air. He hit his man beautifully. Lovely catch.
Tinker Owens, 83.
Bill, you know, down in Miami, whenever Wes Chandler, 89. Now, the reason I say this is because Owens, who was the veteran, came in, and everybody thought Chandler, the #1 draft choice, would step right in and replace Tinker Owens. It has not happened. When Chandler played with Florida, he used to give everybody indigestion in Miami because they used to play at the University of Miami and totally destroy them. But he hasn't broken into the starting lineup yet.
Second down and short. He's going to throw it anyway. Swings it out. It's Galbraith. Boy, he's running like a mad bull.
Exactly the same play as he ran on the preceding down. All it is a flood pattern to the weak side. Mike Strawn is leading the play, and he makes a block downfield. See the block by Mike Strawn. Another block down there by John Hill, number 62.
Johnny Gray is the guy that finally put him down. They got a first down. Clock is a factor. They're behind by 18 with 5.5 to go. It's going to take a miracle. Everybody downfield. He hits Galbraith again. No way that he could avoid them all. That's Gary Weaver, not a bad football player, that outside linebacker we saw last night.
Yes, he is. He's very active, and recognizes run-pass situations extremely well.
And meanwhile, the Saints are eating up the clock for the Packers. Short passes, tackles, 25, 30 seconds elapses on the clock, playing right into the hands of Green Bay Packer coach Bart Starr. That's all you can ask for.
Maudie and Wes Chandler are the outside receivers.
He went for Maudie, didn't he?
Yes, he went for Maudie into the post and was really rushed and threw the ball falling away and threw it over the top.
Gary Weaver, 52, put some pressure on the quarterback. Hank, the blitz was on.
which is I'm sort of surprised because Green Bay has been playing good secondary defense, but that time they decided to blitz Gary Weaver, and it was effective.
Nick, tell me something. I don't want to put the pressure on Hank. What is this team like on offense, New Orleans, with all the horses they got?
You know, it looks like they're very complacent offensively. I'm watching Chandler run patterns, and it almost looks like he feels that all he has to do is go through the motions. They're just not determined. That's what they're missing.
Third down and a big 5. He's got the first down.
See, that's really the kind of a play you ought to run to Russ Chandler, because Chandler is so quick out in the open that he maybe would make a defensive back miss a tackle and go all the way. Tinker Owens is a very sure receiver, but would not stretch that kind of a play into a long game because he doesn't have the great speed.
You know, like you say, Owens is a great receiver, but when you're playing defense, the guy you want to have the ball is Owens. Now, Owens has 6 receptions for 46 yards, and that's not a great average.
Look at what Lofton has, 3 for 107. Swing pass out to the right.
That's Van Wagner.
That's Wagner. And there you see the big difference between a back like Galbraith and a guy like Wagner. He's a fine young back, but there's a big drop-off in efficiency when Tony Galbraith and also Chuck Muncie are out of the ballgame.
Sports quiz.
Go ahead.
Who is the last Packer receiver to catch 3 TDs in one game?
You told me before, Hudson.
No, wrong. Max McGee.
Oh, wait a second. I just lost my crap.
1963 against the Rams.
Hudson had 4?
He had 4.
Well, Bonacani wins the crown. Manning's got to go long. He's got his man. That's your man, Owens, again.
Tinker Owens, he caught that ball coming across the middle, and he's a very sure-handed receiver. Watch this again. And he goes down into the middle of the defense, and the ball is a little bit behind, really. Watch him. You see, but he jumps up in the air and makes sure that he catches the ball, which he did. A big play for the New Orleans Saints.
You know what I remember most about him, Nick? Remember Oklahoma, Michigan?
I remember the schools.
Oof. He killed them in the Sugar Bowl. First down and goal.
Oh.
Hank, tell me something. Where is Muncie?
Obviously, Chuck is hurt. He got hurt last week in a game against the Vikings, and evidently he got stung again today and wasn't able to play the entire contest.
The guy who made the stick, Bill, is a second-round draft choice out of Minnesota, number 55. That's Mike Hunt. Now watch you come up here and just fill this hole. Watch him crunch. Oh, great destruction.
It's Strawn again. He wants the touchdown. He's got it.
Mike Strawn running to his left, goes in for the touchdown.
Gary Weaver makes the hit on this play, but it's a little late because Strawn smells daylight, so he just cuts it right up. Hit by Weaver, but not enough, and Strawn gets the touchdown. 2:01 remaining on the clock, 28-16. Zarro will try the extra point, Bill.
How do you utilize the clock here? You just got the 1 second because the clock is stopped. You're going to have another timeout with a 2-minute warning. Any advantage here, Hank?
You're talking about Green Bay?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to very obviously run, and try to consume as much time as they possibly can. That's going to be the strategy. They're going to try to get good field position on a kickoff return, and then they're going to keep it on the ground if they can.
28-17 in favor of the Pack. And this has been a day for Milwaukeeans and a day for all people who love the Green Bay team. A disappointing day, obviously, for New Orleans.
Well, it's still a long way from being over. 2 minutes and 1 second. As explosive as New Orleans is, they still have a chance to come back into this game and do something.
When the New Orleans Saints drafted Archie Manning, they traded Billy Kilmer to Washington and said he was through. He was only beginning.
I want to tell you, he's never through, that guy. He could play on my team anytime, I'll tell you.
That's Tony Green deep. Tony Green deep, and Nick Mickamar will kick off. It is fielded by Smith. Returns it to the 30, 35. Crossed the 40-yard line. A penalty marker on the play. Penalty markers. J.T. Smith ran it back clipping on the run back.
Well, we've seen some fine run backs off the kicking game this afternoon. A lot of points on the board, 58 to be exact.
35, I think, is the most by any team against the Dick Vermeil coach football team here since he's come to the Eagles.
Keep in mind, the Eagle defense did not allow, what, a touchdown for 8 quarters coming in this ball game.
On the run back, 66, clipping. First down.
That's Teddy Frisch, number 66. He's coming in blocking on the lower right-hand part of your screen there. I think that's Osborne. He pushed him from behind. That is a clip. Teddy Frisch. His father is one of the all-time greats. Played in Green Bay for so many years.
First and 10 at the 13-yard line. Riggins. Push back from the 15. It'll be 2nd and 8.
Randy Logan's back in the ball game now at strong safety.
And we've got that same situation again, Gabe. The Washington Redskins lead by 12 points. Philadelphia has just scored, and they come back in, and now that defense should have a little bit of momentum going for them, especially if Washington tries to run the football and go conservative.
Well, how's Washington scored all day on the pass?
That's right.
McDaniel far to the left side. He's in for Grant. Reggie Haynes is split out right. Well, he was throwing for Haynes.
Threw that one out of bounds on purpose. He was really covered over there. 2 linebackers, Bunning and Berge, were right there.
3rd and 8 coming.
There's Walton. Now he's sending in the play. Grant's going to bring it in.
The Eagles have their pass rusher in now. Well, they got number 68 Harrison, who's 6'8". I guess they put him in to try to get in Theismann's vision.
He's the only guy that can look Carmichael right eye to eye.
Thomas and Riggins are the setbacks for Theismann. Thomas fumbles, and the Eagles recover at the 23-yard line. Frank LeMaster.
That's the first turnover today for the Washington Redskins. So don't go away, folks. This could get interesting.
We've got a ball game.
Here it is. Thomas off the right side, and I don't think he was hit too hard. He just coughs up the football. He was hit behind the line of scrimmage, forced free from Lorch.
Right,
and there comes the football up.
Was that Bunning, 95, that forced that fumble?
Bunning caused the fumble, and it went right into the hands of Frank LeMaster.
First and 10 for the Philadelphia Eagles at the Washington 23. Dick Vermeil. 35-23 is the score.
It livens up this crowd here at RFK, didn't it, Linz?
Got their attention. Jaworski. Carmichael. He's inside the 10-yard line. He's hard to bring down.
Beautiful pitch.
Great throw, Paul. That's the guy to work on. Go to Carmichael against Parrish.
17 yards on the play.
Here it is, a little 3-step drop. A little quick protection here to Carmichael, and you're going against a little guy. Let the big guy catch it and go for the touchdown.
First down and goal to go. Eagles at the Redskin 5-yard line.
Eagle character starting the show.
Oh, they need 7 here.
Montgomery, touchdown. Penalty marker. There is a marker.
Well, I tell you, he looks determined when he gets close to that goal line, Wilbert Montgomery.
Holding against the Eagles nullifies the touchdown.
You know, Montgomery won that position last year against the Jets. He gained 103 yards in his first start, and ever since that time, Vermeil's had him lining up as the #1 guy.
Let's check out the penalty here now. Fred Silva, the referee.
Offense, number 69.
Woody Peoples.
Holding. First down.
Woody Peoples, the 10-year veteran. He's the right guard. He'd be pulling. Here's Montgomery cutting back. See if we can pick it up. It should be in the right side of your screen. There it is. He's got his left hand pulling Dave Butts by the shirt. No question about it right there. And Wilbur Montgomery doing a fine job to get into the end zone.
First down and goal to go at the 15-yard line. Jaworski completes it. Taken by Cleveland Franklin just outside the 10. Make it the 11-yard line, a gain of 4. Second and goal.
Trying to go in there again to Carmichael. Jaworski made a move out of the pocket. Avoided the loss.
Ron looking over to the sidelines now in the direction of Dick Vermeil, signaling in a play for him.
Second down, goal to go. Philadelphia at the Washington 11. Jaworski 17 for 28 today, 204 yards. Jaworski. Intercepted in the end zone by Curtis. Mike Curtis. Touchback, 20-yard line, first and 10. Curtis intercepted in the end zone.
And Lindsay, there's the experience of a 14-year veteran. He makes the interception, and right away he thinks, I'll go right down for the touchback. Everybody comes out to meet him.
All right, Paul. Here we go. Here, double coverage on Carmichael. Keith Krefley on Houston. Jaworski doesn't see Curtis.
Dave Parker may just be the best all-around baseball player in the game today. But it's football we're concerned with at the moment. Harris, 25, leaps over a man. 5 or 6 yards on the carry. Terry Beeson is a man who knocked him down, along with Sammy Green.
If there's any team in the National Football League that can control the ball, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, number 58, knows that. He's going to follow number 32. Makes the tackle, but Franco can rip 5 on you anytime he touches the ball.
Ken Geddes also great lateral pursuit coming way over from the right linebacker spot, and he also made contact. Gain of 6, second down 4, and if the Steelers put it up very much here, we'll be shocked up, at least in this booth.
They better not throw the ball. They don't want to give Zorn the ball back.
10:45 to go. They want to kick off as many as they can, and that way, keeping the ball on the ground, picking up first downs is the best way to do it. That will be very close to a Steeler first down, maybe a half a yard shy.
I'll test my eyes, Sam. Say it's short by 6 inches. They're going to measure, though.
Riddle, but can leap up and hurt you anytime. Boy, your eyes are fabulous. You've got $6 million eyes, Hafner.
No speed, but I have good eyes and good hands.
Double tight end. Grossman 84, Ted Peterson 66, joining Cunningham. Lynn Swan and Stallworth are both out. Third down, most important possession play for Bradshaw. An opportunity, if he can convert here, to tick off another 3 or 4 minutes on the clock.
All you have to do is execute. You should be able to make the first down easily.
Franco, first down, into the pile. He didn't have to get much, and he got it. Geddes met him, but after he had penetrated the line of scrimmage, John Cope, 55, getting up. Moon Mullins, 72. Mullins is probably the best pulling guard the team has.
Maybe the best one in the NFL.
He's what you call your all-around talent. I guess the athlete syndrome, which is so prevalent in football today. A guy who can run well, you know, do all those things despite his position.
And also a bright young man. He knows the game.
So the Steelers keep possession at the 33-yard line. First down at 10. And Flyer spun around by Beeson. Gregory was also there. It looked like he had daylight for a moment, got spun around. He may have run into his own blocker, Sam Davis, 57. But a gain of no more than a yard on the carry by Robert Patrick Blyer, who is not feeling particularly good today after his Irish of Notre Dame got knocked off by a Mizzou.
3-0. Warren Powers, an old Oakland Raider defensive back. Put it on Dan Devine, the former Missouri coach.
From the 35-yard line, give him a gain of 1. Second down and 9. We'll update you on some baseball in just a moment after this play. Bradshaw to throw it. He's got a man over the middle. It's Swan at the 45, and that'll be a Steeler first down. Geddes tried to strip him. Look at this, Harris and Swan. Cooler heads prevail. Mullins got into it a little bit late. John Harris, the rookie out of Arizona State, having to be restrained by Ken Geddes. Swan will take no more of that nonsense after George Atkinson, late of Oakland, gave him 2 concussions, not 1, but 2.
I think Harris a little bit frustrated. The rookie, he's seen number 88 too many times today, catching passes. It just finally caught up with him, and Lynn wouldn't take any of his guff.
Cardinals lead the Phillies 6-1 in the 7th, baseball-wise. Yankees 6-2 over the Red Sox, 5th inning. Pirates, as I mentioned, were tied at last report in the 5th with the Mets. Harris trying to get wide. Sammy Harris, 56, the left side linebacker, along with Cornell Webster, coming off to shut the run down. But the Steelers are doing, Mike, exactly what they wanted. Patera must be in mental anguish on the far side, watching the clock continue to run. It's 8:10 now left in the 4th quarter.
Perfect drive by Pittsburgh. They've kept the ball on the ground. They've thrown only 1 time. That to Lynn Swan for the first down. Patera, what do I do next to stop this crew?
5 defensive backs on a 2nd down 11 for the Steelers. Well, he can be proud of one thing, Jack Patera can. He's got the most successful second-year expansion team ever, having won 5 and lost 9 last year. Bradshaw looking downfield, throws it short of Cunningham. Terry was almost out of bounds when he released it. Mike, smart or not smart?
Well, the pass would never get to where it was intended, and it's almost an impossible throw to be running towards your throwing arm and then throw back across the field. Terry's one heck of an athlete, but that kind of throw, there's no way. He just threw it away.
You know, I talked about Patera, some of the remarkable things he did. He started with a veteran philosophy, but every time a rookie comes in and shows that he's got it, like Steve August beating out Norm Evans, I guess maybe, is that what he's headed for?
That's right. It might be Evans's turn to move on, forget the game, because that rookie has taken over. They've done it 4 or 5 times with people they got in the allocation draft. Now they found a rookie that they've drafted and trained, and they move right in.
Big play for Bradshaw, 3rd down 11. He's got Harris and Blyer as split backs. All day to throw it over the middle. He's got Stallworth at the 30-yard line. Sandwiched between Autry Beeman and Terry Justin. Finally got knocked down. Stallworth not happy.
Same exact pattern that he picked up the first down. On the other side with Lynn Swan, underneath the coverage, turns inside, in between the linebackers and corners. Wide open. Perfect throw by Terry.
Cornell Webster is a man who dived for the ankles. Well,
Harris in there with an extra hit again.
Making him pay for the catches, they say, but it's a first down. The Steelers with a big possession pass. Bradshaw has thrown very well in 3rd down situations. 16 out of 30 unofficially for about 200 yards. Another very nice day for Mr. Bradshaw. Flyer inside the 20 to about the 17. That may be a first down. Cornell Webster having to make the stop, but Flyer running very well with the football.
Short a little bit, Sam, I think, but what a great call. He has set up that draw play with the 2 passes. They weren't looking for it, and Blyer got a crack and popped through for about 9 3/4 yards.
Steelers played last week in Buffalo with only 4 running backs, having put Delaplane and Maxson on waivers, not expecting to lose both. They did lose both. Could not bring anybody back for the Buffalo game, as you well know, Mike, having done the game. Finally, were able to sign Maxson through a series of complicated maneuvers this week. So they've got 5 backs. Blyer again, first down, much more. Inside the 10, the battering ram to the 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal for the Steelers as Blyer just pulled his way through a small hole.
Rocky Blyer noted mostly for his blocking, but I'll tell you, you give him a hole and he'll run over 4 or 5 people. He did there. Nice move. Ran right over the safety man and picks up a big first down.
So the Steelers, with 5:54 to play on a turning clock, have a chance now to about salt this game away. 21-10 they lead. They have it 1st and goal at the Seattle 5. Bradshaw, Stallworth, knocked away by by David Brown, I beg your pardon. And a very neat play by the 3rd-year pro out of Michigan.
Good eyes by David Brown. He saw that inside pattern coming, stuck a hand out, just knocked it away. That was 6.
Well, when he was here, you know, he spent some time at the local NBC affiliate. I know the young man very well. He wants to get into television.
As long as he didn't take my job.
Oh, nor mine. Very bright guy, a most articulate young man, and developing into a pretty good football player. The only Seattle Seahawk who has started every game they've played, and this is their 30th.
Steelers don't make mistakes either. They drafted him on the first round. He is a fine player.
2nd down 5. Thornton trying to get outside, dipped in. Well, Beeman lost him. Look at him carry people down to the 1. The Thundering Bull, Sidney Thornton, trapped back at the 7 by Beeman, broke that tackle, then carried a couple of people to the 1-yard line.
I told you, linebackers and defensive backs do not like the way Thornton is built. All that weight down below, you get him up high and he'll just flip you around, and watch what he does to Beeman. There is the lower body strength that allows him not to be knocked off balance. Beeman hadn't got a chance, and Harris doesn't want any part of him.
And when he comes in late in the game, when you're a little tired and a little sore.
Those hurt. He can hurt you.
So it's 3rd down at about the yard. Let's call it a yard and a half for the sake of argument here. It's really not. It's closer to 1. Double tight end. Grossman in motion. Bradshaw rolling. He's got Gregory in his lap, and Gregory on a brilliant defensive effort throws him down at the 15. Not fooled one moment was the 8-year veteran out of Wisconsin, Bill Gregory.
Bill Gregory picked up from the Dallas Cowboys right before the final rosters. Nobody touches him. Somebody blew an assignment, Sam, because you don't see a defensive lineman coming in that clean.
So Roy Girella now will attempt to make it a 14-point lead. He will attempt one from the 21-yard line. It'll be a kick of 31. Kick is up. No good. Wide to the right. And you will hear the Boo Birds now. Certainly nobody realizing that the spread was 14 points today, would they, Mike?
Oh, they know it, Sam.
Still a 21-10 lead for Pittsburgh. We'll be right back.
Washington 35, Philadelphia 23, 10 minutes, 26 seconds left to play. The Redskins have the ball on their own 20-yard line. Joe Theismann brings them up.
Well, that's a big turning point of this ball game. Of course, Philadelphia. They had 6. It doesn't count.
Thomas gets the handout. And he gets 6 yards to the 26, 2nd and 4. Manny Sistrunk stopped him.
What a game Bunning and Sistrunk are playing. Redskins trying to get outside and just aren't able to do it.
Thomas getting up very, very slowly. Well, Dallas has got everything rolling now. They put another 7 on the board. A 3-yard run by Tony Dorsett. And they now lead the Giants 34-17.
Fugate is back in the ballgame at tight end for the Redskins. Thomas has carried 10 times for 32 yards, and Riggins has carried 14 for 54. Timeout. Theismann calls a timeout.
Why? Why would he call a timeout here and waste one right here, Gabe?
Evidently, the play that came in, he was a little unsure about, so he's coming over to check, but they have audible, so he could have done something, called something. Don't waste a timeout.
It's very tough when you start wasting timeouts if you feel that you're going to be in a close ball game. Joe Theismann.
With Mike Hafner, this is Sam Dover back at Three Rivers Stadium. You are looking at, I would think, a reaming out session.
Oh, he's mad at him.
Ted Peterson is a man who apparently blew the assignment on Bill Gregory, and Chuck Knoll has been jawing at him all the time you were watching whatever you were watching away from Three Rivers Stadium. We're back live, and Zorn will put it in play from his own 20-yard line. 21-10, Pittsburgh enjoying that 11-point lead, and flags are down all over. Ronnie Howard, pass complete to Sims. None of this will make any difference because Howard obviously was in motion. Incidentally, a far cry from last week. Seattle had 78 plays last week as you look at Howard move. Well, that was obvious. 78 plays, Mike. They possessed the ball for 38 minutes. This week, they've been outplayed as far as plays are concerned by the Steelers 65-46.
That's the difference in the ball game, and I wouldn't want to be Ronnie Howard going back to the huddle. Jim Zorn can shoot darts at him just looking at him.
5:03 to play in the fourth quarter. It's still a 21-10 Pittsburgh lead. If the Steelers couldn't hold it, they will be 2-0 on the year. And the Seahawks will be the reverse, 0-2, going into Shea to meet the Jets.
Remember those 17 attempts so far. We'll see how far he runs it up before the gun goes off.
He's got 5 minutes to throw it a ton, and he will, every time. Zorn dumps it off to Sims. Look at Ham. Fumbles the ball. Ham's got it at the 13-yard line. Not only did he make the tackle, force the fumble, but recovered the fumble.
He's going to sweep the stadium afterwards, wash the jerseys and pants, and probably chauffeur Chuck Noll home. He can do it all, Tim. What a great player.
Former Penn State All-American. Now hard to believe that Mr. Ham is in his 8th season in the National Football League.
He just gets better every year. It's amazing.
So the Steelers take over at the Seattle 13-yard line. Harris 32 and Blyer 20 are the setbacks. They split Stallworth wide to the left and Swan to the right. And the icing for the cake can still be had by Bradshaw. And out to Swan in the end zone, and he overthrew it. And you got to give Cornell Webster and David Brown some great credit. They have covered the receivers fairly well today, particularly down deep in their own territory on the out patterns.
Terry threw that one away, Sam. Yep.
Don't forget our 4 o'clock games that follow. Some of you will see Miami, Baltimore, others Oakland, San Diego. And maybe a few of you will see no football. But please wait and check it out. Flyer. From maybe a yard, certainly no more than that, ran smack into Terry Beeson, 240 pounds of middle linebacker in his second year from Kansas. Bill Sandifer was also there. 3rd down. Bradshaw wanting the clock to continue, but more importantly, wanting to sustain the drive here at the 13-yard line. I guess with the hash marks brought in recent years, Mike, you don't have to worry about positioning for the field goal from that distance, do you?
No angle anymore, even up close.
Bradshaw back to pass, rushes on, chased out of the pocket, fumbles the ball, and Seattle's got it back. Dennis Boyd at the 27-yard line. Wow.
I'll tell you, and if Bill Cook wouldn't have tripped him up, he might have gone all the way for a touchdown. All the Steelers were going the other way. Another break, and Zorn will get a chance to reach 30 throws.
You guys were talking about Phyllis George before. Let me talk about my friend, Alan Alda.
You have a friend?
Folks, what can I tell you? That's the hardship I've had to work under today. They're looking for an onside kick, obviously. And there it is. Look out! New Orleans might have a chance. Who got the football?
Green Bay got it, I think.
They did.
Yes, they did. That was a remarkable recovery. It looked like he lost it, but he has possession, and Green Bay has great field position.
James Lofton.
Why not?
Boys, he made some big plays in this game.
He's done everything else. Why not recover this?
Henry, recapture it.
It's an onside kick to the left, and you see the ball bobbled. Watch Lofton. But fortunately, he's able to pounce back on the football, and it's a big play because it provides Green Bay with a good opportunity to have field position and put some more points on the scoreboard.
We always called Stanford the Michigan of the West. The intelligence is obviously there. We'll be back. 28-17.
It's at the 26-yard line. The Redskins are in possession. 2nd down and 9 yards to go. 2nd down, 4 yards to go. Riggins. Penalty marker. There is a marker.
A lot of people on that tackle. Berge, Sistrunk, Bunning, Hairston. What a group.
Did it look like Sistrunk had a hold of the face mask?
Somebody had a hold of the face mask.
Joe wants to know what's happening also. We'll pick it up down on the field. That's it, face mask. Oh, that's tough. The Eagles forcing the Redskins in a third down situation, and they get this called against them.
Face mask.
There's a face mask.
Number 79.
Sistrunk is
first down.
Got his hand right on the mask there.
Yeah. Well, that's 2 calls that have hurt the Eagles now. The touchdown, now this penalty. Gives Washington a first down.
At their own 29-yard line. Theismann quarterbacking the Redskins. Ball is deflected, and it's intercepted.
Carl Hairston, Lindsey.
It is Carl Hairston returning it to the 15-yard line.
Well, don't go away, folks. Anything's going to happen when these two teams meet. We've had everything that you could want in a football game, I think, today. Touchdown passes, runs, good running by Montgomery, fumbles. Now the game is becoming who's not going to turn the ball over.
It's spotted at the 16.
This is the kind of thing a quarterback like Theismann has a problem with. He's not very tall, and he throws sidearm. When the guy gets their hands up in front of him, he's going to have a tendency to have some balls batted.
Question is, can the Eagles now capitalize? We have 9 minutes, 35 seconds left to play. 35-23 is the score. Redskins out front. Montgomery at the 13-yard line. He got 3.
What a block Cleveland Franklin put on. He smacked somebody right down to the ground.
Woo. He hit Brad Dusek.
Watch this. It's a little pitch to Montgomery. Now watch number 30. He just runs over Brad Dusek. Wow, look at his head hit. Good block by Cleveland Franklin. And Montgomery again showing good determination running the football.
2nd and 7. Philadelphia at the Washington 13-yard line. Montgomery's carried 13 times for 82 yards today for Philadelphia. Jaworski out to Franklin. At the 11-yard line, he was pushed back. Mike Curtis leading the defensive charge. Gain of 2.
A lot of red shirts.
Jaworski's limping around. It looks like he might have an ankle or knee.
Brian Sipe has thrown another one touchdown pass to tie it up. Cleveland, Cincinnati, 10-10.
Jaworski's down on the ground.
He is. That's Jaworski, and the training crew comes out to see about him.
Who we got behind him, Gabe?
They have John Walton, who's been around for quite a while and was very impressive during the preseason, so they won't be hurting too much if Walton has to come in the game. Good old North Carolina boy.
Good old North Carolina boy.
At the conclusion of this telecast, you'll see U.S. Open tennis, the finals here on CBS.
Chrissy Everett, Pam Shriver, Jimmy Connors against Bjorn Borg. Stay tuned to Gray Fox, Pat Summerall, bringing you, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours of great action of tennis.
That's on CBS at the conclusion of this football telecast.
Here's some other scores, Lindsey. Kansas City has taken a 17-6 lead.
That's Walton loosening up, number 11, Walton.
There he is, practicing a few snaps over there. John Walton.
He has a slingshot, too, for an arm.
Apparently it is Jaworski's right knee they're working on.
Boy, I tell you, we've seen so many quarterbacks go down the last couple of weeks. It's unbelievable. We'll get into that when we come back. I want to ask Gabe, should they really lay off the quarterbacks?
4:01 to play in the game. The other part, the most important part, is the fact that Pittsburgh leads 21-10. And while we have a moment, our thanks to Tim Fogarty and Barney McGinley, who have been spotting Pittsburgh and Seattle respectively today, and our statistician Jamie Rooney. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Well, it doesn't take a genius, I guess, to imagine what Mr. Zorn has in mind here on every down.
You're going to see that pigskin up above the ground at least 16 feet on a regular basis.
First down at 10 at the 27-yard line. Zorn over the middle to Rabel. at the 30, trying to get outside, still on his feet, and brought down at the 33-yard line. Steve Rabel out of Georgia Tech, who we were, in our briefing before the game, we're told has the best straightaway speed on the ball club, but certainly doesn't run the kind of patterns that Largent and McCullum and even Ferguson do. Hurry-up offense. Zorn on second down. Puts it over the middle to Crawford at the 40. That'll be a first down.
Interesting, they go into their hurry-up offense with about 4 minutes to go in the game. You usually don't see that except with about 2 to go, but with them down and needing 2 touchdowns to win, Sam, they got to get after it.
So it's a first down now. Zorn not even huddling. He's got 3 plays already called. Over the middle again to Sims. Breaks a tackle to the 50 into Steeler territory at the 47. And they're ready to go again. He must be calling every play at the line of scrimmage, Mike.
Gets up under the center on the first time, says check with me, and every time he comes up to the line and calls the play.
And incidentally, a new National Football League rule requires the defense to get back in a hurry. Any lagging behind will be a penalty against the defense. Zorn over the middle.
Oh, Jack Ham.
Lambert laterals off to Ham, out of bounds. I don't know whether the lateral will go or not. A flag is down. It may have been a forward lateral.
It was, Sam. A forward lateral. He tried to get it off to Jack Ham. Ham stars, stops the drive. Then Lambert stars, stops the drive. We talked about those 2 linebackers, how important they were to the Steeler defense.
Look at Lambert screaming, screaming at the official.
All right, here's the play. Tried to get the pass over the middle, and look at that big opposing 58 standing there. I dare you to throw it, Jim Zorn. He threw it anyway. Going for Ferguson across the middle, and Lambert, he just threw it right to him. Now watch the attempted lateral to Jack Ham. Goes forward. It's a little tough to see from that angle, but that was the reason for the flag. The ball is dead when it's touched by Ham and controlled. And the ball will go back to the point where Lambert made the lateral.
I wanted to remind everybody about what we talked about at the opening of our broadcast, where we referred to Lambert as probably the best middle linebacker playing the pass, but I'm a little embarrassed. Anybody could have played that pass. It was right in his hands.
Threw it right between the 5 and the 8. He couldn't do anything but pick it up.
So the Steelers now will be obviously content to run the clock out. Boy, I said that once and they passed when they, during a preseason ball game with this ball club. They had a lead, comfortable lead at that. 2.5 minutes to play in the game, and they started throwing the football. I could have jumped out of the booth.
They won't do that now. A win in the NFL in a 16-game season is very important.
About to the 45-yard line. Incidentally, Mike, in thanking people as I did a moment ago, you know you saved the best for last, and we couldn't have done this broadcast without Kenny Edmondson, our producer, and John Gonzalez, our director, and the rest of the people on hand here who have helped us along.
We always have a great support crew at NBC. Coming up next, Miami-Baltimore, quarterbackless, and a great game between the Oakland Raiders and San Diego Chargers. Stay tuned.
At the 46-yard line, the Seahawks have used one of their timeouts.
New Orleans tried the onside, couldn't capitalize on it. Slot is to the left for Green Bay. Boy, I'll tell you one thing, Hank, they're running everybody. Walter Landers that time.
And Mel Jackson, I tell you, number 71, the right guard, he really does a good job of pulling on the play and knocking people down.
Son of a gun, there was a fumble. New Orleans came up with a ball. Let's pick it up again, Hank.
Here we are. It's a play to the right. As you can see, a good hole. Look at Mel Jackson out in front. Tommy Myers from the inside makes a tackle along with Elois Grooms. There's a fumble on the play.
Simpson is the guy who ran it.
And New Orleans has possession, 1st and 10. Minute and 47 seconds on the clock.
Remember what Bonaconte said just a minute ago? He said he'd have had their best backs in there. Manning's still got a chance. This game isn't over. He's got a man open. It's Harris.
Ike Harris, number 82. And the Green Bay defense is playing very soft. They don't want to give up a big play, but in the process, you know, they hope that they lead up a lot of time and move the ball down the field. See, they're using up a lot of time right now. They really ought to call a timeout.
Minute 25, but the officials just stopped it because there's been an undue delay.
Yeah, but it's running now.
Now it is, right.
Manning wasting a lot of time.
Yeah. Oh, a beautiful catch by Childs who goes to the sideline. This game isn't over.
I said that a minute ago. This game is far from being over. As explosive as New Orleans is. Watch Archie back in the pocket, and he sets up and throws nicely. Good protection. And this is a tough throw right over the top of two people. Henry Childs, great hands, makes the reception and runs out of bounds, stops the clock.
To the Green Bay 33. Boy, the complexion changes immediately. An onside kick, you never know. I want to tell you, 28-17. The folks here are queasy right now. Manning looking now. He's got Chandler wide right. He gets good protection. He's got a man all alone. It's Goldbreath who made a mistake going to the field. Oh, Hank, bad play. Should have gone to the sideline.
Yeah, he should have that time. He came inside, anticipating outside pressure, ran back to the inside of the field. New Orleans now wisely calls a timeout.
They had to stop the clock.
Yes.
Now, Goldbreath in a situation like that, Hank, wouldn't he be aware of what was going on? Tell me about that in a minute. Let me just tell the folks again that it's Chrissy Everett against Pam Shriver in the ladies' finals. And then, of course, in the men's finals, Jimmy Connors will go against the man who is trying to become only the third person in the history of tennis to make the Grand Slam. Bjorn Borg trying to do what Don Budge did and what Rod Laver did. Now, Hank, I asked you, wouldn't Goldbreath have been aware that he ought to go to the sideline?
Well, it's a feel thing. He caught the ball going to the sideline, and he felt in his own heart probably that they were going to be there on the outside. He possibly could go inside and make a big play, and that's evidently what his thinking was, because he's very much aware of the fact that he should probably try to get out of bounds, but he was a long way from the sideline, and he felt maybe he could make a big play to the inside.
56 seconds enough? What do you think?
50. Well, they've got to keep trying to move the ball down the field. They got to get it down the field and try to make a big play. They got Maudie in the game, 84.
There's Manning.
There he is again, wide open. Now he goes out of bounds, but they're dropping off, giving him the stuff out in front, hoping that they'll use up a lot of time. They don't care what the score is as long as they win. And this is the attitude, I guess, of what they're doing defensively at this time, the Green Bay Packers.
It's on the 20. What kind of defense Green Bay going to do against them? Anderson made the stop.
Well, they're using some zone. They're using a 4-3 alignment, basically. But the closer you get to the goal line, the tougher it is to play the zone because, you're running out of room and you got to tighten up the defense.
What are you going to call right now?
I would, right now, at this stage of the game, I would try to get the ball again to the outside receiver, if at all possible. But they're going to throw inside again to Galbraith. He's got a shot inside. Look at him.
First down. Oh, he is a bull. Johnny Gray finally took him down. Watch Galbraith in just a moment as we isolate on him. Hank?
He's run this play. It's a quick screen to the right. He makes a fine, but he does this so well. He runs so well out into the open. Johnny Gray, number 24, finally makes the tackle. But he's run that play as well as anybody I've seen run it from a running back situation.
Cost him another timeout, though. Incidentally, next week, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, New Orleans, San Francisco against Houston, and Tampa Bay takes on Minnesota, Washington against St. Louis. Then our doubleheader game, Dallas versus Los Angeles. And I suggest you consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. Some cities would only see single game due to the NFL blackout policy. Boy, I tell you, this game has changed in complexion. I can just sense it gut-wise.
Oh, sure. But, with all the weapons and as quickly as this team can score, why, you better hang on to your seat because anything can happen. And this is a great illustration of how explosive this team is offensively. The problem they've had is stopping people. They just can't get the ball away from the other team.
A long pass to Harris. I got to tell you.
Now,
all right, let's see what Manning does now.
They'll go to the outside receivers. They're in a bump and run situation. They'll try to throw the ball over the top. See, here it is. See it?
Interference back there? No.
No. If anything, yeah, he did call it. Interference on 83. I think that's what he called.
Let's see it. I felt there was interference. I thought he held him up.
Mike McCoy. Let's see what happens here. He's thrown to the outside receiver. It was one-on-one. I don't know whether it was in that 5-yard frame or not. And you can't tell. You see, I
called it against New Orleans.
I thought it was. Tinker Owens was holding on the play. He got his arm tangled up in Mike McCoy's, and I think this is what the call is.
All right, Mr. Referee. You've marked it off as being a 10-yard penalty. Now please tell us.
Offensive pass interference, number 83, first down.
What a tough play. It's the one thing in the world you don't want to happen to you. You got the 10 yards, the loss of it down.
Well, the thing that he was thinking, he wanted to make sure that McCoy didn't intercept the pass. You see, he was a little bit underneath, so he evidently tried to jar the ball loose if in the event that it was an interception.
33 seconds remain. Manning has got to go on top. Rushes on. He gets it away, and it is tapped and knocked down, almost intercepted. What a super play by number 24.
Johnny Gray. That was really a super play by the defensive back, Johnny Gray.
Hank, evaluate Green Bay to me. What do you think of them?
They're much better, as I mentioned earlier. They're much better physically in person than they looked in the films. I'm very, very surprised. I really thought down deep that the New Orleans Saints, and I was trying to be objective and weigh it carefully, but I really thought that the New Orleans Saints would win this game handily today, because I didn't think that the Green Bay Packer offense was explosive enough, even though that the New Orleans team is not a good team, hasn't been that good defensively. I just didn't think that they would do as good a job as they've done today.
Unnecessary roughness he calls against number 56. Did I hear him correctly? Or was it 66? Yeah, he called it on Dobler. He got Dobler for unnecessary roughness. They got a long way to go. Clock is down to 27. Manning threw it bad. 78 put the rush on him.
See, the other thing, you got to be careful on that kind of a play. It could have been a lateral. Tony Galbraith was disappointed that he didn't make the catch. But if it was a lateral and would have been construed as such, Roller could have picked it up and gone for a touchdown.
78, Ezra Johnson. Not a bad football player.
Oh, he's, you know, they tell me he runs a 40 and 4.5, and that's really unusual for a defensive lineman as big and strong as he is.
You know that Manning has now thrown 50 passes, 33 for 50. I can't believe it.
You know, the one thing that you found out last week, Minnesota threw 48 and they lost. You throw 48 or 50 times in a game, you're not going to win many games.
Intercept? No. Incomplete.
You're just not going to win many games when you throw it 48 like Frank Tarkington threw it last week, or they're through here today 51.
Watch Michael Hunt, 55 on this play, Hank.
Yeah. Archie back to throw. A lot of time. Then he finally gets in trouble because of Roller runs out of the pocket trying to hit Henry Childs, but Steve Luke and Johnny Gray are in the play along with Mike Hunt, the middle linebacker.
That's
55.
the kid from Minnesota.
Yeah.
He must be pretty good. He's taking Carter's place.
Yes, he is.
13 seconds to go, 3rd and 25. They're in trouble. They've been in trouble a long time now. Tinker Owens is the only guy that's been able to catch the ball.
But they'll give him that one because it's a possession kind of play. It takes a lot of time. Timeout for New Orleans. 4th down coming up with 4 seconds left in the game. A very unusual turn of events because I mentioned earlier, I really thought that the New Orleans Saints team, with the firepower they have offensively, would win here today, because I didn't think that Green Bay could do as well as they did offensively, but they did a fantastic job of moving the football, both running and passing, and you have to give them a lot of credit.
You can be fooled on movies, can't you?
You certainly can.
Next Sunday, 60 Minutes opens a new season with 3 brand new stories, including the story of the television game played for the highest stakes, the rating game. Later in the evening, the Emmy Award Show, television's tribute to its top shows and performers. Henry, I want to say this publicly. I really appreciate the 2 hours and a half that you gave me last night on the films. I learned more about football than I had ever seen before, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Bill. I enjoyed it tremendously, and it gave us a great opportunity to prepare well for this game.
I never thought Green Bay would do what they're doing.
No, I never thought so either.
This is probably the last play of the ball game. 4 seconds to go. Manning looking.
Tony Galbraith wide open again.
He overthrew him. And the game is over. The game is over. The clock has run out. A great win for Green Bay. There's Bart shaking hands with Dick Nolan. Look at the man. He never shows an emotion, but what a win. 28-17.
Here's your first final of the day, 34-24. Dallas beats the New York Giants.
Surprised at the Dallas defense giving up 24 points.
Green Bay has beaten New Orleans 28-17. We'll have more in a minute. Bradshaw straight ahead to Sidney Thornton to about the 46-yard line.
Two straight close to the vest running plays. Seattle takes the timeout again to stop the clock.
Ron Jaworski, the Philadelphia quarterback, has apparently sustained an injury to his right knee.
And the Giants aren't giving up. They've scored another touchdown, a 1-yard run by Dan Dornick to cut Dallas's lead 34-24, still in the fourth period. There's only 2 minutes and 42 seconds left in that. And Kansas City is the one I just gave you, 17-6. 17-yard run by Tony Reed. Kansas City's for real. They run the football.
Jaworski limping off.
Well, it might not be too serious if he's able to walk that well. Hopefully it's not.
You had a few of those, Gabe.
5 of them. Had 5 good ones.
5 operations on your knee?
Right. And the right knee. Never had anything with the left, just the right.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Gabe. There's been a theory about professional football. Let's face it, the quarterbacks are the main people that put the people in the stands, and we've seen all these injuries coming. Should there be rules, do you think, to lay off the quarterback completely? You hear more and more about that today.
I don't think so, Paul. If you did, the game wouldn't be the same, and the quarterback wouldn't be an integral part anymore.
Walton's the quarterback, 3rd and 5 at the 11-yard line. Philadelphia and Washington territory. Cleveland Franklin. Well, he was trying to get to the first down sticks, and he's very close as they spot the ball now. This will be an important spotting of the football.
That's a good call by Vermeil. Give the new quarterback a chance to get related to the people, let him hand it off and get his bearings.
That was a 3rd down play.
Get those butterflies loose again, right?
Right.
See where they mark it.
They're going to bring out the chain to measure for the possible first down. If it's not, it'll be 4th.
They figure they're in 4-down territory, so they could afford to give one up.
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's any question about Vermeil's strategy here. If they didn't make it here, they're going to go again. Got 8 minutes left in this football game.
Little short, a very little short.
There it is, about 1.5 inches.
Or 3/4. 8 minutes, 1 second left to play in the game. This will be a 4th down play coming now for the Philadelphia Eagles.
How many times have you heard you win them by inches?
That's right.
And you also lose them by inches.
The crowd comes alive here at RFK. Big down. I know who I'd give it to. I'd give it to that Montgomery.
Quarterback sneak. I think he got it. Walden carried.
I'm glad he ran a quarterback sneak, Lindsey, because we've got a guy sitting next to us, Gabriel, that's probably the best quarterback sneak man when his knees were right when he was playing with the Rams. You couldn't stop a guy 6'4", 225 pounds.
And Walden did pick up the first down.
How many of those have you ran in 4th and inches and 4th and 3rd and 1?
Oh, you know, we had that small center, Ken Iman, so when he laid out, it was easy for me to come over top.
First down and goal to go for the Eagles outside the 5-yard line. 7 minutes, 19 seconds left to play. Washington 35, Philadelphia 23. Montgomery. Touchdown.
great running and great blocking. Montgomery, who scored earlier after a turnover, and this time I don't see any yellow flags. It's 6 points. Boy, good blocking, Gabe, and he really goes for the goal line.
That's right. There's Wade Key, throws a block on Houston, and Woody Peoples is all over Mike Curtis. 2 good blocks.
3 touchdowns today for Montgomery, 2 running, 1 on a pass reception from Jaworski. He's picked up 87 yards now and 14 carries, so he's had an excellent afternoon.
Isn't that a nice way to come in as a quarterback? Just hand the ball off twice and get a score.
Sherrill will hold now for Mickemeyer. And it's good. So it is Washington 35, Philadelphia 30. 5 points difference, 7 minutes, 2 seconds.
Steelers would like to keep this one alive here.
They're throwing. I'm surprised.
Big first down to Big Benny Cunningham. At the 40-yard line of Seattle, that may just about do it. With 1:35 showing on the clock, Bradshaw gets the big first down to his tight end.
That may have been the discussion that Chuck Nolan, Bradshaw had on the sidelines. Let's get one more first down and bury him. Take all the timeouts away from the Seahawks and don't give it back to Zorn.
Washington 35, Philadelphia 30. Nick Mickemeyer will kick off for the Eagles. Tony Green is deep. It's a knuckleball. Skids along, and it's in the end zone. Touchback. It'll be put in play 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Tony Green was hoping it would take a bounce and go across the sideline marker, but it didn't.
Well, he was back in a single safety, Lindsey, and the Washington Redskins, precautionary step. They had everybody up there just in case it was an onside kick.
They will start from the 20-yard line.
The last 2 times the Redskins had the football, they coughed it up on turnovers.
There's a marker, face mask.
Are they going to go to the air?
A face mask against the Washington Redskins.
The logical thing is to run the clock out.
6:55 to go, yeah.
But they know if they give it to the Eagles are moving that football. They've scored, what, the last 2 times?
Pete Wysocki was the offender.
Well, actually 3.
We got a final score for you. The Packers 28, New Orleans 17, and they remain on top in the NFC Central Division.
1st and 10 at the 15-yard line for the Redskins. Riggins has a marker thrown.
And you got Berge and Shara, 66 and 21. Shara doing a good job back there for Deke Sanders.
The last 4 times the Redskins had the football, they ran it on first down. So I think Philadelphia is thinking run on first down. Good hard run by Riggins then to pick up 5.
No marker, something else thrown. Again at 4 yards. It's 2nd down and 6. Ball is at the 19-yard line. McDaniels wide right. Danny Buggs on the slot. Running backs are evened up for Theismann. Thomas. Across to the 22. Picked up 3. It'll make it 3rd and 3. Bill Berge made the stop.
And the Redskins running the ball the first 2 times they have the football in the last couple of occasions. There's Berge.
I swear he moves before the ball snapped. It's just, that guy is uncanny.
5 minutes, 50 seconds left to play. 3rd and 3 coming for the Washington Redskins, who lead by 5 points in this game.
There's our 6'8" basketball player in again. Going to get his hands up high.
Theismann. And it is Thomas with a juggling act. It's a completed pass. Mike Thomas with a juggling act for 14 yards, and they keep the drive alive.
Oh, what a big 3rd down for Joe Theismann. Right here, he hits Mike Thomas on a hook pattern, and he does the juggling act, Gabe. Right there, wide open on a little turn-in over the middle. Watch the juggling act. 1st down, 14-yard pickup.
Theismann has the time and working on those linebackers again. Wonder if they'll throw this time on 1st down.
I don't think so.
They give it to that big horse back there, Riggins, and he goes to the right side to the 40-yard line. John Bunning made the tackle.
Same thing they did on the 1st down when they started this series. Run 2 and throw 1.
Riggins has carried 16 times for 62 yards today. Grant's bringing in the play to Joe Theismann. 2nd and 6 at the 40-yard line. Clock is running with 4:23 remaining to be played in the game.
Well, it's frustrating for the defense just to watch the Washington Redskins take full allotment of 30 seconds in that timeout.
Thomas fumbles the ball, and
the Eagles got it.
The Eagles have it. Big
Eagles
play.
have it. Philadelphia Eagles get it, and it's about the 34-yard line.
Charlie Johnson, 65 on the ball, Lindsey.
He's the nose guard. Here it is again. Mike Thomas, who's fumbled the football the last couple of times and turned it over to Philadelphia. Right here, Thomas trying to go outside. A good play by Manny Sistrunk, turning it back to the inside. He cannot hold on, and Charlie Johnson has got it for the Eagles.
It's just outside the 34-yard line, so now the Eagles trail by 5. They have 4 minutes, 7 seconds to see what they can do with it.
Ed George is in at left tackle for Stan Waters, number 64. Waters' ankle must be bothering him.
Well, we said Washington didn't have any turnovers after the 3rd quarter, but they've had 3 here in the 4th.
Well, Jaworski out in the right flat. Montgomery at the 35 lost a yard.
They're going to the well a little too often now. They've done that several times. Redskins, you don't do that against a good defensive team too often.
They scored 24 of the Eagles' 30 points. 4 touchdowns today for Wilbur Montgomery. What a day. Here's the final. Dallas beat the Giants 34-24.
Ron Jaworski, who was injured on the last drive, back in there at quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. 2nd down, 11 yards to go. Tried to draw, but a little collision. Cleveland Franklin and Montgomery collided.
Well, that's the 2nd time this afternoon, Lindsey, he's lost his footing. Cleveland Franklin, the 2nd-year man.
I don't know whether that's a good sign or not. Both guys wanted the football.
A little too anxious, I think, Gabe. Trying to get to the hole.
Well, here's a big one. 3rd and 11 for the Eagles at the Washington 35. 2 minutes, 54 seconds left to play in the game.
Well, you know they're going to go for it on 4th down. Ain't any question about that.
Gerard Williams is in now in the nickel defense.
How about Carmichael here, Gabe?
They're doubling Carmichael. There's Payne across the middle.
There's a penalty marker. Carl Lorch got to Jaworski, but there's a marker, and holding is called against the Eagles. Holding against the Eagles.
Lindsey, they will decline this penalty to bring up 4th down.
Kenny Payne was open coming across that middle.
I think with that sack here.
Offense, 64, holding, refused.
It is declined to set up the 4th down.
I was going to say that, Lindsey, the sack by Carl Larch, they lost 12 yards anyway on that sack. So now Philadelphia, instead of going for it on 4th down with the ball back at the 44-yard line, he'll try to kick it out of bounds and put him deep at least.
Ed George was the man holding. Rick Ingles is back to punt, and Tony Green is deep at the 10-yard line. 2 minutes, 34 seconds on the clock as we approach the 2-minute warning. Smiles it up. Green lets that one go, and it is bounding to the 1-yard line, and it's going to be killed right there, so they will start from deep in their own territory, a 43-yard punt.
Boy, that's good hustle on the special teams there, Lindsey, to stop the ball from going into the end zone, to kick it back, and that ball is going to be ruled dead at the 1-yard line.
Welcome to Candlestick Park in San Francisco, California for this afternoon's NFC battle, matching the Chicago Bears and the San Francisco 49ers. Hi, everybody. I'm Frank Lieber along with Johnny Morris. We talked about O.J. and Walter, but in order for those guys to run, they got to have somebody in front of them, and that could decide this battle today.
Yes, it could, Frank, because the offensive line, as you know, as Peyton and O.J. will always say, is the most important. And the Bear offensive line has been together now going on into their 4th year, whereas San Francisco is in a rebuilding process. Young linemen haven't played together, so I would say that going into this classic duel, Peyton probably has an advantage.
Bears come in off a win against St. Louis. The 49ers lost to Cleveland last week, 24-7. It's a very young San Francisco team, 17 rookies. That's more than anybody else in the league.
but they've got O.J. Simpson to go along. They have a little experience. Cedric Hardman will try and be in the Bear defensive backfield, offensive backfield all afternoon. But it's going to be basically a running game. I notice a lot of wind has come down on the field, and both teams like to run the ball. With two great runners like that, I think that's what we're going to see.
Well, we're ready now for the opening kickoff here at Candlestick Park, and there's the officiating crew this afternoon, the crew headed by Dick Jorgensen. Bears, of course, will be in white, and the 49ers will be wearing the red jerseys, and kicking off for Chicago will be the veteran Bob Thomas.
As I mentioned, Frank, it's been a beautiful day. It rained all day yesterday in San Francisco, and they expected to have a wet surface. It was wet this morning, but the sun came out. I would imagine it's 75 degrees. Everything is dried out, so the conditions are perfect, with the exception of this type of a field. It's an artificial surface with a lot of grooves in it, and it's not the best for running, but they'll run on it anyway. Next year, they're going to have regular grass here at Candlestick Park.
Terry LeCount is in the center of that receiving formation. He's number 80. And one of the top draft choices, also a starting split end for the San Francisco 49ers. Outstanding rookie out of the University of Florida. There's the whistle, and here we go. Bears will have the wind with them here in the first half of play in this ball game. Dave Williams taking the opening kickoff across the 30 up to the 34-yard line. Bruce Herron makes the stop for the Chicago Bears, and San Francisco goes to the attack. Steve DeBerg is technically a second-year quarterback. He was on the roster last year and didn't see action in a single game. And Simpson and Boykin, couple in that backfield, 49er receivers. Freddie Solomon, of course, obtained from Miami. Ken McAfee, the great tight end from Notre Dame, a rookie. And the offensive line of San Francisco, as we have a walk-off coming up here against the 49ers, and a big one on the opening kickoff will move the ball back to the 16-yard line.
Foul, clipping, number 78. On the run back, first down.
That goes against Archie Reese, specially team player, the San Francisco 49ers. So it is first down and 10 for the 49ers, who put the ball in play at their 16-yard line. Steve DeBerg, who beat out Jim Plunkett, is the quarterback, and Simpson carrying on the first handoff of the game to the 18 for a pickup of 2 yards. Defensively for the Chicago Bears, that front four led today by Tommy Hart. This is homecoming of sorts because he played with the 49ers for many years. The Bear linebackers, veteran crew headed by Doug Buffone, and the secondary, and the newcomer there is Terry Schmidt, filling in for Alan Ellis, who was injured. Second down, let's call it 7. 49ers have the ball at their 19-yard line. DeBerg out of San Jose State. Sideline throw, completes it, but not much there. That'll be short of the first down as the completion goes to Terry LeCount, number 4 draft choice, rookie wide receiver of San Francisco.
Every time you look at the San Francisco lineup today and you think about all the names the 49ers used to have, they're all gone. Gene Washington and Jim Plunkett and some of those standbys are so young, as you mentioned, 17 rookies, many in the starting lineup here.
They've got 2 players starting in their offensive unit who started for them last year. So great has been this changeover. They won 1-3 in preseason, beat Denver in their last preseason game. Third down, they need 3 for the first down, and DeBerg going with the sideline throw and completes it at the 33-yard line. Unless he caught it out of bounds. Let's see. I think he caught it out of bounds. It will go as no catch. So the 49ers will have to punt here on their first possession of the afternoon. Brilliant sunshiny day. Temperature in the 80s. Steve Schubert is the deep man. Mike Connell, a rookie, doing the punting for San Francisco. Low snap. Kick is a little bit short. Bounces at the 47 to the 50 and back into San Francisco's end of the field, and going to be down at the 49-yard line. So the Bears come up with excellent field position. Randy Cross down the ball. It'll be first and 10 for Chicago at the 49 of San Francisco. As we take a look at the Bears backfield, same crew that went virtually all the way last week against the St. Louis Cardinals. The Bear receivers, we are expected to see quite a bit of Golden Richards today, though Bo Rather is starting. And one of the best offensive lines in all of pro football. Noah Jackson was questionable for a couple of days. He missed practice one day, unhappy with his contract situation, but he's in the starting lineup today. 1st and 10, San Francisco 49, and Avellini comes out throwing. James Scott, the intended receiver, at the 33.
The timing was off on that. The ball was thrown much too soon as far as James Scott was concerned, because he didn't even get a chance to turn around and look for the ball. But that's kind of a surprise. The Bears come out throwing on 1st down. They haven't done that for quite a while.
Rather un-Bear-like, huh? That great running attack at all.
Well, we'll see some running here pretty quick,
I would imagine. Rather breaks wide to the right side. James Scott is split to the left. Payton and Harper, the setbacks behind Bob Avellini. 2nd and 10. Walter Payton tripped up. Before he got to the line of scrimmage, it was Cedric Hardman, number 86, got a hand on the ankle and tripped him and sent him forward for no gain.
Good play by Cedric Hardman. He was actually blocked out of the play, but reached back and made the tackle. As you look at the 49er defensive line, that's where they do have some experience, Frank.
That's where most of their strength is. Danny Bunge, the middle linebacker, is a rookie, number 1 draft choice. Bradley is a veteran. And the 49ers secondary. That is very suspect. Officials spotted at the 50. So call it 3rd and 11 for the Bears from midfield. Avellini back to throw. Rush is on. Blitz is on. Avellini dumps it off. Harper at the 30, at the 45, down to the 40, and he'll be very close to a 1st down at the 38-yard line.
An excellent play by the Chicago Bears, as Avellini could not find his receiver, and he found his safety valve, Roland Harper. The 49ers with a 4-man rush, but he goes forward in the pocket, can't find anybody downfield, and just flips it out to Harper. And this is why Harper is one of the most underrated backs in the NFL. He got down there for the 1st down. He was trapped by 3 49ers, a good juke, and he gets the 1st down.
Joe Harris, the left side linebacker for the 49ers, was blitzing on that play, but he was screened out effectively. 1st and 10, Bears at the San Francisco 38-yard line. Quick count play, and here's Payton behind the interference, led by Roland Harper. Not much there for him, as he's ridden out of bounds by Chuck Christ. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience, and any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the San Francisco 49ers and the National Football League is prohibited. Bears have a 2nd down, a little more than 10, needed for the 1st down at the San Francisco 38.
And if you don't think these teams are even over the years, 21 victories each. 21 victories each.
It's about as even as you can get. Avellini back to throw. The rush is on. Over the middle, he's got Weather. Fumbles the ball at the 20. And the 49ers, I believe, no, let's see. They're going to rule it an incompleted forward pass. They say he never had possession, and that's a break for the Bears.
I would say that has to be a suspect call as you look at the 49er rush, which is not too prominent there. Rather found the opening over the middle, makes the grab. He has control of the ball. 1, 2 steps, and then drops the ball. I'd have to say that it was a mistake by the officials. The 49ers recover, but there's a penalty on the play.
Marker thrown back at the line of scrimmage, and the officials, headed by the referee Dick Jorgensen, will talk it over, and they'll move off yardage here against San Francisco. And it is a big walk-off, which will move the ball down to the 23, and let us find out why.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 74, defense, 1st down.
Jimmy Webb, the defensive tackle of the 49ers, took liberty with Bob Avellini. As you look at Pete McCulley, the rookie head coach of San Francisco, that's a 1st down now for the Bears at the 23 of the 49ers. Avellini handing off to Harper, and Harper down to the 21 for a pickup of 2 yards in the play. He's stacked up by Ed Bradley, the linebacker. Jimmy Webb also in on the stop. It'll be 2nd down. Official spotted at the 21. We'll call it 2nd and 7.
There'll be a different look to the 49er defense this year with Jimmy Carr in charge over on defense. He likes to blitz all over the place, safety blitz, all kinds of linebackers, although we haven't seen it that much today. But you can expect sometime to see 11 men up on the line for San Francisco as the Bears have the ball.
Avellini sending Rather to the right side. He's got Scott split off to the left. 2nd and 7, and Avellini back to throw. The rush is on by Hartman. Broken up by Lewis, number 22, as the intended receiver was Scott. down at the 8-yard line. You know, you got a lot of interesting matchups in this game beside O.J. and Peyton, even in the assistant coaching ranks.
That's right. Fred O'Connor is now offensive coordinator with the 49ers. He was with the Bears last year. Ken Myers, the same with the Bears. He was with the 49ers, as you know, last year. All kinds of matchups. Of course, the big one, Peyton and O.J. Simpson. Peyton last week got 101 yards. Simpson had 78.
Even the public relations director of the 49ers, Dave Fry's dad, happens to be Jerry Fry, who's an assistant coach with the Bears. And so it continues. 3rd down, 7. Bears at the 21 at San Francisco. Delayed handoff. Peyton is loose. Gets down to the 16, maybe the 15-yard line. That's Walter's longest run of the afternoon, some 5 yards. And Anthony Leonard comes up from the secondary to make the stop. I would have to believe these two guys, Peyton and O.J., got to be a little, if you'll pardon the pun, juiced up.
Oh, yes. We were down on the sidelines when they shook hands for a pregame picture, and you could see the tension. You could feel it because O.J., as great as he's been over the years and everything, always wants a challenge, and he's getting it from Walter Payton, who really held out on his contract. One of the reasons was that O.J. was making so much more money, and Walter felt that he is as valuable as O.J. Simpson, so he has something that he wants to try and prove as the Bears go for a field goal.
4th and 3. This will be a 33-yard effort by Bob Thomas. It is long enough, and he has got it. So the Bears are up first on the scoreboard with 10 minutes and 16 seconds left to play in the opening period. Capitalizing on that short punt by the 49ers, they lead it 3-0.
Green Bay 28, New Orleans 17. Nick, I know you want to get to your man. Go, baby, go.
I have the privilege of interviewing James Lofton. 3 touchdowns, 107 yards, 1 touchdown short of Don Hudson's record. James, your feelings on the game?
Well, it was a good team effort, and in any game where a receiver gets a score, it's always because of the opportunities that are presented in front of them. It's not like you can always beat a defensive back, but when your offensive line is blocking when your quarterback has time to make the correct reads, then it just makes it a lot easier for the receivers also.
James, I think you're being very modest. On a couple of those receptions, you had 3 receptions, every one for a touchdown. There was 1 short pass that you turned into a 47-yard touchdown with a brush block by one of your guards. Your great speed had a lot to do with it.
Well, I guess I have to thank my track coach, Peyton Jordan, on that one, but there's not much more I can say.
Well, we're going to look at some of the replays of the touchdowns in just a moment. Right here now, can you describe the action if you can see the monitor?
I think this is down near the goal line. Yeah, we just ran a quick slant, and the ball came to me right there, and the guy tried to come over the top of me. I landed in the end zone with the ball.
Now we're going to look at this from a different angle. It just didn't land into your hands, James. You had to do an acrobatic catch to make this.
Well, this is the type of thing that a receiver has to do. I mean, if you're going to play and be successful, you've got to make good catches once in a while.
What about Bart Starr and the Green Bay Packers? Where do you see them going from here?
Well, the only place we can go is up. If you look at the record from the previous years, I think there's a lot of positive people in the organization. There's been a youth movement, and a lot of people always say, well, youth movement takes time, and then they stress that maybe it's taken too much time. But I think we're headed in the right direction. You can't really say what kind of season we're going to have now, but I think we're going to be successful.
One thing that's obvious to everybody who watched this game is the enthusiasm of the Green Bay Packers. You came out to play a game.
We did. Last week we had a good victory and defense keyed it, and this week the offense just knew that we needed a little bit more emphasis from our part because we have an excellent defense. A few times we gave them bad situations out there on the field, but overall I think both offensively and defensively we played excellent football.
Congratulations to you, Jim, and the Green Bay Packers. Now we'll turn it back up to Bill Mazer up in the booth.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you, James Lofton. Super. What a young football player that one is. James Lofton, 3 touchdowns, 1 shy of the all-time record for Green Bay by the incredible Don Hudson. All right, Dallas revivified, 34-24 in the 4th quarter of play. As we continue to look at other scores, how about this one? 35-30 Washington. Oh, Dick Vermeil. 10-10 Cleveland with a comeback now in the 4th quarter of play. I don't believe this. Pittsburgh 14-10 with Seattle in the 4th quarter. Kansas City, Marv Levy must be, I don't know what he's using. It's 17-6 in the 3rd quarter of play. Do we have any others, gentlemen? All right. That is Bart Starr, a young man by any stretch of the imagination, who is in a dichotomous position, for it was he who most epitomizes to fans in this magnificent Green Bay Packer area the greatness that was Green Bay's, the 11 marvelous championships that they won, the era of Hudson, the era of Lambeau, the era of Vince Lombardi. Has he got the pack back? Well, they're 2-0 right now. It's been a long time since. The U.S. Open finals are coming up next, and of course, Mr. Bjorn Borg trying to become the third man in the history of tennis to win the Grand Slam. His predecessors, Rod Laver and Don Budge. And then, of course, the electrifying 16-year-old Pam Shriver against Chrissy Everett. It has been a marvelous afternoon for me. Thank you, Hank Stram. Thank you, Nick Bonaconti. I enjoyed your being here. I've learned a lot from both of you. Green Bay won it 28-17. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
Neil Armstrong, the new Bears head coach, and of course next to him Bob Avellini checking with the coaches upstairs to see what they've found of the 49ers defense on that last drive as Bob Thomas prepares to kick off. Once again, Terry LeCount is the deep man for San Francisco, and he hooks this one in the direction of Dave Williams, and Williams watches it go out of bounds. So the Bears will have to do it again from the 30-yard line. Coming up with the CBS Sports Spectacular, boy, we've got a horse race. There are horse races and there are horse races, but we got a horse race, the Cup.
Yes, affirmed, Aladar and Seattle Slew. Who do you like?
Well, they hope to get them all to the post, and, you know, Seattle Slew got beat the other day, but I think that was just a little warm-up. And I may like to pick upsets, I guess, but let me try Seattle Slew on for size. That would be an upset of sort, because I'm sure Affirmed and Aladar will receive most of the attention. And, of course, we'll have the record makers, highlights of the big international weightlifting competition. And you know who was there, right? He was there.
Vasily Alexiev.
Yes.
Ha-ha.
3 world record-holding weightlifters from the Soviet Union, challenged by several from the U.S. and other nations. You'll see it all in the CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday afternoon. All right, Bob Thomas ready to go again as you look at the yardage there in the scoring drive, and the wind blew the ball off the tee. That wind really picked up about an hour or so before game time. So we said it's at the Bears' back in this first period, but it's strong enough to not only blow the ball off the tee, but to blow it while it's just sitting there as teams are in the huddle, which has happened a couple of times.
And he'll have a strong wind behind him on this kickoff. Let's see how far he gets it from the 35.
Terry LeCount, the rookie, is back at the 2, 10, 15, 20. LeCount hit at the 24 and spins forward to the 25-yard line of the 49ers and put it in play there. Jerry Muckenster off the Bears specialty team making the tackle. Bears have not been idle this week. They did pick up Golden Richards in a trade, and we talked to him a little bit before the ball game, and Golden expects to play some, although he is not starting. And I think the Chicago fans are going to like him because he is a Class A, not only person, but an outstanding receiver. And he can start for just about anybody. He just happened to be in Dallas where they had that wealth of talent. But young Tony Hill coming on so strong. O.J. breaks through to the 30, 35, 40, and up to the 45-yard line. Gary Fensick saves the touchdown. Boy, you talk about explosion. He really ripped through there.
You said explosion, and that was the correct word. Acceleration or explosion. As O.J. comes through, watch the block by number 68, John Ayers, as O.J. cuts back and finally is hauled down by Gary Fensick from behind. And Terry Schmidt also in the tackle, so O.J. draws first blood, wouldn't you say?
I would say so. That's a 20-yarder for O.J., and he takes the lead over Walter Payton in the individual battle today. First and 10 for the 49ers at their 45-yard line. Steve DeBerg, young quarterback, pitching out to O.J., tries the left side. Stopped at the 48-yard line. Gary Campbell, the right side linebacker, the Bears making the stop on O.J. Simpson as the officials mark it at the 49, give him 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. What about the difference, John, would you say, in the running styles between Simpson and Payton? Do they run the same?
No, I don't think so. I think O.J.'s more of a slasher, whereas Payton is a shoulder-type runner where he'll keep his legs drive driving and use a defender to bounce off of. He actually attacks the defender. O.J. tries to get away.
2nd and 6, 49ers at their 49. Bears leading 3-0 here in the early going. The Juice cutting back against the grain, gets into Bear territory to the 47-yard line. That's a pickup of 4, but going to be just short of the first down as Virgil Livers makes the stop. Looks like they're going to need about 2 yards for the first down, with 3rd down coming up.
Pete McCauley, the 49er coach, said earlier that he had plans for O.J. to carry about 15 times a game and maybe catch 10 passes, not run so much from scrimmage. But O.J. says, we got to run. We got to run. He's convinced him that maybe O.J. Simpson should carry the ball more, even though he's getting up there in years.
3rd down, call it a long 2 for the Bears, rather for the 49ers. At the Bear 47 is DeBerg, slips it to his other back, Greg Boykin, and Boykin gets the first down at the 41-yard line of Chicago. Boykin should be no stranger to Chicago area fans because he played his college football at Northwestern.
Well, a reversal of roles. O.J. 32 in front of Greg Boykin, who once gained 1,000 yards for Northwestern. You can see O.J. with a high block as Campbell missed the tackle, and finally Virgil Livers, little number 24, knocks him out of bounds and says thank you, because he didn't want to have to hit him straight on down on the field.
Good block that time by Keith Ponhorst on Tommy Hart, the former 49er. 2nd first down in this drive for San Francisco. They're at the Bear 41. DeBerg gives it to Simpson. Nice hole up the middle, and he jets through to the 35. Pickup of 6. It'll be 2nd 4. And Gary Fensick had to move up from the deep secondary to make the stop, and Randy Cross, the center that time, cleared it out for Simpson.
The 49ers are running basically against an uneven line. The Bears use a 3-4. They go into a 5-2 sometimes, which is a new defense for them. So far, it's paid off. Last week it did.
2nd down, 4. Bears faking the blitz here. Let's see if it's a fake. From the 35-yard line, Simpson again over the left side. Close for the first down at the 31. Gary Campbell and Ron Ridehouse making the stop for Chicago. Let's see. Simpson, prior to that play, carried 5 times for 37 yards in the first period. So he's cruising along with a nice average. First down, San Francisco.
One player you have to give a little credit to is Steve DeBerg. He's calling his own plays. He's basically a rookie quarterback, and Pete McCauley says, I don't think rookies have to have plays sent in. He said, let him get in there and get his feet wet. He's calling his own game.
1st and 10, San Francisco on the move. They're at the Bear 31-yard line. Oh, Boykin breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage and picks up a quick 10 to the 21. Fensick and Campbell making the stop for Chicago.
And he broke tackle from Jim Osborne, 68, gets his arms about him, but O.J. just gave him that little limp leg and takes off, and Campbell, Fensick, everybody else, oh, that's Boykin, I'm sorry, looks so much like O.J., I guess I'm used to him running a lot of yards.
That's going to be close enough for measurement, so they'll bring in the change from the far side. So the 49ers playing ball control here in the first period, though they trail right now 3-0. First quarter has 6 minutes and 28 seconds left.
Boykin got to be a surprise starter for San Francisco this year. They picked him up from New Orleans and has really blended in with O.J. Simpson. Even his number is similar.
Of course, he moved into the job when Wilbur Jackson hurt his knee in preseason, and Jackson is out for the year. That was the guy they were counting on to be the big blocking back for O.J. Simpson. First down, 49ers at the 21-yard line. Freddie Solomon to the right side, and Terry LeCount is over there too. Both wide receivers off to the right. DeBerg continues to stick to the ground attack, giving to Simpson, and Simpson got maybe a yard that time and is shoved back by Ron Ridehouse and Archie Reese. Pardon me, Ron Ridehouse. Archie Reese is on the other side.
O.J. broke out some new shoes for this game. It's special little small spikes on it. Small rubber spikes, more than normal.
2nd and 9. San Francisco at the Bear 20. Now they've got both wide receivers off to the left. LeCount on the wing and Solomon in the slot. They give to Simpson. Down to the 15, and O.J. is down to the 10. And he's got another first down as Doug Plank makes the tackle. The ominous sign for a defense is when your safeties start making a lot of tackles, and you know you're in trouble.
Especially on a 3-4 defense. As you see O.J. go through the middle. Good block by Randy Cross, 51, as he took Tom Hicks 5 yards down the field. Hicks was in on the tackle along with Doug Plank. But the 49ers are rolling and mostly on the ground.
They're at the 11-yard line of the Chicago Bears. They have a 1st and 10. Solomon wide to the left side. LeCount is split to the right. Steve DeBerg hands off to Boykin, and Boykin gets to the 9 for a pickup of 2. DeBerg is technically a second-year man, but he was with the 49ers last year, suited up for just 5 games, and never saw action. And he came to San Francisco as a free agent, which is rather ironic. You find very few starting quarterbacks in the National Football League who are free agents.
I asked Pete McCauley what he liked about him best, and he says he has a live arm.
51 yards on 8 carries for Simpson, and we're still in the first period. You don't think his competitive juices are flowing? 2nd and 8, it's Simpson on the right side. Maybe a yard, no more than that, as that Bear defense starts to stiffen. Tom Hicks, the middle linebacker, number 54, and Tommy Hart, number 53 in the stop. Anyway, DeBerg was a 11th round draft choice with Dallas last year. Cowboys also drafted a quarterback, Glenn Carano, in the 2nd round. They went down to the last preseason game before deciding which they would keep. DeBerg made that strong an impression. Finally, they cut him on the last cut as Neil Armstrong looks on. And San Francisco picked him up the following week, and now he's beat out Jim Plunkett. 3rd down and 7. Here's DeBerg. Slips, gets up, throws it anyway. Simpson throws down. Gary Campbell back there with O.J., but he couldn't stay with him. And the amazing thing about it was that DeBerg, after almost slipping and falling down, found himself and threw it.
Let's take a look as he loses his balance here, slips, gets up. This is what we talk about a live arm. He threw that ball actually off balance, and it was perfect. It had to be because Campbell had him screened off. There wasn't much room left in the end zone, and the pass was right on the dime.
6-3 49ers as O.J. accepts congratulations. Ray Wersching will try the extra point. Scott Bull, the 2nd-year quarterback or 2nd-string quarterback, is the holder. He's got it. So the 49er fans have something to yell about. Super drive by San Francisco, 75 yards. They lead it 7-3.
At the Seattle 40-yard line, Grossman coming in tight as Bradshaw calls him in. 2 running backs. And the give to Thornton. Sam Davis leading the way. Thornton goes outside. Beeman can't hold him. He falls to the 35. And this will be, if used, the final timeout for the Seahawks. Clock continues to run, 1:19. Well, either they're out of timeouts or they're going to wait.
I think they've decided that the Steelers have got it well in hand.
Swan, the big receiver in the ball game, with 6 catches for 65 yards and the opening touchdown. Cunningham had 4 catches again today. That's 7 receptions in 2 ball games for the Steeler tight end.
They discovered the tight end in Pittsburgh land.
And Zorn, surprisingly enough, didn't put the ball up nearly as often as we thought he would.
Never had a chance, never had the ball.
Rick Mosier, the rookie out of Rhode Island. Look at him run, breaking tackles to the 20. Clock continues to go. Another big Steeler first down. Rick Mosier, number 39. He sent Jack Delaplane packing, and Delaplane was a pretty promising back.
Quite a hero in this town, too. Jack did a lot of things for a lot of charities, and he was very popular.
The hydroplane for his ability to run in the rain. He wouldn't have been needed today, though, would he?
Hey, don't miss the second half of the doubleheader. Miami at Baltimore, San Diego and Oakland.
19-yard line is the line of scrimmage. This may very well be the last play of the game if the Steelers elect to even run it. They have won their 2nd straight. Bradshaw falls on the football, and that is all she wrote from Three Rivers Stadium. A very, very nice victory for Chuck Noll, one that places him in a tie for 16th place with Blanton Collier on the all-time list. And for a man who's only been coaching for 10 years, that ain't bad. That's the end of the ball game. The final score, the Pittsburgh Steelers 21, the Seattle Seahawks 10.
Northeastern Ohio like me, you're a pretty happy fella.
3rd down and 11 to go. Lydell Mitchell checks back in.
Matthews has carried the ball 5 times thus far and has picked up a net of 7 yards. Fouts back on 3rd down. Fouts looking over the middle. Lydell Mitchell has the ball popped up in the air. Picked up by Villapiano. And down to the 45-yard line where he falls very near a flag. That has also been thrown. Tommy Prothro said, I don't know what's going to happen to Lydell Mitchell. He hasn't carried a ball in a regular season game since last December, let alone in a game. He said, I'm afraid if he gets the ball, he might fumble the first time.
Well, Tommy Prothro turned out to be quite a prophet because the very first time Lydell Mitchell did receive the ball, well, they got a break there with a face mask ruling on the Oakland Raiders, and so San Diego is going to keep the football.
A turnover is negated. The Raiders have already turned the ball over once. And here's Jerry Markwright.
Grabbing the face mask, 36, defense, first down. It was an incompleted pass.
Incomplete pass, not a fumble. And Mike Davis was guilty of the face mask charge. Got his first down and 10 from the 49-yard line. 4:22 to go first quarter. And no score. Mitchell in there in place of Don Woods, who had an outstanding early part of this quarter, catching 2 passes for long yardage. Mitchell carries the ball for the first time as a Charger and gets into Raider territory at the 48-yard line. Our telecast today presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of audience. Any rebroadcast or the use of this telecast without the express written consent of the San Diego Chargers and the National Football League is prohibited. 2nd down, 7 from the Raider 48. Mitchell carrying again and getting down to the 45-yard line. Will be 3rd down and nearly 5 yards to go. And Don Woods is coming back in. Willie Hall made the tackle.
Jim, I'd like to make a point. Dan Fouts did something. He came right back to Lydell Mitchell after that ball popped out of his hands, and I think that's going to give Lydell the necessary confidence.
Final score, Kansas, well, in the 4th quarter. Let's check that. Kansas City, which beat Cincinnati with that wing tee last week, putting it to Houston, which lost to Atlanta last week. Big 3rd down situation. Johnny Rodgers is in the football game. They've got 3 wide receivers. As Fouts goes back to throw, has a wide receiver, and that is Johnny Rodgers, and it is an incomplete pass. He slipped, the band fell on him, but it was in the act of slipping. He was not knocked down, and it is 4th down. And Jeff West comes on. Mike Davis, the defender.
San Diego is going to the 3 wide receiver offense to counter what Oakland does in short passing situations with 5 defensive backs. They feel that Johnny Rodgers can work on one of the safeties and break open on the middle of the field.
Neil Colsey has come in, and Colsey is standing now at about the 15. That is Jeff West, who had 1 punt a week ago, go a total of 5 yards. He's only averaging 24 yards per punt as a result. Gets it away, and this is heading for the end zone, and into the end zone, and out of the end zone. Raiders will take over 1st and 10. 2:57 to go. Each team has had the opportunity, and neither team has been able to score.
Later today, CBS Sports brings you the men's finals of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Another classic matchups and the never-ending duel between Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors for tennis supremacy not only in the United States but in the world. Worthing kicking off for San Francisco. Mike Morgan at the 3, 10, 15, 20. Pretty good pop at the 25. And Morgan goes down as he is hit hard by Mike Nichols of the 49ers. There's the book on the San Francisco scoring drive. 12 plays, 75 yards. And I would have to say very impressive.
Yes, with time elapsed, 6 minutes, 47 seconds. That's a long time to control the football. And they moved the Bear defensive line back pretty well on that. Nice drive by San Francisco. Now it's the Bears' turn. Let's see what happens.
The Berg was 2 out of 3. Simpson gained 52 yards rushing now at 9 carries. 1st and 10 for the Bears. They're at their 25-yard line as Bob Avellini calls the signals, gives to Walter Payton. And Payton tries the left side, gets out to about the 28 for a pickup of 3 yards. Ed Bradley. And Eddie Gallagher making the stop for the 49ers. Peyton has faced the 49ers twice. He's hit the 100-yard mark both times. In 75, he had 105. In 76 out here, he had 148 yards. Second down, 6. Chicago moving from its 28-yard line, trailing by a score of 7-3. We're late in the first period of play. Another straight handoff. Roland Harper this time. Jimmy Webb making the stop for San Francisco. That'll set up third down, and the Bears still going to need a long 4 for the first down.
This is a situation where over the years it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to throw the ball. They just as likely run the ball with a guy like Peyton. Noah Jackson is in the lineup for Chicago. At guard, he had left camp last week for a day because he was upset about contract situation and just said he had to get away from it all. But he's back and he's happy, I guess, right now because he's playing football.
Peyton so far officially 8 yards rushing. Third down, 4. Bears at their 30. Avellini wanted to get back and throw it, but the 30-second clock had run down to 0. Too much time. And that'll cost the Bears 5 yards. Avellini won his only previous start against the 49ers 2 seasons ago, 19-12.
Offense, still third down.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Still third down, but now the Bears need 9. It's a more obvious passing situation. Avellini is 1 out of 3 for 12 yards. Scott to the left side, Bo Rather to the right, Avellini back into the pocket. Floats a rainbow for James Scott, couldn't hold it. And I think he would have been out of bounds had he been able to come down with it. Eddie Lewis back there defending. We had a marker at the line of scrimmage.
Eddie Lewis is showing me something. He's not afraid of James Scott at all. He's playing him tight.
Penalty's going to be against the Bears. 49ers will decline it because it puts Chicago in a punting posture. So Bob Parsons comes on for his first punt of the afternoon. 1:55 left in the opening period. 49ers leading 7-3. Freddie Solomon, great punt returner, back in a single safety for San Francisco, standing on his 28. 49ers playing in return all the way. Nice high kick. A flag is thrown as Solomon is hit immediately. We get another hit. So we had markers thrown, one at the line of scrimmage and another one when he caught the ball. And the official's going to have to talk this one over and decide what goes.
Larry Jones was blocking on Schubert as they came down the field. We'll have to see if there's any kind of a call there.
Where that flag was thrown on the line of scrimmage could have been an illegal cut. Well, ineligible receiver downfield. One of the interior linemen took off. But then you've got illegal use of hands on the other side. So I guess they will offset and we will go back and do it all over again.
That was a nice punt by Bob Parsons, who has been getting them very high. Also, when he's had the coffin corner kick, he's done very well so far this year. What an advantage to have a man who can punt, although he wants to play tight end too. He's not satisfied with just punting, but I guess that's natural.
Well, he's done a good job for the Bears down through the years in both capacities.
One of the 49er weaknesses in the past couple of years has been the special teams.
Illegal use of the hands, number 21. Defense, offset, fourth down.
All right, I think we got that straight. We'll try it all over again. 4th and 9. Bears from the 25. Parsons has been known to throw it. Angling to the near sideline. It's going to be Solomon feeling it at the 33. We got another marker down. This time Solomon goes down at the 38-yard line. The play had been whistled dead, so they'll bring it back. As Skavinsky picked it up and land, but again we had a marker thrown back at the line of scrimmage. And that normally would be against the punting team. Well, we can't say that either.
We might be here a long time this afternoon if we keep this up.
It could be an ineligible receiver again, or it could be against the 49ers and be an illegal cut. And they're talking things over with the 40.
On the punt, number.
Now this time it's the new head coach of San Francisco.
Frank Lieber along with Johnny Morris. Candlestick Park in San Francisco. 1st and 10. 49ers have the ball at their 38-yard line. They have the lead. 7-3 with a minute and a half remaining in the opening period of play. Young Steve DeBerg handing off to O.J. Simpson, which is what he did in that successful a moment ago. And Simpson gets a yard or so up to the 39. Not much there. As the left side of the Bears defensive line, Tommy Hart, Jimmy Osborne doing a pretty good job.
O.J. Simpson is the last man out of the locker room. He'll sign autographs for an extra half hour longer than anybody else. You know, that's a great tribute to a man who has everything as far as a career is concerned.
2nd and 8 for the 49ers at their 39. Takes the Boykin, and DeBerg is hit as he delivered the football. It'll be incomplete. Pretty good rush that time by Jim Osborne, number 68 of the Bears. Watch him.
Let's take a look at the fake of the handoff, and here comes Gary Campbell and Jim Osborne, both. Campbell from the backside. DeBerg had no chance. He didn't see him coming as the blitz from the backside worked, and Steve says, well, maybe I'll run the ball for a little longer.
It's a lot healthier that way.
Especially when you don't see it coming. Those are the kind that hurt.
3rd and 8, San Francisco at their 39. We're in the final minute of play in the opening period. Solomon to the left side. LeCount split to the right side. O.J. in the slot. And DeBerg wants to throw it. Sideline pass. Not near anybody, really. LeCount was streaking down the far sideline. Again, we got a marker thrown at the line of scrimmage. A lot of penalties here in the opening period of the ball game. Jim Osborne with a pretty good pass rush that time once again for Chicago. We get illegal procedure against San Francisco. Since it was a 3rd down, the Bears will in all likelihood decline it and force San Francisco into a punt.
The 49ers, you have to give them a little credit for guts. They got rid of Jim Plunkett. They don't really have an experienced quarterback.
Illegal formation, number 71 lined up off the line. Offense, decline, 4th down.
That was Keith Fonhurst, the offensive tackle.
And as I was saying, the two quarterbacks they have, Scott Bull and DeBerg, both very young.
Mike Connell, rookie punter, gets it away. Nice kick. No place to go. So good defensive play by the specialty teams as Steve Schubert fielded the punt. That is dropped at the 19.
Troop. Picked up. Norris Thomas is going to go. It's going to be a Miami.
And Miami leading Baltimore, as we told you, 7-0. Going absolutely nowhere because of Louis Kelcher is Mark Van Egan. And it's 2nd down and 9. Kelcher's the one who recovered the fumble. And it is Louis who is playing with a hip pointer today, but everybody else is pretty well off.
Couldn't tell it on that play, Jim, and certainly on the fumble recovery. He's just about everywhere on the football field today.
Branch left, Biletnikoff to the right. Van Egan and Davis are setbacks, and there goes Stabler. Cutting up in the pocket land. The ball is intercepted. At the 35-yard line, another big break for the San Diego Chargers. And that is Hal Stringer. That's the 2nd turnover for the Raiders. They fumble the ball and now an interception.
Well, it looks like it's a little bit of miscommunication on this pattern. Branch breaks to the middle of the field. The ball is thrown over his head to the outside, right into the waiting arms of Hal Stringer. Just don't see that happen very often. Miscommunication between an Oakland Raider quarterback and a wide receiver.
Once again, the Chargers have excellent field position. They missed on a 29-yard field goal attempt earlier. Bo Matthews and Lydell Mitchell are the backs. Ron Woods is not in there. Lydell Mitchell gets his first big burst. That picks 7 or 8 yards up before he's hurled back. 2nd down and 8 to go. And the Charger fans who have seen Mitchell only for a couple of plays now are already booing the Raider defense for putting Lydell down rather hard.
Mitchell goes off the right tackle this time behind guard Ed White and center Ralph Peretta. He does some good hard running on his own before being lifted by Jack Tatum. and also by Charles Phillips.
Artie Owens to the left, John Jefferson to the right, and Bo Matthews straight ahead, and he's got the first down. Against the 3-4 defense, the Chargers have lost 11 out of 15 games. And 12 times this year, they will be going against a 34 defensive ball club. And that is one of the reasons why they gave up a back like Ricky Young to get Ed White. They need some muscle up front.
Well, it looked pretty good here. They also brought in Ray Perkins as their offensive coordinator, and he's from the New England Patriots, and they employed the 3-4 defense in the American Conference Football Eastern Division.
Both wide receivers to the right. The ball at the 24-yard line. And Bo Matthews comes across to the left and gets down to the 20-yard line. They'll mark it at the 21, so give him a pickup of 3. And it's 2nd down and 7. As time begins to run out here in the first quarter. 45 seconds and counting. Matthews, a #1 draft choice 5 years ago. Matter of fact, was only the 2nd man picked in the 1974 draft. Question, who was the first? I'll answer it for you. Ed Too Tall Jones.
Not a bad pick.
Not a bad pick at all. Second down. Bo Matthews, room outside, cruises his way inside the 15-yard line and near another first down. Matthews shy, it looks to be, by about a yard. It'll be 3rd down and short to go.
Well, something happened on this play as Matthews started swinging wide that you just don't see very often. Phil Villapiano had a clean shot at him, but missed him. Matthews scampers around him, picks up some extra yards, and runs over the tackler right there. Good hard run.
All right, we've run out of time in the first quarter, and there's been no score. And again, the Chargers are threatening. We'll be back for the second quarter after these messages from your local station.
Bears 1st and 10 at their 19-yard line. Last night in the NFL, Detroit beat Tampa Bay 15-7. So the Lions are now 1-1. Tampa Bay is 0-2. We'll check some other scores for you. A lot of the East Coast games are now final. Bob Abilene at the helm of the Chicago Bears. Harper and Payton in the backfield, and Payton out to the 23. That's his 5th carry. Cowboys and the New York Giants. Cowboys made it 2 in a row. Tony Dorsett, 111 yards rushing. 34-24 that final. Well, that's 38 and 34 points for Dallas. Look at this track meet.
Unbelievable. A Jack Pardee team, too. 35-30. Washington wins. That's 2 in a row for the Redskins.
And 2 losses in a row for Philadelphia. Abilene had all the time in the world, lost the ball. Who's got it? Bears recover inside the 15-yard line. Ed Bradley was in there.
Bradley got him from the backside, and Abilene kept looking for his receivers. He is a pocket quarterback here as he waits and waits. Webb goes down. Here comes from the backside. Ed Bradley makes the tackle.
Bears recover. That's the end of the opening period of play. Here in San Francisco leading Chicago 7-3.
Sunny Southern California, San Diego. I'm Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield as we're about to begin the second quarter. And the Chargers have the ball, 3rd and about a yard to go. 2 tight ends are in there, and there's an announcement being made right now to those here that in the box of Gene Klein, the owner of the Chargers on your right, you can tell who the man is on your left. The former president of the United States, Gerald R. Ford, is a guest here for this game today. And I would say, Paul Warfield, that the former president has seen quite a first quarter at least.
Certainly has. This has been one exciting football game. Both teams have moved the ball exceptionally well. We haven't seen a score yet, but San Diego is knocking on the door.
3rd down and a yard to go. Both Klein and Kern, the tight ends, are in there. Kern on the left side. Don Woods has replaced Lydell Mitchell. He is a good, strong, tough runner, as is the fullback, Bo Matthews. For those of you who are watching other games, the Raiders march down to the 11. Fumble the ball away. Chargers came down, could not get the field goal, and now have intercepted a pass and have started this drive on the 35. And Fouts on 3rd and short is going to throw into the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown!
touchdown. Here's Fouts. He's looking over in the middle of the field, looking for the wide receiver, John Jefferson. He's trying to hit Jefferson, but it goes off a Raider defender's hand, right in the hands of Pat Kieran.
My point was, Paul, that had it gone off the San Diego defender's hand, receiver's hand, it would have made no difference. You can touch it, but it was a Raider that touched it. Not a Charger, but the results are the same. Curran caught it. Winerski adds the extra point. 14:55 to go, and it is San Diego that has scored first. It's 7-0.
Well, things just aren't the same in the Central Division. That's 2-0 now for the Packers.
28-17, Green Bay is 2-0, and who would have thunk it a couple of weeks ago?
Dave Whitehurst threw 4 touchdown passes in that game, 3 to James Lofton, their #1 draft choice from Stanford.
And I'll tell you, it's the rule changes that are causing it. The pass blocking rules and the chucking rules.
Archie Manning was 33 out of 53 for the Saints in that game. Put it in the air 53 times. Third down, 15 now for the Bears as they're back on their 13-yard line. Avellini throws a rainbow intended for James Scott. He's there at the 40. Scott at the 30 and down at the 25. Scott outrunning everybody. And just a flick of an ankle prevented him from going all the way. Watch it.
And I'll say one thing. Avellini showed that he can throw the ball a long ways. Good pass blocking. He way overthrew James Scott, but Scott has such great second gear that he went for that ball, and it ended up being perfect. Threadgill makes a saving tackle, just clips him on the heels. That's what a good defensive back will do when he's beat, because there was no way he was going to catch him, so he had to make that futile dive, and it was a good play by Threadgill. The Bears on the move.
And that was a 3rd and 15, keep in mind. Bears 1st and 10 for the 49er, 27. Avellini completes it again, this time to Bo Rather. But I believe he came down with 1 foot out of bounds. And they will bring it back.
Excuse me, Frank. He was so open because Anthony Leonard slipped down while he was backpedaling, and Bo could have caught the ball and gone up the field. Let's take a look at the offense from the backside. Avellini back quickly, throws the out pattern. You'll see Leonard just getting up. There he was.
Couldn't keep the feet in bounds, so it goes as an incompleted forward pass. It is 2nd and 10 for the Bears at the San Francisco 27. Bears trailing 7-3 early in the second period. It's Payton looking for some running room, and there hasn't been much for Waller today. He stopped at the 25. Cleveland Elam, number 72, and Jimmy Webb, number 74. And I think they have his number. They're watching him very closely, as well they might.
You can see the counter at the fake to the left. He comes back, takes the inside handoff. Pretty good play by the 49ers on the backside. They didn't go with the fake and forced Walter to go inside. Now he gets a few extra yards out of it, but they had to play well defense.
3rd down, 8. Bears at the 49er 25-yard line. Avellini going to put it up again. Now going to run it. That is dropped at the 28 for a loss of 3. That sack a moment ago of Avellini was the 49ers' first of the year. They went through the whole Cleveland game last week without a quarterback sack, and they're noted for that tactic with that big front four. So that stops the Bears at the 27-yard line is where they'll spot it. It'll be 4th down and about 11.
And the 49ers are crossing Chicago up a little bit. Very little blitzing, very little fancy defense, and they expected more, I'm sure, from Jimmy Carr.
Parsons in to do the punting. Keep in mind the Bears are going against a very stiff breeze. Here's a flag down as Parsons angles it for the coffin corner on the far side. It goes on into the end zone for the touchback, but there was a marker down. Normally I would think that would be within Thomas' range, but with the wind blowing as strong as it is against the Bears here in the second period, Neil Armstrong decided to try to put the 49ers deep in the hole.
It's at least a 15-mile-an-hour wind against him, maybe 20.
And we'll find out what this one's all about. Early in the second period, 49ers leading 7-3. Electrifying play a moment ago from Avellini to James Scott. We'll get the word here from the referee, Dick Jorgensen. Now let's see, offsetting penalties looks like.
Can you read lips?
I know it was offsetting penalties, I can tell you that. and Parsons is coming back on the field, going to punt it again.
Illegal motion, offense, offside, defense, offset, replay, 4th down.
You got it. There's Neil Armstrong. I think he wants a time.
That's the most excited I've seen him get all year right there. He wants that outside. He's a real easygoing coach, very mild-mannered. He knows what he wants, but he has a very, very mild manner, and he's really a good guy.
They got the time. 49ers leading 7-3. We'll be back at Candlestick in just a moment.
There's Bob Curran, who caught the pass, and this is what happened.
Dan Fouts looking for John Jefferson, but Mike Davis bats the ball up into Curran's hands, and he's a very happy fella. And why shouldn't he be? He just scored 6 points.
Medarski will kick off 5 plays, 35 yards, set up by the interception by Hal Stringer. Terry Robisky and Arthur Whitman are deep, and the ball fell off the tee, so we'll go back and start all over again. San Diego, everybody knows, is a very, very young ball club. The Raiders, everybody knows, many expect to see in the Super Bowl in mid-January. San Diego started well. The Raiders have been sputtering, even though they played well against Denver. This will be Robisky. No, Whittington picks it up, and it's going to the 23-yard line. Art Whittington brings it back to the 23-yard line. 1st down, and again, this is what happened to the Raiders on the 3rd and short yardage pass from Dan Fouts.
Here it is again. Fouts looking for John Jefferson, breaking right to left in your screen. But Mike Davis goes up, can't quite hold on to it. Oops, look what I've got. Pat Curran.
Well, what frustration for Davis. That ball was right in his hand.
Certainly was.
At the 23.5-yard line, Branch comes left, Biletnikoff goes right. Davis sets up at the flanker. Fake to Van Egan. Stabler back to throw, and down he goes, and that's Big Hands Johnson. Gary Johnson, number 79. That hit him first.
Well, that's the game plan of the Charger defense, is to harass Ken Stabler. Tommy Prothero has called Ken Stabler one of the most accurate passers in pro football, and he is. And they just feel that they cannot give Stabler the time to go back there, set up, and throw the football, or else they're going to be in trouble.
A loss of 10 yards last week against Denver. Stabler was sacked but once, but he gets it here. Look at Big Hands.
Well, he whips Gene Upshaw. Started to call him Marvin. He has a brother, Marvin Upshaw, who played for Kansas City a few years ago.
Bradshaw is in now, wide. Out as is Branch, and the ball is thrown for Branch on his fly pattern. He's got the football. Branch looked down for a moment to see where he's going, and it just showed to me, Paul, that receivers and throwers know each other, because he looked up just at the right moment to see the ball float into his hand.
Well, Jim, that ball was actually thrown before Cliff Branch had an opportunity to locate it, but he and Ken Stabler have worked so well together over the years, and especially on that deep streaking pattern down the middle of the field, that Stabler knows where Branch is going to be.
Wholesale replacements there. Pete Banaszak comes in. Whittington comes in.
It's a great catch by Branch here.
And this is Whittington, and no place to go. Look at Mike Fuller. Nobody was out in front of him. And Fuller, the strong safety, had a clear shot.
Well, with the Chargers secondary is weak in covering passes, they certainly make up for an aggressive play. Fuller came up and closed in and stopped that play for a loss.
2nd down and 15 to go. Morris Bradshaw, Mark Van Egan. In the ball game. And Stabler back to throw. As his man Casper, and Casper makes a great catch inside the 10-yard line. Casper dropped a couple last week, and that's his 3rd of the day, and 2 of them have been remarkable catches.
They have been remarkable catches. At that time, Dave Casper looked like he had 2 defenders on him. And how do you stop a guy like that? How do you stop Branch or Biletnikoff, too? Stabler's looking for Casper going down the middle. He makes a great over-the-shoulder catch again. Completely extended, holds on to the football, and nearly takes it in for 6 points.
First and goal to go at the 6. At one time, remember, the Raiders were first down at the 11, but fumbled the football away. They trailed 7-0, but they have come right back. Stabler looking to throw to Casper. Touchdown. Casper was about the only man in the pattern. 2 men on him, and Stabler delivered the ball right to him.
It never ceases to amaze me, Jim. It seems like the Oakland Raiders run this play with a fake into the line. Casper fakes a block and then breaks over the middle time and time again, but it works, and it works for 6 points all the time, so something good wide diverge from it. Here's the play again from another angle. Casper taking it in for 6 points.
4 catches, 1 touchdown. Stabler and Casper have been something, and Stabler's got to be happy to get his first touchdown pass of the year. By this time, he usually has 4 or 5.
It certainly does. I'm sure that the snake was beginning to wonder what's happening during the 1978 NFL football season.
You weren't going to say snake, but you wouldn't do that, would you? Earl Mann, who led the league last year in scoring points, and they had the extra point to tie it up and done. 12:08 to go. We're just in the second quarter. There's a lot more to happen yet. And we've got a tie-ball game. San Diego has scored first 7 and Oakland 7.
Neil Armstrong has had a change of heart, and the Bears going to go for the field goal.
And I think because if you look at the flags, they have really died down. The wind all of a sudden died down. Neil Armstrong said, hey, let's go for it. 44 yards against a lesser wind now.
All right. Plenty long. It's good. So the strategy pays off as Thomas hammers one home from 44 yards away, and that had plenty of them. That could have gone another 10.
Now we know why Neil Armstrong was excited.
Yes.
It's a difference of 3 points, and who knows, that might make the difference when the final gun sounds. They get 3 points instead of punting and giving San Francisco the ball. Bob Thomas now has kicked 3 field goals so far this year, 1 last week and 2 this week, 2 for 2 today.
Already looking forward to next week on CBS. NFL regional matchups. Bears are going to be at Detroit, and the 49ers are going to be down at Houston. Philadelphia and New Orleans, of course, and Tampa Bay and Minnesota, and another of those typical Cardinal Redskin battles, one of the highlights of the NFC East, and it will all be capped by a game that many say could be the preview of the NFC Championship game in Los Angeles between the Cowboys and the Rams. Don't forget, consult your local listings for the game and time in your area, because some cities will only see 1 game due to the NFL blackout policy. Bob Thomas with the advance in the boot. Dave Williams at the 15, 20, 30, 35, across the 40 and up to the 44-yard line. So the 49ers come back with good field position as Dave Williams returns Thomas' kickoff, and Bo Rather does a nice job at running him down.
He is one of the 7 offensive backs that the 49ers are carrying with only 2 quarterbacks. He follows these 4 horsemen up front very well. Takes the dip, finds the hole, turns on his second gear. Good blocking by the 49er 4 horsemen up front.
Williams is another guy, came into the league with the Dallas Cowboys and then went to Canada and came to the 49ers via that route. Steve DeBerg slipping the ball to O.J., and this time the Bears are waiting for him. Tom Hicks, number 54, the middle linebacker, in the stop as they trip him up before he gets to the line of scrimmage. Be a loss of a yard on the play. It'll be second down 11. San Francisco at its 43.
Well, the Bears just completed an 81-yard drive. And of course, the bulk of it was the long pass to James Scott, as the 49ers have good field position.
LeCount wide to the right side. Freddie Solomon is split to the left. DeBerg has thrown it very sparingly, and he is hit as he delivers the football. Good rush. Guys playing a great ball game so far for Chicago. Jim Osborne, number 68.
The Bears went to the 4-man rush. They had an even defense that time, and all 4 came a-rolling, and Jim Osborne, who is the nose man on the 3-4 defense, got in there and got the sack. And you know, those defensive linemen, they don't like that 3-4 so much because they get all blocked and the linebackers get to make all the tackles. Well, that time Jim Osborne got a tackle.
DeBerg is 2 out of 6 for 12 yards. Third down, 11. San Francisco at its 42-yard line. Four-man rush by the Bears. Fires it over the middle. Completes it to Freddie Solomon at the 40-yard line of Chicago. First down. Tackle made by Doug Plank. Solomon was one of the principals in that big trade San Francisco engineered with the Miami Dolphins, which sent Delvin Williams down there.
You can see the three-man rush by the Bears as a crisscross, and Solomon comes back across the field. You see 46 here, Plank is the free man, and he'll react over, but the pass was in there too tight. Livers was the man-for-man coverage with help on the inside from Doug Plank. Good play by the 49ers.
First and 10, San Francisco at the Chicago 40-yard line. They lead by 1, 7-6. Here's Simpson. Again, it was Osborne who grabbed him first as he crossed the line of scrimmage. A 2-yard pickup on the gain to 38.
If there's one place that the 49ers are improved, that's at their wide receiver spot as far as speed is concerned. With LeCounte and Solomon, they have some men who can go deep on you. And that makes those 15-yard passes a little easier to grab.
Ron Rideout also in on the tackle. DeBerg gained 174 passing last week against Cleveland, but he threw it away 3 times. Second and 8. Larry Jones is in the game at a wide receiver for San Francisco. Again, the 49ers sticking to the ground with Simpson and Tom Hicks, the middle linebacker, making the stop after a short pickup on the game to the 37-yard line. Don Reeves comes into the lineup for Chicago. It's now third down, 7 needed for the first down for the 49ers at the Bear 37. Gary LeCounte wide to the right side. Freddie Solomon back in a split to the left. Both wide receivers are from Florida, and both were quarterbacks in college. It's an oddity. Big rush. Heat blitz was on, and the pass is caught by LeCounte at the 22-yard line. DeBerg throwing it under the face of great pressure, and now they're going to roll it incomplete. I think they're going to really trap it. Boy, what a hit on DeBerg this time.
Yeah, Campbell came from the outside there, and DeBerg, though, kept his mind on his job. Here comes Campbell, 59, and boy, did he take his punishment. Of course, it lost a little zip on the ball. Let's take a look and see if we think he caught it. Pretty tough to tell, but anyway, it was ruled incomplete.
I'd say it's awfully tough to tell from that angle. You wasn't even in the picture. There's Connell angling it for the near sidelines over Schubert's head. Bounces at the goal line and on into the end zone. And the Bears will take over at the 20-yard line, having thwarted San Francisco. Tight football game here. Hope you're enjoying it with us. We'll be back in San Francisco in just a moment.
I'm just watching with you. The Dallas Cowgirls, the San Diego cheerleaders, the embraceable youths are all over the league now. Artie Owens takes this ball at the 4-yard line. Oh, my. Woo! As he leveled, Mike Davis made the hit.
Artie Owens is a real speedster. He has about 9.2 speed, but he never actually had an opportunity to get going. Mike Davis really came in and made a bone-crushing tackle.
Ball at the 16-yard line. Next Sunday, 12:30 Eastern Time, NFL 78 starts it all off, and we'll have a feature, by the way, on these Chargers. Rogers is one wide receiver, Joyner the other, and Fouts hands off instead to Woods, and Woods picks up good yardage. 5 to 6 yards out across the 20. At 1 o'clock Eastern Time next Sunday afternoon, these are some of the games that you can see. Cleveland undefeated at Atlanta, which is playing the Rams this afternoon. Kansas City undefeated against the Giants. Pittsburgh against Cincinnati, which is winless, and Seattle and those surprising New York Jets. Oakland will be at Green Bay at 2 o'clock Eastern Time, and Paul Warfield's team gets Buffalo next week, and San Diego goes on to Denver. Second down, and let's make it 3.5 to go. And Bo Matthews will try to get the 3.5. It is in a traffic jam. It'll be third down and a couple of yards.
Not very much running room there. Big John Matuzak, the man mounted, seemed to just jam up things right in there.
Third down and short yardage to go. And Lydell Mitchell comes in on this situation. Mitchell has been used coming out of the backfield thus far as a pass receiver and has carried the ball. Joyner also comes in. And they now have 3 wide receivers. And Matthews is the man who comes out, not Don Woods. Outs. Looking, delivering over the head of Klein. Tatum was coming up from behind him, and the ball was over the outstretched hands of Bob Klein. And it's 4th down.
Well, it looked like Dan Fouts had Bob Klein open on that play over the middle for the first down. Pass was thrown just a little bit high. Whenever Jack Tatum is in the neighborhood, pass receivers have to be a little bit wary.
All right. How about Paul Warfield when Jack Tatum was in the neighborhood?
Well, he treated me fairly kindly because I'm a fellow alumnus from Ohio State University.
He knew that as he was coming up on you?
Yes.
Here, 45-yard kick by Jeff West, his first time out, to be kicking the ball away to Colsey. Gets the ball away high, not as long. Colsey says, I'll take a fair catch, and does at the 39 or 40-yard line. And the Raiders will have the football again. An excellent field position out near midfield. We've got 10:25 left. We're just in the first half.
Frank Lieber along with Johnny Morris back in San Francisco. 1st and 10 for the Bears at their 20-yard line. They trailed 7-6. Bob Avellini is 2 out of 7 for 71 yards. 59 of those to James Scott on that one long bomb. Payton takes the handoff, bounces off a tackle, but can't get loose. Maybe a yard. Danny Bunge, the middle linebacker, stacked him up. Now, one fellow we usually see on the road with the Bears isn't with us today. Jim Finks, the general manager.
Jim is not feeling too well. I guess he's got a little bit of the flu, and stomach is not feeling good. But if the Bears win today, I bet you he improves in a big hurry.
I would imagine that will have a great effect on his health.
Well, this is quite a general manager duel, too. Joe Thomas is rebuilding San Francisco, and of course Jim Finks has done a great job the last few years of building the Bears into a contender.
2nd and 8 for the Bears at their 22-yard line. Avellini hands off to Payton, tries the sweep, and he's got problems. Number 50 is Joe Harris, the left side linebacker, and we got a penalty marker down. Yeah, you're talking about rebuilding. You know, in 1975, when the Bears started rebuilding under Finks, they had 17 rookies on their squad, and that's what San Francisco has this year. And they have the same thing in mind. Holding against Chicago.
Holding, number 87, offense, decline, 3rd down.
There was a loss in the play, so
Mike Cobb.
Yeah, the tight end whistle for the holding infraction.
He just came over from Cincinnati. Did they teach holding in Cincinnati?
I don't know. How would I know anything about that?
Mike is a good blocker, rated a good blocker, and rated not too good of a pass catcher, but that remains to be seen.
Pete McCulley, only the 7th coach in San Francisco history to lose his first game last week. They've had a few down through the years. On 3rd and 12, Avellini unloads it in the flat to Harper. Rowland dancing his way across the 25, gets as far as the 26, but that'll be 4 shy of the first down, and the Bears going to have to punt. Nichols making the stop for San Francisco. Bears go up against Detroit next. That'll be at Detroit. Then they play a Monday night game at home against Minnesota. San Francisco is at Houston, and then at the New York Giants. Parsons kicking it away to Freddie Solomon, a dangerous man. Solomon at the 38-yard line. Trying to get to the near sideline, but the Bears specialty teams wouldn't let him go. Good job. Excellent coverage by San Francisco, particularly by Steve Schubert. 49ers 7, the Bears 6.
Baseball, scarcely 20 games to go. Boston will be at New York next weekend. They're playing today in the 8th inning at 7-4 New York. If that score holds up, it'll be a sweep for the Yankees, and they'll be dead even in the American League East. Each team will have won 86 and lost 56. Pittsburgh, which had won 11 in a row, has now lost its last 3 in a row. That does not include what they've done today. First down for Stabler, 40-yard line, dumps it out, Clarence Davis across the 40 and picks up 6 yards out to the 46-yard line, where it'll be 2nd down and 4 to go. Run out of bounds by Good, Don Good, the linebacker.
Well, this is the beauty of the Oakland offense with a guy like Davis, who's really an unheralded ball player. He runs well and he catches the ball well out of the backfield, and he can give you a little bit of added strength to go along with those other 3 great receivers they have.
Well, the Chargers started this game after 1 game in the National Football League, last in the AFC in pass defense. And they've had some troubles today, but against the run, they've been very good. And Don Good is down at the bottom of that pile again.
Davis tackle number 50, Don Good.
In overtime, Cleveland 13-10 over Cincinnati. Cleveland undefeated. Cincinnati hasn't won yet. Pittsburgh wins its second, 21-10 over Seattle. They've lost 2. Dallas had a little trouble for a little while, but managed to win their second, and the Giants are now 1-1. Washington, despite Wilbert Montgomery's 4 touchdowns, held on to beat Philadelphia. The Redskins now 2-0, and the Eagles now 0-2. 3rd down and 3 to go, and Stabler is going to throw for it. Has lots of time, and now runs out as Dean hits him. Number 71, Dean, followed by Big Hands Johnson.
Well, Fred Dean is 6'3", 228 pounds, and he's going up against Art Shell, who is only 6'5", 275 pounds, but somehow or another he managed to get around.
The interesting thing is that when Stabler was sacked the first time, they beat Upshaw on the left side, and when he was sacked that time, they beat Shell on the left side.
So they're going at Oakland on the strong side of their offensive line.
Ray Gott to kick the ball away. Mike Fuller is the deep man. Mike Williams is about 7 yards in front of him. Low pass, gets the ball away, and will go out of bounds, and that is not a particularly great kick for Ray Guy. They will mark the ball inside the 25-yard line at the 24. 9:04 to go. What a ball game it has been, and it's all tied 7-7.
1st and 10 at the 37 of the 27 of the Bills. Back to pass now as Todd sets up, throws angling on the left side, and it's intercepted. He may go all the way along the near side. It's Charles Rose. He's got blockers. He's down to the 30-yard line. Bruce Harper's chasing him down to the 10. He cuts back inside. Touchdown. 86 yards. Charlie Rose made the drag and ran it back down the near sideline. Cut back inside of Bruce Harper, who was chasing him, and he went into the goal line untouched. And he went, Christian Guy went one time too often to get to break that and thread that needle. He tried to thread the needle to the outside. They got in trouble. He had a big, strong pass rush, and he threw the ball into the hands of the receiving guy, into the hand of the defender, and he had nothing but daylight ahead of him. An 86-yard return of an intercepted pass. The Jets had the best drive of the day from their 18 down to the 27 of the Bills, and now they're down 6-0. Here's the point after attempt coming up right here. Bob Chandler will hold. Tom Dempsey will kick. Signals are being called at the right end of the stadium. Ball is snap, placed down and booted. It's up, and it's through there. The score on the Buffalo Bills 7, the New York Jets nothing.
Little blitz there. Williams runs right by. Good stiff arm on 44, Lyle Blackwood. And that's the running back they've been looking for since Mercury Morris retired. Somebody to get outside, somebody to help him. They got, if you see the way Nat's holding his shoulder a little bit, last year he scored 12. This guy reminds me of Paul Warfield. Now with the NBC staff, he can get open in the end zone. A very sure-handed receiver. He just beat Mumford.
That's 1st and 10, 49ers. They're at their 38-yard line following the punt by Parsons. There's a big hole. It's time for Boykin, and Boykin loses the football. Picked up by the Bears. And Chicago will take over as a very alert play by Gary Fensick. Gets the Bears the football.
That was the Bears' play. A nice bounce of the ball right up into Fensick's hand, and he almost got away for a touchdown. The 49ers had made a nice hole up the middle. The Bears went into an even defense that time, and they just ran right at it. Got through in the nice hole. Bad break for San Francisco. Good break for Chicago Bears.
Credit Doug Plank with the big hit that time on Boykin. I'll tell you, those two guys are about as good a secondary team, safety team, as you can find in the league right now. I guess Waters and Harris are generally considered to be the best in Dallas, but they're close. Payton taking the pitch. 1st and 10 from the San Francisco 40, and Waller gets it to the 38-yard line, and the yards are coming awful tough.
Plank, you talk about Plank hitting. He almost killed Steve Schubert in practice this week. Hits his own teammates, so you can imagine what he does to the opponents. As you look at Walter Payton. Sweetness.
Sweetness got him a little walking around money now, huh?
Yes. You know, he once won the Soul Train Dance Contest, Walter Payton did. So you know he can dance.
2nd and 8. He's got 9 carries, 14 yards at this point. We're midway in the 2nd period. Bob Abellini. That's Harper, 35. And Harper is to the 33-yard line. Danny Bunch, the middle linebacker, rookie #1 draft choice for San Francisco, making the stop. It'll set up a 3rd down and 3 for the Bears at the San Francisco 33.
The Bears have a little something going there with Harper coming from the opposite side out into the flat. He's getting room to catch the ball, and usually there's 3 or 4 yards between he and the defender, and that's what you want to get, a matchup out there, get the back turned upfield where he has a chance to deke out one man and get a few yards, and so far they're 3 for 3 on that play with good yardage.
Big play for the Bears in this drive, 3rd down 3 from the 49er 33-yard line. That's Rather in motion. The give is to Payton. Didn't get it. In fact, he lost a couple on the play back to the 35. Great penetration that time. It is 49er front four. I'd say it's quite a battle between the 49er front four and the offensive line of Chicago.
They're not going to let Payton get to the outside. You see Chuck Chris comes up across the line. There was Webb, and Chris, number 24, hangs on and hangs on and hangs on. As you know, he's a safety, and he was across that line in a hurry, so they're going to try and turn Payton back in as much as they can.
49ers going to call a timeout here with 6 minutes and 11 seconds left to play in the 2nd period. San Francisco leading in this ball game by a score of 7-6.
Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield. Houston game in Kansas City, which was leading late. Green Bay is now 2-0. Packers off to a fine start. Ronins is now 1-1. First down from the 24-yard line. 2nd man through. Don Woods picks up a couple of yards. 2nd down and 8. McCoy, Mike McCoy, the man that they traded to get from Green Bay. He was the #1 draft choice there out of Notre Dame years ago, 9 years ago. He was waived. David Rowe was in the middle last week against Denver. And once the ball game was over, Rowe was cut, simply cut. And Mike McCoy was told to come back, and there he is in the middle. 2nd down. John Jefferson has a slight neck injury, but is expected to come back and play. He is not in there now. Johnny Rodgers is. Don Woods had a little trouble trying to get away from Lester Hayes and could not get away from Lester Hayes, who made the stop. And it'll be 3rd down and 7 to go. San Diego, Paul, the first 2 times it had the football, could move the football. Last couple of times they've been unable to move the football.
Well, they didn't hit a couple of 3rd down plays that they needed to keep drives going. This is another 3rd down situation. They're a must-pass situation. Oakland is going to counter with their 5 defensive back scheme, so we'll see how the Chargers do.
3 wide receivers and Mitchell and Woods in the backfield. Both of them can catch the football. Bounce back, Bounce delivers, Johnny Rodgers flag. There's a flag thrown over here on number 24, Willie Brown, who was defending against the tight end.
I don't think the officials are going to be too happy with that check that Willie Brown utilized.
Willie Brown is the man. It's going to be a 1st down.
Illegal chuck, 24, defense, decline, 1st down.
Because they got the 1st down on the completed pass.
Well, they caught the old pro with his hands in the cookie jar. Well, there it is right there. Now that's 37, Lester Hayes. We don't have the picture of foul that they called on Willie Brown.
That's the 8th 1st down. Bo Matthews has come back into the backfield now. And that is Lydell Mitchell. You know, it's a funny thing. They said that John Jefferson looks like Lance Allred. You could take Lydell Mitchell and put him in any place, any team you want, and see him go inside the tackles, and you could say that's Lydell. Just looks the same.
Certainly does. He has a unique running style. It's really a signature of its own.
Steve Grogan, 5-yard run, and Bud Wilkinson is saying how do you do to the National Football League for the second week in a row. He lost last week. Miami beating Baltimore. The Colts fangless without their top 2 quarterbacks. Fouts delivers, has a man. That is Johnny Rodgers. Second catch. First down inside the 50-yard line.
Well, Johnny Rodgers is getting an opportunity to play with John Jefferson out on the sidelines right now. Rodgers has found himself behind Jefferson, but he's a big play man, and the Chargers are going to win.
Must have heard me say that they haven't been able to move the football the last 2 times they had it because Rodgers makes his second catch here.
Rodgers is in a slot formation inside, and he makes a hooking pattern over the middle, finds a spot in the zone defense, and makes a nice catch.
First down. He was the first draft choice years ago. This is Lydell Mitchell, and Mitchell dragged down by Matuzak after he crosses the 45 down to the 44. A gain of 5. Second down and 5, and Mitchell said, I'm going to come out for a minute. But Don Woods will come back in. The New York Jets, who won big last week over Miami, are losing to Buffalo. Rome intercepted a Richard Todd pass and won 85 yards for the score. And second quarter, they said this would be a low-scoring game. It is no score. Atlanta in Los Angeles. Our score is 7-7. It is second down and 3 to go. Matthews and Woods the setbacks. That is Don Woods with blockers in front of him. And Don Woods is burst inside the 30-yard line and run out of bounds by Jack Tatum at the 27. First down the Chargers.
So Don Woods got some great blocking at the point of attack and running the sweep outside. He even got a key block from number 20, Johnny Rodgers. It helps spring him going down the sidelines.
From the 22-yard line, it'll be first down for the Chargers. And Don Woods, a rookie of the year, had a great run with good blocking
right here. He's got number 63, Doug Wilkerson, the fine offensive guard ahead of him. That's always a runner's delight to have a big man ahead of you, clear out the way.
That straight arm to the chin of Jack Tatum must have hurt a little bit too. Matthews, the lone setback. It's a fake to him. They're looking and throwing, and there's going to be a flag thrown. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Artie Owens trying to get into the end zone, could not. Bumped down by Monty Jackson, the All-Pro they picked up from the Rams, who played his ball here in San Diego State. Owens going for the football, and take a look here.
Well, this is a simple slant-in pass over the middle. It's one that's been very successful for a lot of ball players. And it looked like Owens had a step, had his body inside of Monty Jackson. He could have made the catch, but Jackson tried to go through him, and that's going to cost Oakland.
First down and goal to go. Matthews and Lawrence Barnes, another big heavyweight in there, 2 tight ends. Now, the last time they had 2 tight ends in there on short yardage, they threw for a touchdown. That is Bauer now in there with Matthews. Hank Bauer, not the baseball player, but Hank Bauer, the football player, who scores a touchdown. A free agent out of California Lutheran has put the Chargers out in front again.
Well, Hank Bauer, the baseball player with the Yankees, made a lot of big plays, but this Hank Bauer is capable of making big plays too. It is again Bauer taking the handoff, hurtling up and over and in.
The drive started back inside the 30, 76 yards they covered in 6 plays, and of course a big play was the pass interference against Monty Jackson. Banerska with foot of the hole, and the kick is no good. How often was it said last week, because there's so many missed extra points as there were today, that it's not automatic anymore. There's still a thrill in trying to hit the extra point.
First and 10, 49ers. They're at their 38-yard line following the punt by Parsons. There's a big hole. It's time for Boykin, and Boykin loses the football. Picked up by the Bears. And Chicago will take over as a very alert play by Gary Fensick. Gets the Bears the football.
That was the Bears play. A nice bounce of the ball right up into Fensick's hand, and he almost got away for a touchdown. The 49ers had made a nice hole up the middle. The Bears went into an even defense that time, and they just ran right at it. Got through in the nice hole. Bad break for San Francisco. Good break for Chicago Bears.
Credit Doug Plank with the big hit that time on Boykin. I'll tell you, those 2 guys are about as good a secondary team, safety team, as you can find in the league right now. I guess Waters and Harris are generally considered to be the best in Dallas, but they're close. Payton taking the pitch. 1st and 10 from the San Francisco 40, and Waller gets it to the 38-yard line, and the yards are coming awful tough.
Plank, you talk about Plank hitting. He almost killed Steve Schubert in practice this week. Hits his own teammates, so you can imagine what he does to the opponents. As you look at Walter Payton. Sweetness.
Sweetness got him a little walking around money now, huh?
Yes. You know, he once won the Soul Train dance contest, Walter Payton did. So you know he can dance.
2nd and 8. He's got 9 carries, 14 yards at this point. We're midway in the 2nd period. Bob Abilene. That's Harper, 35. And Harper is to the 33-yard line. Danny Bunch, the middle linebacker, rookie #1 draft choice for San Francisco, making the stop. It'll set up a 3rd down and 3 for the Bears at the San Francisco 33.
The Bears have a little something going there with Harper coming from the opposite side out into the flat. He's getting room to catch the ball, and usually there's 3 or 4 yards between he and the defender, and that's what you want to get, a matchup out there, get the back turned upfield where he has a chance to deke out one man and get a few yards, and so far they're 3 for 3 on that play with good yardage.
Big play for the Bears in this drive, 3rd down 3 from the 49er 33-yard line. That's Rather in motion. The give is to Payton. Didn't get it. In fact, he lost a couple on the play back to the 35. Great penetration that time. It is 49er front four. I say it's quite a battle between the 49er front four and the offensive line of Chicago.
They're not going to let Payton get to the outside. You see Chuck Chris comes up across the line. There was Webb, and Chris, number 24, hangs on and hangs on and hangs on. As you know, he's a safety, and he was across that line in a hurry, so they're going to try and turn Payton back in as much as they can.
49ers going to call a timeout here with 6 minutes and 11 seconds left to play in the 2nd period. San Francisco leading in this ball game by a score of 7-6. Pete McCulley, formerly an assistant coach under George Allen with the Washington Redskins, and prior to that he worked for Joe Thomas when Thomas was at Baltimore, and this year taking the reins of the 49ers. We met him yesterday, a nice guy. A reminder once again that later today on CBS you will see the men's finals in the U.S. Open Tennis Championships from Louis Armstrong Stadium at Flushing Meadow between Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors. We'll pick that up immediately following the conclusion of our telecast in San Francisco today. Bears with 2 field goals by Bob Thomas. And the 49ers getting their score on a touchdown pass from Steve DeBerg to O.J. Simpson, climaxing a 75-yard drive. 4th and 5, Chicago from the 35 of San Francisco. And Parsons going to see if he can put the 49ers in the hole. San Francisco not even really bothering to send back a deep safety. Angling it for the far sideline, see if he can put it out of bounds.
Not this time.
Touchback. I thought Schubert was going to get down there and make a fair catch.
No, he thought it was a forward pass. He was going to make the grab. A good try by Steve Schubert.
That's amazing. Get a guy down there that fast that he can be down there when the ball comes down. Look at it. He looks like he's receiving the punt instead of being down there covering it.
That's what you call coverage.
All for naught as the 49ers get it at the 20-yard line.
Win this, they not only will have swept the Red Sox and climbed to a first-place tie with them, but it will be their 16th win in their last 18 ball games. Incredible. The Red Sox are hurting, and we'll have a game with these same 2 teams next Saturday here on NBC. Most of you will see that. Others will see Montreal and Pittsburgh. Benerska, not having a good day, gets this ball fairly deep to Whittington at the 6. Young rookie brings it across the 20 and breaks it out near the 30-yard line. Well, the Raiders will take over 1st and 10 from there. Benerska missed the 29-yard field goal attempt. And also an extra point, and we have an injured man down on the field at the 29-yard line. And we're trying to see whether that is Shaw who made the tackle or not. It looks like 44. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll check it out, and we'll come back in a moment and let you know who it is. 5:27 to go. It is 13-7. The Chargers lead first half.
Another final score for you. Cleveland came from behind to beat Cincinnati. That's 2 straight losses for the Bengals and 2 wins for Cleveland, and that one went into overtime before it was decided. O.J. Simpson takes the handoff from DeBerg, slips as he tries to make his cut, and is stopped after a gain of 1 yard. Tom Hicks, the middle linebacker, to make sure he wouldn't go any further. Another final score. The Steelers appear to be strong as they beat Seattle handily by a score of 21-10.
So Cleveland and Pittsburgh are both 2-0 in the Central Division. Cincinnati's 0-2.
And Houston, last we heard, they were playing without Dan Pastorini today, going with Gifford Nielsen, the rookie, leading Kansas City in the 4th period, 20-17. Our score 7-6, San Francisco. Steve DeBerg, young quarterback, under pressure to Simpson, 25. O.J. to the 30, 35, and up to the 40-yard line. First down. Gary Campbell, Bear linebacker, finally made the stop.
They beat the blitz again. You can see Hara, number 51, almost gets there as DeBerg waits for O.J. to clear. And then the greatest thing about O.J. Simpson is watch him on number 44, Terry Schmidt here. Schmidt's got the angle on him. Good block on Buffon. And Dick, right there. He just cuts back. And if there hadn't been great pursuit by the rest of the Bear defensive backfield, he would have gone for big yardage.
Yankees made it 4 straight over the Red Sox. Beat them 7-4 today. Here's Fortune. After the 48-yard line, a pickup of 8 on that play. It'll be second down and 2. Gary Campbell again making the stop, with the 49ers doing an excellent job moving the ball to the ground.
Talk about idols. Greg Boykin said he never believed he'd ever be playing in the same backfield with O.J. Simpson. You know, that's got to be a thrill for a guy.
Second down. 2 needed for the first down. San Francisco at its 48. Terry LeCount wide to the right side. Freddie Solomon is flanked to the left. DeBerg back to throw it. Blitz is on. Gets it away. For LeCount, he can't reach it. Well covered by Terry Schmidt down the near sideline. He's done a pretty good job, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Filling in for Ellis last week, too.
He has responded to the pressure. Alan Ellis went down with the knee injury, and Terry Schmidt had to go there and play the corner. He's done a good job.
The third down, 2 at the 48. New England. Did you hear Horning say that thing about Washington picked up their game plan last week before the game?
New England left their short list in the locker room, and somehow one of the Redskins, when they went out to practice at the field, found the short list, and so they had it a whole day before the game.
That was last week, and of course the Redskins won that game. Third down and 2, but New England looked like it's off to the races against St. Louis. O.J. jumped up behind the line of scrimmage. Hicks was in there. Reed doing a good job forcing it. Short of the first down, so the 49ers going to have to punt.
We were talking about that short list. George Halas used to have stiff fines for losing your playbook or the short list, and everybody used to complain. $500 if you lose a piece of paper or something. That's the very reason. That's what happened to New England. They lost the short list.
Mike Connell will be punting to Steve Schubert. Schubert going to get a chance to run this one back if he wants, but very wisely letting it bounce, as it did come inside the 10, and the coaches tell you once it gets inside the 10, let it bounce. Take your chances. That went into the end zone, so the Bears will take over on the 20-yard line.
From sunny, excited San Diego, let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network. Raiders had no problem moving last time. It was Shaw hurt. That's Van Egan with the football being strung out, and there's Glenn Edwards to upend him. Edwards just came in to replace Pete Shaw. And on the right cornerback spot, Jerome Dove has been playing the last couple of series, so we have 2 of the 4 secondary men, not the men who started the football game.
That's right. Glenn Edwards did a fine job with Pittsburgh over the years. He's going to bring some experience to the secondary and some real sound heady play.
Oh, on your left corner is Mike Williams. Your right corner, Jerome Dove. Mike Fuller remains your strong safety. And Glenn Edwards, who made that hit, the free safety. Second down and 6 to go. And Stabler back. Stabler in the crowd throwing out here, and Upshaw could not come back for it. Jerome Dove was about 5 yards off of him, but that might have been Stabler just getting rid of the football, or it might have been lack of communication, and I'll ask my expert to my right which one it was.
Well, I think it was a case of Stabler trying to get rid of the football before being sacked. Bradshaw did not look like he was completely in his pattern. He wanted to do a turn-in or a hooking pattern in the middle, but Stabler had released the ball early to the outside. He was just getting rid of it, keep from being sacked.
Third down and 6, and there are 3 wide receivers in there now for Oakland. Stabler, that may be underthrown, and it's incomplete. It is underthrown across the way, intended for Cliff Rank. Mike Williams defending. Flag down back at the 26-yard line.
San Diego feels that the strength.
Holding charged against the Raiders.
Jim, I was going to say that San Diego feels that their strength defensively lies in their defensive line, that they can put the kind of pressure on Stabler to make him hurry his throws, and they've certainly done that here in the first half.
Well, rather than
holding, 70, offense, declined, 4th down.
That's Henry Lawrence trying to keep his man out, as Stabler already has been sacked twice. And rather than give the Raiders an extra 10 yards but another down, they'll say, no, sir, it's 4th down and 6 to go. Let Ray Guy kick it to us. We want the football. Stabler and the Raiders are so explosive they could make up that time. The Yankees have beat Boston 7-4. It is all tied. Each team has won the same amount and lost the same amount. And on July 19th, the Yankees were 14 games down. Can you believe that? Mike Fuller back to the 16-yard line. Pretty good punt return. Back to the 20 and picks up some extra yardage across the 25 to the 27-yard line, where the Chargers have the football again. San Diego came into the game a touchdown favorite. That was a 50-yard punt, and there's a surprising score, 13-7, the Chargers.
When we get time.
Bears 1st and 10 from their 20-yard line. They trail 7-6. We've got 3 minutes, 13 seconds left to play in the first half. And Chicago having trouble moving the ball against the San Francisco defense. Walter Payton again trying to get outside, finding the going rough. So we may go a little more into detail what we talked about, in case you didn't see it earlier. On the NFL today, Paul Hornung mentioned in Washington that he had found out that last week New England had left its short list in the locker room, and the Redskins came in to work out. Somebody found it. They had it a day ahead of time. And I'll let John elaborate a little bit more on what that possibly could mean to a football team. 2nd down 6 for the Bears at their 24-yard line. Again, it's Payton. This time finding some running room up the middle, and Walter has him a 1st down at the 40. Payton's best run of the day.
Yes, with Harper going to the other side, comes back on the counter. Great block by Dennis Lick down the line. And Greg Latta, the tight end, blocking as Payton had a big hole, and the 49ers have to gang tackle him. There it is again. Another look at it. And it takes 3 of them to bring him down. Chuck Christ on the bottom.
1st and 10 from the 40. Sideline throw. Scott at the 50-yard line. May be good for another 1st down. Got him 10, maybe 11 yards or so. Let's see where they mark it. Yes, it is. Another Bear 1st down. This time into San Francisco's end of the field at the 47-yard line. And we've got the 2-minute warning going to both benches. So the Bears are on the move as we approach the 2-minute mark here in the 2nd period, with San Francisco leading 7-6. Bears 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line of San Francisco, and Golden Richards is making his first appearance in the lineup for Chicago. Number 83 obtained this week in the trade for the Dallas Cowboys, for which allegedly the Bears gave up 2 draft choices, a number 5 next year and a number 3 pick the following year. Richards, a 6-year veteran with the world champion, just kind of got buried in that wealth of talent. If we can get a look at him later, you will see that he has the plays written on his wrist, a la Tom Natty, in a little plastic type encasement there. Avellini Pass was tipped. Incomplete. Big rush by Cleveland Elam, number 72, as he tried to get it out to Harper.
Big Cleveland, number 72, to the right of your screen, does what you're supposed to do as he tries to dump it off to Harper. He puts those hands up and ticks it away. They rolled up on James Scott that time into a revolve. They covered him short and deep. There's a big zone. If he can go down about 18 yards and hook in, there's a wide open zone for the Bears. There's Golden Richards, number 83.
Richards at the bottom of your screen. Scott up at the top. 2nd down 10. Bears at the San Francisco 47-yard line. A minute 55 left in the half. Again, Avellini back to throw. Again, the pressure is on. He overthrows Richards at the 30-yard line. And it's picked off for the San Francisco 49ers. Vern Robertson. Robertson out of bounds at the 44 of the Bears. He had Richardson open, but the pass sailed well over his head.
And I think you said it best. He was open, and Avellini just overthrew him. Boy, Jimmy Webb took some punishment there, but there's the pass way over. Golden says, I can't even come close to that ball. As Robertson takes the ball, comes back up. It looked like he might go all the way for a while, but Dan Neal got over there and pushed him out of bounds, and the 49ers have a chance to get on the board before the half.
So things turn around a little bit. Robertson, another guy who came from Miami in that big trade. That's the first time the Bears have turned it over this year. They went all the way through the St. Louis game last week without a pass interception or losing a fumble. Here's DeBerg. Blitz is on. That's also overthrown.
Terry LeCount is claiming that Terry Schmidt blocked him downfield beyond the 5-yard chucking spot. And it did appear that there was some kind of contact, whether it was intentional. But anyway, the officials say no call. Whatever it worked, Terry Schmidt, whatever he did, it worked because LeCount was not able to get downfield far enough to have a chance to make the catch.
2nd and 10 for the 49ers. They're at the 44-yard line of the Chicago Bears. LeCount, the rookie, is wide to the right side. Solomon is flanked to the left. Boykin and Simpson are the setbacks. Steve DeBerg again under pressure. Lets it go. It's incomplete. Intended for Simpson at the 25, and O.J. was trying to stay in bounds and pull it down at the same time. That'll set up 3rd down 10. Pretty good football game so far between these two clubs.
Seems like the Bears have linebackers all over the place, doesn't it? They're dropping off downfield.
Everywhere. In case you're keeping up with it, Simpson unofficially 15 carries for 56 yards. Payton has 12 carries for 32 yards. Almost all of Simpson's rushing yardage came in the first period, and most of it came on one drive, which led to the only touchdown of the ball game. 3rd and 10. DeBerg over the middle, completes it at the 34-yard line. I don't know if it's enough for the first down. Ken McAfee, the big tight end from Notre Dame, and #1 draft choice. That was a 3rd down play.
It doesn't appear that he quite got there for the first down as DeBerg goes back, waits for McAfee, the former Notre Damer, makes the grab, takes his punishment, but it's going to be a touch short.
49ers are going to call time with 1:09 to go, and the officials want to measure.
The 49ers probably demanded the measurement so they could stop the clock.
'49ers, I believe, have just one timeout left. That was a 3rd down play. And that's how much they need to pick up the first down. So it'll be 4th down and a foot at the 34-yard line of the Chicago Bears with 1:09 to go in the half. McAfee was the 49ers' first selection in the draft this year, and last time they took a tight end as #1 was back in 1969. That year they picked Penn State's Ted Qualick. Gave him some pretty good years. All right, DeBerg, who calls his own plays. As LeCount wide to the left side, he's got Solomon split to the right, Boykin and Simpson in the backfield. Quarterback sneak. And we get a marker. Flags are thrown as DeBerg looked like he picked up the first down. Offside against Chicago. So it really doesn't matter. San Francisco will have a first down with a little over a minute to go in the first half and one timeout left.
Encroachment, middle guard, defense, first down.
Chargers are leading the Raiders 13-7 in the second period. We'll have a recap of all the scores for you at halftime on the NFL today, so stay tuned for that. One of some highlights. Ball now is at the 29-yard line of the Chicago Bears. First and 10. It is Boykin through to the 26 for a pickup of 3, but that's going to cost them time on the clock. They have one timeout left. Tom Hicks making the stop for Chicago as San Francisco huddles quickly. 50 seconds to go and counting. Solomon to the left side, LeCount to the right. DeBerg near sideline to LeCount. It couldn't find it. Incomplete. Terry Smith, number 44, was moving up on him.
And that's why he dropped it. He was thinking about what he was going to do after he caught the ball because he had a little running room. He thought if he could catch it and turn. But now the 49ers have a third down situation, about 7 to go with 34 seconds.
Ball is at the 26-yard line of the Chicago Bears.
One timeout left.
What breeze there is doesn't seem to be nearly as big thing as it was at the start of the game. Would be at the back of San Francisco if they get into a field goal posture. 3rd and 7. Blitz is on. DeBerg dumps it off. Intended for O.J. Simpson. And O.J. being pursued to the near sidelines by the veteran Doug Buffone.
The last time Doug Buffone was in Candlestick Park, he tore his Achilles tendon. But that time he did not, as he covered one of the fastest in the game, O.J. Simpson.
Buffone's an amazing athlete. He's moving up on a record now for what, most games ever played by a Bear. This will be a 44-yard attempt by Ray Wershing. San Francisco leading 7-6. Looks long enough. It's good. So Wershing matches an earlier 44-yard field goal by Bob Thomas. And the 49ers get a field goal with 24 seconds left to play in the half.
Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield. That's what we were telling you about as a result of the sweep in Boston, Fenway Park. Well, the Red Sox and Yankees, 86 and 56. And you'll see Boston and New York, most of you, at 2 o'clock Eastern time next Saturday here on NBC. First down, Woods and Matthews are set back. Chargers have the football. Don Woods has it now. And Woods gets away from one man and steps over a couple more and picks up about 4 yards total after it looked as though he'd be hit down. Lester Hayes and Monty Johnson made the tackle. Stabler is 7 of 11 for 139 yards and a touchdown. He's been intercepted once and sacked twice. Fouts, Dan Fouts, is 7 of 10 for 101 yards and a touchdown and has not been sacked and has not been intercepted. Coming up at halftime, highlights of many of the games that took place some time ago, and there were some wild ball games, including an overtime game in Cleveland, plus all the scores of other games going on right now on NFL 78. Brian Gumble, Mike Adamley from New York. Second down, 6 to go. And look out, Woods hardly gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's Phil Villapiano who made the tackle, and it's going to be 3rd and long.
That play didn't fool Phil Villapiano as he blitzed from his linebacker position and caught Lydell Mitchell in the backfield, and now that's put San Diego in a definite passing situation. I think we'll see the Oakland 5th defensive back come in.
Well, they're very excited about San Diego, meaning the team in the city. More tourists this year than any other year, and the manager of a radio's television station went on the air and said, let's enlarge the stadium city. Let us become big enough to get the Super Bowl. We have such an outstanding place down here. They are right. Don Woods is not going to get the first down. They're going to have to kick it away. He is stacked up and stacked up hard. Villapiano in there, as you can see. Monty Johnson getting up. And Otis Sistrunk. That's our score.
Fans don't particularly like that play or like that call by Dan Fouts, but it was a reasonable one. They're in their own territory and opened with 5 defensive backs. He didn't want to risk an interception on this part of the field.
Jeff West has had a good day today. Punts of 45 and 37 yards. Excellent hang time. And fair catch is called. And Neil Colsey is deep. High. Colsey's going to let it hit. That is taking a San Diego bounce down near the 15-yard line, and they'll down it at the 16. Bounced at about the 25 and went off skidding to the right to the 16-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10. Next week, NFL football, 12:30 Eastern time on NFL 78. We'll have a special report on the San Diego Chargers. And then these games will follow. And Paul, your Cleveland Browns are undefeated.
They look pretty good. They started fast last year. I guess the fans in Cleveland are hoping that they can keep it going.
Oakland will be on out of Green Bay, and of course San Diego goes to Denver. There goes Mr. Van Egan. Great run by Van Egan. Got to the line of scrimmage, saw an open hole, and rambled about 34 yards. Mark Van Egan, who last year averaged 91 yards.
This play worked because of good blocking and also some good running by Van Egan as he read his blocks perfectly. Only problem is he's not a great speedster out in a broken field.
Ball at midfield. 2 minutes to go, first half. Who would have thought it? It's been an excellent, exciting game.
First and 10 at the 15 of the Buffalo Bills. It's getting grayer and grayer almost by the minute now here in Buffalo. And now the Jets move to the line of scrimmage. Flanker wide out to the left side is Derek Gaffney. Split wide right, or about 3 yards right, Wes Walker. Running backs are Gaines and Harper. Signals called. First and 10 at the 15-yard line. Todd back to pass on first down. Sets up. Looks into the end zone. Throws into the corner. And it's deflected high in the air. Touchdown! Touchdown! He grabbed it. A deflected pass by G. Barkham. He grabbed the end zone. It should have been intercepted by either Mario Clark or Doug Jones. Both men had their hands on it. Both men batted the ball 5 yards away, and G. Barkham dove for it. A sure interception. 2 men around that football. It's batted high in the air, and there's Barkham diving for it for the touchdown.
And Barkham making another heads-up play. The sure hands that Barkham has enabled him, and the concentration enabled him to catch that ball after the deflection. A ball that was not well thrown. They shouldn't have thrown into that double coverage in the first place, but when you make it work like that, you can't say don't do it, but I wouldn't try it again.
Matt Robinson, the hole for Pat Lay. He just tried to tie it. The snap. The kick is up, and it's good. And it's all tied. The score, the Jets 7, the Bills 7.
See if Wurzing will go with the squib kick here. Try to prevent the long return. He does. Bounces it along the ground. Nobody wants it. Finally, Robin Earl picks it up at the 25, and Earl is dropped at the 31-yard line.
Robin Earl says, give me the ball. I haven't had much chance to play since the season started. So number 39 got a hold of it and got to carry the ball. Harper's gone pretty much the whole way since the league season started with Robin Earl as the backup. The Bears now 20 seconds to go.
That's the time remaining in the first half here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Got some special features for you at halftime, including the rundown of the scores and the highlights. Bob Avellini, 5 out of 11 for 98 yards. Harper, 35-40, close to the first down at the 42-yard line. Clock continues to roll, and the Bears are not going to use a timeout, apparently, to stop it. They will let the first half end right there. There's the gun. That's the end of the first half of play here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, with the 49ers leading the Bears 10-6.
NFL football every week right on through the Super Bowl here on NBC. Well, 2 minutes to go. And Paul Warfield, this is one of those chances. I don't know if it'll work out or not, but when you see a man like Ken Stabler with receivers like he has at midfield and 2 minutes to go on the clock, there's something to watch.
Certainly is. He's a veteran quarterback, and like most veteran quarterbacks, he knows exactly how to use the clock and trying to get a touchdown in at this point of the game. I think that he'll pick his wide receivers going to the outside of the field and throw the ball towards the sidelines to make maximum use of the clock, but you can't never rule out that he might send Casper down the middle for it all.
Dave Casper's already caught 4 passes, including 1 for a touchdown. Stabler going deep for Bradshaw down the sidelines, and he does not have the football. Right with him was Mike Williams.
Well, Bradshaw made an excellent move running this deep pattern. Seemed like he had a little bit of trouble locating the ball. Stabler's looking for him on the deep outside fly pattern. Just as he breaks outside, sort of hard to tell right there, but it looked like the ball was right in his hands. Perhaps the San Diego defender got his hand on it.
It looked to me like he dropped the ball as they did 6 times on Stabler last week. That ball was right on the money. Here comes Biletnikoff and Branch both to the left on 2nd down. That play only took 6 seconds. Stabler going back again, and he's going to try it again. Casper's out there, and he overthrows him. Casper had outrun the secondary. He had 2 men on him, and the tight end outran the secondary.
Well, we said that he might go for it all for Casper going down the middle, and that's exactly what Stabler did. He was under a little bit of duress on this particular play, as number 68, Leroy Jones, put the pressure on him. Threw the ball to over the right shoulder of Casper, who was breaking, looking over his left shoulder. He just wasn't able to come up with the catch.
Watching Stabler go down like that, I realized that in the first quarter here last year, he went down with a twisted knee under that kind of rush and could not finish. 3rd down and 10. Stabler's been going for it all every time under a rush. Throws it out here, and Branch had not made his turn. And Stabler, I believe that time, Paul, had to throw because he's under tremendous pressure.
Well, the San Diego game plan is working to perfection. They felt coming into this ball game that they would have to put a maximum rush on Stabler. They couldn't give him an opportunity to go back there, sit back there, and take a lot of time throwing to his pass receivers. And so far, they've harassed him, and he hasn't been throwing effectively.
Ray Guy's been averaging 41.6 yards on 4 kicks. Last year, averaged 43.3. A reminder that Stabler had something going, but the ball was dropped, and the Raiders are still down by 6, and the Charger fans are thrilled with it. Fuller's going to take this at the 10-yard line, and deep trouble right there. Maintains his balance and gets across the 20. He was hit by Joe Stewart, the rookie out of Missouri, who has a lot of speed, and Stewart was down under the play, hit Fuller about the knees. He spun away and got out to the 21-yard line. A 40-yard kick.
Catching a punt inside the 10-yard line is something that will make a coach like Tommy Prothero get even more gray hairs on his head.
On the sides of his head, with apologies to you, Tom. 1st down and 10. 13-7 San Diego over Oakland. 1:35 to go, first half. Fouts probably will play conservatively here. Hands to his fullback, Matthews, and Matthews picks up 6 or 7 yards. But the Chargers cannot be convicted or criticized for playing conservatively well within their own 30-yard line with the lead and only 1:20 to go.
That's right. I wouldn't want the Oakland Raiders to have the football. The Chargers, we were talking a moment ago about the Chargers' defensive game plan. Their offensive game plan has worked to perfection, as they have gotten at least 4 to 5 yards on 1st down. They've stayed out of that must-run or must-pass situation pretty much throughout the first half.
2nd down, 7 to go. Matthews again, and Matthews has the first down. 54 seconds to go. Bo Matthews, John Jefferson, of whom we spoke in the NFL 78 portion of our show, caught 1 pass, has gone out with a neck injury and hasn't been back, and Johnny Rodgers has been getting his shot. But these are the closing moments of the first half, and Fouts is not about to put it up for grabs. Matthews has now carried the ball 8 times for 34 yards. Matthews a fine blocking back. Fouts 7 for 10. Jim Garner, and no, he is not a San Diego fan. You will find him wherever the Oakland Raiders are playing. Maybe I should call him Jim Rochford.
He's been a big fan of the Raiders for years. I saw him on the sidelines when Oakland knocked out Miami in the playoffs in 1974.
And then the Raiders came right back, marching 77 yards. Casper catching the touchdown pass to make it 7-7. And then Hank Bauer scored from 7 yards out. A little delay by Matthews. Every little second counts. 46 seconds to go. Clock is continuing to run. There is no timeout here. And they can get one more play off, and Artie Owens comes in with that play, and it might be number 41 again, Bo Matthews, or else just Fouts falling down. Nearing the end of the half, the Chargers, who are a touchdown underdog, find themselves up by 6 points. The extra point missed after the second score. Second man is Lydell Mitchell, and Mitchell gets across the 35 to the 37. The fans here find themselves out in front by the score of 13-7, but they want Fouts to put the ball up in the air in the last 5 seconds. And they're going to walk off saying, we're happy with the lead, and the Raiders are going to walk off saying, we're going to come back and make things different in the second half. First half is all over. Here in San Diego, sellout crowd, 13-7, the Chargers over the Raiders.
Thank you, Brent, and welcome back to Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Halftime with the 49ers leading 10-6. It certainly looks like San Francisco has been waiting for Mr. Payton to come to town. He's had a rough afternoon.
Yes, according to unofficial statistics, Walter is 12 for 32 yards. That's not too high, about 2.7. O.J. Simpson is 15 for 56 yards. That's not great, but that's a lot better than 12 for 32. So far, San Francisco has the edge offensively, and I have to wonder whether the Bears might go to the passing game a little bit more, especially with the new rules of chucking. They got Golden Richards, they've got some receivers. If you got 2 good wide receivers and get down the field, you might as well take advantage of it. Of course, I believe in passing anyway, but I'm sure that the Bears will try and get that running game going and then maybe go to the air quite a bit.
Big turnaround there in the final couple of minutes of the ball game, certainly with the pass interception by Robertson, which set up the field goal by Ray Wersching. We'll be back in just a moment.
With Dave Herman, this is Marty Glickman speaking to you from Rich Stadium in Buffalo. The score at halftime of the ball game is 7-7. Our guest at halftime is an old friend, the director of player personnel for the Miami Dolphins, keeping one eye on the Buffalo Bills, one eye on the New York Jets, because his Miami Dolphins will be playing both ball clubs. Who are you particularly scouting for today, George?
Marty, actually, I'm looking at Buffalo today. I've looked at Buffalo the last 2 weeks now. We're going to play them next week, so I'm always a game ahead, or sometimes 2 games ahead according to the schedule.
And out of the side of your eye, do you watch the Jets as well?
Oh, I notice the Jets. I know who.
They're out there.
No, certainly. You got to. If you're looking at one, you got to see the other one. But I'm not as preoccupied with their personnel. I can see that Todd, doesn't look quite as good as he did last week, but he was super last week, and I'm certain the second half will be better.
Well, why is that, George Young? When you look at Richard Todd, and you saw him on film, obviously, when you're down in Miami with your football team preparing for this week's game against the Baltimore Colts, you had to look at Todd and your defense on film. Now, why is it, and you've been around football so long, why is it quarterbacks go up and down?
Well, sometimes I think as a coach, you become a slave to the film exchange. One of the things that I had to tell our players is that before we play the Jets is, for God's sake, don't pay attention to that Philadelphia Jet game, because that's not the real Jets. They played too well in the preseason, and they didn't play well in that game. Well, we got the same thing here. I mean, the Jets they know they beat the Dolphins last week. Now they look at the film exchange, and Buffalo at times didn't look too good last week. So sometimes that'll affect your football team, but it's a heck of a lot different getting ready to play for Miami in the minds of the Jets, because they get themselves up for that first game. Now this is the second game after a big game, and so psychologically it may not be up for 2 games, but it's all for early to say that. I mean, this could be a wipeout. I mean, we don't know. The score is just 7-7 now.
If things have settled down, but I think we have to give credit to Chuck Knox and his coaching staff for making the adjustments against the Jet offense.
No, I think they've done a heck of a job defensively. So, strangely enough, they've been undershifted most of the game. Even when the Jets were in, strong formation to the right, they've been undershifted, and they've been forcing the Jets to run to the right, and it's been helping them out. I don't know. I haven't been able to study the Jets lately, but I know it's a little different that you undershift at the formations that they're showing, but they've been giving them a lot of trouble with that. And they didn't show an undershift last week.
Let's go back to 1 week ago when the Jets quite readily and quite convincingly beat the Miami Dolphins. How did the Dolphins come out of that game? I understand that they had some injuries.
Physically, this week, I think the only guy that didn't play or isn't playing today is Larry Gordon. I think that Matheson, he'll play. I think we made a change at the right corner where we had a rookie. See, we had a rookie right corner who is a very good player now, and we had Doug Betters, a rookie right end who is a very good player. I'm not making any excuse for anything, because you had a rookie left tackle beat the heck out of our rookie right ends, but it doesn't make any difference. And Wesley Walker's only in his second year, but you hurt us over on that side, and you hurt Thomas on one bomb, and he almost got his hands on. I mean, the Tron had a heck of a day. Your club was up. We played well. You played better. A lot of people don't realize this is a heck of a division, and there's a lot of competition in this division, and it's hard to be keyed up and be perfect every week.
George, what's the latest word on Bob Greasy?
I think this is the last week that he'll have that cast. He had the cast changed this week, but it's a cast that goes all the way from his hip to his ankle, and he's been working out with the weights and doing all kinds of exercise. It would surprise people what you can do with a full cast on, but at the end of this week, he's supposed to take the cast off and do some rehabilitation without the cast. And we really don't know. He's got some kind of medial collateral. We don't know if the tear, how much the tear is inside the capsule or how much outside the capsule, and we'll be able to know. It's the same knee he's had before. It is a little loose. It has been loose. It may be just the looseness from the previous injury in 1969, so we're not going to know if there's any tightening of that until after the cast comes off at the end of this week. So it would take him at least 3 weeks to rehabilitate that, when he gets the cast off, at least.
Well, George, speaking of Bob Greasy and him not playing for you, last week after the game and certainly throughout the work week, I was confronted with the statement that Bob Greasy wasn't there. Now, you're an old friend, George. We want to know, in your opinion, how much difference would Bob Greasy have made to that Miami Dolphin offense or defense or total team effort last week?
Well, I don't think last week it would have made any difference. I think that the Jets last week were a better team than ours, and that's it. We were coming off a tough game with Tampa. Tampa plays that last preseason game like the Super Bowl, and as well as I do that physically when you play against a tough team, you're physically tired, and sometimes that might have been a factor in our game. But I honestly, I don't think not having Greasy. It made the score may be a little different or something, but I think last week it sort of beat us regardless if King Kong was playing quarterback.
And Miami's getting ready now after this game against the Baltimore Colts. We'll be getting ready for the Buffalo Bills. Your impressions of the Buffalo Bills on offense and defense?
Well, I think Ferguson has got himself together a lot more this week than he did last week. Last week, either it's his knee that's been bothering him and he doesn't have the confidence that he ought to have. He's got a lot more confidence and he's a lot more positive out there today. And their club is hustling. They hustled last week. They got behind in the second half. They started hustling. I think it was a new club, a new coach in the first half. In the second half, they began to realize they had a football team and played a lot better. But I think the quarterback's confidence is a lot better. They're playing this Dennis Johnson a little more, going to give him a little more speed outside and present a few more problems to the Jets. And I think that Ferguson's been throwing the ball pretty good to his backs. Both those backs can catch the ball pretty good, and Gant made a heck of a catch on one of those throw-out plays and was called back. So I think that the Buffalo looks a lot different this week than it did last week.
George Young, thank you very much for coming with us.
That's my team, the Chicago Bears. And I'm really sorry, and I want to show you why I love Chicago. It's big and it's busy. The crossroads of the continent with the world's tallest building. From the top, you can look out over America and see the largest inland port in the world. Watch the planes fly into O'Hare Field, the busiest in the world. But a big city can be a lonely city. People can get lost, forgotten. That's why the United Way supports the very personal service of the Visiting Nurses Association. They take care of people who can't take care of themselves. the very old, and the very young, the homebound. Through the visiting nurses and our United Way, the people of Chicago say, we care. We don't forget. You're not alone. United Way works in Chicago, and it works in your town, too. Thanks to you, it works for all of us, the United Way.
There is the sold-out San Diego Stadium. More than 54,000 people are here. The Chargers on the near sideline, leading 13-7. Their touchdowns, a 19.5-yard deflected pass caught by Pat Curran, and Hank Bauer, the only time he carried the ball for Tommy Prothro, scored from a yard out. And that's the 13 points. Whereas for Sandy, the loss of the Oakland Raiders, I got a team here in California somewhere, and John Madden, Casper just had an outstanding first half. And his catch to set up the touchdown, which he caught from 7 yards in, as he extended his way and put his hands out on the dead run to beat 2 defenders, was a thing of beauty. Casper was just absolutely perfection in the first half. Kenny Stabler deserved better. He had dropped passes again. The score's 13-7. The statistics, we'll let Paul Warfield handle that.
Well, there's a little edge for the Chargers here in first downs and yards rushing. Total yards is 208 for San Diego, 170 for Oakland. Of course, Oakland's yardage could be a little bit better, as Jim mentioned, if some of the pass receivers would have made some catches from time to time.
Look at that time of possession there, Paul.
Well, that's a big difference. San Diego has done the thing that they wanted to do offensively, and that's control the football. Their game plan has been one in which they want to at least gain 3, 4, 5 yards on first down and not necessarily come up in the passing situations, and they've done exactly that.
Artie Owens and Mike Fuller going back as Ray Guy will kick off. Owens is 85, Fuller 42, and there's Ray Guy, who will kick off. Rolf Wernerski missed a 29-yard field goal and missed an extra point. And those 2 misses could be costly for the Chargers before the day is over. But the Raiders are going to have to turn some things around here, because the Chargers have been more than holding their own. They have dominated the play. Artie Owens at the 6-yard line goes back to the 5, out to the 20, and is tripped up, runs into his own man, and goes down at the 25-yard line. And Dan Fouts and company come out, and again John Jefferson, about whom we spoke, out with a neck injury, had that outstanding debut against Seattle a week ago with 2 touchdown passes of 29 and 7 yards, is not coming out. Johnny Rodgers, the Heisman Trophy winner, and a #1 pick years ago, who opted for Canada but came back last year, is in there, number 20. Woods 33, Matthews 41. Your running backs, Rodgers 20 to the right, Joyner 18 to the left. Fine, the tight end is on the right side. Bo Matthews gets 5 yards out to the 30-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and a long 5 to go. Artie Owens comes in as they're shuttling the wide receivers with plays. Billy Shields and Russ Washington the tackles, Doug Wilkerson and Ed White the guards, and Ralph Paredes at center. Defensively, Matuzak, McCoy, Sistrom, Hendricks, Johnson, Hall, Villapiano, Hayes, Phillips, Tatum, and Brown. And now we see Monty Jackson is over on the right corner. Fouts to Matthews coming out of the backfield. Bo Matthews has the first down across the 35-yard line. Monty Jackson, picked up from the Rams, has taken over right cornerback.
Well, Dan Fouts made an excellent decision here. He wanted to go downfield to the wide receiver, but things were jammed up down there, so he threw the ball right there to number 41, Bo Matthews. He made a nice gain out of it. Chargers have a first down.
All at the 38-yard line. Rodgers to the right, Joyner left. Chargers have been able to move the football today. Make no mistake about that. There's Matthews again out of the backfield, and he gets from a 38 to the 41. A gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 to go from there. Charles Phillips, a strong side safety, along with the Stork. Ed Hendricks made the stop. Matthews has carried 15 times for 54 yards. And there is Dan Fouts. His dad used to do the San Francisco 49er games up in the Bay Area. I think you've heard that little bit of trivia before, but sports announcers are just as proud as any other father of what their son or daughter can do. Woods had an outstanding first half. Gets a good block, cuts back inside. Flag goes down, and the direction of Bo Matthews, who was working over there on Ted Hendrick.
A 4-yard gain. Penalty flag.
And Bo Matthews, number 41, may be called for holding. I think you know that all penalties this year are 5 or 10 yards, with the exception of unsportsmanlike conduct or unnecessary roughness or personal foul. They go to the 15. Everything else is 5 and 10 yards. Jerry Markbright, our referee. Umpire Gordon Wells. Ray Daudet, our head linesman. Line judge Bill Reynolds. Back judge Tom Kelleher. Willie Spencer, the side judge. Ed Merrifield, the field judge. Here's Markbright.
Holding 41.
It
offense,
was Matthews.
Second down.
Second down and about 17 to go. Chargers have reeled off 14 first downs. Joyner left. Rogers right. Lydell Mitchell is in there along with Don Woods. Woods can play the fullback spot. Fouts has been getting excellent protection. Now he's going to run. And look out, because he's going to have that linebacker, Willie Hall, knock him down after he crossed the 35-yard line to the 37. Picked up about 5. It'll be 3rd down and 10.
The Raiders had good coverage in the secondary. Fouts looked completely around the field. He just couldn't find a receiver open. Here's Villapiano coming in on the blitz. He's the guy who sort of unsettles Fouts there and moves him out of the pocket. And he starts to scramble on the run. Not the greatest scrambler in the world, but he certainly knows when to go down.
Especially when you're looking at Willie Hall taking dead aim on you. 3rd down and 10 to go. Fouts has the time and has the man Bob Klein, but I don't think he's going to get the first down. He is dragged down at the 46-yard line, just shy. Neil Colsey and Monty Jackson dragged him down, and it'll be 4th down and short, and Jeff West is coming on.
Well, I've got to be critical of Bob Klein in that situation. A veteran pass receiver, he should have known what the yardage he needed for the first down. It is imperative in a situation like that not to be a yard or 2 short, but to get the first down.
Line did not go down the full 10 yards, but turned in at the 46-yard line. Jeff West has had a fine day punting the ball, averaging 44.4. That is Colsey you saw deep. Look out. He got it away. Away from Colsey, and this will bound around inside the 20, and again get a nice Charger roll down to the 15-yard line. Again, the Raiders are going to be starting from in a hole. They're down by 6, but a lot of time to go. 11 minutes to go, 3rd quarter.
There's part of this undrenched crowd of somewhere in the neighborhood of 60,000 on hand this afternoon as we await the kickoff to start the second half of the game between the Bears and San Francisco. Wersching will be kicking off.
San Francisco leads the game 10-6. It leads halftime statistics 157 yards to 135.
Brian Baschnagel deep along with Mike Morgan. This one will come down to Baschnagel at the 2-yard line. Back to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Baschnagel with an excellent return. Gets it out near the 40-yard line before he is finally dragged down. Dave Williams made the stop as we look at the first half statistics in the ball game. 49ers with a pretty good edge there in the rushing department. DeBerg was 5 out of 15 in the first half for 57 yards. And San Francisco with a slight edge there in the possession department. Bears trailing 10-6 as they bring it up to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10 from their 39-yard line. Rather in motion. Payton across the 45 to the 46. That's good for a strong 6 yards by Weller on his first carry of the second half. Danny Buns, the middle linebacker, makes the stop.
Last week in the second half, the Bears switched off from Payton in an important drive and went to Harper, who carried 4 or 5 times in a row. Rowan Harper hasn't carried all that much today. Let's see if they try and diversify a little bit more with the running backs.
Payton now with 38 yards rushing. 2nd down 4. Bears at their 46. Oh, there was something there that time as Harper got the call. Danny Buns, the middle linebacker, who the 49ers say has tremendous promise. #1 draft choice, making the stop. And he was pinned at the 44, which would be a loss of a couple of yards. It'll now be 3rd down 6.
Danny Bunce was one of 2 49er first-round draft choices. You don't think he's on the spot. He's in there playing in that middle. Rookie year.
2 linebackers come into the contest for San Francisco on this passing situation. Avaleni back to throw it, rushes on, near sideline. Scott with a nice catch, but he came down out of bounds. And Scott doesn't like the call particularly. Eddie Lewis was there covering him, but it goes as an incompletion. And we can take a look at that again and see exactly how close he was to staying in bounds.
Well, here's the good isolation of James Scott as he goes downfield. Eddie Lewis is playing off. The pass was there, and they claimed that when he came down, he was out of bounds. Now, Scott can claim that if he was in bounds and then forced out of bounds, we really don't get a real good look there.
Bob Parsons kicks it away. High boot. Solomon is deep. They're going to let this one bounce at the 20. Takes a bare bounce to 5. They're trying to save it. Let's see if they do. Yes, I believe they saved it inside the 5. San Francisco's ball at the 2-yard line. Skavinsky got down there, did a good job from keeping it from going into the end zone. And the 49ers will be backed up against their wall as they start this drive early in the 3rd period of play.
The team of pride and poise, the Raiders of Oakland, will try to get back in the ball game. Not that they are out of the ball game, but they're trailing by 6 points, and they're 85 yards away from a score. Van Egan, who had a good first half, picks up about 5 yards out near the 20-yard line, where Bob Horn and Gary Big Hands Johnson and Louis Kelcher all combined on the stop. Stabler 7 of 14 for 139 yards. Has been intercepted once, thrown a touchdown pass, has been sacked twice. Outstanding leader who has seen his share of great days in the Orange Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, and of course the Super Bowl.
No reason for the Raiders to push the panic button. They've got a lot of time left, and they're only 6 points down.
2nd down along 5. Stabler back, throws, has his man. Guess who? Dave Casper. Casper fights for the first down across the 25-yard line. 4 charges around him, and Casper just fought for the first down. Mike Fuller the first to hit him, and Hal Stringer came over to help out. And a flag is down, and it's going to be if it is a personal foul, this will be one of your 15-yard penalties that we were talking about. Not too many of them left in the National Football League. They're marching off the 15, and now all of a sudden the Raiders have excellent field position.
Personal foul, number 45.
That's Hal Stringer.
Unnecessary roughness. First down.
There's Stringer.
Well, they've got Hal Stringer here, and he's accused of a little extracurricular activities, and he was caught there, and it's going to cost them 15 yards. That hurts.
Spearing with the helmet, which is something they try to ask the players not to do. They can be very dangerous. Van Egan again bursts into the secondary. First down. Across the 45 down to the 44-yard line. That's the 2nd time that Mark Van Egan has had a big burst today. Glenn Edwards made the stop. Edwards came in when Pete Shaw, who had an ankle problem to begin with, went out. Van Egan has been piling up the yardage today. 44 yards on 8 carries. That's better than 5 yards per. Bradshaw right, Branch left, and here come the Raiders. Again, Van Egan, this time for a yard or 2, and that's about all. Gary Big Hands Johnson. Gary Johnson came to the Chargers out of Grambling as a #1 draft choice. And the funny thing is, Louis Kelcher, who plays alongside of him, has bigger hands than Big Hands. In the 1975 draft, Gary Johnson and Mike Williams were drafted on the 1st round. Louis Kelcher and Fred Dean on the 2nd round. There's your front 3 plus a cornerback. And Mike Fuller on the 3rd round. There's your strong side safety. So they got 5 men in the first 3 rounds of the 75 draft who are playing on defense today as starters. 2nd down, 9 to go. Look out, Stabler. Flag goes down. Stabler puts the ball up. It is intercepted by Glenn Edwards. Edwards across the 40, the 45, and went out of bounds at the 48. Remember, a flag was down. Could be holding in the backfield. We'll wait and see. But the teams are breaking on the field. Glenn Edwards over from the Steelers makes the interception, the 2nd interception of the day, and it is going to be holding.
Number 50, offense, decline, first down.
Dave Dalby called for holding, but Stabler's intercepted. And that is the third turnover. Remember, there's a fumble by Van Egan back in the first quarter. That is the third turnover, not the second.
Here's Kenny throwing sort of off balance and side-arming it. And that's when I'm sure that he wished that he could have back, because Glenn Edwards was sitting right back there in the middle, read the play perfectly, stepped in front of the receiver, intercepted it.
47-yard line. Chargers have the football and the lead with 8:55 to go, third quarter. Fouts still with the football, being harassed, and down he goes. Oh, fine individual play by Willie Hall, the linebacker. That's the first time that Fouts has been sacked today. Stabler's been sacked twice, but this time they sent Willie Hall. And many times this year, Paul Warfield, they're really playing a 4-3 as they will set a linebacker in as a down lineman.
Second down.
Well, that's the beauty of the 3-4 defense. You can send one of the extra linebackers, and that time Willie Hall was coming, and he simply was not fooled by that play-action fake. It was a big play, and it's going to make the Chargers operate at least second down and 15.
Lydell Mitchell comes in. Don Woods is out. And Fouts is back to throw. Gets it out for Klein. Almost picked off. Oh, Lester Hayes read it perfectly. Stepped in front. Couldn't hang on to the football. Well, there's been a drop by Morris Bradshaw on offense of a long pass. And there was a ball batted high in the air by Mike Davis and went for a touchdown. The Raiders today have had trouble with their hands.
Certainly have. Dan Fouts has only made 2 poor decisions throwing the football today. That was one of them right there, and he got away with it. Lester Hayes could have made that reception for the Raiders. No one was in front of him.
Third and long, and Joyner and Rogers both go left. Fouts 7 of 11. Fouts has time, delivers it, and overthrows everybody, and it's a good thing he did, because Charlie Joyner was surrounded by the black and silver.
Raider defense seems like it's picked up the pace now. They're putting a little more pressure on Fouts, and they're doing a good job in the secondary of covering.
Oh, Jeff West will come in to kick it away to Neil Colsey again. The last 2 times that West has kicked the ball away, and he's been averaging 44.5 yards. He has kicked the ball. It has hit about the 25 or 20 and then rolled inside the 20. Got a good day that way. Colsey plays one side or the other. And West has been kicking away from Colsey. This time he's kicking toward Colsey. But Neal, who dropped the ball in Denver, is not going to field this one, and this one gets a Raider bounce out to the 26-yard line. Oakland has the football. We've got 8:05 to go, third quarter. It's 13-7. The Chargers lead the Raiders.
So it's 3rd and 20 at the 36. Ward and Powell, 2 holding penalties in this ball game thus far, 1 each against. 3rd and long at the 36 of the Bills. Todd takes it, drops straight back. A big rush now. He throws going down the middle of Gaffney. He's got it from 15. He pulls away. He's going for a touchdown. He's in. He pulled away from the 2 tacklers at the 10-yard line, and he ran it in. 2 men converged on him with the ball, but they failed to pull him down. And the New York Jets are out in front now, 13-7. A fine play by Derek Gaffney, keeping his feet at the 10-yard line. The 2 backs, Green and Clark, bumping into him, but they did not knock him down. They went down, and he just kept right on going. And with that touchdown for the Jets, why not score some points yourself? Next time you're with friends, bring out the Pabst. Premium tasting Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's a lot to look forward to. Here's the point after attempt. Ball is snapped, kicked, and the penalty marker is down. Hold everything. Wait a second. The kick was good. Let's see who the penalty is against. Offside called against the Bills, so it's good. The score, the New York Jets 14, the Buffalo Bills 7.
Officials have marked the ball at the 3, so it's 1st and 10, San Francisco. Deep in their own territory, and DeBerg will have to be careful. O.J. gets back to the line of scrimmage. Certainly nothing more there. Jim Osborne, who's had a great game defensively, making the stop. Simpson, 15 carries, 56 yards in the first half. His long gain was 20 yards.
The next time you see the San Francisco lineup, notice that the linemen are down with 2 hands on the ground, the old college style, rather than the regular pro set. And you can see some of the linemen have 2 hands down. This time 2 of them do and 2 of them don't.
2nd and 10 for the 49ers at their 3-yard line. Boykin escapes a tackle. It's across the 5, maybe the 6-yard line. It'll be a pickup of close to 3. Gary Campbell.
Nice play by Doug Buffone. He fills in the hole here, comes in the crease, and meets him head-on with a good tackle. And then Boykin tries to squeak off of it and get a couple of extra yards, and does, but it was Buffone with the initial hit, one-on-one. Doug Buffone, who played, the last player on the Bears that played with George Halas as a coach. 1967 is when Mr. Halas retired as a coach.
3rd down, 6 for the 49ers. Ball is at their 7-yard line after the 4-yard pickup by Boykin. And I believe DeBerg had the 30-second clock run out on him. So that would cost him half the distance to the goal, probably, delay of game.
And you know, they put down at both end zones, up high and low, a little counter that tells them when they're running out of time. But so far, we've had it happen 2 or 3 times today. The quarterbacks still have not been able to get the ball
off. Offense, still 3rd down.
So the 49ers are right back where they started on the 3-yard line. So it'll be 3rd and 10 for San Francisco. And they need to get out of this hole, or else the Bears will wind up with really excellent field position, as Connell will have to punt from deep in his end zone.
Bring back the quick kick.
Might. DeBerg throwing from his end zone and almost thrown for a safety. And we get a penalty marker down. They may nail DeBerg here for intentional grounding to avoid the safety. Jim Osborne again broke through there. Flag was thrown at DeBerg's feet. We'll have to get the word here from Dick Jorgensen, the referee.
If that's the case, they'll get 2 points of safety.
That may very well be the case. Let's see.
Flag was thrown in air. 4th down.
Flag was an inadvertent flag, is what he means by a flag thrown in error. That happened to the Bears a couple of years ago, and it cost them a game against the Oakland Raiders.
For a minute, I thought he said flag was thrown in air, and I didn't know what that meant, because most flags are thrown in the air, right? In error is what he meant to say.
But if they do determine that a quarterback is intentionally grounding in the end zone, it is a 2-point safety.
That's a new change, isn't it, to it?
It's according to referee's judgment.
All right, pressure now because Connell will be kicking. He's a rookie, and look how close he is to the back of that end zone. See what kind of rush the Bears put on.
I wonder why he pulled the flag out. If he threw it in the air, maybe it just fell out of his hip pocket. I don't know. I'm sure he wasn't blowing his nose.
I don't think so. Schubert backing up to around the San Francisco 40, so either way, the Bears should come out of this with just great field position. They've got 10 men at the line of scrimmage. Oh, snap! And he gets it away anyway. Good job. As the ball will bounce out of bounds at around the 30-yard line. Won't be much of a punt, but under the circumstances, Connell did a great job in just getting that ball away as the center by Randy Cross was on the ground.
Baseball today. The Cardinals knocked off Philadelphia, but at the same time, Pittsburgh was being beaten for the 4th time in a row. The Mets took them 11-9, so there's no difference there in the National League East. But in the American League East, the Yankees sweep the Red Sox 7-4. That's a 4-game sweep, and that's exactly how you'll see it in tomorrow morning's papers. Boston's 186 and lost 56, and so has New York, whereas Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, as we said, remains the same. Our score is 13-7. Next week, our games of the week, Boston to New York. Red Sox hope to rally, and Montreal will be at Pittsburgh. Most of you will see Boston at New York. Stabler trying to get back. He's been throwing a lot and throwing deep this time for Branch. It's a foot race, and the ball is taken out of midair. Glenn Edwards has his second interception. Picked it right out of the hands of Branch. Then steps out of bounds at the 49. Stabler intercepted for the 3rd time. That time the ball hit the hands of Branch, and Edwards just picked it right out.
Well, a tough luck for Clifford Branch, who seemed like he was on his way to making a great catch, only had the ball bounce out of his hands and into the hands of a waiting and happy Glenn Edwards. Stabler here is going for it all up on top. Nice long throw. Branch goes over the defender. Ball bounces out of his hands and into the hands of Glenn Edwards.
That is the 4th turnover, the 3rd interception. The ball is at the 49 of the Raiders. Chargers have had their opportunities today. Here's Don Woods trying to take advantage, and Woods does as he rolls inside the 45 down to the 42-yard line before Monty Johnson made the tackle. 2nd down on short yardage to go, midway in the 3rd quarter.
The Chargers have been able to run very well to the left side today. On that side, Doug Wilkerson and Billy Shields have been doing a very good job controlling the line of scrimmage.
I'm Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield. 7:22 to go, 3rd quarter. Chargers, who have the football on your left. 2nd down and 3 to go, and they lead 13-7. Don Woods trying to pick up the 1st down, and he is dragged down. Shy of the 1st down. Looked like the stork. There he is. Ted Hendricks reached in and just yanked him back. Hendricks is one of the men in the National Football League that always seems to be around the ball, especially in kicking situations.
Well, Ted Hendricks is a great player. He's 6'7", and he's got long arms, and he won't be denied. He played that run to perfection, just like a linebacker should play.
3rd down and 2 to go in a ball game that has been seesaw. 7-0, Chargers 7-7, then 13-7, and on 3rd and short to go, the Chargers had the football. Raiders trying to avoid a 2nd straight loss. Don Woods trying to get the 1st down and done. Inside the 40-yard line down to the 37 goes Don Woods. And that is 1st down number 15 for the Chargers as compared to 9 for the Oakland Raiders. John Madden upset. Don Woods happy.
Well, funny thing, I thought the Oakland Raiders were the football team that ran so well to their left. San Diego Chargers taking a page out of Oakland's book and running to the Oakland Raiders' left side very well.
Woods gets a breather, and Lydell Mitchell comes in to join Bo Matthews in the backfield. On 1st down, Bo Matthews carries the football, slides, and a flag goes down as he slides down to the 34-yard line. And it's going to be holding charged against the Chargers. How do they take the down of the distance? Mark Wright will give us a preliminary indication that the Chargers were called for holding. And that flag was thrown far downfield. Now John Jefferson, whom we understood may not come back today, is trotting back in now, and Johnny Rodgers is coming out. Jefferson has a neck injury. They'll take the 10 yards, and we'll see who the guilty party is.
Hold, 84, offense, 1st down.
Bob Klein, the tight end. 1st down and 20 to go. And now the ball is back on the 46-yard line. And Jefferson has had 1 catch before getting hurt. Is wide right, bottom of your screen. Lydell Mitchell inside the 40-yard line. Picks up 9 yards perhaps, close to 10 before Monty Johnson ran him out of bounds. Out it'll be 2nd down. And about 10.5 to go. Mitchell has looked very good today. We made a point in coming on the air that everybody knows that Mitchell is getting perhaps $300,000 a year, but never carried the ball. That's changed today.
Well, he's carried the ball a lot today, and he's looked awfully good. Same Lydell Mitchell that we all saw in Baltimore, finding the open spot and picking up the necessary yardage.
Rodgers and Joyner go wide to the left as Jefferson has come out. Woods is in for Matthews. Ball is drilled and almost intercepted by Monty Johnson. Intercepted for Johnny Rodgers, diving at the 21-yard line. And that's been a big difference today. The Raiders have almost manufactured a lot of turnovers against the Charger offense, whereas the Charger offense has come up with 4 turnovers against the Raiders. I should say the Charger defense against the Raider offense.
Well, it's been almost, but not quite enough. Dion Fouts is starting to predetermine where he's throwing the football. Looking downfield all the way, Monty Johnson just read his eyes closed on the ball and nearly came up with the interception.
Jefferson back into the right, Joyner to the left, 3rd down, 10.5 to go. Fouts has time, delivers it to no one. No one.
Jim, to show you how soon the complexion can change during the course of a ball game or during the course of a series, San Diego was moving the ball real well. They had a holding penalty. It threw it back to 1st and 20. That put them in a must-passing situation. Oakland's defensive linemen could tee off. Their secondary members started to play pass all the way, and now we see that San Diego has bogged down.
And Jeff West will kick the ball away with 5.5 minutes to go, third quarter. West angling obviously toward the far sideline, and what kind of kick is he going to get? It is going to be a good kick down at the 7-yard line, and the Raiders again will start way back there. 5:24 to go in a ball game that has a sellout crowd very excited. Chargers 13, Raiders 7.
John, let's take a look at that snap again. Rather interesting play.
The ball hit the ground, and Connell is ruled as a muff, so Art Best, number 25, could have gone right for the punter and clobbered him if he wanted, because it's a loose ball when the fumble took place, and that allows the punter, he could have theoretically run or done anything. So
no roughing the kicker call there, and you could see Best let up just a little bit as he got close to him, because I think it looked like he was afraid he was going to run into him. Anyway, the Bears have the ball at the 25. That's where they rule it went out of bounds after a punt that amounted to just something like 22 yards. Here's Payton down to the 21-yard line for a pickup of 4 yards, maybe to the 20. Ed Bradley making the stop. The line of scrimmage was the 3, so he wound up with a 22-yard punt. So the Bears with an excellent chance to take the lead, trailing 10-6 here with 11 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in the third period at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Second down. Chicago needs 7 for the first down. Ball is at the San Francisco 20-yard line. Avalini calling the signals. Harper and Payton are the setbacks. And off to Payton, dancing his way down to the 15-yard line. And then he is thrown back by Joe Harris, number 50. That's another 5 or 6 yards for the Bears. They'll be within 2 of a first down as Dan Neal threw a good block.
There doesn't seem to be too much sign of Walter Payton's sore shoulder that sidelined him quite a while for the exhibition season. He's using it. Doesn't seem to be shying away from it. He had a slight separation. Walter also had a sore ankle going into this game, but not bad, and so did O.J. Simpson. Both were kind of hobbled by sore ankles during the week, but they're both ready now.
Third down, 2 needed for the first down. The Bears are at the San Francisco 16-yard line. They give it to Payton, and Payton driving for the first down will be close at the 14. Danny Bunds, the middle linebacker, and Nichols making the stop for San Francisco. That may be close enough for measurement.
Good gang tackling by the 49er. That defensive line has responded very well to the challenge of Payton and Harper. Harper gained 95 yards last week himself, and the Bear offensive line, renowned for a great rushing line. So far, San Francisco's done very well. That's where their experience lies on this team, as we mentioned before. Hardman and Elam and some of those guys.
Let's check the measurement here. Cedric Hardman overseeing it for the San Francisco 49ers, and the Bears are short by about a foot. And it would appear they're going to try to keep this drive going. Third down coming up.
Last year they did a lot of, on these short yardage situations, they gave it to Payton a lot flying up over the line. This year they've had a tendency to have Avalini quarterback sneak.
I said third down, I meant fourth down coming up.
Right.
Fourth down at a foot.
Disdaining the field goal and going for the first down.
Big play for Chicago, trailing 10-6. Avalini on the quarterback sneak. Needed just a foot. He got it. That's the preliminary indication we got. Let's see if they'll measure. Took one step to his right and plunged forward.
Well, that's one of those situations, and looking at if they looked, they probably have, but the last few games on those situations, it's always been Avalini on the QB. I'd have lined a linebacker up a couple of yards and had him head right for that quarterback, right on the snap of the ball. Bears have a first down.
First and 10, Chicago at the San Francisco 13-yard line. Bears trying to take the lead. Trailing 10-6, midway in the third period. Rather is in motion. Avalini hands off to Payton. Payton is now to the 10 to the 9-yard line. Cedric Hardman, number 86, makes the stop. He's now the graybeard in the defense of San Francisco.
Here's a little ballet by Walter Payton as he goes into the line, turns around, and keeps the legs going. Keeps the legs going. Look at that. Backward running. Got an extra yard out of it. That's why he's making $400,000 a year.
Second down. Bears need 6 for the first down. They're at the 9-yard line at San Francisco. Payton trying the right side, dipping back into about the 6. Gets 3 or so. Marker thrown in the secondary. See what this one is all about. Bears, of course, are working on a streak here today. They've won 7 straight regular season games. Their longest streak since 1963, when they won their opening 5 games. Penalty is against Chicago.
It's a big one.
Let's get the word here from Dick Jorgensen, the referee.
Personal foul, number 65, offense, still second down.
Noah Jackson.
Well, that's a costly one for the Bears because it moves the ball back to the 21-yard line. Remember winning those opening 5 games in '63?
I remember. Then I think we got plastered by San Francisco, if I recall right.
Second and 18. Bears have to reach the 3 for the first down. Avellini throwing it short. The intended receiver, Bull Rather, at about the 7-yard line. Eddie Lewis was back there defending.
Well, it's a third down situation now with long yardage. What do you call in that kind of a situation?
Well, one thing you call for is Greg Latta, who has just come in off the bench replacing Cobb. See, Avellini has not had an excellent afternoon so far. He's 5 out of 13 for 98 yards. 59 of those came on one pass.
I'd certainly try James Scott.
Third and 18. Avellini backpedaling. Flushed out of the pocket. Still looking. Lets it go over the head of Scott. And also Bull Rather, who are both down in that same corner.
Think he threw it away? He was throwing and hoping, but they drew flies because you had Rather and Scott right together and about 3 49ers on defense, but Avellini was in trouble, and I think basically he was trying to throw it right towards the end of the end zone and hope for a prayer.
Comes now Mr. Bob Thomas.
So they end up kicking a longer field goal than they would have at the previous 4th down situation.
And that penalty hurt him, no question about that. This is a 38-yard effort by Thomas, and again it is long enough, and it is good. So Thomas continues to do the job, and the Bears have pulled to within 1 point of San Francisco with 8 minutes and 39 seconds left to play in the 3rd period.
Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield, and we don't want to be guilty of looking ahead, but we can look ahead to next week when we have all of our football games again in NFL 78. In fact, Paul and I will be down in Atlanta for your team, the Cleveland Browns, which today won its 2nd game in a row. They'll be going against Atlanta. Oakland carrying the football. Davis gets out across the 10-yard line to about the 14. Nice pickup. It'll be 2nd down and 4 to go. Woodrow Lowe made the stop. Clarence Davis, we were told, had a bruised chest, and they were not sure whether or not he would be able to come back in. Well, he came back in and carried the ball for 6 yards.
He's come back in, and so has John Jefferson for the Chargers. So that goes to show you how much this ball game means to both teams.
Bradshaw right, Branch to the left, and straight ahead, Van Egan. Oh, my, what a tackle by Louis Kelcher. And you'll hear that Lou. It's not boo.
Boy, that's Louis Kelcher, number 74. He just played off his blocker and just obliterated Mark Van Egan.
Move Mickey Marvin right out of the way. And Louis Kelcher with a hip pointer. It'll be 3rd down and short. Third and short, and Stabler's back to throw. Look out, he dropped the football. And I believe it's recovered. Hold it, it's still bouncing around. We'll wait and let the officials. Either way, Oakland will have to kick the ball away, or the ball belongs to the Chargers inside the 10. Those of you who've been watching Miami and Baltimore, be assured that the Miami Dolphin fans are still watching that game, but you are joining us, and we are in sunny San Diego. And I'm Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield. It is 13-7. The Chargers beating the Raiders, and Stabler on 3rd down and 2 went back on this play. Lost the football as he was pressured for the umpty-umpth time. It looked as though San Diego would get the football, Kelcher, but it popped loose. The Chargers have it in control as Ray Guy will have to kick the ball to him. He can boom it out of that end zone. 3:43 to go, 3rd quarter. It's quite a football game, lots of time to go, and Guy booms it past the 30. Fuller picks it up all the way back at the 23-yard line, and our statistician goes to work to tell us how long that kick is. 64 yards from the line of scrimmage. 64 yards. Guy gets him out of trouble. 3:28 to go, 3rd quarter. 13-7, San Diego over Oakland.
That's not the longest drive you'll ever see, but nevertheless, 3 points is 3 points any way you can get it.
Bob Thomas has been very tough this year, 4 for 4 in regular season play.
A split kick up the middle, fielded by one of the 49er linemen at the 30-yard line. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it turned out that Walt Downing, the rookie lineman, number 62, picked it up and returned it to the 36-yard line, where San Francisco will put it in play. Hey, Thomas has had a pretty good afternoon. He hit from 32 yards and from 44 yards in the first half, and now adds a 38-yarder, so he's 3 out of 3. 10-9, San Francisco by 1. 8:30 left to play in the 3rd period. DeBerg handing off to Greg Boykin, bounces off one tackle at the line of scrimmage. Loose football, but let's see, I believe it had been whistled dead.
There could be a real bad injury there to Tom Hicks. He collided with Boykin. Number 54 collided with Boykin and really went to his tender shoulder. He had a bad shoulder last year, and that would be crucial to the Bears. He's so vital.
Pretty good hit here. Look at it again. Hicks is 54.
And here comes Boykin, and boom, and then Hicks holds his shoulder. Good running by Boykin. Finally brought down there as Fensick and Plank both laid the wood to Boykin.
2nd down 6. 49ers at their 40-yard line. O.J. Simpson, watch out, look out, he gets outside. Out of bounds at the 47-yard line. Now that's about as spectacular a 5-yard game, and he handed the ball to Walter Payton.
Walter said, "Thank you, I'll wait my turn." That was a great gesture by O.J. You got to think quick to do something like that.
He has a little flair for the dramatic, doesn't he?
That's like running through those airports.
First down for San Francisco. 49ers are at their 47-yard line. Solomon to the right side, LeCount to the left. DeBerg has been thrown mainly to his running backs. There's Boykin, again bouncing off tackle at the line of scrimmage and going outside and moving into Bear territory to the 46. Fensick finally had to come up to make the stop.
A good play by both parties involved that time as Boykin saw things were jammed up in the middle. Fensick got caught inside but reacted and still made the tackle, but not before Boykin get some valuable yardage. A little easier for Greg than it was at Northwestern. Northwestern and Illinois fought to a 0-0 tie yesterday. But I guess it was pretty hot down there. I guess it's been about 95, 100 in Chicago and Illinois lately.
That artificial turf, it can really heat up. 2nd down 3 as Boykin picked up 7 yards on that carry. The fake into the middle to Boykin. DeBerg going long for O.J. and overthrows him down the near sideline at the 15-yard line. Terry Schmidt was back there covering.
Tommy Hart put some pressure on. That was a sign of inexperience as DeBerg threw right into the Bear coverage that time. Schmidt laid off deep, and the linebackers and O.J. came downfield out of the backfield, and they were just waiting for it. They threw right into the coverage that time.
Dave Williams comes into the backfield for the San Francisco 49ers on 3rd down. Let's call it 3 for the first down. Nose of the ball is just outside the Bear 45. San Francisco leading 10-9. Just under 7 minutes left in the 3rd period. Solomon to the left side. LeCount to the right. You know, they also got rid of Gene Washington, who wasn't a shabby receiver. DeBerg's pass is blocked, tipped in the middle of the line, and Osborne couldn't find it, or he would have had himself an interception.
He had it once, twice, but couldn't quite hang on. As the Bears are going more and more to a four-man front there, even defense. There's Osborne, 68. Watch him put his hand up right here. There it is. Get it, get it. Nope, he says, I tried.
4th down for the 49ers. Connell kicking with a little better field position than he had a moment ago. This time, he'll take the snap at his 40. Steve Schubert is deep. Good snap. Near sideline kick, bounces at the 15-yard line. It's a 49er bounce and goes out inside the 15 at the 13-yard line. So the Chicago Bears will get the football back. They trail by 1 with 6:38 left to play in the 3rd period.
Leroy Harris, look out. He's off to the races. 40 to the 30. He's getting tired. And he's down to the 20.
I tore up my World Series tickets.
Tillman is at the goal line.
I'm Jim Simpson with Paul Warfield. Let me change one thing. That wasn't a 64-yard punt. That was a 69-yard punt by Ray Guy. How about that? What a ball game we have had. 13-7. I'll recap the scoring for those of you who just joined us in a moment. First down from the 35-yard line for the Chargers. Lydell Mitchell is in the backfield and does have the football. And blockers in front of him, but an outstanding play made on Mitchell by Ted Hendricks. In this ball game, a fumble by the Oakland Raiders at the 11 of San Diego nullified their first touchdown attempt. San Diego roared the length of the field. Bogged down. Bernurski tried a 29-yard field goal that was no good. Then San Diego did come back. A 20-yard pass to Pat Kern went off the hands of an Oakland defender to make it 7-0. Oakland marched back 77 yards. Casper, very instrumental, took a 7-yard pass to make it 7-all, and later Hank Bauer scored after a 76-yard drive from 1 yard out, and that's where we are. Fouts throwing it out here to Mitchell. Look out. Boy, Lester Hayes is playing that well, and the Oakland Raiders are beginning to toughen up on defense. Their offense, Paul, is having a little problem, but their defense is toughened up.
Well, Oakland is playing better ball defensively than they played in the first half, although they didn't play that badly. They're forcing Fouts to throw his ball to his backs now, and Lester Hayes comes up and really makes a play on Lydell Mitchell. Boy, glad I'm sitting up here now.
From a 31-yard line, 3rd down and long yardage. They've got 15 to go. And Fouts back with time. Flags go downfield. The pass is caught shy of the first down, but a flag is downfield. Now, it could be an illegal chuck. It could be pass interference. It could be holding. An illegal chuck apparently charged against Oakland.
No, Jim, in some instances, when I see a hit like the one that Lester Hayes made on Lydell Mitchell, I wish that I was up here. But then with the new rule changes regarding pass receivers this year, sometimes I wish I was back down there. Ambivalent feelings.
An illegal chuck, which means that once you pass that 5-yard.
Illegal chuck, 37, defense, automatic first down.
Automatic first down. Lester Hayes did it. Once you pass the 5-yard line area, past the line of scrimmage, you can no longer hit a receiver. Well, we talked about the 69-yard pass play, or rather punt, of Ray Guy. In the AFC, the longest ever, 75 yards by Marv Bateman of Buffalo. In the NFC, the longest ever, 70 yards by Dave Green. So 69 is right up there among the leaders. Fouts dumps it out. That's Bo Matthews. Matthews puts his head down, first down, up near midfield. Chargers continue the impetus. 1:45 to go, 3rd quarter. And Matthews ran hard.
Well, here's an end zone shot of this play. They sent Lydell Mitchell motion left, and then hit Bo Matthews coming up right through the center. That play had a lot of action. I'm sure that would cause some problems to the Oakland Raider defensive team. Here's another look at it. There's Matthews going out of your screen, now coming back. And this is a very determined run on the part of young Mr. Matthews.
Let's pause briefly for station identification. They blew the whistle for a moment.
This is KMTV in Omaha.
Now, all of the officials are down there, Paul. And the Chargers are being waved back. They have not called time. And this is an official's time. They indicate that to us. And I'm looking at the sidelines. It might be something is the time. I'm not sure. 13-7 Chargers. Matthews and Mitchell in the backfield. Matthews in motion. Fouts delivers it out to Matthews, and that's Lester Hayes making another big hit. A gain of a yard only to midfield. It's second down. Lester Hayes was playing Bo Matthews all the way, just waiting for the ball to arrive. In Baltimore, third quarter, Miami, 3 touchdown passes by Don Strock. Some of you saw a lot of that game, leading Baltimore 28-0. And Baltimore has not scored yet in the regular season. Second down. Jefferson to the right and Joyner to the left. Each has caught one pass. Straight ahead Matthews, not much room to go there, is there? Hanging on is Phil Villapiano down at the bottom. Monty Johnson got him up top. So it's another must-pass situation, Paul. Third down.
And the Raiders counter by sending in Neil Cozy as their 5th defensive back. And Pat Toomey, I believe, is in the defensive lineman.
What do you call him?
Fourth down lineman.
Call him a designated what? What did you call him?
Designated pass rusher.
On third and long, and time not running out by any stretch of the imagination because we're still in the third quarter, although just 22 seconds left.
Bears ball, 1st and 10 from their 13-yard line as we return to play here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. There's Greg Latta, the tight end, and look at those goggles he's got on, John.
That's Flash Gordon. He's got orange rim glasses because he doesn't catch too many passes, and he said, I want people to know I'm around so that when they do see me, they can see that flash of orange. So we'll see if he catches one before the day's over.
If nothing else, he'll scare everybody in the secondary to death. Looks like something from outer space coming at him. 1st and 10 for the Bears. That was Latta who shifted from the right side to the left side. The pitch to Walter Payton. Pickup of 3 to the 16-yard line. Danny Buns, number 57, makes the stop.
Let's take a look at Walter Payton's running style as he takes this ball, just reaches out with his hands and grabs it, and then when he runs, he doesn't put it away. He just holds it like a loaf of bread, cuts back. Cedric Hardman did a good job of turning Walter back in, and then the San Francisco pursuit from the other side came in to stop him.
54 yards rushing so far for Payton. 49ers done a pretty good job in shutting him down. So they go the other way to Harper, and Harper's out for the first down as he clears the 25 to the 26, and again it's Buns, the middle linebacker, who makes the stop.
This is the best 1-2 tandem in the NFL last year. 2,300 yards between Harper and Payton. And Rowland does a nice job of getting the first down. Finally, Danny Bunce brings him down, number 57. That's where they may make some of the yards now if they switch off to Payton, because obviously they are geared to stop Payton.
Harper tied his career high of 93 yards rushing last week against St. Louis. Payton sets himself on the wing off to the right side. Threw it behind him and almost intercepted. Or in front of him, I should say. Number 24 is Chuck Christ, a one-time New Orleans Saint who came out here in a trade for Skip Vanderbunt a few weeks back.
That was the kind of situation where Payton got hurt last time during the exhibition season, catching a pass when he is concentrating on the ball and cannot protect himself from being hit. That's what the Bears are basically trying to avoid, to get him in that kind of a situation. But football is football, and you can't avoid it sometimes.
Mike Cobb has come into the ball game at tight end. There's a book on Bob Avellini so far, who has not had a particularly good afternoon. Great job by Harper, escaping tacklers at the line of scrimmage, out beyond the 30 to the 32-yard line, but well short of the first down. And Christ had to come up from the secondary to make the stop.
The 49ers put a real blitz on that time. They brought in a couple of linebackers, Jimmy Carr's style, but Harper broke the tackle and got some valuable yardage. Overall, I'd say the 49ers have been fairly conservative, considering that Carr is their defensive coordinator who coached at Minnesota, with the Bears, with Detroit. He's been all over.
3rd and 5 for the Bears at their 31-yard line as they try to keep this drive going. They trail by 1 point, 10-9. Avellini blitzes on. Good protection, gets the pass away. A battle for the ball, and it's incomplete. Joe Harris, number 50, the linebacker, was out there contesting for San Francisco as the Bears sent the running backs out. And Harris did a good job preventing the interception and forcing Chicago to punt.
Harris is another one of those young players that the 49ers have. Joe Thomas really went, their average is 2 years per man career.
Freddie Solomon, the deep man. Bob Parsons, good average this afternoon. Here's another great kick. Really put it up there. Solomon fading way back to his 15-yard line. Solomon at the 20. Trying to get to the sidelines. That gets to the 25. And had he been able to get by one gentleman, that being John Skibinski, number 30, he could have set sail down that sideline for a while.
If he'd have had a tearaway jersey, he would have gotten away. Skibinski hung in there, got a hold of him in one hand, threw him down.
It's a big ball game for both teams, and it's 14-7 Jets right now, but the Bills are threatening 2nd and 9 at the 11-yard line of the Jets. They're driving to our left now here at Rich Stadium. Opening play of the fourth quarter coming up. Lewis flank wide to the right side, split left end is Walton. The backs also a split. Signals are called by Ferguson. Takes the snap, he's back to pass, looking downfield, being rushed hard, throws it over the middle, and it's caught at the 5 by Gant. Touchdown! Gant caught it at the 5-yard line and turned and dove in for the score. Reuben Gant on a short pass over the middle. A big rush put on, a pretty play executed by the Bills.
And continues to be the big playmaker for the Buffalo Bills is Reuben Gant. Ferguson caught the Jets coming in a 2 outside linebacker blitz. So they had a 3-down defensive lineman and 2 outside linebacker blitzing, and that is why the play was so wide open to Reuben Gant. He caught the ball and went in for the touchdown.
A 63-yard drive. Nicely conceived, nicely executed. Here's the point after attempt. Bob Chandler will hold. Tom Dempsey will kick. Signals are called. Ball is snapped, placed down and booted. It's up, and it's no good. It hit the upright, the right upright, and bounced back. It was no good. Tom Dempsey hit it wide to the right. The score, the Jets 14, the Bills 13.
Looking for Dowdy. And it's picked off of the end zone.
Buffalo's in Miami. Miami is winning its first game. All right. Consultation over. 3rd down 7 from the 49. Mitchell and Woods the setbacks, and Fouts back to throw. Delivers the ball. Has his man right on Mitchell. The flag is down. Flag is down in the offensive backfield. And it's going to be holding against the Chargers. So take away the first down and march them back 10 yards and call it 3rd down and 17.
Well, it's unfortunate, but it's good to have a back like Lydell Mitchell in your backfield, because the Raiders have gone to their 5-back defense in must-passing situations. And when you have a guy like Lydell Mitchell coming out of the backfield, he's going to put a lot of pressure on the linebackers who are covering him man for man.
Well, let's see who was holding in the backfield.
Holding, 66, offense, 3rd down.
Billy Shields, who bows his head as he hears his number called. Well, in the first half of this ball game, the teams were up and down the field with many scoring opportunities. In the second half, they've been playing virtually between the 25-yard lines and tougher defense.
Much tougher defense on both ends from Oakland and also from San Diego.
3rd down, remember, 17 to go. The ball just over the 41 of San Diego. Jefferson to the right and Joyner to the left. And a long way to go. And Fouts has time to unload to Jefferson. He makes the catch. And it'll be very close to the first down. It depends on where they mark it.
That was just a super catch, Jim. Jefferson knew exactly where he had to go to get the first down, and yet the young man had enough poise to keep his feet in bounds.
It is a first down as we take a look at a double replay of John Jefferson.
Here's John Jefferson working on Lester Hayes there. He straightens him up and then breaks back to the outside. Now watch him go up in the air and yet get his feet back down inside to make the catch.
All on the 41-yard line.
Here's another shot. Fouts looking. He's going to throw the corner pattern to Jefferson coming into your pitcher. And again, let me emphasize that he kept both feet inside of bounds, and so it counted as a reception, a big play.
Well, what do you think now? They were talking about Jefferson looking like Lance Allworth, and you know a lot of good young receivers around the league. What do you think, Paul Warfield?
Well, I've been impressed with Jefferson. He's proven that he can come back after taking a pretty good lick and still play good hard football. And I'm impressed with his overall poise and his ability to make the catch, the big catch, especially when the San Diego Chargers need it.
18th first down. Well, Baltimore almost had its first score of the year today, moments ago, but Kim Bocamper, the good outside linebacker on the strong side, intercepted the pass at the goal line to end that threat by the Colts. Well, still 28-0 Miami as the ball is handed off. That's Don Woods, and Woods picks up yardage. Well, I don't know who's going to win this ball game. We've got one more quarter to go. That means 15 minutes of playing time to find out. But at the end of 3 quarters, it's virtually a standoff. But in the scoring column, it is the Chargers who are up. They lead 13-7 at the end.
Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors coming up next on CBS. As soon as we finish the ball game, we'll switch directly to Flushing Meadow in New York and bring you the men's final of the U.S. Open Championships, climaxing 2 great weeks of tennis on CBS. First and 10, San Francisco. 49ers at their 25. Steve DeBerg is the quarterback. O.J. Simpson. That's 9 yards. Boy, he pops through there quickly.
Back against the grain. He sees the pileup, cuts back almost like a counter, and finds the hole, collides with Hicks, but gets through, and finally brought down by 2 or 3 Chicago Bears. There's Spencic. He gets an assisted tackle there.
49ers just short of the first down. Second down, less than a yard from the 35 in their own end of the field. Boykin out to the 38-yard line. That's more than enough for the first down. Clock continues to move. 3.5 minutes left to play in the third period. Doug Buffone made the stop that time. It's a good look at the ex-Northwestern star. Played his high school football in Ohio. I remember doing an all-star game in Ohio that Greg Boykin participated in down at Canton. First and 10. 49ers at their 38-yard line. Simpson, look out. Well, he scares you every time he gets the football. Out to the 46 that time. Gary Campbell made the stop.
Good running by O.J. He almost broke that further because he had Walt Downing in front of Gary Campbell. Downing threw his block, but Campbell played off it and made the tackle, but not before O.J. could get a few yards.
Downing, another fine rookie offensive lineman for San Francisco, one of their top draft picks. Second and 2. San Francisco at its 46. Solomon to the right side, LeCount to the left. Uh-oh. Everybody moved. But DeBerg never got the ball.
I saw at least 5 handkerchiefs go down on that play.
Illegal procedure against San Francisco will cost him 5 yards. Probably Greg Boykin, the running back, was the main culprit.
False start, 62, offense, second down.
Well, that would be Walt Downing. You make a good play one play, and you mess up on the next. Typical rookie, right?
That's considered 500, right?
Second and 7. 49ers are back to their 42-yard line. Larry Jones has committed a wide receiver. They give it to the Juice. And he is jammed up at the line of scrimmage. We get a flag dropped in the defensive secondary. Gary Fencik came up to make the stop. Let's see what this one was about. It will be against San Francisco, and the preliminary indication would be holding. It's unusual you get that flag thrown that deep in the secondary for a holding call on the offensive team. Buffone having the options explained to him. I think he's going to play forever.
Doug Buffone has quite a distinction. He opened a restaurant discotheque in Las Vegas, Nevada, with no slot machines, no gambling. Can you believe that in Las Vegas?
That is unusual. Here's the call from the referee.
Holding, number 81, offense, still second down.
Now, the reason that flag was thrown in the secondary was because the holding call was against the tight end, Ken McAfee.
So the second penalty on this series, slowing down the 49ers now, moves the ball back to the 31-yard line. It is now second down at 17. Here's the blitz by the Bears. Look out. DeBerg tries to get it away. Boykin can't hold it at the 40-yard line.
The blitz came. You see Reeves, 57, coming along, and Doug Buffone, number 55, jammed Boykin within the 5-yard area. And then Boykin came off the jam and could not make the grab, although it hit him in the hands. And according to the rule book, if it hits you in the hands, it should be there, right?
That's what they say.
Supposed to catch it.
That's what they told you when you played?
Yes.
Third down, 17. San Francisco at its 31-yard line. LeCount to the right side. Freddie Solomon to the left. The rookie, Steve DeBerg. Standard rush this time of the Bears. He goes long for LeCount. Uh-oh. That will cost him. That'll be a face guarding call that time, as the defensive back was beaten rather badly. Schmidt was down there, and so was Doug Plank. But they were not playing the ball at all. They had no idea, I don't think, where the ball was.
Actually, Schmidt wasn't beat all that badly. It's just that he had his back turned and didn't react when the offensive receiver turned for the ball. And at that time, he obstructed the view of the receiver. And I'd have to say it was a legitimate call. But when the offensive receiver turned to make the catch, Schmidt should have turned at the same time.
That was a 3rd and 17 play. The pass interference call means the 49ers have a first down at the Bear 34. So there's a big break. Could be a turning point in this game. We're late now in the third period with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. San Francisco leading 10-9. DeBerg hands off to O.J. and he is caught at the line of scrimmage. Good tough defense by Terry Schmidt that time, who came up to make the force. And that will be, for all intents and purposes, no gain.
O.J. Simpson, one of the more popular football players ever to play this game, and he's really a popular national figure. He has that rare commodity that men like him, women like him, young kids like him. Depending, no matter what your income level, he has appeal to every segment of our population, and not all people are that fortunate. He's just such a popular man.
You know, O.J. plays, you figure, 2 more years, and he will eclipse Jim Brown's all-time career rushing record of 12,000 yards plus. 2nd and 10. DeBerg near sideline to LeCount, and LeCount goes out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Picked up 5 of the 10 that they needed. Again, it was Schmidt over there. But O.J. coming into this season had just over 10,000 career yards, and Brown's record was just over 12,000. So O.J. would need about roughly 2,100 yards, and you figure that's got to be a season and a half certainly worth of work. I doubt seriously, even with the 16 games, if he can hit 2,100 yards, that would be an average of around 125 or 30 a game. Third down 5, final of the U.S. Open Championships, climaxing 2 great weeks of tennis on CBS. 1st and 10, San Francisco. 49ers at their 25. Steve DeBerg is the quarterback. O.J. Simpson. That's 9 yards. Boy, he pops through there quickly.
Back against the grain. He sees the pileup, cuts back almost like a counter, and finds the hole, collides with Hicks, but gets through, and finally brought down by 2 or 3 Chicago Bears. There's Spencic. He gets an assisted tackle there.
49ers just short of the first down. 2nd down, less than a yard from the 35 in their own end of the field. Boykin out to the 38-yard line. That's more than enough for the first down. Clock continues to move. 3.5 minutes left to play in the third period. Doug Buffone made the stop that time. It's a good look at the ex-Northwestern star. Played his high school football in Ohio. I remember doing an all-star game in Ohio that Greg Boykin participated in down at Canton. First and 10. 49ers at their 38-yard line. Simpson, look out. Well, he scares you every time he gets the football.
After the 46 that time, Gary Campbell made the stop.
Good running by O.J. He almost broke that further because he had Walt Downing in front of Gary Campbell. Downing threw his block, but Campbell played off it and made the tackle, but not before O.J. could get a few yards.
Downing, another fine rookie offensive lineman for San Francisco, one of their top draft picks. 2nd and 2. San Francisco at its 46. Solomon to the right side, LeCount to the left.
Uh-oh.
Everybody moved, but DeBerg never got the ball.
I saw at least 5 handkerchiefs go down on that play.
Illegal procedure against San Francisco will cost him 5 yards. Probably Greg Boykin, the running back, was the main culprit.
False start, 62, offense, 2nd down.
Well, that would be Walt Downing. You make a good play one play, and you mess up on the next. Typical rookie, right?
That's considered 500, right?
2nd and 7. 49ers are back to their 42-yard line. Larry Jones has committed a wide receiver. They give it to the Juice. And he is jammed up at the line of scrimmage. We get a flag dropped in the defensive secondary. Gary Fensick came up to make the stop. Let's see what this one was about. It will be against San Francisco, and the preliminary indication would be holding. It's unusual you get that flag thrown that deep in the secondary for a holding call on the offensive team. Buffon having the options explained to him. I think he's going to play forever.
Doug Buffon has quite a distinction. He opened a restaurant discotheque in Las Vegas, Nevada, with no slot machines, no gambling. Can you believe that in Las Vegas?
That is unusual. Here's the call from the referee.
Holding, number 81, offense, still 2nd down.
Now, the reason that flag was thrown in the secondary was because the holding call was against the tight end, Ken McAfee. So the second penalty on this series, slowing down the 49ers now, moves the ball back to the 31-yard line. It is now 2nd down at 17. Here's the blitz by the Bears. Look out. DeBerg tries to get it away. Boykin can't hold it at the 40-yard line.
The blitz came. You see Reeves, 57, coming along, and Doug Buffon, number 55, jammed Boykin within the 5-yard area. And then Boykin came off the jam and could not make the grab, although it hit him in the hands. And according to the rule book, if it hits you in the hands, it should be there, right?
That's what they say.
Supposed to catch it.
That's what they told you when you played?
Yes.
3rd down, 17. San Francisco at its 31-yard line. LeCount to the right side. Freddie Solomon to the left. The rookie, Steve DeBerg. Standard rush this time of the Bears. He goes long for LeCount. Uh-oh. That will cost him. That'll be a face guarding call that time, as the defensive back was beaten rather badly. Schmidt was down there, and so was Doug Plank, but they were not playing the ball at all. They had no idea, I don't think, where the ball was.
Actually, Schmidt wasn't beat all that badly. It's just that he had his back turned and didn't react when the offensive receiver turned for the ball. And at that time, he obstructed the view of the receiver, and I'd have to say it was a legitimate call, but when the offensive receiver turned to make the catch, Schmidt should have turned at the same time.
That was a 3rd and 17 play. The pass interference call means the 49ers have a 1st down at the Bear 34. So there's a big break. Could be a turning point in this game. We're late now in the 3rd period with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. San Francisco leading 10-9. DeBerg hands off to O.J., and he is caught at the line of scrimmage. Good, tough defense by Terry Schmidt that time, who came up to make the force. And that will be, for all intents and purposes, no gain.
O.J. Simpson, one of the more popular football players ever to play this game, and he's really a popular national figure. He has that rare commodity that men like him, women like him, young kids like him. Depending, no matter what your income level, he has appeal to every segment of our population. And not all people are that fortunate. He's just such a popular man.
You know, O.J. plays, you figure, 2 more years, and he will eclipse Jim Brown's all-time career rushing record of 12,000 yards plus. 2nd and 10. DeBerg near sideline to LeCount, and LeCount goes out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Picked up 5 of the 10 that they needed. Again, it was Schmidt over there. But O.J. coming into this season had just over 10,000 career yards, and Brown's record was just over 12,000. So O.J. would need about roughly 2,100 yards, and you figure that's got to be a season and a half certainly worth of work. I doubt seriously, even with the 16 games, if he can hit 2,100 yards, that would be an average of around 125 or 30 a game. They're down 5 from the 30. Little razzle-dazzle here. Solomon takes the handoff on the reverse, goes to the 25, and Solomon looks like he's got the first down at the 23-yard line. Virgil Livers came up from the secondary to make the stop on speedy Freddie Solomon.
They brought Dave Williams in at a running back spot, which maybe could have been a tip-off. He hands off. Here comes Solomon back the other way, and it was wide open. I'm surprised he didn't get more yardage. There's DeBerg out front, the quarterback. Everybody's looking for somebody to hit, but Virgil Livers gets up there and makes the tackle, but not before the 49ers got a first down.
They're at the Bear 23-yard line. Again, a blitz. Simpson takes the handoff to the 15. O.J. inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. First down, San Francisco. Virgil Livers made the stop as Simpson tried to cut inside the 10. Looked like he might have lost his footing.
The Bears, Tom Hicks was caught on the blitz that time, and O.J. went through the hole. Watch him slip as he cuts back. They do not like the surface here, and you're going to see it right here as he cuts back and loses his footing just before he gets hit. And down he goes as Virgil Livers credited with the tackle, but the 49ers on the 8-yard line.
Fine drive here by San Francisco, which started back at their 26. It's now reached the Bear 8. First down, goal to go. DeBerg gives it to Simpson, and Simpson is jammed at the 10-yard line. O.J. is now approaching the century mark. He's got 95 yards rushing, but he's already carried 22 times. There's the gun. And that is the end of the third quarter with the score. The 49ers 10 and the Bears 9. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Jack Tatum can't quite get him, but Charlie Joyner, if he could have made that final block on the cornerback right there, that play would have scored. The cornerback, Lester Hayes. Here's another look at it. Here's Matthews. He's into the secondary real quick, and you don't like to see a back his size running into your secondary with a lot of little guys back there.
First down and goal to go. We're in the fourth quarter, and the Chargers are moving. Bounce hands off. Down inside the 5-yard line. That is Hank Fowler, who scored a touchdown on his only other carry out of California Lutheran. Those of you on the East Coast, we understand we're having some audio problems. We apologize, and I'm sure you know that we're trying to clear them up. It is second down and goal to go.
Hank Bauer appears to be the kind of player that you want when you start getting in towards the goal line, because he has a knack for getting in the end zone.
Oh, if the Chargers get in here, it's early in the fourth quarter, the Raiders would have their job cut out for them. They were favored by nearly a touchdown. They lost last week. They're trying not to lose this week. Straight ahead, Matthews, and he really meets head on. Fine hit by Monty Johnson. Well, let's slow down for a moment, give you that address again about the U.S. Olympic Committee, because that is important. Send your tax-deductible contribution to help our American athletes. U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980, T is in Tom, Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts, 02118. Third down and a couple of yards to go. Look at that Oakland defense. Bauer, touchdown, his second of the day. teacher, and he got a chance to come back to the National Football League.
Well, he certainly does know how to get 6 points. The crowd certainly loves it. Bauer loves it. And this has been a very surprising ball game here this afternoon.
Lenerski missed his last point after attempt, but this one is perfect. 12:42 to go. Oh, they love it in Southern California. I'm not so sure what they're thinking in Northern California.
Frank Lieber with Johnny Morris, Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Final period of play about to get underway, and the 49ers are knocking on the door. They'll have a second down, goal to goal from the Bear 9. That last charge by Simpson lost it. So for those of you keeping track, O.J. now 22 carries for 94 yards. Peyton has 18 carries for 54 yards. Here come the 49ers. LeCount wide to the left side. Freddie Solomon is split to the right. Steve DeBerg calling signals as they send Solomon in motion. DeBerg back to throw. It's McAfee at the 5, and we get a flag as he is ridden out of bounds over on the far side by Gary Fensick. Number 45, Big Ken McAfee. Second generation NFL star.
There may be a penalty against McAfee on this play. I'm not sure what the call would be. It could be offensive pass interference that did collide as he came downfield. And if the defender has established his position, the offensive man is supposed to alter his path, but I'm not sure that was the call.
It will go against San Francisco, as you can see, and moves it back to the 19-yard line. Here it is.
Offensive pass interference, number 81, still second down.
Not bad, John, not bad.
I never did like the rule.
But you know it when you see it, obviously.
Yes, I've been called a few times for the same thing.
So it is now second down, goal to go from the 19-yard line after the 10-yard walk-off. And DeBerg in a passing situation here. Drops back into the pocket. Quick throw is almost intercepted by Hicks, who came darting across in front of O.J. Simpson, the intended receiver. And a fourth quarter score in that New England-St. Louis game. The Patriots look like they're on the way to winning their first, perhaps handing Bud Wilkinson his second loss of the season.
Bud Wilkinson is still looking for New England's short list.
That's right. I tell you, look at the Cardinals' schedule. It is conceivable they could go to almost mid-season without winning a game because their first half schedule is that tough.
They have to play Dallas twice in the next 5 weeks, I think.
Third down. Goal to go. 49ers at the 19 of the Bears. DeBerg. He's got LeCount at the 12. And LeCount is to the 9-yard line where this drive originally started. Doug Plank made the stop.
This is what Joe Thomas and Pete McCauley are talking about, a live arm for DeBerg. He fires that ball right back in there as LeCount comes in, threads the needle between all the Bears, and almost has the first down. It's fourth down and 1.5. And I don't know. When you're ahead by 1, a field goal would give you a 4-point lead, and they're going to go for it because that means the Bears would have to score at least a touchdown to beat them.
Well, Worthing hit a 44-yarder earlier. This attempt will be from the 17, so it'd make it a 27-yard field goal attempt. Scott Bull puts it down. Worthing's kick is good. So once again, that means that the Bears are a touchdown away from overtaking the 49ers instead of a field goal. We'll be back in just a moment.
He breaks it. 40, 50, 40, 30, Bullock. Look down at the 15-yard line.
All right, let's see what happens here. I told you
it's a run around the left side by Mr. Harris, and he's in the end zone for a touchdown.
Ben Simpson, Paul Warfield, a drive of 65 yards, and holding the ball is blown off the tee yet again. Miami continues to lead Baltimore 28-0. They are in the fourth quarter of that one. We're in the fourth quarter of this one, and it's 20-7. The Chargers over the Raiders. Lenerski to kick off. Graduate in zoology, very much into dolphins and bird watching, and in kicking in the National Football League. And this is Robisky fumbling the football inside the 5-yard line. Back to the 10, and down he goes on a hit by Keith King out of Colorado State. Miami has scored yet again, and it is 35-0. Miami over Baltimore. So quickly, that is what, 73 points in less than 2 ball games scored against the Colts, and they've scored none. They're calling for defense here is what the call is, and Stabler has to go to work in a hurry. Dumps it out and off the fingers of Mark Van Egan. While Robisky fumbled the kickoff, and Egan fumbles the ball thrown to him.
Looks like the Raiders are a little bit rattled, and rightly so. They find themselves at least a touchdown and 3 points behind, and also they've got a long way to go down the field.
They're down by 13 points. 2 touchdowns and extra points would put them ahead. A touchdown and a couple of field goals would tie them. But they've got 12:29 to go. And it is second down. Stabler back, delivers the ball, and it was almost intercepted again. Intended for Davis coming out of the backfield. And Don Good did an outstanding job with Bob Horn. The linebackers covering the back, coming out of the backfield. Stabler's now 8 for 18.
Again, the Charger defensive line is just simply putting a tremendous amount of pressure on Ken Stabler. They are not allowing him to really set up and throw that ball. He's having to throw the ball under very harassed conditions, and the result is Oakland is not completing a high percentage of its passes.
Third down and 10 to go. Second game of a 16-game regular season. Normally would be starting next week, wouldn't we? Stabler back, has the time, delivers for Bradshaw, who steps around his man. Bradshaw with great speed. Glenn Edwards is there to knock him down inside the 45-yard line. Edwards makes the saving tackle.
It was a saving tackle. Morris Bradshaw, hailing from Ohio State University, where they don't pass, made this catch, and he's got great speed. He was simply all alone over there. Stabler found him. This is a nice move that Bradshaw makes. Here's Glenn Edwards, Johnny on the spot to stop him from going all the way.
Did you notice that Paul Warfield said that he played at Ohio State where they don't pass much? John Madden he was really rooting. That was his action on the last play before Bradshaw was stopped. But it's first down on the Chargers are coming back. Pumped once, he's got all the time in the world. Throws the ball for Biletnikoff, who's there, and a fine play by Glenn Edwards again. Edwards has intercepted 2 passes, made a saving tackle, and bats that ball down. The former Steeler safety.
Well, Glenn Edwards certainly is coming in to show his worth to the San Diego Charger defensive unit. He's simply been all over the field roaming. Gets in front of Biletnikoff at the last second, bats the ball away. He's been from sideline to sideline making plays and interceptions. He's done a fine job this afternoon.
Second down and 10, and the Raiders are very much in business. Stabler has moved them from the 19-yard line down to the 41-yard line. Branch out to the left, Biletnikoff to the right. Robisky the setback with Van Egan, but Stabler's taking touchdown and throwing, and it is thrown out of bounds toward Biletnikoff. The linebacker Lowe was dropping off, and Mike Williams was in the same territory, the left cornerback. And now for the first time, Wilbur Young is coming in, and coming out is Leroy Jones. Big Wilbur Young. How big is Wilbur Young? 6'7", 275.
That's pretty big.
But Leroy Jones coming out is 6'8", 265. Third down and 10. 3 wide receivers. Biletnikoff and Bradshaw to the right and Branch to the left. And Stabler back to throw, flag down. He delivers the football intended for Casper, no good. Bob Good was on him. Don Good rather, and it was Young who was pressuring. And let's see what the officials tell us. Offside, San Diego. That'll be third down and 5. We'll check the clock. 11:26 to go in this 20-7 ball game, which San Diego leads.
Offside, 79, defense, third down.
Gary Johnson, offside. Wilbur Young has gone out, and Leroy Jones has checked back in. For those of you, and many of you were, watching Miami-Baltimore, we'll keep you up to date on that, but you know what's going on down there. 35-0 in Baltimore, and the Colts home opener. Branch left, Litwikoff to the right. Bradshaw remains in as the third wide receiver on third down. And Stabler throwing on every down. Look out, he gets the ball away, and it's coughed up. Incomplete, intended for Casper. Thought it might have been a fumble. Big hit by Horn, and Stabler is slowly getting up. It's fourth down.
Well, Ken Stabler simply is not getting the kind of time that he's accustomed to getting. San Diego is putting great pressure on him, causing him to hurry his throws. Although that ball was thrown very well, the Charger defenders were right there to make the stop, though.
Stabler is 9 for 22. 9 for 22. Fourth down. Guy is in. He's been intercepted 3 times and sacked a couple of times. Fuller is not going too deep on Guy, knowing that Ray Guy will angle toward the sidelines. On fourth down 5. He's angling toward the sidelines, and I think it gets out of bounds a little bit before he wanted it to. Official coming back inside the 10, inside the 15, all the way out to the 19-yard line. Not much gain for them. Chargers have the ball and the lead.
Stay tuned. The finals of the U.S. Open Tennis Championship. Next, Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors from Flushing Meadow. Right after the conclusion of our ball game. Here's Wersching kicking off for the San Francisco 49ers. Brian Baschnagel backing up a yard deep in the end zone. Gonna run it out. Brian to the 5, the 10, the 15, and is stopped just shy of the 20-yard line. Got a marker down. Thrown at about the 35-yard line. Well, I tell you, the field goal kickers have been awesome, huh? 5 out of 5. Thomas 3 out of 3. And Wersching is 2 out of 2. That'll be a clip here against the Chicago Bears. That's the preliminary indication from Dick Jorgensen, the referee, and that will cost the Bears because they'll move the ball back to the 10-yard line, and you want to know who did it, don't you?
Personal foul, clipping number 29 on the run back, half the distance to the goal, first down.
What's Mike Morgan doing clipping?
Well, Morgan is back there trying to lead the blocking for Baschnagel. So the Bears now 4 points down and saddled with poor field position, and Avellini so far really hasn't been able to get loosened up, and the Bears haven't run the football that well, so you'd have to say Chicago's a little bit of trouble right now. Bo Rather starts in motion. The give is to Payton, and the 49ers are looking for Payton everywhere he goes. Joe Harris, number 50, and Ed Bradley, number 54 that time. Got a third period score in the game in Los Angeles. I tell you, Atlanta is unbelievable the way they play defense. I mean, you just can't score on them. But they just can't score either. That's their problem.
So they got a problem, haven't they?
Rams leading 3-0. 13-9, San Francisco leading. Here's Avellini looking for a pass receiver, and that could have been 6 points for Joe Harris, number 50, as he was way in front of Latta, and he had nothing ahead of him down that sideline.
Oh, look at this.
I tell you, it's going to be a long year. You know, Baltimore this year, in addition, or this week, in addition to everything else, they lost George Kuntz, you know, for the year, and they lost Stan White, who's their excellent linebacker. Of course, Bert Jones didn't play in that game. This is also a fourth period score.
Holding number 64, offense, decline, third down.
There was a marker on that last play, as you heard. Ted Albrecht called for holding. 49ers decline it, which will set up a third down and 7 for the Bears at their 12. And now it's the Bears' turn to try to punch it out here, or San Francisco will come up with pretty good field position. Penalties have hurt. Harper out to the line of scrimmage, and that's about as far as he got. Nichols made the stop, number 58.
Thus far, San Francisco is proving that you can stop one man anytime. You can stop a great running back. You can stop a great wide receiver, as Neil Armstrong is finding out. And the Bears have not been able to string Peyton, and they've got to do it somewhere else. I think that's becoming a foregone conclusion.
Parsons punting from out of the end zone. Another fine kick. Fair catch is signaled by Freddie Solomon at the 49 of Chicago. So as we said, San Francisco comes up with pretty good field position as the Bears get themselves in the hole with a couple of penalties. We'll be back in just a moment.
Baseball this afternoon, the Phillies lost, but so did their closest pursuers, the Pirates. They lost their 4th in a row, so there's no difference there in the National League East. But in the American League East, you probably heard New York beat Boston 7-4. It's all tied there in the American League East. They're both 86 and 56, the Red Sox and the Yankees. National League East, as we said, stays just as it was at the beginning of the day. 4 games difference. Next Saturday, Boston at New York. Most of you will see. Some will see Montreal at Pittsburgh. That was a 16-yard punt by Ray Guy. 16 yards only. Bo Matthews carrying the ball, and you can see Billy Shields was leading the interference, and a gain of 3 yards. John Matuzak stacked that up, and Matthews is waving like he might want to come out. Bauer is going to come in for him. Hank Bauer, no relation at all to the former Kansas City Baltimore manager and New York Yankees star, carried the ball a couple of times. And 2 of the times he has carried, he scored. 2nd down 7. Bauer this time slips on a 1 tackle and makes a pretty good run. Picks up a couple of yards after which the is going to be hit the backfield by Bill Filipiano. He gets out to the 25, and it'll be 3rd down and 4. To go back to the Hank Bauer story, he was a school teacher in Oxnard, California in 1976 when he couldn't make a ball club. He's out of California Lutheran, signed as a free agent, and has had a great day. Anytime you score 2 touchdowns against a defense like the Raiders, you have had a great day. Don Woods and Lydell Mitchell are your setbacks on 3rd down and 4. Bounce has hardly been touched today. And has Joyner, who can't pick up the ball off the shootouts at the 39-yard line. Pass was not perfect, but all, I believe, Paul Warfield is certainly catchable.
The pass was not a perfect one, but it certainly was a catchable ball. It wasn't a difficult catch, although the ball was low. Joyner is a very experienced wide receiver. He finds the open spot in the zone, just can't quite come up with the catch. San Diego is going to have to punt the ball. Raiders get it back, and there's still plenty of time left.
14 of 22 for Ken Fouts. He's had a good day. Jeff West is in to kick the ball away. 4th down and 5. West standing on his 10. No flag as West is down. Now there is a flag down. And they're going to bring it all back. Has to be. They knocked down Jeff West. So Dan Fouts will get another shot at it.
Well, Jeff Barnes is the guilty party as he gets into San Diego kicker. It's going to be an automatic 1st down for the Chargers, and they maintain possession of the football.
Well, I'm sure that the San Diego defense is very thrilled about that because 9:42 to go. It gives them more of a rest along the sideline. And, of course, the Chargers will be able to wind down the clock a little bit more in this 20-7 ball game. That has the real makings of a real upset.
Certainly does.
Chargers have been standing right in there slugging it out. And the Raiders, as they did last week, making mistakes. Not there. I want to tell you, Paul Matthews was hit first of all by Ted Hendricks and then was put down. But Hendricks really plugged up the hole. Matthews was stopped at the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10. There have been 4 turnovers thus far by the Raiders. Around the league today, New England leading St. Louis 16-6. The Cardinals under Bud Wilkinson have not won one yet. Patriots trying to win their first. Miami and Baltimore 35-0. Miami winning its first. The Jets trailing Buffalo 20-14 after their big win over Miami a week ago. 2nd down and 10. Clock continues to run. 9 minutes to go. Dan Fouts back. Has the time knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Hands went up and knocked it down. Fouts has been sacked only once. That time couldn't get the ball up and over that big line. It looked like John Matuzak is the man who got his hands on the ball.
Well, the Raider defense is certainly responding to the challenge. They're not going to let San Diego maintain possession of this football. John Matuzak plays off the blocker, gets his hands up and above, and then fouls his face and bats the pass down.
A couple more scores. It is still 3-0, and there's two teams that don't score too much. And San Francisco hanging on. O.J. Simpson against Walter Payton. Bounce back, Bounce delivering the football past Johnny Rodgers at the 40-yard line. That'll be 4th down, and Jeff West, as he was moments ago, back to kick, only to be hit by a Raider, goes in to kick again. So as you said, Paul, the Raider defense is doing the job here, toughening up after the score is 20-7. And the Raider offense, which has been guilty of turning the ball over, will have to get things going. There's still a lot of time to go. 2 touchdowns would do it.
There is some time left in this ball game. 2 touchdowns will do it, but the Raiders are going to have to really get something going on this offensive series. They must score this time.
Last time they looked a little rattled, dropping the ball on the kickoff and then dropping a little swing pass out to the left. West will not have it blocked. Colsey fades back, no fair catch, 28-yard line, Wall on the far side, cuts through, and down he goes. Ridden down across the way by Jerome Doug, a substitute cornerback. 8:44 to go. Chargers lead the Raiders 20-7. We'll come back.
Few of the sun-drenched fans here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. We've got 12:34 to go. Meanwhile, down in San Diego, that surprising young San Diego team is leading Oakland 20-7. That'd be 2 losses in a row for the Raiders. 1st and 10, 49ers at the Bear 49 as the handoff went to Boykin, who got it to the 47-yard line. Pickup of 2 yards in the play before running into Ron Rydals. So San Francisco working with a 4-point lead here, 13-9. And we had a flag down, apparently. 5 yards against the 49ers.
Number 62, offense, still first down.
Illegal motion called, and Walt Downing moves it back to the San Francisco 46-yard line. It'll be 1st down, 15. Solomon to the left side, LeCount to the right. DeBerg is 7 out of 22 for 72 yards. Over the middle, and Doug Buffone's got this one. Buffone at the 45 to the 50-yard line, and Doug carries to the 45 of San Francisco.
The old pro comes through for Chicago. The quick post as he was trying to hit LeCount, and Buffone was going back to his zone, turned around, and there was the ball, and did an excellent job of hanging on to it. Sometimes those linebackers have trouble hanging on to a ball because they don't practice as much as the receivers do, but Buffone did a good job. And the Bears have a chance now. They're at the 44.5-yard line of the 49ers.
Well, the way the 49ers are loading up on Payton, you would think that Avellini's going to have to throw the ball with some success if the Bears are going to pull this one out. They've got an excellent chance here. Avellini wants to throw it. Goes down over the middle. Wide open was Rather. I don't know if the pass was thrown slightly behind him, but it looked catchable. What do you think?
Danny Bunce may have ticked the ball.
Did he tip it?
I'm not sure. We'll take a look as Rather comes across the middle where all that traffic is. This is the danger area for a wide receiver, and the ball was, we won't be able to see whether Bunce ticked it or not, but it was definitely behind him, but catchable.
So it's 2nd and 10 now for the Bears at the 45-yard line of San Francisco. Golden Richards has come into the game. He's wide to the right side. 49ers coming with the blitz. They're after Avellini. Protection is good. He gets it away, and there's nobody around. Jimmy Webb, number 74, really crashed through there and popped Avellini as he delivered the football.
Avellini has taken a few licks today. No pun on number 70, Dennis Lick, but I'll tell you, he took a shot.
Bob Avellini is 0 for 8 here in the second half. He has not completed a pass in the second half. Consequently, the 49ers defense
has been loading up on Peyton, and the Bears just haven't been able to run the football either.
I think the Bears are sending in a few plays now.
This is a 3rd and 10 for Chicago at the 45 of San Francisco. Bears are going to be penalized for offside, intended for rather, and overthrown down to the 5-yard line. Looked like somebody pulled back, start pass blocking a full count before the ball was snapped. And if that was the case, I'm sure the 49ers will say, forget it. Illegal motion against Chicago. And the 49ers decline, so that will set up the punt.
Decline, 4th down.
You never know what could happen here. Bob Parsons is the punter, but he's a former quarterback, and if you look at the statistics, he's completed, I think, over his career with the Bears is 8 out of 8 in passing.
Solomon is deep, standing back on the 10-yard line. Good snap. 49ers playing return all the way. Angle for the near sideline. Takes a big Bear bounce down to the 10, down to the 5, and it's going to be down at the 3. So a good punt by Parsons. It is down by number 85, Steve Schubert. And the 49ers will take over at that point. A lot of football next week, including Oakland with its 3rd straight road game at Green Bay, and the Chargers going on to Denver. Screen pass overthrew Pete Banaszak. On that kind of play, of course, Stabler was getting pressure as the lineman came filtering in, and he just looped it over the head of Banaszak.
Well, that was an excellent call in that situation. Charger defensive line has been putting a lot of pressure on Stabler, and he's trying to slow the rush down a little bit, but the play wasn't very well timed up between Stabler and Van Eegen.
2nd down and 10 to go. Branch and Biletnikoff both come to the right. Bradshaw, 3rd wide receiver, set back there. Banaszak in to do some blocking. Stabler gets it off and has his man across the way, Bradshaw, and Stringer takes him out of bounds. I believe that'll be a 1st down in Charger territory at the 44-yard line.
Well, Jim, they had 4 wide receivers, or 4 receivers in the ball game. They had Morris Bradshaw lined up at a running back position. He started motion left. They also had Casper at tight, and they had Biletnikoff and also Cliff Branch on the same side, the right side in the slot formation. So they have 4 receivers in the ball game at this point.
Ray Doday is pointing from this side of the field that it is a 1st down. They've not moved the sticks, and someone may have called for a measurement. Doday kept saying it's 1st down. He is the headlinesman. He is carrying the chains in the middle there. And look at the difference. 80 yards. Well, what is it? You can do it better than I can. Almost 80 yards difference in total offense thus far. And it is a 1st down. Doday was right. 8.5 minutes to go. 20-7. Chargers jumped out to the lead, tied by the Raiders in the 2nd quarter. The half ended 13-7 San Diego. No scoring in the 3rd quarter. And Hank Bauer scored his 2nd touchdown in the 4th quarter after a drive of 65 yards to make it 20-7. And these are the 1st downs. And the Raiders have done a lot of this to themselves. Give credit to the Chargers, but the Raiders have committed 4 turnovers. Punt by. Look at the play. Touchdown. There's that man Bradshaw again. And Stabler made the perfect pump and then released. And all of a sudden, with 8:26 to go, you got to say, wait a minute.
That's right. On this play, it looked like defensive back Hal Stringer was in pretty good position. When the ball was thrown, it was very high. Stringer turned around. It looked like momentarily that he lost the ball in the sun. I'm not sure whether it's true or not. He turns his back. Bradshaw cuts in front of him simply, takes it on the run, and strides the final few yards for the score.
Bradshaw takes it in.
Here's a shot of the secondary. Here's Stringer going over to pick up Bradshaw, but he gets sort of lost to turned around. Bradshaw makes the catch for the 6-pointer.
Very important extra point here for Earl Mann to make, which he does, which makes it 20-14, which means that a touchdown, of course, and the extra point on the Raiders can go ahead. 44-yard touchdown pass. 8:26 to go, and it's not over yet. Neil Armstrong, who, of course, achieved his reputation on defense, is the defensive coordinator for the Vikings for 8 years. And
well, it's beginning to look, it's going to have to be the Bear defense that does the job here. They tried a moment ago with the interception, and the offense couldn't move it. Now the 49ers are backed up to their 3-yard line after that fine punt by Parsons. And they try to get it out of there with Simpson. Or rather, make it Boykin on that particular carry. Out to the 7. Make it the 8-yard line. So pick up a 5 on the play. It'll be 2nd down 5. Doug Buffone and Tom Hicks on the stop.
That's not a bad gain down there on your own 3-yard lines to punch out for 5 yards in the first play. 2 wide receivers to the same side this time.
Boykin and O.J. Simpson are the setbacks behind the young quarterback, Steve DeBerg. Blank faking the safety blitz is up at the line of scrimmage, and he is coming. And they give us to Simpson. And that's the type of play that on a blitz can kill you every once in a while. Fortunately, Schmidt grabbed Simpson before he was able to cut back and really get going, but the 49ers got the first down and got out of the hole.
Let's take a look at a former 49er, Tommy Hart, number 53, as Plank was up there in the blitz, and you're going to see the block there by number 60, Steve Knutson. Takes Hart out of the play, allows a big hole, and he really blocked him out, didn't he?
Indeed. 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line of San Francisco. DeBerg gives it to O.J., and O.J., as a penalty marker goes down, is dropped at about the 17-yard line by Doug Buffone.
Holding against San Francisco.
Well, we've had a lot of penalties there, haven't we?
A lot of big penalties.
Prior to that play, Chicago 6 times for 70 yards, and the 49ers then penalized 7 times for a total of 66 yards. DeBerg is 7 out of 23. And we mentioned Avellini having his problems. Avellini is 5 out of 20 for 98 yards, and as we said, has not completed a pass in the second half.
Number 51, offense, half the distance to the goal, still first down.
O.J. Simpson is now past the century mark. He has 101 yards rushing. Peyton has 56 up until this point. First down, 17, as the ball goes half the distance to the goal, which is back at the 8. DeBerg retreating into the end zone, gets the screen out to Boykin. Boykin at the 10. Boykin to the 15-yard line, is caught at about the 20. They say he stepped out of bounds at the 15. Mike Hartenstein made the stop.
And there's a good block you're going to see by John Ayers as he comes out, number 68. They set up the screen, the first screen of the day, and it works nice to Boykin. He blocks Fensick right there from behind almost. And 49ers get big yardage before Boykin is knocked out of bounds. It is now 2nd and 10 because of that penalty, which turns out to be a real crucial one. The 49ers are still in the hole. The Bears are hoping they can force him to punt from deep in their own territory.
10 minutes, 23 seconds left to play in the game. 49ers leading 13-9 as they move it from their 15-yard line. Simpson gets the call. And O.J. is stopped shy of the 20 to set up a 3rd down, and the 49ers will still need 5 or 6 for the first down as Gary Campbell, number 59, and Doug Plank, number 46, collaborate on the stop. Campbell has moved in very nicely, filling the hole created by Wayman Bryant's injury.
He's done a nice job. He had 9 tackles last week, and it's not easy. The Bears are also learning a new defense. They use a lot of 3-4, although they've gone to a lot of 4-man 4-down linemen here in this game. They've mixed up their defenses quite a bit.
3rd down 5. The 30-second clock is down to 3 seconds, but DeBerg gets it off in time. The blitz is on. He gets it away. It is incomplete, but we get a flag. Let's see if it's a pass interference call as Plank reached in and tried to bat the ball away from LeCount at the 37. We'll get a chance to look at it again.
Now that was the big mistake. Livers reached over his shoulder as he came for the reception to see if he made contact first too. Pretty close, but I think he hit him before the ball arrived.
Defense, first down.
Pass interference call, and it comes once again on a 3rd down and long yardage. Big rush by Tom Hicks that time. That's a 4th period score. Stabler hitting Morris Bradshaw. First and 10. 49ers at their 37. They lead by 4. Pretty good pop there as the ball was fired loose, and Boykin actually fumbled it, but one of his offensive linemen fell on the ball. So there's a break for the San Francisco 49ers. John Ayers, number 68, fell on the fumble at the 42-yard line. And it just turns up as a 5-yard gain.
The Bears are really hitting now. He really got clobbered that time. Those backs better hang on.
Second and 5. 49ers from their 42-yard line. Boykin again turning upfield. Looks like he has enough for a first down. Tom Hicks, number 54, making the stop. Pretty good drive here by the 49ers. Good ball control drive. They're running the clock down. It started back on their 3-yard line. 8 minutes and 40 seconds left to play in the game. And Boykin has now rushed for 80 yards. So they've got over 100 out of O.J. and 80 yards out of Boykin. First and 10. San Francisco moving from its 48-yard line. Simpson. Another 5 or so. Blank number 46 and Gary Campbell number 59.
It appears that the 49ers have opted to run straight up the center or off tackle. Not much in the way of end runs, and they're doing to the Bears what the Bears did last week to the St. Louis Cardinals in the fourth quarter, driving right down the field without too much benefit from the passing game. As you look at Pete McCauley, his first tenure as a head coach.
Second down. That's a long 4 for the first down at the 47-yard line of the Bears. They're going to stick on the ground. The pitch to Simpson. Loses the ball. Who's got it? Again, San Francisco recovers the fumble. Back at their 48, they lose yardage, but it looked like it was a golden opportunity for the Bears. Steve DeBerg, I believe, wound up falling on it. Let's see.
I believe it was Tom Hicks who popped O.J. and knocked the ball loose, and the ball bounced backwards towards the 49ers. That's a break for them. Jarred the ball loose like Dick Butkus used to, and O.J. and DeBerg both there, and O.J. recovered his own fumble.
Simpson is getting arrested coming out of the ball game for the first time. He gets a nice hand. He has got to be a little weary right about now. Let's see, that's 26 carries for O.J. Simpson. Peyton carried 26 times last week against St. Louis, which was high in the league. Here's DeBerg. Straight over the middle, and Buffoon's got it again. Buffoon laterals the ball to Livers. Livers at the 50-yard line, to the 45, to the 40. Still on his feet, fighting his way to the 35. Virgil Livers comes up what could be the play of the ball game for Chicago.
And it was Doug Buffone who did the job for Chicago. Not too much pressure, but Buffone got back into his zone, came across, made the interception, then had the presence of mind to lateral off to Virgil Livers, of course a better runner, being a defensive back, and Livers breaks a tackle here. They almost tried to yank the ball loose, and it looked like he had a touchdown. There was one 49er, I believe it was Williams, number 30, who hung on for dear life, or Livers could have been gone all the way.
First and 10 at the San Francisco 35. Harper inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. 6.5 minutes left to play in the game. Eddie Lewis made the stop. Bears trailing by 4, 13-9. Peyton led the way with a good block that time. So the defense once again comes up with a big play for the Bears, and the offense tries to capitalize. 2nd and 5. Football squarely on the 30-yard line of the San Francisco 49ers. Harper pulls his way down to the 21. First down, Chicago. 49ers had the blitz working, and it backfired on them.
Rowan Harper, there's the blitz. They break the blitz, and Harper just spins and worms his way down to a first down. Almost a repeat of last week.
Vern Robertson and Chuck Chris make the stop, but the Bears are moving now. They're at the 21-yard line of San Francisco. First and 10. Greg Latta moving from the left side to the right side. Prior to the snap, Bob Avalady feeds the ball to Harper, and Harper fights his way for a few more to the 18-yard line. Cedric Hardman makes the stop.
Lionel Antoine has moved in at the offensive left tackle spot for the Bears, replacing Ted Albrecht. Oh my gosh, 42-0 Miami over Baltimore.
Imagine getting beat 38-0 and then coming back and they're losing 42-0. 2nd and 8. Bears are at the 49 or 18. Here's Avalady, who's had trouble throwing, wants to run it, and he's caught for the loss at the 20-yard line. Hardman broke through, made the tackle with an assist from Ed Gallagher, number 75, a one-time New York Jet.
Well, I think it's obvious that when the Bears go to the pass, they've been in trouble all day. That passing game has a ways to go. They've been so strong on the running game. They had a 2nd and 6 at the last situation and opted to throw the ball.
Comes now, big situation. Baschnagel comes into the lineup. The Bears, in fact, think it's so big they're going to call timeout with 4:43 left to play in the game. They will have a 3rd down and a little more than 10 needed for the 1st down at the San Francisco 21 when we come back right after this.
The Buffalo Bills have really come alive after a sluggish start starting the second half. Yet they still trail the Jets by 14-13. 7 minutes and 59 seconds to go in this football game, and the clock is running.
And right now, they are within field goal range. If Dempsey hits it straight, he's got the leg to put it that far. It would be a 50-yard field goal if they kicked it right now.
Bills have had the ball more than 5 minutes on this current drive. It's 1st and 10 at the 32. It's a double wing formation. Back to pass is Ferguson, looking downfield to throw long. He does down to the goal line. It's in for a touchdown. Touchdown. Larry Walton grabbed it at the goal line and went in. Touchdown. The Buffalo Bills have gone ahead. The Buffalo Bills now lead 19-14. Burgess Owens defending on the play, but he got beat. And this crowd here of 50,000 is just going wild.
And rightfully so, they should go wild, Marty. I don't think that I would have believed if somebody told me that the general squad of the New York Jets would play a flat ball game throughout the 60 minutes. But generally, that's what's happened.
A 93-yard drive for these Bills. They started from their own 7, you recall. Here's the point after attempt coming up. Dempsey missed the last one. Snap placed down and threw this up, and this one is good. The score, the Buffalo Bills 20, the New York Jets 14.
This is Malone stringing it out. He's in, touchdown. Coming over was Blackwood, but he couldn't stop him. And so Art Malone scores the 6th.
Time permitting, NFL report. Highlights and all of today's scores once this game is over. Well, Paul Warfield said that the Raiders would have to score on that possession. They must have heard you. They already knew it anyway. They did score. 44-yard touchdown pass. And now that Charger offense will be charged with holding onto the football. Very dangerous kick returner. Johnny Rodgers getting outside, picking up good yardage for him, putting his head down. And a good 25 to 26-yard return to Rodgers out to the 31-yard line. And now the Chargers, looking at the clock, realize that they better generate something.
Well, the Chargers just cannot rely on the clock. They must not only control this football, but they must score either 3 points or 6 points, because the Raiders have a very explosive offense, and they can put points on the board in a hurry.
They missed, meaning the Chargers, a 29-yard field goal attempt, and they missed an extra point, which has them in deeper trouble than they might have been. First down. Whoops, no place to go. Lydell Mitchell finds out that it's tough to run the football against those Raiders, but being in the American Football Conference, he's known that for some time. Stacked up well by Monty Johnson. No gains, 2nd down and 7. And that's just the kind of score, or play, I should say, that the Raiders won. Malone has scored on a 5-yard run. It's 42-0, and they've still got 7 minutes to go in that ball game. Miami leading Baltimore. Benny Malone. We've written down Maloney, but Benny Malone will, pardon me. Fouts with time, delivers the football, has Rodgers. No good, incomplete at the 47-yard line. With Charles Phillips over to defend on the play. And now Fouts and company are in trouble. It is 3rd down and 10. They must hold on to the football, or with better than 7 minutes to go, they'll give it back to dangerous Oakland.
It looks like the Raiders will get the football in pretty good field position if they're able to hold San Diego on this down.
And now, referring back to what we said on NFL 78, we have seen number 83, John Jefferson, the rookie out of Arizona State, come in. He's going out to the right side of your screen. Let's see if Fouts, who has all the confidence in the world in this rookie, goes to him or to Charlie Joyner. He's looking. He gets the ball away to Don Woods, who cannot hold on to it. It would not have been a first down. The pressure is so great. The coverage is so good. Fouts could only come to the back coming out of the backfield. And now Jeff West will have to kick it away again. And 7:24 now show. And Fouts is now 14 for 27. At one time, he was 14 for 22. And Colesy goes back. And the Raiders now, and I'm sure their fans back home are thinking, this is the moment. We're down only by 6. We're getting the football back, and there's a lot of time to go.
Certainly is, and the momentum really has shifted within the last several minutes of this ball game.
It has been the Chargers nearly all the way until now. West gets the ball away. Not a great kick. It'll bound at about 35 and go out of bounds on a 33.5-yard line. No, not bad field position at all for the Raiders, who trot onto the field after that 32-yard punt by Jeff West.
First and goal to go for New York Jets at the 4-yard line. A tight wing T formation. Handoff goes to Durkin. Durkin drives off guard, goes down to the 3-yard line, and he stopped. The 3 or 2.5-yard line. The clock is running, shows a minute and 22 seconds, and the clock continues to run. The Jets are down by 6 points. Tony Green and Doug Jones, the safety men, came up to make the tackle. It's exactly 2.5 yards out. The tail of the football is resting right near the 3-yard hash mark. So it's second and goal to go, 2.5 yards away. The Jets break the huddle and go to the line of scrimmage. The ball is right on the right hash mark. Driving to our right. A wing T formation, a tight wing T. The running backs are Durkin and Long. Signals being called by Todd. The clock is running, shows 54 seconds. Back to pass goes Todd. He throws over the middle. Touchdown! Touchdown! The Jets have scored with G. Barkham. A fake handoff into the line. Barkham slipped through. They threw over the line. The ball game is tied at 20. Here comes the point after attempt. And you knew it was going to happen, Marty, the way he set up that play-action pass, and that's how he scored last week against the Miami Dolphins, except last week he used Shooter. This time he used Jerome Barkham. Play-action pass to his tight end. A good call by Richard Todd. 50 seconds to go in this football game. The teams are lining up for the point after. Matt Robinson will hold. Pat Leahy will kick. It's all tied at 20. Now signals are being called. They're set. Ball of snap, placed down, is kicked, it's up, it is good, it's good. The Jets lead 21-20. Wow. The score, the New York Jets 21, the Buffalo Bills 20.
20-14, the Chargers. Bradshaw, right, and Branch to the left. And Van Egan making a nice run. After nearly being trapped inside the 35, he gets out to the 38-yard line. A gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Dean and Johnson put him down.
Well, the Oakland Raiders go back to their other strategy. After getting the quick touchdown, they're going back to the ground game with Mark Van Egan. They want to use up as much time on the clock as possible, but yet they want to move towards the goal line.
And on 2nd down and 6, Paul, they brought in a 3rd wide receiver. You now have Bradshaw, Branch, and Biletnikoff in there, as well as Casper. Last time, remember, Bradshaw swung out in motion from his backfield spot and does so again. And Stabler goes back. Looking for Casper and throws just by him. As Don Good, the linebacker, was pursuing him.
Well, the new rule this year was supposed to give David Casper a little bit more freedom, but he finds it pretty rough going getting out of here. It's a good chuck right there. Looks for the ball's thrown a little bit hurriedly, just can't pick it up. Stabler was really rushed on that play also.
Well, here's a play. 3rd down and 5, 6:26 to go. Chargers want desperately to stop them. The Raiders want desperately to get the first down. It's 3rd down. Bradshaw in motion to the right this time. Is looking toward Bradshaw. Delivers the ball to Casper. Cannot hold on to it. It would have been a first down at the 46-yard line. Ball a little thrown past him, but Casper got his hands out and could not hold on to it.
He certainly did. Looked like Casper was going to come up with another fine catch, but linebacker Bob Horn was there. Johnny on the spot made it difficult for David. The ball was thrown just over Horn's hands, and Casper couldn't quite get it. Still plenty of time.
Fourth down, Fuller goes deep. Guy is back to punt. He's been averaging nearly 47 yards a punt. Fuller is deep. 20-14, the Chargers. Ray Guy puts his foot into another beauty. He had a 69-yarder. Fuller at the 8-yard line comes straight back upfield, gets across the 20 to about the 21. Now Dan Phelps will try to get the Chargers out there and try to eat off some of the time on the clock.
That's a fourth quarter score. Los Angeles still hanging on to that 3-0 lead, which they had in the first half. Big play coming up here. Golden Richards has come into the lineup for the Bears. It is third down and a little more than 10 for the first down at the San Francisco 21-yard line. Payton and Harper in the backfield. Avellini back to throw it, rushes on. Pass is completed to Scott for the first down at the 9-yard line. He went out of bounds at the 8. It'll be first and goal for the Bears. Anthony Leonard and Eddie Lewis back there defending. A lot of pressure.
Avellini's best play of the game. Under pressure, Elam almost had him. He had to adjust and move out from Elam. No, not Elam. It was number 75, Ed Gallagher, and then throw the ball to Scott, who had adjusted his pattern to the quarterback. Good play by the Bears. Avellini's best of the game.
It came at the right time. That's his first pass completion of the second half, and the Bears have a first and goal at the 7-yard line. Avellini hands off to Payton, and Payton hurdles into the line to the 4. Pickup of 3. It'll be second and goal to go.
It was partly a hurdle and partly being upended as Payton went up and over. He took the hurdle and then got hit in midair and the somersault.
So he hurdled and was upended.
Fun and games in Candlestick Park.
Nose of the ball just inside the 5-yard line. Second down, goal to go. Chicago trailing by 4. 4:02 left to play in the game. Harper to the 4, maybe the 3-yard line. Field goal won't help the Bears here. They need the touchdown. Be interesting if they get down to the situation now where they don't pick up the first down, say on this play. Do you take what amounts to almost a cinch field goal and get within 1 point with 3 minutes and 45 seconds?
Well, the Bears have only 2 timeouts left, I believe. According to the scoreboard, they only have 2 timeouts, so they couldn't stop the clock 3 times. I think you got to go for it.
Third down, goal to go from the 3. See if Avellini puts it up. He rolls to his right. He floats it out for Payton at the 1-yard line. Out of bounds inside the 1. Robertson saved the touchdown by pushing him out of bounds inside the 1.
A super grab by Payton as Avellini on the partial rollout. He's covered by Robertson, and the pass was right there. So is Robertson. And Walter hangs on, concentrates on the ball, and let's take a look. Hard to tell, but it looks like he was out right before he got to the goal line. So now the Bears are inches from the touchdown on 4th down. What are they going to do? Hurdle Payton over the top of the line. Avellini on the quarterback sneak. Fake to Payton, give it to Harper straight up. You got 3 choices.
They've got perhaps the best offensive line in all of pro football. You figure they've got perhaps the best runner in pro football. So, well, we'll see. We will see in a moment. Bears are going to call time here to talk this one over. And don't forget, as soon as this football game ends, we'll be going to Flushing Meadow in New York for the men's finals of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors battling it out. And you can watch it on CBS. 13-9, San Francisco leading by 4. 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. And the Bears with a 4th down and inches from the goal line.
The Bears have 2 tight ends, but the distance is so short you would have to imagine that they would go basically straight ahead with inches to go. Anytime you go off tackle or you try the end run, you can get knifed. and suffer a 2-yard loss. Of course, it can take you in with it being untouched, but I would say so short that you've got to go basically straight
Now,
ahead.
obviously, San Francisco's looking for the run up the middle, right? Abilene's had problems throwing it. Do you think he can get a receiver wide open if he floated somebody out into the corner?
I don't think they would take the risk. I don't think they would take the risk.
Of course, if you drop it in the end zone, you give them the ball out to 22, don't you? Here we go. Biggest play of the football game. 4th and goal inches for the go-ahead touchdown. It is Harper, and Harper scores! The Bears lead with 3 minutes and 23 seconds to go as they capitalize on the second pass interception by Doug Buffon.
And it was Dan Neal who got the spike. Here's the handoff to Harper, dives up and over, good blocking. Walter Payton helped his teammate get in, and Harper's in, and Dan Neal, number 52, of course, got the ball because the Bears have that tradition. Hand the ball to a lineman, let him spike it. The Bears have the lead with 3:23 left in the game.
Here's Bob Thomas to try the extra point as Chicago leads it 15-13. Daschnagel puts it down. The kick is good. So it is a 3-point edge, but we had a flag down. Another penalty marker down here with just over 3 minutes left to play. A lot of things could happen. Certainly with a 3-point differential here, the possibility of sudden death also looms.
Apparently it's against Chicago.
Holding against the Bears. That put a little more pressure on Bob Thomas. This is a big extra point.
It certainly is, because a field goal could win it for San Francisco if the Bears do not make the extra point here.
Well, a reversal of the usual roles as Walter Payton led the way that time.
Here he goes. Nice block. Straightens up his man. And in goes Harper. Anthony Leonard probably has a sore chin.
Offense, one more try.
All right, we'll go along with that. Dick Jorgensen, the holding call going against Doug Buffon.
And that was a big penalty.
This amounts to now a 29-yard field goal attempt for this extra point try. He's got it. Bob Thomas with a splendid afternoon for the Chicago Bears. 3 out of 3 in the field goal department. And that, of course, was the Bears' first touchdown. But we've still got a long ways to go. 3 minutes, 23 seconds to be precise.
And that was 29 yards. That's almost like another field goal. 4 for 4.
It's been a wild football game. Right now, the score is Buffalo 20, the New York Jets 14. 2 minutes remain in the game. The Jets have a first down on the Bills' 36-yard line. Seesaw all the way. The first score coming on an 86-yard interception of a pass by Charles Romes. Made it 7-0 Bills. The Jets came back to score on a deflected pass thrown from Todd to Barkham, tied it at 7-7. Then a 36-yard pass, Todd to Gaffney, made it 14-7 Jets at the start of the third quarter. A 63-yard drive and a missed point after by Tom Dempsey made it 14-13. And then a 93-yard drive by the Buffalo Bills put the Bills out in front by a score of 20-14, where it is right now. The touchdown coming on a 32-yard pass from Ferguson to Walton. So it's been wild, and here we are in the final 2 minutes.
And he's got to put the ball in the air. He cannot run the ball. They haven't run that well today, and it's going to take too much time, so they've got to throw it in the air. And I think the thing to do would be to go to that tight end. If that tight end is not open, come to your setbacks and have him get out of bounds. But put the ball in the air.
Well, the Jets show some spark as they go to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line of the Buffalo Bills. The Jets trailing by 6, 20-14. Regular pro set. Signals are being called. Gaines and Harper on the running backs now. Todd goes back to pass on first down. Steps into the pocket. Throws down the middle. It's caught by Gaffney at the 8. No, he's jarred loose from the ball. He had the ball. They ruled it an incomplete pass. It's ruled an incomplete pass.
I'll tell you, the officials are going to have problems getting out of this stadium if they keep things going like that. It's a correct call. It's a judgment call by the officials. He's right on the spot, but the crowd and the Buffalo bench do not agree with the last 2 calls that the officials have made.
Had they ruled it a completed pass, it would have been recovered on a fumble by the Buffalo Bills. but it's ruled an incomplete pass at the 18-yard line. Incomplete. So it's 2nd and 10 at the 36-yard line. Scott Durkin is back on the lineup, replacing Bruce Harper. 2nd and 10 at the 36. Time remaining, 1:51. Signals being called by Todd. Michael wide to the right side is Walker. Split left end. Gaffney back to pass is Todd. Being rushed hard. He throws on the run. It's stopped by one of the Bills. Again, Mario Clark had the ball right in his hands, intended for Wes Walker. The ball hit the chest of Mario Clark, and he just dropped it at the 25-yard line. On the play, Todd was very heavily pressured, had all he could do to get rid of that football, and threw it poorly. And they were pressured by Dennis Johnson, the second Dennis Johnson on his football squad. He's in a defensive tackle position, rushing very, very strong. He's a good pass rusher, and that's what they're going to use him for. In situations where they need the big pass rush, Dennis Johnson will come in, and he's in there now. It's 3rd and 10 at the 36-yard line. 1 minute and 46 seconds to go in the ballgame. Buffalo leads 20-14. The Jets threaten on every play. They're 6 points down at the 36 of the Bills. Todd calling signals. 3rd down, 3rd and 10. He goes back to pass, Todd does. Again, the big rush. He throws it deep down to the left side, way down for Gaffney. He's got it at the 5. He's in at the 4. He stopped at the 4-yard line. It's 1st and goal to go at the 4. Time remaining, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Now, that was a Todd of last week. That was a well-thrown football. He hit the outside seam, and he's right between the deep coverage and the short coverage. A well-thrown football. Timeout by the New York Jets. Time is out. 1 minute and 30 to go in the game. The score, Buffalo 20, the New York Jets 14. Let's take a WOR sponsor break.
Defeated Cleveland. The Pittsburgh Steelers undefeated. San Diego hoping to be undefeated, and Oakland trying to win its first at Green Bay, and Green Bay is undefeated. Fouts is back. Fouts loops it out. Oh, he's got his man here. That's Don Woods. Woods gets important yardage at the 30-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and very short. It is very close to a 1st down even now at the 30-yard line. And the clock shows 6 minutes exactly left to go.
That's the kind of yardage that the Chargers need to control this football, picking up 8 or 9 yards on 1st down. That makes the play selection or the call on 2nd and 3rd down a little bit easier.
Johnny Rodgers brings the play in from the bench. Rodgers comes out to the left, Joyner to the right. Second down and inches. Don Woods trying to get those inches. Hendricks dragged him down. Ted Hendricks, you've seen him do that a lot of times, has done it a couple of times today. Put his hands out, and with his sheer strength, he's tall but not too heavy, but with his sheer strength simply pulled the running back down. And Don Woods is no small man at 204 pounds.
Ted Hendricks is noted for that kind of play. Fine linebacker, has great range. He just can't seem to outrun the length of his arms.
Well, that's how far they go. The left hand there of Mark Bright, the referee, is that far from the stake, and it's another big 3rd down play. And here comes Hank Bauer in again, along with Lawrence Barnes. And the guess from up here, and I think we're allowed a guess or two, aren't we, would be that Hank Bauer, who's gotten a tough yardage each time he's carried it, twice for touchdowns, and once when it looked like he was going to be hit in the backfield by Villapiano, had made good yardage. At 37 would get the ball. But they've got 3 backs in there now, and 2 setbacks. Matthews stays in. He's had a good day. Let's see, 3rd and inches. And it's Matthews. Guess is wrong, but the call is right as Matthews gets the 1st down. Out to the 33-yard line. The clock continues to run. 5.5 minutes to go.
Well, the Chargers are going to run a little more time off the clock. They gained a 1st down. They need at least 2 more 1st downs. Get the ball at least across the 50-yard line before they can start to rest a little bit easy.
On the far sideline, the Raider offense just hoping for a chance to get the football back, and soon. 1st down for the Chargers. Fouts. Fouts is going for the sideline, and there's the man. Charlie Joyner, 2nd catch of the day, but what a big catch. at the 48-yard line. First down, yet another first down.
Not only was this a big catch, but Charlie Joyner went out of bounds, and that's going to create a little bit of problem for the Chargers because it stops the clock. But it was a big catch. He catch the ball across the 50-yard line, and pretty soon they're going to be moving into field goal territory.
21 first downs for the Chargers, and a field goal would be sufficient for them, perhaps. They'd rather have a touchdown, but a field goal certainly would help. Raiders are trying to put the stoppers on the Chargers. The blitz is on. The Woods has the football, and Woods makes good yardage. 6 or 7 yards and moves into Raider territory, and now the clock continues to roll. 4 minutes and counting, less than 4 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take a look at Phil Villapiano. He's moving laterally across field, searching out and trying to get to the ball. He usually gets to the ball and gets his man. Oakland is starting to use a few gambling defenses now. They're sending a few people, some of their linebackers, and they're trying to get the ball away from the San Diego Chargers.
Well, Matthews gets a rest. Hank Bauer, 37, takes his place. Look at the difference in rushing. 2nd down and 3 to go. And there is Hank Bauer, and Bauer is close to the first down. Matuzak rolls him down at the 42-yard line, very near a first down.
We're seeing some character in the San Diego Charger offensive line and also in their running backs. This is the time they really need to be tested, see if they can come through, and they're maintaining possession of the football.
Bauer reminds me of the kind of running that Pete Banaszak of Oakland does and Don McCauley of Baltimore does. You need that short, tough yardage. Give it to the man, and he has picked up yet another first down at the 42-yard line. 3 minutes and 10 seconds in this 20-14 upset in the making. Rodgers to the right, Jordan to the left, but the Chargers have to hold on to the football. Stabler and company are lethal. And Fouts has his man. Woods knocked down immediately, but he picked up 4 or 5 yards before Monty Jackson, playing that right cornerback spot almost since Willie Brown was called for a legal chuck back in the first half. Jackson, the All-Pro, who went to San Diego State and was with the Rams.
Monty Jackson read that play real well. He was right up there to make the tackle. I wouldn't advise Dan Fouts to throw that one too many more times because he may guess right with him.
2nd down and about 6 to go. Jefferson back in. Joyner has made 2 clutch catches today. Is to the left. Fouts hands to Matthews, and there's Matuzak. John Matuzak has knocked down a pass. Has upended a ball carrier twice. In the last half dozen or more plays the Chargers have had offensively. Time has been called, and we're down to the 2-minute mark. When we come back, it's 3rd down 7.
The clock is stopped. The Bills have the ball for 1 play, and they don't seem to be ready for it. They're not ready for it. They have 1 play coming up here at the 40-yard line, and here it is. Now, I don't know what they can do about it. They're going to be 11 defensive players spread out all over the field. Well, they can't kick a field goal from...
The first thing they got to do is get 11 offensive people on the field of play. They're not there. They're just jogging on the field very, very slowly. He just put the ball, this is one of these things you hope and pray. A lot of things can happen now. You could get a penalty. They could throw a deep ball, and you can get a pass interference penalty. A lot of things could happen.
Here we see the Jets have 3 men at the line of scrimmage and 8 men spread from the Bills 40 to the Jets 25.
It looks like they look when they're taking exercise to start the ball game.
Oh, when they receive a kickoff. Well, here's the last play with 1 second to go. The Jets are leading 21-20. And play must be completed. Ferguson goes back to pass, looking downfield to throw, and he throws long way down the left side, way downfield, going out of bounds. And the ball game is over. The Jets have won it. They've won one of the wildest football games I've ever seen. Not well played from the Jets' point of view at all. They fought it out, they lucked it out, and they won it. That's the end of the game, and the score, the New York Jets 21, the Buffalo Bills 20.
Well, the 49ers have plenty of time. 3:23, they have 3 timeouts, although I don't think they would use them much in the first series, so that if they lose the ball, they could stop the clock 3 times.
That 4 counters match has just started at the U.S. Open Tennis Championships in Flushing Meadow. They're still in the first set. Of course, they play 3 out of 5, so you'll get a chance to see a lot of tennis.
Neil Armstrong looks a little bit excited. I would be, wouldn't you? He would be 2 for 2 in the NFL as a head coach if the Bears hang on to win this game.
You wake up tomorrow morning, the Bears and Green Bay, of all people, on top of the Central. Wouldn't that be something?
And Minnesota could possibly lose to Denver tomorrow night, so who knows? Detroit's 1-1. And look at this. There had to be a personal foul on San Francisco on the extra point.
That's what happened. That's a 15-yard penalty. A 15-yard penalty against San Francisco on the extra point try, so that's assessed on the kickoff here, so Thomas will be kicking off from midfield.
And that's why Neil Armstrong got a little excited. That's twice that I've seen him be excited today, and both times it was very crucial.
LeCounte watches this one sail out of the end zone, and the 49ers will put it in play at the 20. Now the first set, as well, it's still in progress. Not over yet. Connors leading Borg in the first set. That's 3 out of 5 in the U.S. Open Men's Championships. And Connors leading 5-4. And again, we'll cut to that as soon as the ball game is over.
Miami will beat Baltimore 42-0.
I'd like to be in Baltimore this week and be associated with their ball club. All right, Steve DeBerg now, who is thrown a couple of interceptions. Both picked off by Doug Buffone under pressure. Hand off to O.J. Simpson, and Simpson is captured at the 23-yard line by Hartenstein. 49ers have run the ball exceedingly well against the Chicago Bears, but I don't think they're going to do it by running here because the clock is working against them. Exactly 3 minutes left to play in the game.
The thing about DeBerg being a young quarterback, both times he kind of threw into the coverage with the linebackers coming across, making those interceptions. That's inexperience, and that's hurt the 49ers.
Simpson's got 108 rushing, and Boykin's got 80. As DeBerg is back to throw, another marker is down. Simpson out to the 28-yard line, 2 yards short of the first down. But a penalty marker was thrown at the line of scrimmage. Tom Hicks, the middle linebacker, made the stop. DeBerg is 8 out of 24 for 80 yards and a couple of costly interceptions, and the penalty is against San Francisco. Rams finally scored a touchdown against Atlanta and lead the Falcons in the fourth quarter 10-0. So here's the walk-off against San Francisco. 5 yards moves him back to the 18-yard line.
Number 81, offense, still second down.
Ken McAfee, the tight end, was in motion.
That's the 10th penalty on San Francisco today.
2 minutes and 40 seconds left to play in the game. Bears leading 16-13. They were trailing at halftime 10-6. DeBerg puts it up in the air. Screen out to Boykin. Boykin is at the 20-yard line and derailed at the 22 as the Bears played that very nicely. Gary Fensick moved through to jam it up. That's a final score. Jets make it 2 in a row as they beat Buffalo 21-20. Third down, and the 49ers still need 8 for the first down. The play picked up 7, but of course they were set back 5 on the penalty.
If DeBerg thinks there was a lot of linebackers on the underneath coverage before, he better watch out this time. They'll be all over the place.
We'll have the 2-minute warning right now before they get the playoff. Clock running down to 2 minutes left to play. With Chicago leading San Francisco 16-13 as Steve DeBerg comes over to have a word with his coach, Pete McCulley. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hands the ball off. Woods carries the ball for a couple of yards, and we're going to have another one of those third down and nearly 5-yard situations again. Bauer comes in. Artie Owens comes in. Oh, that's fourth down. I beg your pardon. Fourth down. They all come in. Jeff West out there. The ball at the 37-yard line. On 3rd and 5, they picked up perhaps a yard. And Jeff West letting that clock run. Let's see if he runs it to the 25-second mark and takes the penalty and just takes an extra 5 yards or not. Waiting. Nope, he did not take the penalty. He does angle it, goes straight up in the air. This will be a tough kick because it goes way out of bounds, and Jeff West gets not too much yardage, only about 12 yards, 15 yards, 17 yards on the punt. A 17-yard punt. Well, 1 minute, 7 seconds to go. Can the Raiders do it? We'll see. 15 times. Well, we're trying to figure out how many times Oakland has run the ball. The computer said if they ran the ball 48 times, they'd win by 2 touchdowns. The press box says Oakland has only run the ball 18 times. And our statistician says 20. They haven't run it anywhere close. And you know it's all gone well. And Stabler's back to throw now. Stabler throws for Casper, and off his right hand, the ball was thrown past Dave Casper. Stops the clock. 1 minute and 1 second to go. And it is second down, 10 from the 20-yard line.
All right, here's the pass again. They've got 4 receivers in the ball game, and that gives them a little less protection to work with. Stabler hurried the ball. It was off the fingertips of Dave Casper.
You know, we're right. Oakland has run the ball only 18 times in this ball game. Last year, when San Diego upset them, they ran the ball 58 times. They've run the ball 53 times today. Stabler back. He's got to go long, and look out, it may be intercepted up for Bradshaw. Upshaw comes down with Bradshaw comes down with it. Bradshaw at the 32-yard line, and it stops the clock as Morris steps out of bounds at the 32 with 54 seconds to go, and they've got a first down.
Well, that play could have gone either way. San Diego certainly had good coverage on this play, but Bradshaw, ball's batted up in the air right there. Bradshaw has enough presence to stay with it, catch the ball, and then get out of bounds and stop the clock.
Jerome Dove, who had a chance at it, put him out of bounds. Oh, 54 seconds to go, 20-14, San Diego, Oakland. Stabler, over the middle. Banaszak, his money player, another first down across the 45-yard line, out to the 46. Time quickly called. 45 seconds to go. And they're 54 yards away. And because of the length, and we don't mind it because it's been an exciting game, the Sperry Rand NFL report will not be seen today. Pete Banaszak coming out of the backfield.
Pete Banaszak fakes a block right here and then slides right out into the pattern. Stabler looks downfield, then fires the ball to Banaszak, and Banaszak gets a nice block from Dave Casper. You don't quite see it. He carries for an extra 3 or 4 more yards before being brought down.
Stabler talking to John Madden. Final score, Miami 42. Baltimore's failed to score in their first 2 games and have given up 80 points. Other scores. Cleveland defeated Cincinnati 13-10. Pittsburgh took Seattle 21-10. Dallas over the New York Giants 34-24. Washington beat Philadelphia 35-30. Houston beat Kansas City 20-17. Green Bay took New Orleans 28-17. New England leads St. Louis, 4th quarter 16-6. More scores in a moment. We've got 45 seconds to go in this one. At the 46-yard line, Stabler back. Has time, pumps, throws over the middle. Joe Stewart, the rookie out of Missouri, inside the 30-yard line, down to the 27-yard line. Hold it, that's Raymond Chester. Not number 80, but rather number 88, Raymond Chester. And Glenn Edwards makes the tackle.
Well, Oakland seems to just have a surplus of pass receivers, and that's Raymond Chester, a big guy who can make the catch and can go all the way.
33 seconds to go.
Chester lined up tight that time, got by the linebacker who was lined up right on his head and on his nose, worked his way free down the middle for another big gainer, and Oakland is down inside of San Diego territory.
50 seconds to go. The New York Jets have gone out in front of Buffalo 21-20 on Richard Todd's 3rd touchdown pass, his 2nd to Jerome Barkham. Los Angeles now leads Atlanta 10-0 with 7 minutes to go. Colin Bryant has scored the game's only touchdown on a 1-yard run. And San Francisco has fallen behind to Chicago 16-13 with 3.5 minutes to go in that ball game. Our score is 20-14. San Diego, 33 seconds to go. First down at the 27, and you know, I know, everybody knows it takes a touchdown and the extra point for the Raiders to win this one. Field goal does no good at all. First down. Stabler loops it downfield and past Raymond Chester. Chester having to be guarded by the outside linebacker, Don Good. Stops the clock. It took 2 seconds off the scoreboard.
Well, it only took 2 seconds off the scoreboard clock, but Stabler had to throw that ball a little bit sooner than he really wanted to. The Raiders are employing this 4-receiver offense right now. It gives them one less blocker in the backfield. San Diego's applied a lot of pressure to Ken Stabler all day long, and Stabler had to get rid of the ball in a hurry in that instance.
Stop the clock. Biletnikoff, wide to the right. Stabler back. Stabler has a lot of time and throws, and Biletnikoff comes back and takes the ball inside the 15-yard line at the 14-yard line, and that is a first down with 16 seconds to go, and that ball was right off the shoe tops of Biletnikoff. But as Paul Warfield and everybody's been saying for some time, it is a money ball player, Biletnikoff, and he made a money catch.
Well, you just know in troubled times that Ken Stabler is going to go to number 25. He's made a lot of these catches just like this, the impossible kind. But time and time again, he makes it. Here's another look at Stabler. He's looking all the way for Fred Biletnikoff. Waits, recocks, throws the ball. Biletnikoff comes back, makes a great catch.
16 seconds to go. Executive producer of NBC's football is Don Omeyer. Today's telecast produced by David Stern, directed by Barry Stoddard. Technical director Wayne McDonald, associate director Jim Marcioni. As we're going to have to leave you in a hurry, and I would imagine the Chargers might say, get out of here now and call a game right now. This is tough. 16 seconds to go. The Raiders have rushed for 84 yards only, but Stabler has passed for 265 yards. The Wonderful World of Disney's, and I love the name of the show, Donald Duck Quacks Up, will be seen immediately on most of these stations following the conclusion of our telecast today. Rance to the left, Biletnikoff to the right. 15 seconds to go. Stabler back. Stabler looks into the end zone, and it's overthrown. Biletnikoff back there. Fine defensive play by Mike Williams also, number 29. 10 seconds to go in this 20-14 ball game. Stops the clock.
Stabler's going back. He's looking again for Fred Biletnikoff, but Mike Williams just holds his position and makes a fine play on the ball and bats the ball away from Freddie's hands at the last moment. Here's another look at it from a different angle. Biletnikoff, well shadowed by Mike Williams.
Give a lot of credit to that offensive line of the Raiders. Stabler's having time to throw, and that is dangerous. Bradshaw comes wide to the right. Bradshaw wide to the right. Stabler back to throw. Stabler now being harassed for the first time and gets rid of the ball. Ball is loose, still loose. Picked up, kick into the end zone. And we'll see what happens there. Simply touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown Raiders. Touchdown Raiders.
That's almost unbelievable.
You will not believe the replay when you see it. The ball was ruled not a forward pass, but a fumble by Stabler, which should have given the ball up, but it was kicked around and wound up in the end zone. There is no time left on the clock. They've still got to kick the extra point. It is 20-20. Crocro's coming out. You won't believe it.
Here's the play again. Stabler's going back in the pocket. Can't find anybody open. He starts to slide out of the pocket. Number 51, Woodrow Lowe is after him. Hits his arm. Knocks the ball out of his hand. The ball is now loose. Banaszak can't hold on to it. The ball is sort of pushed forward. There's Dave Casper trying to find the handle, and he just simply falls on it in the end zone for 6 points for the Raiders.
Arrowman, time is out. If he makes it, the ball game is over. The Raiders win it. If he doesn't make it, we go into overtime. The crowd wondering how such a thing could happen. The kick is up and good, and the Raiders have won it. Oakland wins it 21-20 on an unbelievable play. A great defensive play turned into a touchdown for the Oakland Raiders. Well, Southern California upset, Northern California happy, and the rest of the country amazed And let's look at it one more time, or maybe two more times.
The San Diego Sheriff's Office asks that you please drive very carefully on your way home.
Okay, here's Ken Stabler dropping back into the pocket. He slides out of the pocket. He's being pursued by Woodrow Lowe. Lowe hits his arm. He does not throw the ball forward. The ball pops out of his hands. Banaszak tries to pick it up. He can't get it. There's Casper. He's trying to pick it up, and finally he just falls on it. Unbelievable play. Here's Stabler again. One more look at this unbelievable play in the last second. Stabler looking for someone, still looking, has the ball jarred out of his hand. Banaszak tries to pick it up, but he cannot pick the ball up. And there in the end zone, David Casper falls on it.
Some people may say Banaszak shoveled the ball. I think if you look again as we back up and watch Casper there, if we can go a little bit more, it looked as though Banaszak, as he got it, was hit, and that's why the ball went forward. Whatever. The ball was ruled by the officials down there as that it is a touchdown for the Raiders, and you'll see this on every highlight all week long and in the nightmare streams of Tommy Prothro.
Okay, one more look at it here. Banaszak comes into the picture, but he is being hit by number 71 there. That's Lindsey Mason.
Can you believe the fact that after 4 turnovers, 3 interceptions, and a fumble, that the Chargers finally came up with a fine defensive play, forcing Stabler to fumble, only to have the fumble.
Two-minute warning has gone to both benches, and Jimmy Connors has won the first set against Bjorn Borg in the U.S. Open Tennis Finals, 6-4. That's just the start, and you're going to see a lot of tennis as soon as this football game ends. Big play here in San Francisco with a 3rd down 8. Upcoming at their 22-yard line. And DeBerg, who's been interception prone, he threw 3 last week. He's thrown 2 today, and he's back to throw again. Good protection. Sideline toss at the feet of O.J. Simpson is incomplete. Doug Buffon goes over and gives O.J. a little shot.
Well, now they're faced with a 4th down situation in their own territory, with still 3 timeouts to go. And apparently San Francisco is going to go for it. Their biggest success has been the down and in about 15 yards with the wide receivers. That's one place they've had some room. But they got to watch out for those linebackers.
4th down and 8. 49ers going forward with 1:55 left to play. And they trail by 3 points. They've got to keep this drive going. Young Steve DeBerg looking, still looking. It is caught at the 37-yard line in front of the Bears bench. I had to hesitate for a moment or so. It looked like that pass was low and might have been trapped. Let's see.
A sensational grab by O.J. Simpson as DeBerg had all day. He waits. Finally, and it was a low pass. You're going to see him just scoop it and bobble the ball, but he hangs on for the first down. The game could have been all over right there, and he takes his punishment from Doug Plank, but the 49ers are still alive, and that's why O.J. Simpson is one of the greatest.
Patriots and the Cardinals are now final. New England wins its first. St. Louis loses its second. So the 49ers keep the suspense alive. With 1:35 left to play in the game, they have a first down at their 37-yard line. Looked for a moment like that pass is so low that Simpson trapped it. But what he did was he caught it about ankle high and then kind of juggled it up and then caught it waist high. As you saw in the replay, DeBerg has a word with McCulley and Tom Hicks, the Bear middle linebacker, over to talk to Neil Armstrong. And this is, they say, is fingernail biting time. Our producer, Tom O'Neill, today here in San Francisco. And our director is Jim Silman. Our associate producer, Wally Miller. And the manager of field operations, Brooks Graham. Jay Fairman, our technical director. And Mark Radulovich. I was going to let you say that since you did so well with Vasily earlier. 1st and 10. San Francisco at its 37-yard line. DeBerg sideline throw to Simpson. Simpson to the 45. Now keep in mind, a field goal will tie it.
And the wind is very strong at San Francisco's back.
San Francisco has 2 timeouts left. The clock is moving with 1:15. DeBerg again going to Simpson. Same play, this time at the 49 of the Bears, and that's good for another first down. Again, the clock continues to roll. It's at 1 minute and 4 seconds and counting. Bears leading 16-13. First and 10, San Francisco at the 49. Blitz is on, and that pass is tipped away and almost intercepted. Over on the far sideline.
He was just trying to stop the clock, and he almost stopped it for good as Muckensturm had a hand on it. As you see, Oakland beating San Diego, final 21-20.
They were way behind in that ball game. There's the time remaining in our game, 54 seconds. Of course, the incompleted pass stops the clock. 49ers still have 2 timeouts left. Oakland won that game, we understand, with 1 second left to play on the clock. DeBerg sending Solomon wide to the left side. He's got LeCount to the right. Boykin and Simpson are the setbacks. Young quarterback to throw it. Gets it away, overthrown, intercepted, and that's it. It is all over as the Chicago Bears, Terry Schmidt, pulls off the interception. He's just trying to kill some time. And he's doing just that as the clock runs down to 35 seconds. And the Bears will take over at the 46-yard line as DeBerg is victimized for his 3rd interception of the second half.
And he was simply off the mark, and Terry Schmidt, for the 2nd week in a row in the final seconds, has come up with the key interception to put the Bears in great shape. Terry Schmidt coming in for Allen Ellis, and he was a bit lucky on that when DeBerg just overthrew the ball right into Schmidt's stomach, and you got to wonder how that man feels right there. It's been a rough day for him, but he's got a long career ahead of him in the NFL. You just don't do it all in your first 2 games in the NFL, and that's what I'm sure Pete McCauley is saying to him right now.
First and 10 for the Bears at their 45. 49ers still have those 2 timeouts left to stop the clock, but Chicago should have no trouble at all just running out the remaining time, and the Bears will be 2-0 and atop the Central Division standings along with the Green Bay Packers of all people. O.J. Simpson wound up unofficially with 27 carries and 108 yards, and Payton 20 carries for a total of 60 yards. But individual duels aside, where it pays off is on the scoreboard. And that's where it looks like it was going to pay off for the Chicago Bears, who trailed a good portion of this second half and then came up with the second of 2 big interceptions by Doug Buffone.
I think you hit it on the head right there, Frank. Doug Buffone, it's his day. 2 big interceptions, despite a great effort today by O.J. Simpson, who did score a touchdown, rushed for over 100 yards, and is showing no effects of that knee operation that he had, but I think he might be a little tired. He looked kind of tired there towards the end of the game, but still did the job.
Second down and 11. Bears with that full house backfield, and Avellini just going to sit down with it, let that clock roll some more, let the 49ers now use their last time out of the ball game to stop the clock with 29 seconds to go. Going to be 3rd down and a little more than 10 for the first down. And all the Bears have to do is just sit on the ball now for 2 more plays. The 49ers don't have any timeouts left with which to stop the clock, and Chicago will have the victory, and the ride home from San Francisco will be a lot happier than it looked a little bit earlier in this half.
That's 3 times Avellini's been over to the sidelines, and I bet you Neil Armstrong said fall on the ball.
Of course, Avellini hasn't had the best afternoon, but he came up with a big play when they needed it, and that pass to Scott.
Pass to Scott and the pass to Payton down to the 1-inch line.
3rd down, let's call it 12 for the first down. No timeouts left for the San Francisco 49ers, and that clock will tick on its way now. And the Bears will not have to run another play. It's simply a case now of the clock running out, and Chicago is home free with its 2nd victory of the 1978 NFL campaign, and I saw the traces of a smile on the lips of Neil Armstrong, where Pete McCauley still looking for his first victory of the 1978 season. That's it. There's the gun, the final score, the Chicago Bears 16 and the San Francisco 49ers 13. This is Frank Lieber for Johnny Morris saying so long from Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Coming next, the men's finals of the U.S. Open as Bjorn Borg takes on Jimmy Connors.
The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
The Cincinnati Bengals are probably wondering tonight just what they're going to have to do to win a ball game. Even with starting quarterback Ken Anderson still on the sidelines with an injured hand, they were able to jump out to a 10-0 halftime lead on a field goal and a 51-yard John Reeves to Don Bass hookup. The Browns rallied in the second 30 minutes, however, with 10 points of their own on a field goal and a touchdown pass of 13 yards from Brian Sipe to Reggie Rucker. On the next series, the Bengals came back and scored an apparent winning touchdown as Reeves connected with Isaac Curtis. But holding was called, and an interception on the next play killed the threat. In the overtime, Don Cockcroft kicked a 27-yard field goal, and that keeps the Browns undefeated. Meanwhile, in Washington, Joe Theismann threw 3 touchdown passes, 2 of them to tight end Gene Fugit to pace the Redskins to a 35-30 win over the Eagles. The loss spoiled a remarkable 4-touchdown performance by Philadelphia's Wilbert Montgomery. Former Gator rookie Tony Green aided the Redskin cause as he returned to punt 80 yards for a touchdown in the third quarter, as the Redskins remained undefeated while the Eagles are still looking for their first win.
Then on the final play of the game, an incredible happening. Stabler back to pass. Now he moves out of the pocket under pressure by Woodrow Lowe. Ken fumbles the ball. Number 40, Banaszak, tried to catch up with it. Watch it elude him, but not Dave Casper, who finally fell on it in the end zone as the gun sounded. All that was left was Errol Mann's extra point try, and he made the final. Raiders 21. Chargers 20.
As a defensive lineman, you hear a lot of things all the time, especially as a defensive end with a reputation for sacking quarterbacks, and people are going to try to go after you and get you out of the game because they feel that if they can get you out of the game, then it's the easier thing. I just fell right into their hands.
Harvey Martin is usually a happy-go-lucky guy, and so it was somewhat surprising when he was ejected from Sunday's game against the Giants for kicking Willie Spencer. Martin said the trouble actually started earlier when he was penalized for roughing Giant quarterback Joe Pisarcich.
The very next play, he just decided to go out and cut my knees and cut me when I wasn't looking.
Martin was referring to defensive tackle Doug Van Horn, and on the next play you can see Van Horn come in low behind Martin. One play later, Martin is triple-teamed, with fullback Willie Spencer actually tackling him around the knees. Martin exploded, kicking Spencer and touching off a brief confrontation between players of both teams. In the end, no one was hurt, and the Giants say they've forgotten about the incident, but not Harvey Martin.
You know, if that's the type of ball he wants to play, I can play that type of ball too. Right. You know, which it don't bother me none. But, you know, it's got to come to Dallas. That's all that I want.
This is Lee Martin for CBS News, Dallas.
It's been tough for us to win in Baltimore in the past few years, but we won the ball game. Started out with a defensive score, and that's always a good way to start a ball game. Just a fine interception by Norris Thomas, and then we had some other interceptions, a total of 6 and 1 fumble recovery, and offensively the running game was going, and Strock did an excellent job of running our offense. Don has got his own style. He yesterday did a fine job of mixing the calls, getting the running game going, and throwing the ball accurately, and coming up with a couple of surprise calls. The quarterback keep on 3rd down and short was a surprise call that worked for Don, and he's done that before, and he knows when to do it, and it's a good percentage play when he decides that it's worth the shot. Not quite sure yet, Bob, but we'll know a lot more tomorrow. Steve Toll's knee is a little bit stiff. He went down for x-rays today. We should have the results, and we'll see him try to run on the field tomorrow. Larry Gordon played with a groin problem that had plagued him all last week, and it stiffened up a little bit after the game. We're not quite sure how bad that is. And aside from that, I think that we got through. Larry Little didn't hurt his shoulder any more than it was hurt in the Jets game, and I think Nat Moore got through the ball game without any further injury. So those people should be coming back to us.
Our film really doesn't show it all that plainly, but the videotape we got shows it very plainly. Lowe has Stabler in his grasp. Stabler's facing our goal line. Lowe's pushing him back. He left-handed, underhand threw the ball forward about 5.5 yards, and
everybody's asking me about, did you throw it, did you try to lateral it, did you pass it, or what'd you do? You just do something, you don't have anything in mind. And then the referee calls it. I mean, you don't plan anything like that. The only thing in my mind was don't get sacked with the ball, because if you do, the game's over. 10 seconds left, no timeouts. You get sacked, so I didn't want to keep the ball.
It was very obvious that Kenny Stabler threw the ball underhanded. He threw it forward. He admitted it in the newspapers. In interviews, he said that he deliberately fumbled forward. That should have been ruled an incompleted forward pass.
I can only say that when you look at the film, I think it's in the eye of the beholder.
Then Banaszak recovered the ball, got it in both hands, and he threw it forward about 8 yards.
We broke the huddle over 10 seconds left. So, if I pick the ball up, he tackles me and the ball game's over there anyway. Yeah, I mean, I knew what the game situation was, and I just, hit it toward the goal line.
Banaszak, their fullback, picked up the ball and heaved it, threw it toward the San Diego goal line.
I can only say, in looking at the film, I did not think it was so clear that it was a blatant error by an official in judgment not to have called it. I wish it had been called, but I certainly would not say that it was a blatant error. It was close enough that I could understand why it wasn't called.
Casper juggled it into the end zone and recovered it, and the officials ruled a touchdown.
I believe it was an atrocious series of calls, and I hope that the NFL responds to my protest.
But there will be no response to Klein's protest, because there's no protest procedure in the NFL. Question is, should there be?
It might be that a provision for protest should be put in the rules for certain specific things that might occur. And I think it will be discussed at our annual meeting in March.
Fran, you came back for this one last year because you wanted to fulfill your dream, winning a Super Bowl. You thought this Viking team could do it. Yet, in their opening game, they were lost to the New Orleans Saints, lightly regarded, a team that was beaten yesterday by Green Bay. Has your dream died, and do the Vikings really have the capability still to go to the Super Bowl?
No, my dream hasn't died at all, but we need to play well tonight against Denver, and we need to win against Denver to get some momentum and get back on the right side of that board. 0-2 is not a good position to be in.
Are you beginning to question your teammates, the quality of this team? Has age overtaken them?
Oh, no, not at all. I think that you'll see tonight that we'll play a very good football game. It's going to be a long year. Different teams play at different levels during the year, and the team that's going to be able to sustain the longest during the middle part of the year, the ones who are going to win. And I think we have the strength and the depth to be able to do that.
Final question. Denver is renowned for its defense. You've studied those defenses. Can you pick them apart?
Well, I don't know. We'll see tonight. But, they intercepted Stabler 7 times a year ago in a game. They held Oakland to no touchdowns last year. Our defense has got to keep us in the game, and we've got to move the ball. We feel we can.
Good luck to you, Fran. And so, Monday Night Football, second week. Denver against the Minnesota Vikings. Fran Tarkenton, a key.
20 seconds to air. Stand by, all cameras. Stand by in videotape. Stand by slow-mo. Stand by to open your mics on the field. Stand by in graphics. Ready with your opening supers. Stand by the announcers in the booth, please. And roll tape. 3, 2, 1. Take tape.
from Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington, Minnesota, ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. The AFC champion Denver Broncos against the NFC Central Division champion Minnesota Vikings.
Raymond Chester, Oakland to your left. To your right, Lydell Mitchell, San Diego. Both former Colts, which should tell you something of the tragedy of Baltimore. Now, second quarter action. Play action. Dan Fouts of San Diego looking toward the end zone. His pass deflected by an Oakland defender, taken in by Pat Curran. Big break. San Diego leads 7-0. San Diego kept that lead. They were leading 20-14 at this point. 59 seconds left. Oakland in desperate position. Stabler back to pass. The dependable veteran, number 40, Pete Banaszak, taking it from their own 32, 14-yard gain to the 46. After that, 4 straight passes by Stabler completed. And then this on the 14-yard line with 10 seconds left. 1 fumble, 2 fumbles, 3 fumbles. The ball kicked in, and Dave Casper winds up with it. 7 officials they had for this one, and they called it a touchdown. Look again. Was he trying the pass? Did he really fumble the ball? Look at Banaszak. Did he shovel the ball forward? Now look at Casper, kicking it into the end zone, then falling on it. San Diego has filed an official protest on this play. Errol Mann converted. Oakland won it 21-20. What a mess.